was a she means that is being done by hand. And you know that Omer Shasei Kishasa toward the heart, ultimately again, toward the heart, like one third of the heart of Q. What's the news is talking about? This is like Shisha. Right? Shisha has the first expression, so they carry the heart of the animal, like one care of heart.
He's like, all right, I got an idea. And he just records for 20 minutes. He's like, okay, maybe I shut it down.
No, voice no, he's here as Amor.
Now you gave me an idea.
That's this is the local that
So I do this. And it's just me reacting to guys on every video. I go, all right, I'm going to fuck this guy.
The part that you must focusing on
No matter if they have their muscles or like a little nerve that are weird looking. Oh man, I don't know if I would fuck that guy.
So you would end up saying something like this.
That is a useless fucking man. It's as simple as that. A man's body is the number one tool you fucking have for survival. Don't think it's your fucking brain, brother. It's your body. You see, this is where you get a little over your skis. Knowing it's about your brain. And an unfit man is actually a lot of times very useful. Let's think about some of the unfit men of history, like Albert Einstein. Or William Shakespeare, or Isaac Newton, or Shakespeare was fit as hell, dude. Oh, you think you're gonna be fucking fat and lazy and wreck your gentleman of Verona? Yeah, good luck. Good luck. Right? Okay. You're gonna be physically fit to a roll with, puck and various limits of midstream. You know what I mean? Okay. Yeah. While riding 2 beer while weighing 220 pounds. No. I am light as shit. I think fishing here was fit. You know what I mean? Galileo, or Copernicus, or the Buddha, or Luther King, Muhammad Gandhi. None of these people were known for their fitness or anything in fat abs. And for that matter, I don't think Jesus was even that cut. He was the Lord. At the end of the day, you can't be perfect. And this guy's physically perfect, though. Right? Maybe not mentally, but physically. So let's give it up. Bravo, sir. Bravo. And thank you for reminding me that I will never, ever ultimately be very happy because I can't look like you.
Shemalka Bishmi Simon also the local our mission says that if you do a complete Malika and therefore you cut both Simon by Hatas or what's the halacha, the carbon is toxic. Carbon is toxic. By Ola Sa'od you apply Malika both Simon to get this catch the head from behind the carriage. By Hatas Sa'od you only do one thing to get the catch. Our mission said that if you catch both Simon, you cut both Simon. And even if you didn't attach, you cut the both Simon. Ultimately, again, the carbon is possible. All the Gemara saying over here is our Mishnah does not reflect the pure revelation. Why? Because the resurrection said, Shema, they heard, Shema, Bilin Bachata Sa'od. That B'diavad Bachata Sa'od, even if you cut both Simonim, the carbon is still kosher. So the Gemara says, my opinion is, what is come along, but you can't cut both Simonim. The Shema also says,
that's why I brought it. It's not guys. So I want you to stop doing this. Yeah. But they don't want it. No one thinks it's funny. No one's ever laughed at it. You haven't made someone laugh in about 15 years. That's what I said. First thing I'd say. Now listen, you haven't made somebody laugh like with you in 15 years. It's been 15 years. And then see what he said to that. What? No. It's not even longer than that. Being charitable too. He's killing you. He's killing you inside. Yeah, man, I don't know. So gruesome. Let's see what else we got here.
And here's the problem. The problem is if you go and cut the both simanim. What if he does? He made effort to offer up a chatos. What have you effectively done? What have you effectively done? You offered up an ola. Why? Because I was saying the only left community to the chatos that only, but one of the major left to the chatos is what? Is two simanim versus one. So if you hold that mutually in occupation, that after I do malika, I do have to squeeze out the blood. The problem is in my effort to go ahead and offer up a chatos, I have effectively offered up an ola, and therefore again the carbon will be costly. Now, those are Shimon Sabar. Mitzli chatas ofro ma'akim. Those are Shimon says no. The mitzli is not ma'akim. This is not squeezing out of the blood. It's not ma'akim. Therefore what? And therefore again I will say, as soon as I go ahead and sever one of the simanim, then what? Then what? I'm done. So let's hear the couple here. This is beautiful. I know it's so watch this. Everything depends on whether or not the meat is part of the blood, which takes place on the takes place right after the malika is in the hockey. If you hold the meat to be meat, then the problem is what? If I check both simanim, a couple of simanim on the side, the problem is in my effort to do a chatas, I've done it all. By the time I get to the meat, I'm out. If I'm not able to go meat, not then what? As soon as you touch one sin, I will say, then what have you done? What? You've done. You've done the chatas. I'm still cutting a second sin. Who cares? The chatay buster ba'al. Okay, but that's only if you hold that means it's not ma'akim. If you hold it, you should squeeze it out, but it's not ma'akim. Then once I cut one sin, chatas is locked in, I'm done. And I continue to go ahead and check the next sin. That's just like fresh. It's simply not a sin. Rava Amarava says, no, we're going to get to even.
Yo, you want to be going to Nova with shit? Fucking dressed the fuck up. You gotta be a sandwich, fucking TikTok, $1 million Schultz.
What happens if you do shivia by the second simon? Remember again, this is shivia by the second simon by Ola. So remember again, how many simanim do you have to check by Ola Sa'ov? 2. So what happens if I do shivia by the second one? So the Gemara says, Rabbi Mashiach is in Shivia by Ola Sa'ov. By the second simon, it's not ma'akim. The Alpha God is Shivia Ta'avid Ma'asa Ola L'chatos. Ultimately, again, you are doing a nice, ultimately, again, it isn't for the team, not for the L'chatos. So the other Sabbath, there is a team Sabbath, ma'akim. Those are two all dedicated ma'akim. The able to Shivia, and now that I said Shivia, the Chatos is not for the Ta'avid. Abai says, Rov Basra Ma'aki. Abai says, Machlokas was saying, what is the status of the cutting of the majority of the flesh of the bird? Chutad Rabbi Zer Bishmo Bar Yitzchak. Chad Amar, Shehia B'Simu Sheni Ba'ola Sa'of Ma'aki. Was this one of the says, if you do Shehia by the cutting of the second sin, then it will be Ma'aki. Shehia B'Simu Sheni Ba'ola Sa'of Ma'aki. One of the reasons was the intention is if you do Shehia by the cutting of the second sin of Ola Sa'of. The Chad Amar, Lo Boston Ma'aki. The other thing is the trouble is that the message was the what is the status of cutting the dark of the flesh of the bird. The time I look at the now, so this is first, you got here the low buster with the second cycle. That's the low buster that has to be
What up, Joe? What happened?
I want to make out of Australia.
To Chile?
Obviously, you have to go ahead and cut this out.
Australia's a shithole.
Why? Because you have to
Australia is nice as fuck, dog.
What about my katas? Was it? What is there?
It is on right? But the paper is fucking stuck big.
All right, where are there better people? Yeah.
But it appears that the Fatila, everyone agrees that you should cut the majority of the
Where? Yeah, they are. African people are super fucking nice. Well, I don't know about that, but yeah, people in Africa. I don't know about that, but people in Africa are really nice.
I think Dakota Bomber is the representation of
Yes, that is
the
correct.
area.
The Fatila, everyone agrees that you should cut the majority of the flesh.
I hope they're not as big a grifters.
Only one. The head is attached.
I hope they're not as all big a grifters as he is.
Cut the majority of the flesh. Simar says, is that true? Is that true?
No, he's not.
Here we go. That's a great right. Because remember, on Omicron, we got the entire process for Olaf's house.
People just got sick of his shit. We're dog.
What do you do?
Right.
So what's like Shedra is the spine, Mafrakes is the neck bone. You cut through the spine and the neck bone. Below Rov Basar.
All right, so what's your stand-up comedy on food?
You get to the windpipe or the esophagus.
Yeah, dude, give me something on food.
You get to the windpipe or the esophagus.
Tell me something funny on food.
And what happens on the side? You go ahead and you chef that one simon, or the majority of that one simon, and the majority of the flesh together with
You have the first second.
Do you have the 3-second roll here? Yeah.
Ultimately, again, you
More
go ahead
for
and
just
chef.
the 30 seconds will
Let's say you go ahead and
apply
chef. You go ahead and you chef either both simanim or
Pudding?
again, the majority of both simanim.
Soup?
Watch this. So now again, did you not hear this halacha that by chatasov you do go ahead and you separate? So the Gemara says, "Milo yavil." What does the pasuk mean when it says the side umala? The pasuk says umala gets Hashem mular pol.
Does that answer your question?
Don't separate that from the top of samachod.
Yeah.
Okay.
Have you ever seen someone use the phrase sick or
Yeah. I mean, have I seen it? No, but I know of it to be done, especially because ice cream is like pretty valuable and usually can just be like brushed off. With,
Have you ever seen someone use the phrase sick or saying
on themselves, yeah. Yeah. I mean, not on themselves. I mean, like, let's say somebody, like, gives some bitch a fucking facial to, like, wipe it off her mouth or wipe it off her face and lick it. Like, that's pretty common.
But you do chef Rov Basar. Nera Basar, Rabbi Shimon comes along and says that I have heard that by Chata Sa'ol, you can't separate both Simon and head from the body. So what is when it says Lo Yavdil? Lo Yavdil means what the both say? You don't have to go ahead and cut through the head its entirety. But if you want to, ultimately, yes, I wasn't going to leave you on a cliffhanger. Hope that you can get through the rest of this day, bring up the resolution until tomorrow morning. But let's say the idea being, what is the din of Chata Sa'ol? Is the halacha l'maisa you can't cut through both simanim and detach the head, or it's that no, you can if you want to, but you're not obligated. Resolution against Hashem tomorrow.
There was a kid at my school that he says that like when he was laying down he would always hit his lip.
Yeah, I fight over my head.
Arthur was like, good morning. They got the son of beautiful.
Allegedly. Dude, when are you gonna like? Why is all your shit sexual though? Give me a joke that's not sexual. That's just about food, not about semen, about regular ass food.
One headed towards the base and one headed towards the ledge.
Like if you're gonna be a comedian, you gotta be funny on multiple subjects. I mean, Dave Chappelle just doesn't tell jokes on race. He tells jokes on all kinds of shit. Jerry Seinfeld doesn't just tell jokes on like on everyday life. He tells jokes about a lot of things, parenthood, all kinds of things. Bill Burr doesn't just tell jokes about sports. He tells jokes about everything. Shane Gillis doesn't just tell jokes about getting drunk. He tells jokes about history and society. I mean, like you got to be more and food. I mean, you gotta have like a wide variety. And I'm not saying that you have to have it right now, but your jokes are just so one lane. It shows that like you're not ready to take on the next level of comedy, which is to be like diverse. I'm not gonna hate on you though. I mean, you made it to the state finals somehow, some way, from in front of a bunch of people. You must have bribed them or had some blackmail on these motherfuckers, but somehow they got you to the second round. But nevertheless, one of the reasons that they're gonna look for in any kind of comedian is the fact that they can joke about things other than mental illness, disabilities, sexuality, or like Hitler. Like that's all you joke about. Like, joke about something else.
I think people can joke about whatever.
That's fine, but you're gonna get lame really soon, like really quickly.
I mean, to be honest, most people are joking about each other.
I mean, you can joke about what you want. That doesn't mean people are gonna find it funny.
The ramp leading up to the why
You missed the objective.
I'm in agreement with you, but you got to be able to joke about things like a wide variety of things. Like that's what a funny person is. If you have the same bits on the same subject, like I've named them for you before: Lily Phillips, Bonnie Blue, sexuality, dog. I mean, come on.
You've never actually seen them perform.
Yes, I have. I've seen you on video.
But
Oh, yeah, of course, because I've never been to Australia.
so you don't know how the room goes. You haven't seen my respiration.
I can tell you that I've seen you get heckled, and wait. That's an excellent point. That's an excellent point. I'm not saying that you're bad because you got heckled. I'm just saying like I've never seen you do really well. That's all.
Because I'm not sending the whole video or whatever.
Okay, I mean, dude, I want the best for you, but if you just have the same like jokes that are on the same subject, and frankly, they're not extremely funny, people are gonna get sick of you very quickly.
That's why you gotta maximize that shit.
I'm in agreement. So I'm saying to you, I'm giving you a huge subject matter.
Your sense of humor. I think your sense of humor fucking sucks.
Zoot, I make you laugh more than you make me laugh, and I make everybody in here laugh a lot more than you do. Okay? I'm telling you right now that whether my sense of humor sucks or is the best in the world, you can't make me laugh on a subject known as food.
Yeah, because food's not funny.
It is funny. It's very funny.
How is food funny?
There's anything can be funny. You even say humor subjective. So like your friend here's an example. Your friend ate a banana with the peel on. Some people found that some people wait, I thought you said food's not funny.
I mean, that's just retardation, to be honest.
So that's a subject. You could be like, there's a fine line between whether someone peels their fruit before eating it and whether somebody just eats it immediately. Let's go through some examples. Apple, people just eat immediately. Oranges, people peel. At what point does the thickness of the skin of a fruit make it so that someone peels it versus immediately eating it? And what fruits fall into this category? A banana has generally thin skin, yet people don't bite into that. Kiwi has thin skin, yet people don't bite into that. Why is it that they immediately bite into other fruits? I mean, these are just like observational humor, but you can make jokes out of them. Or like seeds. Why is it that people will eat kiwi seeds and strawberry seeds, but not other seeds like perhaps orange seeds or watermelon seeds? So Zoot, I want you to come up with a bit on food. It can be anything on food. Just don't make it on people, mentally handicapped people, or whatever, special needs people, and don't make it on sexuality. If you can do that, then I'm gonna say okay, because are gonna be on the same topics. Hey, by the way, did you watch that guy with Tourette syndrome on Kill Tony? What did you think of him? Didn't he do a good job? He did do a good job. Boy, I have to go back and watch the. I have to go back and watch the movie, but isn't it because she was? Wasn't it? It was poisoned, or would put her into a sleep, and it was poisoned by the witch or something like that. I mean, I don't know. It's been like 30 years since I've seen it. But that's a good stand-up routine. You could be like, what is it about this fruit? What is it about this fruit in the Disney universe that can cause all these special powers?
Someone says, oh,
I might have more Hollywood than Kochi Kardashian. Mincha Kochi Kardashian, let's say watch this. I would have thought as follows. Since in all this Kochi
Where is
Kardashian and
Magnificent from?
Maleficent?
Kotmani family is Kochi Kardashian. So I would have thought as follows. I might
Uh,
have thought.
I mean, she's from the Snow White universe. Is that what you're asking?
On Maleficent.
Yeah. Are you asking from what universe is she? Yeah, she's from Snow White.
No, she's from Sleeping Beauty.
Oh, you're right. You're absolutely right. Apologies. She is from Sleeping Beauty. I get those confused. You're 100% right.
Just like Ola has to be done with something.
And they just got the evil witch in Snow White. Why is that?
Why would I learn out Ola?
Oh, the evil witch and the evil queen.
Okay, what's the difference? They're not the same?
No, the witch is not the same as the queen.
That's right. So wait. Man, I don't know. I haven't seen those movies in a long time. What is Sleeping Beauty's name?
What is Sleeping Beauty's name?
Yeah.
Bella.
Why? Because Hashem has blood offerings, as opposed to Mincha, which does not have any blood offerings, to which the Gemara says, so maybe I can
It's Aurora.
but maybe I'll learn how to Mincha from all
So that's a stand-up.
Who's the hottest Disney? Who's the hottest Disney princess?
Does Jessica Rabbit count as a princess? Okay. Does the Little Mermaid have like? Is she an adult with like adult genitalia? Oh, well, yeah. Answer that question. Yo, dog. Answer that question. Does Ariel? You're talking when she's an adult woman, right?
No, she's 16.
All right, so then she doesn't count. I don't know. Is Cinderella? I mean, like, is she an adult woman? All these chicks are like 15. So I mean, do they really count?
No, Cinderella.
All right, then I mean Cinderella's pretty hot.
I think Elsa comparison's pretty hot.
All right.
She's 21.
How do you know all their fucking ages?
I'm looking at it right now.
Oh, okay. Who's the youngest one?
Snow White. Snow White.
How old is Snow White?
14.
All right. Read them to me. How old are they all?
Snow White's 14. Jasmine's 15. 16. Ariel 16. 16. Brenda, 16, Mine, 16, Belle, 17, Pocahontas, 18, Rapunzel, 18, Cinderella, 19, Tina, 19, Anna, 21, also 24.
Who's Anna?
She knows this is
What about the girl from Brave? She's not a princess?
She is.
Oh, what's her name?
Brenda.
Oh, okay.
Just 6.
All right. Well, if you, I mean, I've seen those chicks, the real life versions of Disneyland, and all those chicks are 18. And the one who has the hottest costume is the Little Mermaid because it's just like a bikini. But I don't know. Ariel's pretty hot if she's 18. I mean, they're cartoons, so it doesn't really like equate. But if you were to say of those chicks that you, what'd you say? Okay, but let's assume they're 18, and you assume that they're all fuckable, including Ariel, when she's like got feet and everything and legs. I'm sure I was still pretty hot. I don't know. Who's the girl from Tangled? Is that a princess? Oh yeah, okay. How old is she? She's not bad. I still don't think though that like they're the hottest people in the Disney universe. Jessica Rabbit's number one, and then I honestly think Ursula. When Ursula is Ursula from The Little Mermaid is like a woman. She's super hot. I also think that there might be some like I don't really know what the people look like in Lady and the Tramp, but Darling could be really hot. She got a hot voice. Cruella de Vil, not really that hot, but could be really hot, just depending. So I don't want to count her out yet. I mean, if we're, I guess we don't count the ones that are animals. So that's like not Minnie Mouse or Daisy Duck and that kind of stuff. So I get that. But if we're talking ones that have been shown as humans, number one is Jessica Rabbit. She's a goat. Number two, I mean, I said Ursula's pretty hot, and she's like dark and scary, and so that's cool. I mean, it's been a long time since I've seen those movies. I haven't even seen them all. I don't remember what Jasmine's mom looks like. Does Jasmine have a mom? I know she's got that pudgy dad. But I don't know that she has a mom. Aurora's pretty hot. I don't know. Aurora, I'd take Aurora. She's pretty hot. I mean, like, do you count the bunny from Space Jam, or that's a WB thing? Is Zootopia one? I mean, those are animals, but I've just seen people dress up as those characters, and they look really hot. So I guess if you don't count those, I mean, Jessica Rabbit's a goat. I'd say Ursula's 2. Number 3. Again, I don't know what Darling looks like. She could be super hot. They never show her, or they like don't really show her face.
Sivashwana, the pasuk says, "Shach to also Pesach oral mode," which tells me that I could check the carbon shlamim, I check the shlamim at the entranceway of the base in the Azara.
All right, so I got a good one for you. Imagine you had a girl who was dressing up as a cosplay, an 18-year-old woman dressing up as a cosplay of any of the Disney animals. So she's gonna just dress like a slutty Minnie Mouse or slutty Daisy Duck or something. What's the hottest one that you can think of?
What was the question?
Wait, hey, I know this person is a child, but does Lilo, is it Lilo the boy or Lilo's like an animal or the girl? How about those? How about that? Is Lilo a princess? And then what about the Moana? Is Moana a princess? No. I'm saying, but does she ever grow up to be a princess?
Yeah, she's a princess.
Okay. What does she look like when she's grown?
She has a hot sister that's a baby.
Okay. Who is the girl from The Princess and the Frog?
The princess.
Oh, that's right. Okay. I mean, I'm sure that she could be hot as an adult. I've seen some girls dress up like that. Oh wait, maybe that's Moana. Okay. I don't know what the parents look like in 101 Dalmatians, or I kind of do. You don't really see them too much. I don't think. So I don't know. That lady could be hot. Do you ever see Jasmine's mom? Okay. But she could be really hot. All right, you go for it, Zeus. Where, dog? I have to go to the bathroom too.
Consumption cannot be done in the courtyard. I do have the ability to perform the act of consumption inside the house. But incredible. Let's go. Mishnah. Katas ha'od. Let's say bird offering. Bird katas. Bird katas. Again, bird katas is brought in more often than not. The bird katas is brought in brought in peace when there is an obligation to pay the katas. The president can't afford his own animal. I should say, can't afford a regular animal. So he brings his variable price of katas. There are other examples of this when I say, again, a woman after childbirth brings a katas irrespective of her own financial situation. So katas off, whatever you bring a katas off. Katas off. I say, Nahas on term drums matters. The animals was born in the southwest of Syria. They were all of Haifa Shales. You can perform this, I go to anyway. And I saw the summer. Was it even you can perform the katas anywhere? This seemed was the preferred space. Let's say you get north of these sheep. How many have on the top corner and then whatever you want, as you see, which can be very well. So now we'll discuss. ושלושת דברים היסה עושה כאן משמשת למטה, ושלושה מילים. Those are the things for that southwest corner. There are three things that had to be done on the upper part of the southwest corner, and three things that were done on the lower part of the southwest corner. What were they? So Gemara says, שלושת דברים היסה עושה כאן משמשת למטה, שלושה מילים. Milam Mata, we'll say what was done on the lower part of the southwest corner. We'll say when we say what was done, we'll talk about sprinkling of blood, hazos. So three types of hazos which were done on the upper part of the corner, three types of hazos which were done on the lower part. What was done on the lower part? Milam Mata, Chatas Ha'ot, was the sprinkling of the blood of the Chatas Ha'ot. Hagashos, the Hagashos, Shiare Hagam. So we'll say, Rashi says Hagashos, Shal Menachos, Kodet Mitzvah. So we would say, so we'll say again, the bringing close, we want to discuss what this is. When the bringing close ultimately again of the mitzvahs, of the Menachos, and Shiare Hagam, and the spilling out of the leftover things. These were all things that were done on the upper part of the southwest corner of the Mizbeach. Umilam Nalo. We'll say what was done on the upper part of the southwest corner of Misu Hayal, we'll say ultimately in wine libations, Mahamari, water libations, Olas, and burnt offering for Olas, Ishigaba of Israel. This is actually when there was too much Kohanic traffic on the eastern side of the Mizbeach by the Olas on the southwest corner. Again, it was discussed. Rashi says it again. Rashi will say first of the wide trees. You can keep the carriage on this office because in reality the primary place of the Olas was on the southwest corner. But the night second, when there was too much Kohanic traffic, they used it open. So the Gemara goes like, the Gemara says, "All of this there, all of that is done." Listen, furthermore, again, anyone who goes up on this there, you always go right. Now this already we saw it yesterday. So whenever you go up on this gap, so the between the center of the ramp, and it goes right. Only that on the base, keeping the yard in that so imagine when the Kohanim go up on this gap, essentially goes counterclockwise. It goes counterclockwise. It goes up to the right and it comes down on the left. Chutz min ha'ola l'gimel eid. What's the one exception? When the Kohanim sends for these three items that we mentioned before, goes a little bit different. Rashi says here the default part of the loop, it's the last of the widest lines on top. And that has to be carried by Alamis today. So we'll say these three things that we discussed before that were done by the southwest corner, the Sachin, the wine libations, Ola Sa'ot, Tishrei, Ola Sa'ot, Ola Mizbeach, Kona L'Smo, Ba'osa Kari. We'll say when the coin comes up for these three things that we mentioned, ultimately what he goes up to the left. So we'll say for these three things that we mentioned, he goes left, and he simply retraces his steps. So the Gemara says, go back to the Mishnah. So Makir Miyadachot, there's all Chutz Mina Olim Gimel. Shayu Olim Biyardin Alak. So for these three things that we mentioned, what would happen? The coin would go up on the Mizbeach, would go to the southwest corner of the Mizbeach, and then what? He would simply retrace his steps backwards. But says the Gemara, we're not going to read it. Let's see, where do we know this? Where do we know what Rashi says? We're not going to read it. L'chata sa'ot b'keren ma'arav twins. Listen, where do we know that the L'chata sa'ot was offered up on the southwest corner? Amr Yeshua Amr Kra, because the pasuk says, "Moyasim Allah shemek, oloyitin Allah levola, ki chatos." Because the pasuk says, "You shall not go and place upon it shemek, nor shall you place upon it, levola." Why? Because it is michatos. Because it is a michatos. We'll say, just to give you this pasuk in its entirety. The pasuk is in Rosasik Yadolish Nikorov Mishnei B'Romena. The idea is Kabbalah Shechot Asim Sa'if Esolis Nechatos. So this is talking about carbon chatos, so it's an Ola V'Yomet, right? A variable carbon chatos. Let's say a person can't even afford the burnt offering. So instead, what does he do? He brings the meal offering. So he starts by the carbon chatos. Lo Yiken Al-Rona, Lo Yasim Al-Hashem, Lo Yiken Al-Balaki Chatos. So I'll say people are bringing a meal offering. Ultimately, again, for what purpose? not introduced into shemen or levon. Why? Because of the chatas. So watch this. Gemara says, chatas kruya mincha umincha kruya chatas. So those are teaching us something very interesting. We see that a carbon mincha is called the chatas, and a carbon chatas is called the mincha. What do I learn from that interchangeability? Chatas, tulen safon, tulen safon. Just like the chatos has to be shechted in the north, so to the mincha has to be offered. Has to be offered in the north. And once again, Rashi points out that here, Rashi says it's actually not true. Rashi says, if you look at Rashi, not chatos to mitzvah, Yodea ani shekir suzushi. I know that this verse is misleading. Shari lo chatas of lo mincha kautzah. There was in reality, either chatas of or mincha require what? Also, we just learned this. What did the Mishnah just say? The Mishnah just said also that what? That chatas of Haisa Nahas are carrying drums narabs. That the chatas of is not a southwest word. But then again, what's the big decision coming? Where is Mincha done? Where is Mincha done? Right? Minachos hayu mikmatos b'chol makom ba'azar. So what's like the mincha can be done anyway. So Rashi says this is clearly in the state Yersa. So what is the proper Yersa?
What up, Zoot?
Rashi said the proper Yira Be'enai means to say is as follows.
Rabbi, if cancel culture applied to third, what third would they cancel first?
If cancel culture applied to what? Food?
Yeah. We're probably all have both thinking of cancel culture.
I mean, maybe like meat?
Yeah. Maybe.
Yeah, because it's like killing an animal.
Probably pizza.
Zoot, again, why does everything have to be sexual with you?
That's not sexual.
Yes, it is. It's code for something. Zoot, I want you to come up with something that isn't sexual, that isn't some kind of perverse code. Like, you can't get your mind off of sex. It's like, or you have to mental illness. It's like, you got to be able to joke about like a computer or about food or about beverage or about sports. Like, you can't, you're just stuck on like a few different topics and you can't get out of it.
Just like the brought by the southwest corner, so too again the kata is also brought on the southwest corner. The mincha itself, where do we go?
Rabbi, how do you talk about it?
Because the pasuk says you shall.
Yeah, you ask me this all the time. Perhaps using a time machine.
And you need exotic matter. You need exotic matter that may or may not exist. Definitely doesn't exist anywhere.
No, it exists. It definitely exists. For sure.
You need energy. You need excessive amounts of energy, right?
That's correct, but like element 115, it exists.
Okay, let me ask you something.
Ask me what you want, baby.
Do you think the body? Do you think the body has to travel through time, or do you think just pure consciousness can go back and find its old body?
That's a good question. I think both are possible. I think both are possible, Zoo. Okay.
Do you think if the consciousness finds its old body, it will kill the previous existence of the fresher consciousness?
No. Not necessarily.
What do you mean?
There's nothing that inherently says that it has to kill itself.
Do you think if I went back in time, traveled through my consciousness to take over my 17-year-old body, my consciousness of my 17-year-old would die?
No, you'd have two of yourselves.
Sorry?
No, you'd have two of yourselves.
Two of myself.
Yes, sir.
Two consciousness living in the one body.
What'd you say?
So it'd be two consciousnesses, an older consciousness living in the old body and a newer consciousness living in the same body.
I guess that could be possible. It would be like an upload of new information into your body.
It'd be like Siamese twins, but consciousness.
Yeah, something like that.
This particular type of hold the one, but the entire Mizbeach was situated in So what's like so ultimately again what we come out with is as follows. What we come out with is the Mishnah Gemara has successfully given us a certain meaning of what? That the Chata Sa'od was done on the Keren Lomis Kavanos. The Chata Sa'od was in fact offered up on the southwest border, and that Limud ultimately comes from its comparison to Kavanah. So we'll say just facts on the ground. What do I have? Number one, that when it comes to the mitzvah, Kunitza is done where? Kunitza is done where? Anywhere in the outside. Hadgasha, the bringing of the Kunitza to the Mizbeach was done where? Southwest corner. Same thing with Kata. So we'll say these are just halacha l'maisa pieces. Same thing with Kata. So Kata
Welcome back to 10 Minutes of Shop. Thanks for tuning in. As always, join the Patreon, join the Reddit, join the Discord. On Patreon, you get early access to this show. What's the show called? 10 Minutes of Shop. In case you forgot, you almost forgot. Anyways, that's not why they're here. They're here because they want to watch 10 Minutes of Shop. Okay, that's what I thought. Yeah, that's what I thought too. We're doing this because we just saw Tom Segura put us in a strange mood. But anyways, that's not why they're here. We just said why you're here. Let's go ahead and just. I gotta listen to them on the phone, dude. How do we forget? Y'all, we really forget. We got back this week. Alright, dude. Now we're ready to start. Start that timer, dude. Let's go. Let's see here. So we've got the top of post of the week. The first one's from Wonderful Salary 5432. By the way, Merry Christmas to all the homeless cats out there, folks. Let's see what this is. Homeless cat infiltrated in her comments. So, talking about acting skills. Everything else pales in comparison, dude. That's the main fan base, dude. They got accepted. They're willing to say that they exist, but they truly exist. Everything that they put out,
can be done
if
anywhere.
the only they know of, if something has comments or comments that aren't that and have a lot of likes, that's when they know it's actually good. Like, otherwise, it's just your main fan base likes everything you do, which is not always good.
That's social media. This isn't real.
Dude, if I ever post something and there's not a water, yeah, I'm concerned. If there's not a high sheen, I'm like scared that I'm doing terribly. Right, that's what we want. We want as many high sheens, waters, cool story, bro. We want as many of those as we can get. You don't matter. You don't. Yeah, nobody knows who you are. They want the opposite of that. They want people, right? 3 emojis, 35, stuff like that. Yeah, they want. You're right. They want like race car, fire truck, peach emoji. This content is magnificent. What you're doing with is unreal. Wow. So delighted to see this by an Asian like meme or guy or something that are writing books. That's so funny. Imagine the first time Brendan Shaw read the 35 comment and like he loved it. He's like, dude, nice. Yeah, I bet he can convince himself that a random 35 isn't a little bit strange. Spicy. Alrighty, we got a post from SLETO, a meeting of the minds. They fear men like us. Brian Callen and white liberals have declared war on Joe Rogan. Men like us. At first I thought it was him and that random guy that nobody knows who he is, but they talking about Joe Rogan himself. People fear Callen. Yeah. Do you think people fear Callen? By people, I think it's more gender than that. Women fear Callen. I see it. Yeah, that's fair. I'm a little bit frightened by Callen. I'll be honest. Yeah, he does have like that psychopath type. I went to Harvard type shit. You know what I mean? He didn't go to Harvard, but he gives me that vibe. Yeah, maybe. I'm afraid of him because he yelled at our boss, Bobby Lee. Bobby Lee. And if he's the kind of guy that's behind closed doors, that's the thing. Behind closed doors, he's your girlfriend. Exactly. What is Callen behind closed? That's the serious part. On the thing, he's just cringe, kind of lame. Some Christians are randomly. Really? Yeah. So yeah, those are all kind of just lame, goofy. What he does. But behind, when he's off, when the camera stops, is when the sort of like angry, violent Callen, force, antsy Callen comes in. That's the kind. And I'm not worried about that as a man, but I'm worried about that if he's gonna try. He seems like the kind of guy that might try and kill me or something. Yeah, and it's very, very funny that we are talking about Callen behind closed doors now, because if you look quickly, the next post is what you wake up to after Bri hands you a drink at the comedy club posted by One Usual 44 Thanks, dude. That's just that is Photoshop. Oh yeah, because there's no chances asses like that. Yeah, that's a bit strange. It'd be funny if he posted it himself and he gave himself fake ass. That would be great. So Callen, what's interesting about being behind closed doors, Callen, is that he is literally inferior because the Hollywood's closed their door, right? So he's always behind closed doors. The women who he's trying to bring in also hopefully close their door if they missed them. It's good for them. Oh god, Charleston werewolves outside. Everyone's closed their door. Kids, probably his own children close their doors. Ex-wives close doors. Easy. If anyone's seen a closed door, if anyone's been behind a closed door, it's Callen, right? It's all yours. Right. It's right. It's rings, right? It's actually fun. That's what you learn in life. You close doors on people like Brian Callen. Hey, can I get a no? You want to hear the Austin Coffee Zone? No. Hey, you want to watch Brian Callen? That makes sense. No, actually, doors close on you now. Not just Callen. Wow, dude, your logic. I like when it leaps where it's like, oh, what is he like behind closed doors? That's him all the time.
In what fucking sense?
In what sense? What does that mean? What sense does that mean? Jump up. Alright, let's see what we got here. This is just crotch milk. I've never seen that username, crotch milk. Oh, Lou.
again, I have to do a
Yeah,
fresh
we all retweeted this. And so that's Bert Kreischer at the Commanders game. Posted your favorite comedians from the squad this morning. My favorite, it looks like Saint Obama 44. Is a huge fan of what's his name? Bert Kreischer. Luke Thomas, hard to make a bad season awards, but that's definitely the bomb. Yeah, dude. I mean, this is just classic, right? I had to retweet it right away. All the homies, my friends. Just us getting together. It was just Big Boy Squad, Big Boy Nation, Daddy. And then we did every time we stop it, I don't like that. And then you want to hear the whole thing. Alrighty, so this is, let me just say cringe alert. We can blur alerts here.
Says what it says. Al-Qaeda says, no,
This one's
this
called
is not
The Shops. Hashtag The Shops is like
Iraqi
Khabib time.
ground.
I mean,
By
first
people,
impression, dude,
Al
what are you
Qaeda
getting
was
here, dude?
literally
It's giving, yeah, horrible sketch incoming. Yeah, dude, just like,
contemplation.
why?
Am I a Baal Gaiva?
This alone, this is the first screen grab.
Everything that happens in Sunnah
My husband always does this when I fart.
Give me a divine message and I'm about that. So before I respond, I have to look. And it is only after Moshe Rabbeinu contemplates. Ula'achar b'dika midudekas.
I'm speechless,
Mata
man. I
she'en
know.
bo shemetz shel
Just,
gaiva. So only after
this is one of the, this is the TikTok kind of thing, where it's music,
I'm not about
and then a
Gaiva.
thing.
So what's it?
This is Coco
I'm
Fresco
not about
style.
Gaiva. Right? I'm not about Gaiva. Then
It really is, though. But it's, yeah, it's not very good.
not about Gaiva. That's
I
how
mean,
it
she's choking him out. The dog's coming in for a little pat on the ass at the end
So,
there. The dog's a horny beast. Donnie Trump down there, dude. I don't want to hate on the dogs. That's actually good acting from the dog. The dog's the best part of this. Yeah. And it would be, wouldn't it, an animal? Yeah, to the three of them. Who's the smartest here? Maybe the dog. I believe I left a comment on this saying it's a show dog. Zero upvotes. Oh, fuck. Got it. It happens to me. Oh, shit. Sorry, I didn't expect this to jump at me. Any other thoughts on the cringe there? It's bad, but I don't necessarily want to discourage it because we kind of wanted to see the shops, see how that plays out.
Yeah, it's funny because, on this show we've done 173 episodes now. And it's like sometimes you want things to happen, and then when it does happen, you're like, I don't want that.
Yeah. No, that makes sense because you never really know what it's going to be like until it happens.
Yeah, dude. This was posted by Clint Puller of Chips, Chronicles of a Storage Unit Podcast Studio. Let's see here.
In Interstellar, and apparently there's a race car out front. Sounds like an old Porsche.
Is that noise that we're hearing? Do they hear this noise?
No. You can hear it, but it's not as bad. This is the barbecue. It's called Styles Switch Barbecue.
Just so everybody knows, I'm breathing in fumes right now.
Oh, because my dad just started the beast up.
That's correct.
Just started the beast
Yeah,
up.
I love that because what happens is all that carbon monoxide sits right here, right now. So I'm getting high.
That's what those fans are. It's a free high.
It's a free high.
Glass half full.
Glass half full.
Free high.
It's a free high. I'm free high. Dying. Really caring. We're being sympathetic. That truly hurts. Listen, how you take all this, they got critical hard night. Cancel culture and now they want cancel culture.
Text my Jimmy and say, I'll cancel culture. What is shit Amber's phone number? Whatever the fuck. Who's working on a truck? Like he has people working on trucks and cars in his thing while he does the pod. Yeah, that's a lady. What's going on? I need this investigated.
I don't like how awkwardly placed this screen is. Like, why are we seeing his foot?
Yeah, it's kind of randomly off the size.
Disgusting.
Classic chin. The chin's like, wait. We have to get Brian's foot in the thing. So the Redditors will make fun of it.
You're right.
Nah, I'm kidding.
I fell for it, dude. God damn it. It's just like when I see some catnip, I gotta fucking nibble, you know what I'm saying, dude?
Chin and Brian's like, make sure you get my sandals on the fucking frame.
Yeah.
Don't make the clip bigger than my foot.
Are you still sponsored by Doubles? No, I love it.
Yeah, I just want my feet in it.
Yeah. But what cancel culture is when you mean so much to me, dude.
Oh my god. Let's just pause for a second.
No, we should play this. All right, go ahead. So this building, I'm done with this building.
I hate this
I'm done with
shit.
the studio, I'm done with this building.
they make it impossible to podcast here, and that's the shit I'm dealing with. It doesn't even, the fire alarm doesn't work. Damn. Way too good. Well, it's not even his. He's renting it from someone else, and they do work on other people's shit. It's a storage unit. Yeah, it's like there's other storage units where people are. They're filling storage wars there. Look at this is. I don't know why that's so funny to me. Like I don't really know. I don't remember the characters from Storage Wars. I didn't watch a lot of it, but then you just hear it in the background, like, "What do you know? Who wants to bid on this one?" And then the guy wins. There's like an 18. Oh God! Successful egg. You gotta make that video. Put it on James, dude. You gotta find a Storage Wars video. Oh man, I never watched the show, but I know what you mean. One day, Brendan's gonna come to work, and the thing is gonna be locked. The studio, he can't get in or chin, and so they can't do the pot. So they do the pot outside. He's like, "Yeah, I don't know. I came here and they locked up the studio, and they didn't tell me. Like they said, I was like kind of behind the payment. So someone else is like, I'm bidding on his like all his trucks or $10. They like undo the thing, and there's a bunch of rains fall out, like and spill everywhere. Fish with condoms on top of them. Yeah, like fish tanks and fish tanks. There's some dog like that's crawling, that's clawing at the inside to get out. It's just locked in. Yeah. I mean, look at this. This is literally him at the place. This is the storage unit, dude. Oh wow. He's driving his. He bought these. I don't know way too much about Brendan Chuck. Yeah. I've been writing songs. That's why. I'm not obsessed. But he's driving around the storage unit that he works in. He bought these for his kids for Christmas. Guess what? He's in his Michael. I'm just kidding. I don't know that much. So I mean, that's kind of funny. Like the other people in the storage unit are like. Can you tell him to stop or to get our stuff? I don't know complaining about doing construction. Meanwhile, he's fucking donuts in front of where your legal papers are. Yeah. And everyone else is like, why do you have so much shit in here? This is for like one car. You're filming a podcast in here? Some lawyer with his legal papers. Is that Brendan Shaw? You know they film Storage Wars in here, right? This one's supposed to be Commute Time. Another one from Commute Time. Hashtag the shops. I don't know. Let's see here. Why the fuck is Duolingo telling me I have one more chance to? Wives acted like their husbands. Yeah, good premise, yeah. I don't want to see this. Oh, I think we had to hear what she said. Let's see. She's just. I don't know. That's kind of like more than one email is going around on chains of the guy walking into the studio being like, yeah, that could definitely be used for that. Yeah, you can just splice that in. Yeah, that's a good video. Just creeping. I don't think this is wives and husbands. This is like hookup shit. Wives and husbands hate each other. No? Well, I don't know. I think it's funny. It's when if wives act like their husbands, but Brendan is acting like the wife in all of this. Yeah, that's not part of this description. Why does he act like a woman? He just beat himself. So if wives acted like their husbands, that would make the man act like a woman too. But yeah, no, it's a horrible. She also didn't work on a single truck at all. Yeah, if she's acting like her husband, wouldn't she be, feeding fish or, taking the kid to baseball practice, doing vlogs, talking about fighting? I mean, this is definitely Brendan in Charleston. That's that vibe, She became a Charleston werewolf. She inhabited that character. Let's see what else we got here. This is posted by Air Pumper. I haven't seen him in a minute. Your boy Crystalia makes an appearance in the comments. What's a pop culture moment that gives you second hand embarrassment? Mine is embarrassing kissing a not pregnant woman's belly. Oh man, where is this on Reddit? I've never seen that one. I think no, I'm talking about the interface. I think it's Reddit. Oh yeah, I've never seen that. Or let's see, Crystal Lee, the moment you realize on camera that snapshots can be recorded in the minors he tried to groom could expose him. A wonderful internet moment. Nice. 3.6 thousand upvotes. Yeah. Let's see. Yeah. And Chang's in the news. It's pop culture now. Yep. 200,000, 300,000. What is it? I don't remember. What is it? 123 now. 250 comedians. That dude. Exactly. Let's see here. Caterpillar Hot 7539 posted this. Is one of our guys. It's me. Hi, I'm the problem. It's me. Me football player. Me MMA fighter. Me actor. Me commentator. Me podcaster. Me comedian. Me marketing beast. Me thick boy umpire. Me wig ski magnet. Me a baddie smasher. Me car guy. Me dog guy. Justice for Tank. Me mountain biker. Me weightlifter. Me tough mudder. Me fish guy. Me beast of a dad. This feels like some sort of prayer. It does kind of. It's like, yeah, that's the thing he says in the mirror in the morning. Make sure he says, "Oh, me truck guy, transformation." Yeah. Me baseball dad. Me bout guy. What's bout guy? Boat. Oh, I didn't know that. I mean, probably it's happened. Me hunter. Me bower. Me married. Comedy. Bits. Influencer. Yeah. So, before you exit, which one's your favorite? Honestly, I'm not gonna lie. The baddie smasher part, that was the most exciting part. You know what I mean? The DMs from Mark. Really? Yeah, that shit was hilarious, dude. That was funny. That was so funny back in the day. That was pretty funny because there's so many. Just like one after the other. Gimme. That's good. My favorite here, not necessarily the time period, but just all the things together. Me, thick boy, umpire, CEO. Okay, because I don't really understand what is the connection between umpire and CEO. Empire. You understand why I get that wrong, though, because umpire, you saw it in baseball. So that, I mean, that's still my favorite. Yeah. Dude. That's definitely the best addition to this meme, but I like him as a comedian. That's one of my favorites. I don't like him as a podcast. Not the best. I don't care for his commentating. His acting is the worst. The T-Fat Kitty is the worst thing I've ever seen. Yeah, that was hard to watch. And MMA, I don't know much about that. Football, I didn't really play at all. And Patty Smash, like Charleston Werewolf, waking up in the morning and drinking the tiger, then reading the paper or whatever. Dick Juice, Sweet Nectar, that's the same kind of period, It's Sweet Nectar. Remember that? It's a great time to be alive. No, what are you doing? Yeah, that part. Alright, let's see what we got here. This is another Keeping Up with the Shops, posted by OzBoss99. I feel so bad for them because they just want to post this in a vacuum. It's not going to happen. Right. They don't think has to see this. We're going to see this. I'm so glad you're not mad.
So when they got to the they smelled of burning lips. Of burning meat. So it's the meat. That shows you
it's pretty funny. I like that. These are this straight up, just like I said last time, Andrew Schultz humor. Like the kind of guys that watch Andrew Schultz and think it's there he is. Love this kind of stupid shit. They probably said, hey, just like us. No, we have a bad relationship. Oh, Brandon Shaw, who's this guy? He's funny. A lot of words just to say engagement. Likes, comments, you're thinking about it in a completely different way, dude. Slice. It is redacted as hell. But that's actually like, hey, I'm comparing this to their other things. This one's actually funny compared to the other ones. You think so? Did I laugh? No, but it's like getting closer to the scale of funny. I might be redacted because it's late and I'm tired. However, how about this? So they do these sketches, and then when people grade them, they do a card, like the 10, like E, whatever, and with all the things are like, it was really good. Pico de Gallo. Yeah, there's like a tense moment where we don't know what the rating is going to be. Will they make it to the next round? That one should be the best because that's his favorite. He's my favorite. Chili. You're smart. It's like a CEO on fire now. Okay, let's see here. Oh shit! That looks like Luke got a new co-host, dude. Posted by CJK SS10. Hey Luke, heard you need a new co-host. Me MMA analyst. I think that makes sense. Yeah, I got a guy like shot me when he was in MMA. He fucking gets it, dude. Also, I will fuck you up. Yeah, that's a lot of what's gonna happen on the Mortal Kombat show if he says that. I get a call from them. Okay, so here we go. Stolen Valor's version of Pull the Fuck Up. So this is Tim Kennedy, right? Is his name? Yeah. Posted by Unusual 4460. I have not seen this yet. I get a call from the FBI saying that ISIS was trying to come and kill us. Recruit somebody locally to find me and my family where we lived. And I was like, can you say that again? I was like, yeah, they're trying to find somebody locally to kill you and your family. I was like, that's fucking sick. That's such great news, dude. I've been traveling all over the world. What you're telling me is that these idiots are going to come to my house in Texas. So I call my friend that works for Fox News. Like, hey, man, can you put me on live? And like, yeah, I'm like, fine, check it out. My address so I get live on Fox News. And I hit say my address live on Fox Television. And then you can send absolutely anybody that you want to my house to try and kill me and my family. Just until you're ready to get back. I pray to God you push the right button. I pray to God I swear to God. I wonder which one you want me to do. Because now I kind of want to do one. No! I'm going to do the one I think you want. Alright. Is she like sick? No, is she like pop smoke just for like a day? And then she came right back because, I can think of it. Here's the one I think that you want, and then I'm going to play the one that I want. Okay. That's the narrative. Which one do you think you pull the fuck up? Pull the fuck up. Here's the one that I want. Okay, my ass was over. You're the Lord. Or of course, actually. Because I wanted to find. How did it go over with your wife? Did she not die? What the fuck? Yeah, no, that's crazy. You wouldn't do that if you didn't want people to kill you. Your address on the thing? What are you talking about? What? I mean, I believe you did that, but it's very, very short-term satisfaction for a long-term, fucking problem you got now. People showing up to your house, too. Yeah, I don't even understand what the short-term satisfaction is. That you're gonna kill a fucking Arab. He wants to kill an Arab. I know. He's like, you shouldn't want to kill people, He's a little bit too. I'm starting to believe the stuff he says. I think he's like a psychopath. I don't want to have to kill terrorists. I wish they didn't exist. Sure, if they come to my house and I find somebody and I do say my address often. But at the same time, I'm not looking to murder people. I wish that they didn't want to kill me, and I don't want to kill them. Yeah, he's different though. At the same time. Alrighty, so this is posted by Peter the Piper OMG. What is this? And I asked the same question when I saw it too. It's like a guy on the ass. This is I don't know if that's Shop or is that his wife? I think that's his wife. Yeah, it's Shop on top of where's your charger at, dude? You know what I mean? Phone's almost dead. Let's go to the next one. This is posted by Clint Puller of the Chips. Gotta warm the kiddos. Xmas gifts up. So this is the video I was referencing earlier. This is quite clearly a storage unit, correct? Yeah. Let's see. What do you think about that? Yeah, a lot of thoughts. Why are you using your kid's gift? 2, is that safe for a kid? 3, That's that bear.
All of
I think my son, what do you think I'll practice? This is a constant thought of mine. 8 inches. Pause. Stop. Constant thought of mine. I'm just like, why don't you just record the podcast at your house? Like, it looks like they have a big enough house to record a podcast in there. This is so embarrassing. Paying rent on a storage unit, which is probably like $100 a month, which is nuts. And then you have the gall to be like, why is everyone so loud in here? Because people are at the storage unit. Yeah, they don't think it's a fucking film set, dude. Yeah, that's a good point. And also, what if another person was doing a podcast while you're doing this? Yeah, you're probably running their podcast. It's insane behavior. There's cars in the storage unit that are probably he's taking it over on Christmas Eve. On Christmas Eve, why are you with your family? And I just thought it's kind of funny to be doing a live of your gifts that you're going to give your kids. What if they see the live that they know what they got? They're all on social media. It's not real. Yeah. So it would be funny if you saw your dad like playing a PlayStation. He's like, check it out, I got this for Gerardo. He's going to love this shit. I mean, do they wrap that thing out? Is it fit? I don't know. Is it fit in the wrap? That's social media. This isn't. I mean, honestly, when you get a car or like some sort of motorcycle or truck, it's kind of classy just to put it in. You know what I mean? Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Best friends for the arts, but also, I would not buy this. And here's the thing, dude. The narrative of this is insane. I need to get offline for a while because I know way too much. But he's bought these from China, and he told his audience that he's like, listen, they're from China. They are from China. I tried to get American, and it just wasn't happening. Nobody had it. You can't afford it. First of all, people are selling fucking motorcycles in America. They want you to buy it. You can't afford it. They are available. And so what he did was he bought them from China cheap, and he put American decals on it. He's like, because I'm still American. You bought Chinese motorcycles. Like, you are on a podcast writing and not putting the like, So he put something over the made in China something. He put an American flag sticker over the China something to that effect. But I'm sure we'll get into it in because I think I saw this on Chang's, or I'm following him on Instagram, which is dangerous. I mean, so that's like the dumbest redneck video ever. Like JPGM, look at Dan, that says made in China. That's like Jeff Tyler projection. Yeah, I've been seeing a lot of those memes that he does, and they're shockingly stupid. They're the most obvious thing ever that could possibly be thought of, and then he's like saying it in a meme form as if he's the first person to ever do it. You can't be trans and not have a clutch or some shit like that. Yeah. So then it's like, oh, I see. Shake your head. People say that I live in a real homogenous society. It's like, whoa, I'm straight. My only thing homogenous about me is that I like Bravo shows. And Joe Rogan thinks that's funny. Joe Rogan's stupid. Daddy. Yeah, Daddy. Cut Jim down. I think he goes into the story. So I get little whips inside. It's someone else's storage. Get out! My stuff. It's a Hummer, 2 motorcycles, some weird stool. Dude, over under on that thing getting humped. You know what I mean? Right counter. Yeah. What else we got here? That's where they record the podcast up there. Oh man, it's just a terrible. The worst environment to record podcasts. Yeah, that makes sense. Your living room is the best place to record podcasts. Right? We're in my mom's basement, but I'm trying to get in the living room. Do you think he bought like Timu unsafe things? I mean, in a conservative mind, China is not safe, you know? So, yeah, like for people that he's trying to get to follow his like that, and then to post to be like, hey guys, I'm getting ahead of it. I could buy Chinese stuff, and they're like, dude, fuck you. That's funny. I don't know. And maybe we won't get to it. I don't know if I saw it on James or I saw it on his own story, but yeah, that rubbed me the wrong way. Dude, there's a lot of Tim Kennedy stuff which I'm looking forward to. I haven't watched any of these. Papa is so tough that goal punches are a treat for him. I did watch one, and it is fun. Ronaldo Johnson posted this one. I don't know about this one.
And see, I push back, and I've told Rogan this too. Like on the cold plunge, this is where I'm at the cold plunge. When that, so like the cold plunge, and like cold water with our full pads on, it's like such a gift. But to me, I'm still wired away where like I just did one at the correct gym, which used to be only known as on at the correct gym. They had cold plunge, like, yeah, man, you want to jump in there and make funny or freeze? I'm like, it's like me funny. Like, I literally, it does, I just jump in. It's like a treat for me. Like, well, you guys allow me to do that. Like, this isn't a discipline thing. Like, I'm just wired where it's like, you know, that's phenomenal though. But most people, it is. Brian, I thought he was gonna die. His wife.
Anyways, I smoke a challenge. I couldn't stop. I wanted everyone I know to have ALS. Him saying that, when I think about it, is that it's concerning. It makes me think that Sean needs to go to the doctor and he's just in like unimaginable pain all the time. He's like, it'll be a gift. The pain I feel from these, you're always in pain all day long. No, I'm not. Why would the cold water make you happy? It's gonna make you freeze. He's like an alien. It doesn't affect him. So I have a wild hypothetical, right? So I'm Rich. Obviously, you're Joy, right? We are going through hard times. You know what I mean? Kids are travel lost, and I got 5 podcasts to record. You become an influencer. Jesus Christ, you're making bean cheese every night. I want a tater tot at least once a week. That's right. Then we start brainstorming. We're like, we're really good when you're addicted to Adderall. This is you talking. Do you think they're like, let's just do it and make more money? And then they jump into this like, fucking, I'm on Instagram every day type thing. They're posting all the time. He's getting a little more aggressive on the podcast. I don't know, stuff like this. You know what I mean? Could be. And I think that dude, I don't know if I said this last show, but I feel like he's on Addie's again. Dude, you're on 5 hands. You know, you guys are connected spiritually. We gotta be on the same thing. When he was drinking rain, I was drinking rain. Yeah. When he was fighting people, I was fighting. When he was waking up and drinking Tucker Dick, before we He's texting Mark, you're texting Mark. Yeah, dude, batting shit. I like what you said about the two of them. So what's funny about that to me, he does Adderall, right? Because I guess she tells him we need Adderall back because that's the only way we can perform at this level. But it's so bad. Adderall leads to sketches like that. It's a bad look for Adderall. Doesn't really, just as when I stumble over things, can't be good for my. So yeah, I mean, I expect better results. So and then this is my other train is on the same locomotive we're here. So we the community are so lucky that Brian Collins with Brendan Chop. Brendan Chop and Brian Collins yelled at our boss Bobby one night and threatened his career, all this stuff before. Wrong one, but Bobby is one of my closest friends. I just love playing that one. It's cool. And so, but we're lucky Tim Kennedy wasn't in the group, dude. Because guess what? Bobby Lee would be dead. That's right. He just kills me. It doesn't matter if it's a terrorist or a guy that's a podcast management team. He wouldn't even threaten his life. He would just be like 8735. Cold punch lane. And then they tell him his address. Pull the fuck up, Danny. He's telling Bobby Lee to come to his house. Yeah, I'm not gonna come to your house. Anyways, and that on the same fucking train going down the same station, dude. I would love to see a podcast with Tim Kenny. Yeah, he's a good guest so far. That's a good one. Yes.
Obviously,
If
you're
we're
Jewish,
getting this
right?
pop
Because
every time,
I'm
dude, we need
it's not
this.
very,
You know, if Chase is going through a recession, we're getting ready for the recession. And Chase, you know, we got influencer content coming in hot, daddy. Yeah, we need Tim Kenny pop every week. You do want somebody who feels comfortable bragging to, which I guess Tim Kenny is. Okay, so now the answers here in this next post from the question we had earlier. Post my one usual 4460 is OnlyFans content next for these two. I don't want that, dude. No. Let's not even put that in ether. Let's see here. Bet on yourself, posted by Material Cry 8293. The narrative is the views. As you can see there. It's just a lot less. I guess that means pussy. We can't see the audio. That's true. Audio is king. I wonder, you know, is it because Tim Kenny has been on the show so many times? Very kind criticism of him, but no, I don't think it's because he's been on the show so many times. It couldn't possibly be the stolen ballot representation. That people don't really want to talk to. Or have any sort of parasocial relationship with the guy. That's why about his time in the military. I guess, but like Tim Kenny probably lives in one of the storage units. That'd be so funny. Somebody looks it up after seeing him on Fox News, like, that's a storage unit. He gives the address. There's all these dead bodies in the shop studio. They're in the storage unit. They're buried. There's like different tombstones or stuck in the ground outside. Tim's killing people. Alrighty, let's see what we got here. This one's posted by Turbulent Yam 25. One of the 350B thing. Odds of making it to the NFL. Invited to Columbine. Invited to Columbine 350. Yeah. That's impressive. We've always said this. Impressive guy. So aggressive. Let's see. Oh, this is my post. Welcome to us. You know, just more and more redacted, dude. You know, I don't think many people got it. I don't think people were into Damian Marley back in circa 2007. Oh, he was great. He was made of the days. Yeah, it was one of the best days. Hopefully there's a new song on this episode. I'm sure there is. Let's see here. Chappelle wasn't winning the race. Bob was his footing, posted by Far Right X1C. Yeah, he just lost his footing. This looks AI as fuck. Yeah, and he looks like he's doing ballet or something. The thing where he put your foot all the way up. Something that he's a very okay, so this is the one I was referencing earlier. You talked about it being from China. Spiced up the kiddos, Xmas ATVs posted by Toxoplasmosis, redacted Chris Moss.
Kiddos Christmas gifts. One, two, three, so little. They came. Talked us about this. Took all the details off, Chinese writing, all the details, the weird shit on it. And in mind, the weird shit. Their friends in the space, cute shops, American flags.
What up, Miss Aquarius? How you living, girl?
I'm good. So the funeral is Wednesday.
And you leave Thursday?
Wow, I'm gonna be working one day. Yep, I'm gonna be working one day.
Okay. So a week from today.
Yeah.
Alrighty.
I'm gonna work one day. And it's okay though, that's money.
There you go. All right, Miss Aquarius. You're staying strong. I'm really proud of you. You've just been amazing.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
All righty. So it's the
But
road.
believe me, that girl shouldn't have told her other girl yes or lie. That girl was bawling, and then I almost cried. I was like, girl, I had little tears. I said, I gotta dry your tears, girl. It's okay.
Exactly.
Yeah. A lot of people love him. They say how much I love him and how much he loves me. Well, right there, go ahead. Pink from here. Yeah, I know you got the same invite on my way to the right now. Just give me this button right here. Okay. There we go. Now let's go. Now let's go. Now let's see like that. Out. Okay, let's go to plate up. There we go. All right, there you go.
It says Ravua. If you cross the Rashi, Rashi says Ravua ba'adam rot mushkav shirakas. So what's the difference? The word Ravua sounds a lot like the word. That's how we're dashing. Listen, 1 second. That word Ravua teaches me something. Behind me, what's that word Ravua teaches me?
Yeah, where I go?
It means gas to be square, naked Meruba, because that's 6 Meruba, which is a word after the word that has to be square. Ladame, using that logic, Big Lovuts, does the pasuk say crouching? Amalei Ravua. Therefore, what's it? We have to, for a purpose, we use the word Ravua, which teaches me the Mash Mahachi, the Mash teaches me again, that is true fashion, like a person crouching, but also teaches me that what? It is back itself must be square. Kana, nice Sila Mahal. Kind of learned that is halacha from the sign that we learned, and Yehuda Omer, Umahalo Segu, Ono Schodin, which is one of those according to the Apostles from the Testament. Maseu Pinos Kaddish literally means Mahaloseras from Mahalo, the lamb. Hanos would go and face
There we go.
face to the
Yes, it's there.
Thank you, madam.
Sha'atapona, lo Yuhu Ela Garach Yavin Israel. So it's actually very interesting. But a lot of I said, first of all, you have to do turns. You always turn right. So it's a good personal love, right? When in doubt, go right. Right? So ultimately, again, the coin. Hey, so the coin ultimately, again, turn, you would go right, which by definition would be eastward. Where does this come from? This is talking about really, when the coin sends the ram, so which direction should be going of the Avodah? Again, it's bringing up sacrifice.
Get it.
So where does it go in everything else? Just when the coin gets up to the top of the when you get up to the top, you say, oh, right.
Get it.
So maybe again he goes left, but still walks in the eastern direction. No, sorry, that's the
Oh. Oh.
Yeah, I'm lost.
Yam Shach Shlomo. Let's say that you speak about this Yam Shach Shlomo before. Yam Shach Shlomo was this large, inside the Yam Shach Shlomo, Omed Al Gabi Shar Amidin Bach. Right? Let's say ultimately stood on a base of 12 axes.
Almost.
12 axes. Shlosha Ponim Sephora. 3 of them ultimately faced west. Shlosha Ponim Yama, 3 of them faced west. Shlosha Ponim Yama, 3 of them faced south. Shlosha Ponim Israel, 3 of them faced east. I was saying that the way this Torah, the way that the Navi, goes ahead and highlights the direction also teaches me that what? Because Sha'atapona, Lo Yehu Ela Garach Yamin Israel. Teaches me about that again, when focusing on directional orientation. Everybody has to walk somewhere, around
Thank you, man.
You win, I win.
I win this, of course.
No, the Aka motion, before you can learn that, you have to learn how anything about the elections in the base of Mikdash. That passage is necessary to teach me halachos of this large water base.
Nice.
Rashi says,
You're welcome. Top split. Get it. Oh, almost.
There's also this direction of halacha, namely that whenever I have to turn, I go right and Shor Shimon ben Yossi ben Yossi. Omer Hayir Shema Yossi Yossi. Shimon ben Yossi ben Yehuda asked Rabbi Yossi the following question. Rabbi Shema Yochai actually say, Avir Yish being Kaddish on his death. It's actually very interesting. Rashi was of the opinion that the ramp, the
Give it. Ooh.
There was some little bit of space in between the lamp and it has the flat part of the top of the lamp. Let me brush in just a moment. A few words on the right. Other gauge being Kaddish on his death. So, Hayir Rosh HaKesh no Gad in his death. Ella Ayir Ma'at Mas. So, did Rashbi literally say that the halacha of the ram didn't get to the top of his death, but rather there was a little bit of space in between the two. Did he actually say that?
Oh, that was ugly.
So Rabbi Yossi ben Yehuda, the fact that you're asking me this question seems to help that you don't.
Ooh.
Do you not want this the same thing? But by now, the Pasuk explicitly says, "The asisa olosecha habasa v'hadam." Also, the Pasuk says that you should perform your olos, the basar, the meat, and the blood, not sripa, just like the most blood to be sprinkled, basar the sripa. So meat also
Tough split, Miss Aquarius.
Yep, I know it's tough.
No doubt.
Yay.
Give it to me.
Good job.
He said,
Thank you.
just blood has riba, so too the basar
Give.
has riba. Now, why would basar have riba? It must be that blood. And there's a space in between the top of the ram and the flat part of the ram. The point doesn't have to use across the Thank you.
Big
Instead,
time.
he throws
Nope.
meat onto the fire.
It's okay though. Oh, no doubt. Oh, come on. Oh, what happened there? That was wild.
You got to David Chris, right?
Aquarius, you win. I win, you
Hey,
win.
I'll be back. On the other side, I'll be back on my iPad.
Obviously,
Tracy. You can't hear me anyway. Anyway, yeah. That's better. See you later.
No other difference to get it into the middle of the fire. Remember, even if you know that the coin ultimately is standing on top of them is dead, even though there's not a gap, the coin still happens is there. And that definition always has to go with it. Because the part of the fire is the middle of the fire. So he's not placing it on the periphery of the fire, but instead he's throwing it into the middle of the fire. That by definition requires Rika. But that's Rika doesn't need a pasuk That's just utilitarian speaker in order to allow the carbon to burn properly. So let's say ultimately again, Kappa Amar Kidam. So Papa says no. The blood, excuse me, the meat actually does. The meat is going to be in blood. How so?
They brought this song back.
Was mentioned right here. Just like when it comes to that, just like when it comes to the blood. So ultimately, I get Avir Kamapsiko. We'll say there is airspace of the ground, the floor that separates between the hand and the scale. Right? So remember again, the point is not, he doesn't put the blood on the ground, he sprinkles it. By definition, when he sprinkles it, that means that there is a space, there's ground space between him and the Yah. So Afbasar Avir Karka Mapsiko.
Amazing. What else would you cover up? You buy something from a different country and you're just like, I can't. I don't want that in it. He's like, I got this Irish flag. All those colors, the green, white, made it red, white, blue. Am I right? What? I have the stars in it. What? I got my kids in below. Right? Just got back from New York, got a big apple, put Texas on that. Central New York thing. It's like, I got a piece of pizza. I got a piece of pizza from New York, so I fucking put some fucking Texas Pete on it. That's what Chicago style. It's spicy. Alright, let's see. Let's see what else I got. Food. Alright, see, yeah, we got more of these stuff, dude. Thurs. Oh, yeah, this is the one I saw. Why do you think he's trying to say by thurs? Here's thirst. Do you want to, like, guess a lot of them? There. Oh, I think that's it. Okay. Danny Kaufman took us. The government's giving thirst. I think it's funny and take me 3 years. Realize that when I got the bill for the property tax, I'm like, oh shit, yeah, I'm being stated. I'm paying almost double in property tax. Oh, you gotta even out. You're gonna get there. Like, you're not gonna escape that. There's nothing you do.
However,
to learn a life lesson from Papa would be something I wouldn't be able to go back and do. I've learned nothing. I've watched him for years. Not a single thing. The government's gonna get theirs. His brain is just fucking up. It's like Andrew Schultz level epiphany for Papa. He's like, they're gonna get theirs. I gotta pay taxes. No matter where I go. They'll make me pay for everything I buy. I feel like this, like, yeah, and he can do content. He's just an academy. This is supposed to be commute time. like this. I mean, it shows that he doesn't care if I get some knowledge from that.
I need a fucking dinner top. What's over here?
Let's see here. Okay, we got another one. Papa with the curveball, posted by Papa Cintovero. Chino Vera? Papa Chino Vera? Let's see.
No. Listen to this. Don't talk to that. That's not true. Oh, really, dude? No. Listen to this. Don't talk to that. That's not true. Oh, really, dude?
Why fight the base? Because all he talks about baseball. Baseball that you're driving baseball practice. We're about to reveal 2025's biggest moments posted by Netflix. Is there some kind of punchline you think here? Of course. Okay, let's see.
That's what I'm talking about.
Is this not even its promotion post, dude? Oh man, it's just see Netflix. Think about I like to think about the streaming company. Netflix is like for it. And like you think one thing, they think another thing. They got us to watch it. They're doing it on purpose.
What are you gonna do? Motherfucker!
Unusual 4460 posted this one. I don't really want to watch it. All I asked for this Christmas was a truck walk. As you can see, I already uploaded it, meaning I already did watch it. No business. Alright, okay. But anyways, that's what two next post. Posted by that's fucked up. Posted by Posted by Ronaldo Johnson. Psycho Tim says he's willing to commit violence, evil acts if a friend asked him. I'm surprised by this.
What about you ever speaking of guys to Willie Hurt from Brian Stan? Oh yeah. He feels it like hedge funds or something. Just like print some money out of it. Ending lives. You're veterans too. Yeah, he's always the man. He is the man. Like if he called me in the middle of the night, I need you to insert the most diabolical, nefarious act possible, which would never happen because he's such a freaking Boy Scout. Yes, he's one of the people that I would drop anything that I was doing and drive wherever he was to do whatever he was asking for because he is just to the core.
Which one? Such a fucking Boy Scout. It's usually kind of used as like a pejorative, like they're kind of they're too lame, they won't do something. You're a Boy Scout. Come on, it's not a big deal. Dude, I hate being a motherfucker is not a Boy Scout. Yeah, I mean, it could be a guy, he's a Boy Scout. Like, you could be defending somebody if they were saying, like, that guy's bad. Like, oh, come on, that guy's a Boy Scout. All right. They get a carne asada out of bear sticks. What I thought was weird about that is going back to the thing that they do, where they just describe someone they both know and no one else does. They spend 30 minutes, oh man, he's the greatest guy. No, he really is a wonderful man, to point to a Boy Scout. God dang, that guy here. Facts. He used to take from the backseat. It's like, why are you talking about this random kid? He's the guy, Kevin. Oh, dude, Kevin. What a fucking guy. Yeah. Kevin Stan, man. He's fucking great. I would do anything for Kevin Stan. This one go at it. Yeah. And I saw Kevin. You usually don't go at it with Daniel. He's more like that with Mark. But not with Daniel. I was like, Kevin, you're crazy. You're a Boy Scout. Yeah, I took it outside. Yeah, this is great. Anyways, that's when I get my headshot in case any fucking tears in my life. Scumbags. Pussies. Remind me in Texas. I'll fucking kill you. In fact, when you come to my house, I'll leave the door open once you put that knife to my wife's throat and see what happens to you. I hope you try and kill. I hope you kill my kid. I hope you kill my son. Guess what? I'm gonna fucking have a great meal. Alright, let's see this. What do we got here? all do a hot tip for time's sake. Posted by Flaky Parsnip, 1797. Best comedy special. Barbarian Panic.
When the Mishkan was standing, and when the Mishkan was taken down,
Brett Goldstein's second best night of your life. So, something I wanted to talk to you about on Tweeties. If you get a chance, go check out my Tweeties blog right there.
That's social media. This is it, right?
Dude, we on Patreon used to do stand-up comedy specials. Correct. The first week that we stopped doing stand-up comedy specials, they're like, all right, let's put that out. Oh, yeah. They put out the Mad Rifle, and then they fucking bought DC or Warner Brothers. They're like desperate for us to get back to, and then they put out the Dave Chappelle thing, and then they put out Tom Segura. They're like, please, for the love of God, we're bleeding money here. We need you guys to do our stand-up special reviews. But we're not budgeting. No, that's not really that Al Pacino thing. Pull me back in. You're not gonna do that. Yeah, just when I get less ridiculous. Oh, shit. Well, let's do fucking bring it pop. Alright, 24 hours new coming soon. Let's hear. This is posted by Goalie Vertical. Let's see that. Brian worked in the fryers. That looks like Brian, huh?
Is the Mishkan standing as a
It's a nice little find. I like it on the other like Brian.
So what's that? You're permitted to go ahead and
In a bizarro, looks like Robert Brian does some lapping. He's like good at his job. And Asian Brian would actually be good. It's like if only he was born Asian and didn't do comedy. Or I mean, he could do comedy. Just, something. Yeah.
That's Muckle number one. And what's Muckle number two?
Vanilla Greek yogurt says, oh no. Oh shit, that means me.
What's Muckle
I don't know
number
if you got it,
referring
but
to?
Spanish has been they're buying it on Walmart. So that's why it's from China. I couldn't find anyone that just was in. I was thinking something. But what? The chairs? Oh, because that's where we got our chairs from. Oh, so the chairs are also from Walmart. You know from Walmart. Oh, well, I guess if you keep watching, yeah, that's I got them from Walmart, Danny. I put American stickers and flags on that. They're Chinese shit. Put Trash Tuesday stickers on. That's true. Let's see here. There's great reviews. Red, $849. The best is up there. Let's see what we got here. This is Will Cancel Christmas on Your Hand. He's posted by one. That's a fact. Yeah, thank God he got away from Papa Red. We're gonna pretty soon here. This is posted by Danny Cochran. Getting Bobcat with this line again.
Number one
Dude, I need Martin Kennedy on Papa, dude.
He was dad.
set up.
When you were 9, when I made he's more athletic, bigger, faster, stronger, better ball than I was.
Bear is still there.
His dad would
Also,
you were 9, would you beat me? That's it. I didn't have a plan B.
So they're
You
actually
have
they're
to
asking
heal
for
stuff.
So they're actually saying
I'm tired. I
so
take a break.
there is the fact okay, the
I really want to kill you because you just stop playing baseball. I had to murder a 9-year-old today.
is where what?
Ask me what.
Question board by a catcher, the curtains, the board,
I said I will kill you.
by a catcher, the curtains, the
Actually, no, I'm sorry. I was carrying a
but
knife.
I'm going to have his gas in
I said,
for more.
I'm going to
And
cut your
also
neck.
his gas
Slice your throat. You bleed
So
out.
what's that? Rash
Feels
goes
that.
on to say
If you want to baseball practice,
And that
you're right in the eye. He said, I'm going to try.
why the
Try.
word Kodesh Shia, or why the word
Deliver.
Kodesh Shia need to reveal myself.
I guess that means me. A lot of people
After being set up,
never stop loving bread. This is fucking fire, dude. I just wouldn't stop, dude. And eventually,
So again, the price is not the price of the one says that what price on the one says that halacha l'maisa. Go ahead and take down the Mishkan. You're going to take down the Mishkan. So what's the halacha? Any leftover sacrificial meat. What's the status? What's the status?
I said, my son said, I want to rewatch Game of Thrones from the
I
beginning.
think all the guys. Puzzle. Right? Puzzle. Right? That's
Let's see
price
here.
number
There's
one.
another one that I wanted to watch from the Tim Kennedy episode, but I didn't get enough upvotes. You guys don't
Right?
matter.
So this is price number one.
Text post.
And
Tales from the Bob Marley post by Tony Hall on
so that's the one that's problematic version of like price number two. But that buffer sacrificial meat, if you consume the skin, there are only places. What are the two places?
I thought
One
that
is
was
standing. One
Tales
place
from
is
the Bob
number
versus
seven.
something that is just
So how is price number one? One says no trust.
Texas
What is
Racer
shame
being
comes
posted by
So shame comes
It's
means
Loves
yes. The
Movies.
second
It's crazy what
the
you
price
realize
number
that
one is
there's
referring to a piece of rock.
vendors only like, okay, we know that kid passed their
And
shot off another kid's before he scored a goal.
Price number two is just going to be most of construction, and everything else is bought is there to still the incredible, incredible. You can't ridiculous. You're lying. Hurt. Open the wall. All gone. Everything is gone. Then you're going to go ahead and say, what's the position? What's the position? Now you came up. If so, will you be ocean?
I know
There's
you're
a
nine.
like
What's
what's the
master at everything? I'm master, and if you ever put me against any 9-year-old, math,
I had a thought that maybe once
baseball,
therefore my
not walk away on today. Fucking, oh my god.
was it's very
You could add the more girls than me.
once the walls are gone,
I would fucking, I would die if I couldn't have sex
and
with
even though
me.
geographically I have not changed my own
I have to kill them to
perhaps
stop
the
having
walls
sex.
are
To
it's
kill
considered as if I had exit my
You don't want to know when I started.
Kamash on both sides, as long as the death is still
I
there,
had sex with them.
ultimately again, I came out now. That's why I said why not? Why don't we say
I got
the
in there.
walls come down?
Oh, and then he
Walls
goes,
come down.
Dad, I'm only throwing you my fastballs. It's like, you want me to start mixing up? Change up stuff? I go, sure,
I'm
dude.
a cross.
Not a rip.
That's a home run derby. With suspenders.
Don't have the license.
Brian usually sits kind of strange, so
This is
he's not there.
That's
So
all
you gotta have
it was.
another guy
Even
do
when
it.
the Michigan
We should have a
Code
petition
is
started that
especially
one
in this
more
case,
to
it's
Canada.
a quasi-state.
I agree.
Whereas the Michigan staff is
Alright, let's see what we got next. If not, the war is on. Dry Eye 594.
I don't have this established.
Shout out to Peter of this series, Levon, correct? Yeah. I tried watching this, I just couldn't get into it. Let's see what it is. Redacted word. I just say descript on the back. I think editing program. John Banana. Every day was fun at thousands of places. Too many
what the size of that was.
Sometimes it's like you're cooking in the kitchen. You taste it. And when the chef tells you a little more salt, you just listen. Yeah, there's something off about it's like somebody had did canned birds, and it's maybe might eat it. And maybe if we want to, shout out to him, we miss you, dude. But I think it's it for this week, dude. Alrighty, well, we'll see you next week. Take your vitamins.
It was a wood base. We saw this right before. It was wood, ultimately covered in copper. Now, is that seam was the only copper that was there. So the Mizbeach of Shiva over was a stone altar. Stone altar, this side, this room, so we'll say, this side was the altar, was the Yaakov. Now, from the Roma, Abonnet,
He's about as far as you get from feral cats, I'll tell you.
was it? Mizbeach Abonnet Ha'asah. Ubanisa Sham Mizbeach V'Shalokech HaMizbeach Avamim. Avon, the tournament stone finds the first
Welcome back to 10 Minutes of Shop. Thanks for tuning in. As always, join the Patreon, join the Reddit, join the Discord. On the Patreon, you get early access of this show. But that is not why you're here, Daddy. You're here to watch 10 Minutes of Shop. So let's go ahead and start the timer. Play the jump clip. Alrighty, dude. As you can tell, I'm ready. I got Mr. Whole Foods. Sorry. Oh, dear. I'm an asshole. I was going to say, yeah, look at my hat. I got my name of the water. Oh, yeah, dude. That hat is perfect for the show, dude. You're the thick boy waters. I got that thick boy jelly donut on my shirt. For the name of the water. How deep are you in the water? So I can show you exactly how deep I am. By the way, this is 114 people. 10 toes. Yeah. I'm balls deep into the water. I swear to God. I forgot about balls deep. Dude, look at that. I mean, this is redacted because I made one of the greatest things. This is something I posted on the chains. I posted it. I didn't just posted it yourself. I posted it. I didn't know they did that. So I was like, dude, I worked way long one night making Joe Rogan hump over and over again with the cut and salad thing. And it wasn't even that made me want to post it, dude. You know what made me want to post it, dude? Is this moment at the end where I have Joe Rogan singing carne asada. This right here, dude. That right there, dude. I was like, I was in this shit. I mean, Shanks just makes like art, you know, it's like it makes you want to do art and go deep. You know, like you get into it and you're like, how do I make Joe Rogan sing the song that I'm at? You know, that's why I've been a lot of chefs that relate to you. You're a chef pretty much. And it don't matter. Obviously, but I never said I matter. But Bobby, the Bobby Dumbledore, but I never said I mattered. But I do appreciate the kind words people are saying. And guess what, dude? I never thought I would like working the fryers. Yeah, but I will say I do enjoy it. And does anybody understand? It doesn't matter. No, that kind of. No. I mean, I saw the comments too. I mean, of course, I never read them, but I saw them. And they were so nice. I don't know if we talked about this before, but I want to thank the Reddit. What they say about you guys is not true. No, I mean, sure, some of you are evil. Like, most of you are good guys. What does he say? Oh, it's because they're all sad. We're all sad. You're all sad, and like a lot of you, it's because like, look, we did it like Bradshaw, Ryder, and like he burned all that. Okay, he kicked the trucks away, and you know he's got a big house in Texas. Good, like over here, huge, like Adonis, and plus he was in the NFL and all that stuff. But at the end of the day, it's like you guys are haters and you don't count. And he's on fire. So, what are you gonna do, Nate? I started saying that to people that piss me off. What are you gonna do, Nate? I do want to say to the moderators because they've been highlighting my shit every week, dude. Oh, they've been. So now I know what I do with bad song because I'm how fun. But you guys, and so the first post we got here is Bust My Dog, and it's an opinion piece. First time I've seen an opinion piece on Chang's, dude. You know, op-ed? Right. Opinion, I can't be the only one. You want to read this here? Okay, go for it. Mexican is making fun of Papa is what united us all. Regard, completely delusional, with an unbelievable amount of moments failing in epically embarrassing ways. He gives us in this kitchen the finest ingredients to cook delicious dishes for all of us to enjoy. Mexican, on the other hand, has absolutely nothing about her. She's unbelievably boring and pedestrian. I can appreciate the tradition in the menu, but you try to create the same level of flavors using poor quality produce and ingredients. Like many, I've enjoyed this for years, but it's been hard to keep coming back regularly, only to see more and more of her moon face feed. It feels like I'm now eating a day-old restore daily Chinese food, worked down to get rid of it. Consider myself. You think this? Yes. I mean, this is probably one of the reasons why we stopped. not a Mexican.
that
Yeah.
fired
Let me
at
tell you
him down
something. Bro, it's
by
like,
shoving his knee down.
bro,
Stuck on his back on a post under him.
here's what I'm saying. Okay.
I
I understand what this Jeff is doing. He's smart. He's playing 4D chess. Okay? You and me, we're the same guy. We don't want to see the sub, not because we have a problem with Mexico. There's not a Mexican problem here. The issue is that we don't want to see her get destroyed on the sub person, like a family member. We prefer not to straw out in the comments, children. Like, so he's doing. She didn't fight the heavyweight class. She can't take it. True, yeah, she's not the one flipping drugs or selling drugs. She did get 1.1 on IMDb. She didn't have anything to do with the Gringo Poppy other than probably lies. Like crop out the ugly. Her mother knows no English. Whatsoever. But it's 40. He's just trying to be like, hey, let's stop doing it all the time, right? Because we want to focus on the podcast. We discuss the podcast here. I don't particularly enjoy having to tiptoe around memes of ass. When I'm in the break room, I don't want to see girls' ass. It's not work at PFJ.
What happened to fire?
That's
The
damn
dominant
fire.
fire apparently,
Actually, that's not what I want to do.
that's what it means. But
anyways, you get it. You get it.
Seeking the lavos, those getting spark. Remember most grabbing was the gap spark.
My man cut by before he goes to work.
On his gap the Papa Sinner a little bit different.
Influencer, I mean, I guess it's just the thing. Influencer, you do these kinds of things. Is it my company? No. I like this next one's posted by Bob. I forgot how to say that, but shots fired at Reed with her that I'm not necessarily in favor of automatic voice inductions. I think that we don't necessarily want. My issue is they should be much more willing to pull the trigger on a point deduction. And the idea that whereas guys are just moving their heads into people's fingers does not strike me as the strongest analysis I've ever heard. So I'm gonna tweet her and then say, hey, jokester.
It's like, that's why we made a rule that guys just can't take their piece out in front of chicks casually or randomly unless you're Brian Kelly, because it doesn't matter the accidental intent or anything.
I said the randomness is what makes it so funny. It's like a stretch. It's such a huge stretch. It's you think this can piss off Luke, maybe. That's far into the bit, away from what they're talking about. Right, it's like, I got one. Dude, if Luke gets a replacement, they've got to be working at PFJ. Hopefully, they're going to continue the tradition.
Oh my God, it just happened to be no, that's inappropriate, bro.
Man, that's a face that you think. Wiggles
Yeah,
and jumps. I love how happy he is. Yeah.
I will see her later. This is the retirement tour. Okay,
I just come back. And it says that's
so
what.
funny when he
On
goes,
the
yeah,
house,
she's strong.
I don't know if people are applying those meals to see. It's like, how many
already
people
got
come back
this.
to you know exactly? What
It's
now?
his accent. It's into him. He's already smiling. He can tell.
Everybody else stays above them.
He
Everyone else
changes.
is
He likes them.
in diaspora. We had a good life.
I don't know if you saw this video. I watched something also, and to live it here too. We don't need to watch that, do we? I went on the YouTube after I wrote why a dash hater, or not dash, a push hater, get hater, be hater. That's fun. That's a great video. Tozy breaks down This truck getting griffed by Iggy Fresh. Go check out that Tozy. Comedians or podcasters just gotta run a Cargy Boys that seem legit. Yeah, Tozy, bro. What's the over-under on Papa calling out the Tozy by name? I'm gonna say 0. I wish he would. Here's my argument. Tozy pause. That's true. He's a big name, and he talked about Steve will do it, but who's big? Steve will do it or Tozy? I mean, maybe for the younger generations of Tozy.
Social media, this isn't real.
You're right, it's also not real. Yeah. Steve will do it, probably one of the most important entertainers of this generation. So it's still out. Probably gonna be dead. Alright, let's see what else we got here. A pre-new 930 posted this one. Our boys didn't get the invite. By the way, I see. Let's see. What is the thing they called me out for? Oh, I forget, dude. Let's see what else we got here. I didn't know this one. Our boys didn't get the invite. Meaning Shop and Cal. And then I've seen other social media, it's not real, but I saw on social media humiliation ritual. You know, what you mean? Is that his wife? I would assume it's on the right as his wife.
You also have an
I think so.
She's single.
Yeah, it's just weird. It's never seen. I mean, I guess you mean the president. That's the one thing where you're gonna bring the family to get a picture of the president, right? Yeah. I bet people talked about this before, but Lincoln was gonna say it. Lincoln has been mentioned, probably right. He's like, this is a company.
Blood was for the suffering for wine.
He's like, fuck, I'm the closest to ghost here in FT. He's gonna fuck me. He's gonna fuck me. That's what Lincoln said. Just thinking, I was gonna fuck him. Just trying to look at him in the eye when he's thinking about this. I was thinking of the bit, the perfect bit for fucking Abraham Lincoln's face. Here's what Abraham Lincoln's thinking. Christ. Then I get fucked in the mouth by throwing your balls. Alright, let's see what else we got.
Ultimately, again,
That would probably be the funniest thing to do when you walk in the girls is just pump the shit out of a bust of. Yeah, it's like almost too funny. It actually is funny. It's too funny for him to do. He's put him in a stool. But you go into the Oval Office, you're like, hey, look at this trick. What is it? I'm just proclamation in this thing. I'm Bill Clinton, you're it. Let's see here. Next one is posted by Fill Your Guts. He's doing this. I didn't really understand this. Did you understand? I mean, the thing is, AWE. I just wish you would keep your shirt on. But that said, no. I really understand. Yeah. I wish there was something we could do. But unfortunately,
Fancy yourself a fisticuffs.
and when you carry a hammer, everything you see carries. So he's just he seems unhealthy too right here. This is not a good look. I'm worried about it. It doesn't look like he's trying to sell a cologne. Fuck that basketball. He's got like 4 fucking products in his mouth. He's sending his pulling the nip out with a little zin in him. You know? Yeah, he's gotta think about his health more. Yeah, he might need vitamins. Yeah. Maybe. Yeah. Think about it. Let's see here. Empire of the Cat, my post. Drenagesty. Shout out to you guys for liking it. Here we go. Man, posted by Turk Exclusive 3. Hopefully this is his politics show because he goes Bob. Let's see here. I'm not even saying it's bad. I'm just saying.
Speaking a little bit more about.
I'd be lying if I told you I cared much. All right, here's Michael Irvin. Oh, here's Bert Kreischer. Look at Bert. Does he have a drink in his hand? This fucking drunk. Loud mouth. You gotta start crying and taking your shirt off, you fucking overweight oaf. He's drinking water too. Talking about you on fucking TV. talking to Bert at all. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, they cucked Bert on this movie and shit. Look at Bert, mouth breathing. You gonna start crying, you fucking oaf. Took off that like a drunk Shrek with no charisma. Yep. God forbid you get liquid death. It's fucking dude. They didn't get one word for that fucking oaf. Oh, he calls him an oaf. Oaf is funny. I like that. I really like that impersonation. That was good. I never thought of that. Hell yeah. Great job, Silly Skulls. Hell yeah. They didn't get shit from him. Fuck yeah. Yes. Hell yeah. They're like, yo, I want to hear from everyone in this group circle except for this fat motherfucker. Yes. That's it. Fuck yeah. Oh, I wish I knew what the cause. Nice right hand there from Power 1 2, especially the right hand there from oh god. I'm fucking this up, y'all. I was too busy just hating on Bert. I mean, I'm gonna guess what it was Joshua, Bret and Jake Paul fight and some sort of media thing. I'm talking more about like distaste for where does it come from? Yeah. What's the origin story? On social media, this is it. Yeah, it might be social media, but you basically tell them to
then you could go in and check the carbohydrates.
I guess
But
that
when
means
it's there, it's
fuck
not
off.
intact. And therefore,
That's
against
the
the
narrative.
emergency coming back, you may not check the
I would.
So
That's funny.
Sadak
Like the
Allah,
fight.
manufacturing, you may
Yeah, I
check
mean,
the
Bert is just one of those
Allah
guys that
on
makes
his
everyone
back,
hate
when his back is
because
fully
he's so
intact. But
obnoxious.
if his back is
Yeah.
not intact,
So,
any
what do you think
carbohydrates that
Bert
ultimately
is?
be checked
What do you
there,
think Bert's reaction to all
the carbohydrates will be possible. Others, so let's say not for this, he said any crowd, whenever you'll see her, you're like, I know, this. He said, I'm any crowd, you stand up and do that. Oh, that's the possible. That's the concept that God was looking for. So let's say, so this is such a different
Maybe that would be so fun. I hope so. Yeah. I hope it's just when he was like, dude, Rogue called me and he said that Bear was talking shit, but then it wasn't Bear and it wasn't Anastasia Pell. Oh yeah, God knows. Alright, so this one's supposed to be Texas. Is there a son 187? It's dicey. It's a picture of Jeffrey Epstein. Oh shit, is that Crystal Lee? Oh wow. This island called like do they have Snapchat there? Oh yeah, dude. I'm glad you said that. Let's go to the comments really quick. These comments are making me mad. Talk about birds of a feather traffic the underage together. We got some poets in the kitchen right now, dude. Oh really, dude? Life rapes. Oh really, dude? Wait, there's like a couple good ones. There's another with the secret sex cabal. The traffic's underage girls. Oh really, dude? And then his famous doesn't exist. Hollywood's full of great guys. Like that's where the oh really, dude comes from. You know that? Yeah, it's like oh really, that happened. Yeah, right. Here we go. This is the one I uploaded to. The flightbox go away, right? Oh, that's good. It's again more tragic. Shout out to Tragic Mike. Great profile picture too, by the way. Let's just highlight that really quick. Looks a lot like the guy in the elephant ring. Oh yeah, Toro dude.
Consecrated status.
That's how famous he is. It's like that guy, the one that does this stuff. He has a podcast. That works a lot. Let's see.
Therefore, God says it's only carbonates that are shifted. That's because hustle when his back is damaged. But other carbonates are sanctified. Animals are sanctified, but it's still alive. Are totally fine. You just have to wait for what? Just wait for what?
First of all, let me just
bring this back to be repaired. The Yochanan says no. Both shooting as well as animals that are consecrated at the time that his back is hit. Ultimately, again, you're only possible after
so my husband at 9
what is it about? Fashion kind of already spoiled a little bit. None of that. That's that living animals cannot be missing.
Okay, so when the sexy window closes exactly at 10 p.m.,
right? You see it like one of the
yeah, not the Ice Age in you.
Yes.
what's sexy about getting too?
And that's
Is this like a window into their excellent?
so therefore, bodily
That's I never even think about it. Yeah, but that's
overly concentrated cannot be used.
yeah. She's
Cannot
like,
be set aside for sacrificial use. Only split is covered to be set aside for
the
sacrificial use.
tickling is sort of
No, bodily
mature.
The
It's
Yochanan
very
says, no,
like
not true. Allah from the mindset, even living
was that
animals
fun walk?
can be set aside for animals. You think
I
of
mean,
Yochanan,
who?
if you have an animal
Why would
designated
they
as a
film
carbon,
this?
the problem
Like
is what?
that
The
part of
problem
it's
is what?
just
There
kind of
is no
dumb.
place, there is
Goofy.
nowhere to offer up that
Is there?
carbon.
It's how
Why
smart
is
they
there
are.
nowhere to
It
offer
would
up
be
that
funny if
carbon?
she was like
Because
giving
Allah
him a
will
lap dance.
Because there she
Fall asleep at 10
So
p.m.
myself, we're done. The animal is set aside for that. Fine, my point is, we're not
I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't
so
know how to
basically,
make
really,
this
the
work.
cash flow,
I'm
all
not
our
sure there's
culture
a way.
and stuff, how you have
It's pretty bad. It's a horrible start. And then I get the joke. He's tired, so he fell asleep. That part is probably the strongest part of it. It's not
Absolutely,
yeah. It's
the
like
organ is gas.
maybe just make it a
The organ is gas. So gas is
ambiguous
so
as
the
to what
actual
kind
that
of time it is.
national program
He's saying
Shalopa no
Kadisa,
Go. So that she says so here, there's nothing here. That
and she is sad because he wants to go see her the rest of the trip. Okay, so
Code them
it's
similar
impossible to make funny. Yeah, no, I don't get it. Yeah.
So what happens?
You
If
try.
you have any
Yeah.
color
Or maybe
cards,
he's
show how you actually live the hand is there.
and
So
then
give
falls asleep with your
that's covered before this
Yeah,
gas is
maybe there could be something funny. You raise a good thing like this very strange. It's like a kitty.
against that.
I don't know why he did that. What does that have to do with? And why would he be like, hey, do you want,
At a time
would
like
you,
what?
if you're cheating, would you
There
want your
was no
husband to
missteps.
do
This is more
Would you want
There's
to
no
fuck
misstep. You consecrate the animals before the misstep was built. Right? So what is the Bible say? The animal is muscle.
Well, I look
The
forward
Bible
to
says supports the
it. As
milk
much
of
here.
the Father
Sponsored by Caterpillar Hot
against the
7539,
lab, he says,
one of
no,
our
it's
guys.
only
Talked
shooting
about
around
archery for
but Father
years. I didn't know this existed. And that's just a funny picture right there. It's a picture of him actually as a kid.
The Gemara says,
Wow,
Livnia,
it's like a mature
Livnia,
6-year-old.
B'chuyin
He would shoot it like that too, like that looking where he's aiming.
We're ultimately again,
It's hilarious. It's a very British job.
built
Alright,
the
let's see
music
what else we got here.
Ow!
Hey, you just shot me.
First couple of wines
Oh no, high school bro.
says,
Baba, Baba, get it. Oh, don't kill me. And it's in your leg. Okay, I get it.
these
This one's supposed to be a handsome black man.
there was
No one's done more for the sport of boxing than Jake Paul in the last 15 years. Mr. Flip Flop Shaw. So I don't know what the first thing was, but I'm
What are we
assuming it's
talking about over here?
yeah, probably opposite.
We're talking about over here is that ultimately again, Carbonos that was central. Actually, the point that was
I'm laughing because
for example,
he's filming, he's doing the thing that we all do
essentially
when we're filming ourselves,
what we're talking about
or
over
at
here
least us
is that if you have a carbon
polished, right?
you have a carbon that
Where
was
you are holding it
while
and you go too long in the beginning before you start talking. What he leaves in it is, of course, he does. Right. And it's so like nobody wants to hear this. This is not. Who is this for? Nobody. Maybe James audience.
Because
Nobody
remember
cares.
again,
But he's gonna film himself talking about how Jake Paul is really
in
important for
between
boxing.
by I'm saying like the company is gonna have an AAR card by the time but then the movie is
Also,
you have
this
an
is
animal that
definitely the face. I was like,
There's
ideas
like
for the
here's
YouTube
the
channel.
problem.
This is
Carbonos
correct.
in jail.
There's
There's no such thing as the ability to
not
offer
hearing something else. It's a cool story. Don't kill me. We're doing it.
Like there's no such thing as the
Yeah,
ability
Terrence
to
was
go
like, oh,
ahead
what's our,
and do that.
are you cheap with big tits?
There's a system of
Are you cheap with big tits? Type of stuff.
After nitkam ham is der
Oh, it's didn't shut the fuck up.
So the Gemara says, no, what's this? The case over here
Okay,
is
that's a
where
great idea. Are you
animals
6 foot? Yeah,
before
count. Yeah, how tall you are matters. I guess that makes me
and what happens. The African nitkam ham is there. And then there's the African.
Let's take those this is a pause here.
So the price seems very clearly
Yeah, that's a
mainly
pregnant
that's
pause there.
that Allah from the nice stuff, Ba'ali Kayyid, and even
Here's the
and
one
even
thing
if you have a
nobody
carbon,
realizes
ultimately
about
again,
Jake Paul.
even if you have a
Say
carbon,
what you want about him when it
even
comes
if
to
you have a
fighting
carbon,
and last
that
night's
ultimately was alive. But halacha l'maisa required mizbeach the parts of your arm again. I don't understand. The road to Lutzik stuff. There's a very easy way to do it. We've already spoken about this stuff. And one of the easy resolutions of us at this price is to say, beginning with the business carbon was so much as well as the price to the price. The price is not talking about a case of the animal, which is simply consequent. And then the exact was shipped, and now the price is saying that we're talking about a case where what? Where the carbon itself was shifted. That the carbon was shifted, and then ultimately again,
I got this far. It's the and let's say that what my hot intern does my name for the YouTube channel. I'll go, you go.
So ultimately again, the carbon was
And he says 15 years because that's as high as they can count.
reaction.
I mean, one bit rather was pretty bad.
Yeah,
I said, is it 15 years of Paul? I guess. Has he been doing boxing for 15 years? Probably less than that, right?
What's the focus? Is that becomes chipped. Yes, Rab says any carbon
for 15 years because I'm in the show. It's been way too long. Yeah, I don't think it's 15 years. That's suspect math.
Why? Because when the carbon is dressed up and right managed and ready to be offered, and there's no mistake. There's no suitable mistake.
He wants to make points like a clever guy.
It says,
You know, someone's good at broadcasting, but he can't do it. That's what's fun.
During the time that
It's
the
always
staff
going to be
is
something crazy
unusable,
like that. I'll go.
also possible. It's a fundamental machlokes of Yochanan and Rab. I'm saying that the nature of the machlokes ultimately is in the concept of Ba'alei Chayin Nidchi. Can living carbonos be set aside for values because of external circumstance or not? Rab says no, therefore this halacha only has the shudim, but Yochanan says yes. But one second, this is an interesting.
No, not even that, because that was like, I was at a wedding party when that fight happened, the cut her hair.
Not there.
So that could have been 15 years. Right. It was 2019? Yes. Yeah, 17 or 18. Yeah, that makes sense. And maybe just living with those shoes too. I remember going to a bar and like that. Well, here's the thing with him. He's making it sound like none of that ever happened. It's only taken. It's not funny. So when you go,
again,
so
you can offer up Ketoras
oh yeah, big
on
deal.
the
My
spot
brother was at
of
50 years
the
ago in
staff.
his world. He's living on dog years, right?
This
It's
is
100
wild.
years
So
ago.
literally again, the Gemara saying,
Do it, fucking
that for some reason there is no inner or incense there. You still offer up Ketoras where? On the floor, on the spot of the Mizbeach itself. Now, we'll say, why is this a point for us? Because this totally changes the previous discussion. Because we would assume whatever applies to the inner Mizbeach also applies to us. To the outer Mizbeach. If that's the case, then what are we effectively saying? That, forget it out, ship Mizbeach. It would appear that what? Even if you don't have that all, you can actually go ahead and offer carbonos in the spot that the Mizbeach itself stood. Incredible. Incredible. So the Gemara says,
I like that's what I like about Brennan. He'll say even a few years Jack Doherty is doing boxing, he'll say the same thing about that. Shrimp. Jack Doherty, say what you want about Jack Doherty. He's the most important thing there is. That's like randomly, oh, thanks for telling us how important that fucking demon is. Mr. Holmes.
Animal sacrifice.
Well, yeah, I like how you try to change the narrative, but I just told you the truth. That's
Even
yeah, all right. We'll just cut that part out. But this one's posted by Dave Oz 66. Someone's been hanging out with Baba too much. Hashtag irony. Oh, hit the button, please. Hit the right button.
Which require blood application. Require what?
Social
An
media is fake.
actual Hakanami mode that so you can wrap with a real here halacha l'maisa for animal sacrifices you do actually use this gap itself.
Pictures of the White House
What
camera.
happened?
And they saw
Somebody
all
has
the
to what you should get that.
pause. I don't understand why they do that because it's so unattractive. Not her specifically, she's fine. But just to do the lip injection thing, like, I really don't get it. That's for wow. I hate that. There must be guys out there that like it. Oh, yeah, so this is the picture right here, dude. This is basically chains right here. This is a picture that put on the New York Times and lip injection. Oh, that's what that is. Yeah. They do it like so often to like evenly space out lip injections. But Papa's like, just give it to her.
כמזבח
This is a
הנוצרות
man
של
doing
לפני
it. It's like, I
השם,
don't even.
חתון
It's
להכיל
like I
את
can't even
האובר, ואת
wrap
המנחה
my head around
ואת
that
כל
much.
השם.
Yeah.
Because
Let's see here.
מזבח
Yes, you can. Okay, that's a
literally
approach.
top of
Oh
the
my God, dude.
מזבח הפיצה.
But Beast Man, random Asian guy. You know, it's easy to hate
small
Papa, dude.
to go ahead
Like,
and
hating Bert Kreischer, you
accommodate
gotta
all
really
the
be
people,
dedicated to this shit.
the mincha,
You gotta
and the
fucking care.
But the person seems to be
I think maybe because he's part of the Rogan share. Like the biggest Kadoosh is like
sounds
that
like
list that we showed last week. Like the best comics of the 2000s. And like none of the Rogan
even
shares on.
beyond
That's
the
funny. I didn't realize that. That's hilarious. They're not even
inside
like,
the base of
how
it,
long does
but
the
beyond
list
the
go?
confines of the why?
So it's not that big a list. But still,
Small
they're
to
acting as
accommodate all of the
That's true.
concerns that Omar
They're well, you know,
was bringing.
that's just
Now,
haters
with
being
that
in
message,
because,
let's
you know,
jump back
Rogan,
to this time.
he's the best.
ביום ההוא שם על
We already know he's the best just because
that day, Shlomo HaMelech was
Billboard
doing
magazine is mostly
Shlomo
internet, and like everyone you know doesn't think that. I don't read Billboard magazine. Yeah, I don't listen to what normal people have to say, right? Yeah.
Because it's telling me that he did it.
I'll
Why
read
did
comments
he do it?
from here.
Because it's creating science. But if the
Well,
process
this is
is
when
did
you
it
come
right,
in and post
and
this.
he's there, now
Thanks.
this is
Yeah,
Gemara. Sha'asa Moshe,
Imagine you're on a plane with both White Cummings and Bert Kreischer. You're like, I love you guys. And then get on the flight with like, so, Omar or Fontana or whatever his name is. What was that guy's name?
has a mizbeach.
Mohammed
It's
Atta.
mizbeach of Moshe
I said
Rabbeinu.
Omar
What's the
Fontana.
problem?
Hopefully that's
It's
not a
going to
real
be too
person.
small.
We had that's one of our fans.
Mass offerings.
Those two funny to edit, dude. That's great.
He was published the entire courtyard area, so as to make it sound like the upper performance in that space as well. So watch this. He was there to show us a Moshe Kotelachir. Word Sabon Ilani. And he says literally, this person is to be understood explicitly as it is.
Don't create your awful content around me. Like I'm one of the passengers. Can't you all just like sit still for a fucking flight? Why are you doing all this shit? Not only is he snoring, but you're also like standing over and filming all this. Right. Hey, do I gotta sit next to this guy while he's fake snoring? Am I gonna be in this video?
So what
I don't wanna
happened?
be in this. Fuck.
So the Gemara says over here, the
The guy on the left is like, listen, I have my own channel. Like, I can't. I have an internet presence, guy. I don't want to
Listen,
be
this
in
is
this.
wild. What you think that
This is
Shlomo
bad.
HaMelech
You guys are cringe.
the entire floor area of the courtyard to have this mizbeach status. So the entire field, I know you should understand, this is major level. This is such an incredible ripple effect. Levels. The shining light is going to become one. Who is able to go into the courtyard? What are you able to do in the courtyard? Yes. Go ahead and read it on the side. But the point is that he said, run to someone. Literally, Shlomo HaMelech was Mekadosh the mitzvah. He literally consecrated and sanctified the entire floor of the Azara. L'shem is there. In order to be honest with the Shahaya has got Katan, Yachil Olos to ownership. People that come to for us, this is what we tell you.
Oh no, Jelly Roll is scrolling TikTok like he always does. He comes across this.
Yeah, what we said about of all of the Kabbalah being offered up.
When you come and when you finally
this was not an ongoing. This was a one-time.
Almost funnier than my sister Hot Pocket.
This was a dedication. This wasn't on an ongoing level. This was just fun. The volume of Kabbalah and dedication there. The Kabbalah and the type of Kabbalah. Fine. Yossi says to that problem. And before you turn the page, go back. Right? Look at the last action. When it comes to the Mizbeach that Moshe Rabbeinu made, but doesn't it always say, Elef Olos Ya'ale Shlomo Ala Mizbeach Avi? So also the Pasuk says, Shlomo Amalek will offer up 1,000 Olos on the Mizbeach. Be'ilu b'beis Olalim B'omer, Vayizbach Shlomo Es Zevach Hashem, Hashem Zevach Hashem, Bakar Eskim Ushnayim Elef. Now listen to this. The Pasuk also says that Vayizbach Shlomo Amalek will offer up Zevach Hashem, Hashem Zevach Hashem, Bakar Eskim Ushnayim. Now that Pasuk that was also going to come along now goes on to discuss the sheer volume of Kabbalah. So just look at the Pasuk in its entirety. Vayizbach Shlomo. Vayizbach Shlomo. Es Zevach Hashem, Zevach Hashem, Bakar Eskim Ushnayim. Son Meir ve'Esrim Elef. So let's say this on
He's watching a cooking show, so what?
of the Mishnah. So we offered this table of 140,000
The fans are gonna love these watching this cooking show.
140,000.
That guy's Asian.
So let's say staggering.
No, we're not
What it tells you what?
redacted.
It tells you what?
It says we'll go.
Right?
It's his friends.
That is a lot of lives.
I wish I'd known
That's
that.
a lot of lives stuff. So it's kind of watch this. So now we know the Torah. So remember the first one. It says Elef Olos Ya'ale Shlomo. The Torah was able to offer up 1,000 karbanos on the day. Now they had the congregation offered up 142,000. The Sisha'atam Ma'aviyah Lekmech Olos. U'Nemiyos Amos. Zeh Godol Zeh. Ultimately, again, we'll say, lastly,
I'm laughing at that.
which is just not the way to do it. But the point is, would have been more than enough to accommodate the economic flow. For Shlomo, sacrificial use. So now we have my focus. Rabbi Yossi and Rabbi Yehuda says, "Baruch Saban." Literally again, the concept of what I want to point out. What Rabbi Yehuda has going on is as follows, which is that the concept says that Vayomo Shamalach Kocha says, "Mizbeach Katan Me'achir." Literally again, the concept says Shamalach consecrated before, and Mizbeach ultimately again is too small for coming. This is a pasuk from Navi. I'm going to take the pasuk at its face. Shamalach consecrated before the Azara, but there wasn't enough to make the Azara. The answer says no, it's not true. Mizbeach was large enough to accommodate. Ultimately, again, what they needed for the consecration day. So if you have Yossi, what do you do with the pasuk? What do you do with the pasuk that says that Shlomo was mekadesh the Yitzchak because the Mizbeach was too small? Which Yossi will say. So the Gemara says, Elo Mahu. Also, in the New Testament, there is 6 like that. Elo Mahu Kataneach. So what does the New One says? That the Mizbeach was multiple times. It's actually very interesting. The Adam HaOmer LeAveiro Loni Nayasim Ukasal Avoda. We'll say, much to this, we like someone who says his friend is a midget, and understanding from based on that, then Allah for the life is possible from Avoda. So the much to look at Rashi says over here, Adam Shomer LeAveiro, the Adam Shomer. What's it? Allah for the
$90 million.
Yes,
You're trusting Brendan Shaw. I'm not. As I'm laughing at the idea of that. I like Shaw is like his brain is so worrisome. I think they both made like $2 million. Like he's a fucking so stupid. $90 million.
you would think the person is in
That can't be what it
Yes,
is.
it's probably depends on what
I know I say that I exaggerate, but come on.
But the
I
idea is that
don't
sometimes
what?
to make a statement from that
$90 million
for others.
That's your guess, you
You wouldn't say
stupid
to
goon.
someone from the
Oh
other.
my god.
They say, oh, it's funny, it's
Yeah,
funny,
that's
bananas,
what it
funny,
sounds like.
images.
He's
And
like, dude,
first
they
from
fucking,
that
I think
is
they
that
both made
what?
like $1
Okay,
billion.
you can't ultimately do
His
the
co-host,
other.
that's like the kind of thing where they're like,
look at that. She,
There's
the other
producers
some of the career. I'm talking to my friend
Brendan
regarding
Mann
someone, but other
2 billion, then he plays it
is
off like
someone
it's a
ultimately again
Johannes
is
fucking
possible
movie.
for the other.
He doesn't care about
Not
anything.
us from.
Bobby
Listen to my
is
audio.
one of my closest
It's a
friends.
nice way to say.
It's
Although
so
I'm
funny
a
to
so
have this
funny.
much,
You never want to see another
this
person.
many shows, this
Another
much
person is possible. So
fame
instead
and
of I want to say it's possible.
money and
Say
power
to
and all
the
that.
nifsa
You
level.
care this little about what you
Say
do.
lav maskana the adam owner. Ella that you see kamera.
He
But
doesn't give a
also
fuck.
but also
He truly does not care. It's amazing.
Sometimes
Sometimes you just gotta sit back and be like, wow, that's fucking crazy.
And what the concept is saying is that ultimately again, his death of Moshe would not ultimately
Wrong, you stupid elephant.
on the day of his possibility. But going forward, it wouldn't be enough to
And he's like a stupid
so instead
baboon.
of going ahead and saying
He's
that his death
an
of
animal
Moshe
in the
is
zoo, and he's
also
not even an animal in the zoo because there's like someone trained in the zoo.
by the way, he is an alpha Hotzer. He's back on a coaches as her pay Hashem. Hotzer may have to. So instead of saying ultimately again,
They made 92 million reflection. That's funny to have the thing over under.
at the end of
Because it's just like I stand by what I said.
Joshua faces a significant technical around 66 million as a human. Right? They decided anymore. Instead, because it just wasn't nice so much. You know what? It was just too small for it. It's just too small. Too small. Now, was it too small one time? Was it too small? I said the real answer is no. But you don't want to say we're decommissioning the Mizbeach of Moshe. That's the thing. We're decommissioning the Mizbeach of Moshe. You don't want to say this. It's like you can say, you know what? Something that could accommodate more people. Something that could accommodate the bigger flow. But the fact that the OG says, factually, the Mizbeach of Moshe was enough, we just didn't want to say it's possible for the Kuna instead we say we don't want to understand, right? I don't want to say that I'm building a new Mizbeach because I don't want to use the Mizbeach of Moshe. So instead we say they could accommodate a greater carbonic level. The OG says, but when we're factually honest, the Mizbeach of Moshe it was in fact larger. So what's this is just quite fascinating in general because this is a fundamental historical mathematics.
It's a different.
And Rabbi Yehuda, just about the size of his neck, as we're going to see. For which the Gemara says, Rabbi Yehuda, Shape, Kamer, Rabbi Yossi. Rabbi Yehuda, I, Rabbi Yossi, saying good. Rabbi Yehuda, Tamei, Darum, Zech, Shasa, Moshe, Gadol, Hayah. So Yehuda goes back to the says, that ultimately is true. His back of Moshe, was in fact large. This time, Yochamesh, Amos, Ola. The Chamesh, Amos, Rocha. Garm, Kip, Zavan, the Rabbi Yossi. So the says, by the Mizbeach. It was 5 amos in length, 5 amos in width. These are the in front of Rabbi Yossi in the same dimensions. Rabbi Yehuda Omer, Ne'emar Chaim. We'll say it says over here, whenever Lahalon or Rabua, and it says over there that these gaps. We'll say by the way, that we weren't going to compare these gaps to the prophetic vision of the past. So it says over here, by the Mizbeach of Moshe Rabbeinu was to be seen. This is by a festival to be square as well. Man lahalon me'em si'iso hayamod. Just like by a festival, ultimately again, Mizbeach is this from the center. So too by Moshe Rabbeinu,
Anyways, it was Papa looking like he was about to kick a lake in live, like kick to the face. Yeah, so we're on their page. I think this is the one. So it doesn't necessarily get a lot of likes.
It's in the wider lines of Rashi, like right in the Vahariel, Makom Ma'aracha Mizbeach. I say that was the place in Ma'aracha was the cut, was the pile of wood. So we'll say that area was 12 amos, with whole ruach in every direction. All in the Allah with those areas. So it's only 12 by 12.
That's terrible.
Yeah,
I wouldn't do that with someone with a head injury.
So
Not only that, but I'm talking about like close. Oh yeah, he can take us out like that. Yeah, dude, we'd be different. I'm gonna have to get and then I don't know if you saw this one, this is one of my So as you can see, he's driving. Do you think he goes back? I already know what happens. I watched this all day. Thick boy. By the way, nobody's talking about the resurgence of the thick boy sweater. Oh yeah, right. They still rep that merch. They are. By the way, the coolest truck I've ever seen. Not a bad truck. That's a sick ass truck. Spicy. Why the fuck does he use that truck? He's got T-Rex. That's his favorite one. You know, share that. Talk about it as much as possible. Social media. Yeah, it's true. That social media. This isn't real. Okay, so wait. Also, let the man go to work. Why are you flashing it on me? What is work for him? Is it the podcast? He's
Just like
trying to
we'll say over
search.
there, it's height. It's double its length. I can't Kishan Tarko. So over here again, it's height will be double
Yeah,
its
so that
length.
was the
I'm not doing that. Balok Barnama, but the Hudson already says, Balok Barnama, that's a Hudson there, I'm a Koma Kamishanos. Extra coin only Agano is there, but I both up the other, the color unknown and so you can say, if you go one of these
that is fucking, that's just a Callan word for sure. Eldership. Oh, no, that's a Callan. That's a Dillian. That's a Dillian thing. Yeah, the elders on the podcast. Really? Like, what does that mean? Basically, like,
why there was
it's like a hierarchy. Oh, right. Right. He always wants to group people and separate. You know, you're dead. No, you're fucking out there now, bro. No. So now, like, you can text women for me. Maybe spell shock.
that means that the point is going on top of the people can see it on the outside. Extra coin only the value is actually it's also the point is spinning on top of it there. Doing that older than everyone else.
In reference to him saying the racer.
The Escaliaco, the Masacha, Sure
Cookie lengthiness 60 posts. This one, Chang's employee honors the company values. This on this, yeah. P.F. Chang's waitress arrested in Bellevue after being assaulted by her tip and laundry service.
like the curtains of the walls of the Fata, Masacha, the Masacha was the wall also. Remember, these were all curtain walls. Like the curtain walls of the بس كاي خزر جشا عشان نتفاوض ما مشكل بالعروس
It's a funny thing to yell something so serious when you're mad. That doesn't mean careless. I would probably yell, fuck you. But you know, you fucking shut up, you get the words.
That's the the line Kamisha said El Hakose, Ama Ala Kose, Jason Shai, Masaka Jack from the Rover Kamar, who was the Masaka, not Kamar, Amos, fast there, Umat Kamagoma, the Shalom Amos Kamaso, the fast so big enough as a right now is doing
That's hilarious.
Saw the trunk open. Saw some meat left around. Fell off. I told her. I gotta look into my back seat. We're supposed to have some banh mi sandwiches for lunch today.
I can tell you how much I agree. Bobby, Sandy's, double down, or like let's double up.
They're all destroyed. Raccoons got into my car somehow.
But the Gemara is talking to the just the one problem. Consequence, the line incarnation says, Ama Ela Kosses. My Kamaloma here, Amos, fast there in the line. So listen, the potential remedy is much more real than that. Look at that. Son of our second one. The start of the death in the Mala. The Mala Milan is there, and you go on here, Amos.
My cooler that was inside the trunk.
That the walls of the meter extended 5 amos higher than the top of the scale. So 5 amos.
It's annoying, but it's also
so about 7 feet above the top of the scale.
further investigation, I'm looking at the bumper here. All these marks.
You might come along and
So I'm guessing
Once
these sons of mothers
when the pastor said that it was only 3
climbing
hours,
up in there is like touching the sheep.
so it was only 5 hours a year.
Well, they looked
It
at
was like
that.
20 hours. We come
They
there.
opened the
I
trunk
say sheep in Kamish, Amos Moya, Kamish, Amos Ropa, Ruya, Shalosh, Amos Kama. So here's the problem. Now, how does that work when it's saying? What is the way that the pastor says that the
That's
hiking
not why I
back was 3 hours?
Oh, you should know all this stuff. It's boring. This is boring. Like what you're saying is boring. But you camp all the time. You should know that you should know where to put stuff so it doesn't get stolen by animals. Lock the doors. Maybe don't have your Korean barbecue just hanging out. What the fuck was that? You got just a random pork thing hanging out of a bag? Like, put it in the bag, you stupid idiot. I think it was in the bag.
It's a bag.
But lock the doors. That's like, I don't think they answered the bag. I think Chet is alcoholic. Nut job. He's boring. He's just drunk. He left all his food in the car, and now he's filming a video. Like, this is really impressive, though. Wow, I mean, I'm mad that I lost all the food, and I can't do things. I'm actually impressed with the records. This could be great content for my
what comes out, we're actually going to stop it with the
Is this in Texas? Probably.
It seems to be coming out of the
It's dark.
is that a lot
They'll
of
do
the
anything to get out of that
that
storage
in
unit
fact
for even a minute.
of the walls
Fuck you, Chet.
spend
I'll
five
agree with
almost
the records. Let's
above
them.
the top of the
They're fucking
there. It was a mix of walls.
If I saw raccoons fucking in my car, and then they were eating my food while they were fucking each other, I must be honest, if raccoons finally go like that, they're not gonna fuck.
That the toy needs to be
That would be
walled
kind of
into
funny
the
to see, like
level.
raccoons you see a video, and it's like raccoons like diving on your foot. Is this
We're
Chet's
gonna have
car?
to come back by one to keep it running.
Raccoon penis.
We'll stop over here for today. We're gonna
I would pay raccoons fucking Chet's car.
Alright, but one second.
So I guess you can't, they won't monitor it, they're not interested. I have like more food. Fuck in there. I'm not weird, I don't want to see you guys.
What happens
That's a
if
joke.
you go in and check the carbon?
Joke on him, I'm not gonna watch. But not in front of kind of weird way. I don't want to film it on convenient, but I'm gonna film it. Yeah, I'm sure I'm not gonna film it. Raccoons having sex in Chet's car. That'll be a thing, but I don't do that.
Designated will be like
That social media this is real.
and I'm not soon have
I guess that makes me a big old
soon have production rights as follows.
Chet sucks. Oh, he's like Chet. That video, maybe it's just like.
מזבח שנפגע, ניסו כל הקודשי של שבות במקדש, שעדיין לא נזרק להם. What they got rock is, mizbech was chipped, and
I don't know. For whatever reason, I just want this to be on the It might also be like.
and carbonos that were shepherded, that
I
had
don't mind
not
I got
yet
it wrong. I
had
mind
been
it.
done.
Fucking, they got like.
Ultimately, again, our part of the economics adding in something very important, which is what? This is
of course it looks
it goes without saying that any carbonos was shepherded after the carbon,
Yeah, no,
after
for
the
sure.
shaft was
I don't
shipped.
understand why you
Similarly,
do that.
like that goes without saying,
They're a
but even
camper.
what?
You camp
Things
all
even
the
bigger,
time.
which is
Why is a
even
car
carbonos
that
was
big? I
shifted
guess.
before the mizbeach became shipped, but what? Did not yet have zika done in his there, will be possible as well. Sorry, in Shamizbeach was like Allah. So also making very soon, and if there is not this intact mizbeach for zika purposes, then ultimately again the carbonos will be possible. Sorry, in Shamizbeach was like Allah. The Namar is a factor. I love us. Omosecha v'shamecha. The Lamar Titzbach will always be Kumo Lapar. What's the rest? Therefore, again, the Rambam says, Allah for the medicine number one. Any carbonos which was shechted while the mizbeach was chipped, or even carbonos which was shechted before the mizbeach became chipped, but what did not yet have zrika done, will be possible. Chaf Gimel, have a pudging chayim shal yisrael ba'azal kishenitdam lo nefsus. Any animal which is already consecrated,
That's one
even
thing
if
that sucks all the
consecrated
shit that
at the
we
time of
talked
the
about.
mizbeach
They'll
was
never be cool.
chipped,
They'll never be cool
become
with us.
possible.
So I can't
Ella,
get stuff like that.
כשייפול
It's a big price to pay for
נקרבו
what we do.
שאין בעלי חיים
Okay, so let's look at
because that's
it.
ultimately
It was
again what
also up
happens.
front,
A
posted
lot
by
of
the
us
Music
don't
Valve.
ask in life.
I don't know if you can see yours. That's 20
Ain't
seconds.
Ba'ali
Slow
Chaim.
minute.
So what happens is consecrated
Oh,
in
it's
private
Jojo.
time. That's what.
It's not
That
slow.
was that was
Jojo.
be consecrated before it became
Oh,
chipped. And if it became chipped,
yeah,
also what's the status of the carbon? The status of the carbon.
Tie into
He basically is prepared.
This is my dad's
again,
number.
you'll be able to
His mom
add
not here.
offer it. Listen, I have one more piece. So listen, if we see halacha the mice in the passing like right. That is only kabbalas which are shifted, that ultimately are impacted, but kabbalas which are disconcentrated are not negatively impacted by the ability of the Mahamazah. One more piece, and then we'll go. We'll stop for today. Chav Dalet, get ready for this. This is fascinating. Hikdish behemos actual nibna hamizah. What about a case where I was not dishing carbon before the mizbeach was even built? So let's say today, and now it's like, I believe in the chef so much. I want to buy. I want to have it. I know I can't do anything with it right now, but I just want to buy it, and I want to consecrate it. So I say, so what's the halacha? So it's this famous. Now this is very. This is halacha lisa. I can't say I've got many shadows about this, but I could imagine that a person's. I'm very messianically oriented. I want to go and I want to buy a carbon. I want to buy that. I want to be not the shit now. I know I can't do anything for it, but I want to hold it until the Mashiach comes and says, so can I do it? Take this name actual nifna hamizbeach, kishibana makriven also, shadichui meikara inodichui. We'll say halacha l'maisa, it's okay. We'll say even though we do not pass it, that dichui meikara dichui, we do not say there is going to be again concentrating the animal when it's permanently sets it aside for now.
Everybody's like hugging and they're running and we're crying. It's like, yeah, let's do it. So
but now,
that's and I love their kids and they don't mind. And we've also been on other teams where it's like Tiger gets home run and they're like,
you have to go ahead and
congratulations. And you're like, wait, was that like a legit congratulations or was it like a congratulations? Just do it right. And you can't pick and choose.
consecrate an animal. Now, you know, there is no base hamikdash. When the base hamikdash comes, you have to go.
And who was in there on the first baseman? Should have been a no-hitter. Give up one hit. Should have been 0. I pitched 3 innings, struck out 6. Give up one hit, but it was in the air. So in my book, that's no hitter.
What happened? So we know generally speaking that the karbanos were shafted, the kachim were shafted on the floor of the courtyard. So what happens if someone shafted it? Someone shafted a carbon actually on top of the mizbeach. They took the animal up and they shafted it. Rabbi Yossi says, he will nishkat to the supper. It says if he shafted it in the north, and we'll see in a minute what is that language of evil with that if. So that's Rabbi Yossi's opinion. He says no problem. Because if you shafted on top of the mizbeach, it's just like shafting in the north, and we know that because the Hebrew shafted in the north, Rabbi Yossi says we're good. Rabbi Yossi, Rabbi Yehuda, and Rabbi Yossi here, as Rashi on Amar Beis tells us, is Rabbi Yossi ben Shalapha. Because we'll see, then we have Rabbi Yossi, Rabbi Yehuda. Yossi ben Yehuda says, Omer, Mekatem mizbeach v'adaram daran, Mekatem mizbeach v'adaram k'tzafon. So it says as follows, that it depends where mizbeach you are. If you're on that mizbeach, the southern half of the mizbeach, then it's treated like the southern part of the Adara, and what's the halacha there? We know that all kosher publishing need to be shafted in the north, so therefore it's no good. However, if you're on, if the coin you shafted, the animal was on the northern part of, then it's okay. So that's the Mishnah. Says the Gemara, Amr Abasi, Amr of Yochanan. Abasi said in the name of Yochanan, Omer Chaya Rabbi Yossi, Tulay Mizbeach B'Tzafon. So Abasi brought Rabbi Yochanan, who as Rashi, who kind of throws across a little bit, tells us Gemara near Elul, that he had a Masara, he had a tradition from his Rebbeim, that Rabbi Yossi was of the opinion that the entire Mizbeach was in the north. So the question that the Gemara then wants to deal with is, okay, so if the entire Mizbeach was in the north, then of course you can, it's no problem because you have to shaft in the north and the entire Mizbeach is in the north. So why, if you look at the language of Rabbi Yossi says that if you shaft it on the Mizbeach, it's completely listed to the Suffolk. Because if you shaft it in the north, and the question is, if he holds that the entire Mizbeach was in the north, then it's not as if that's in the north, it is the north. So the Gemara says, "My Kilo, what do you mean as if? If he in fact holds the whole thing is in the north, why is it Kilo?" So the Gemara says, "Mahu Detema, I might have thought that, Al Yara, the Leka, I might have thought you need Al Yarek, and that's not present here, Shamash Milan. Therefore, it's held up that it's still good. What is Al Yarek? So we say it every morning. We say Shachat Ota Yarek HaMizbeach Kapona. So in the Parshat Hamid, so we say that we shafted Al Yarek HaMizbeach, which means on the side of the Mizbeach. So you might think, even though it's true that the entire Mizbeach is in the north, maybe when you shaft it on top of the Mizbeach, it doesn't qualify being on the side of the Mizbeach, and therefore maybe it will be no good. So therefore, it's coming to tell you that when you shaft it on top of the Mizbeach, it's as if you were shafting it on the floor, and it's no problem. You're in the north, and all is good. Okay. Amar Le, Rabbi Yehuda Lervasi. Lervasi brought Rabbi Yochanan saying something about Rabbi Yossi's view. The Zera says Lervasi, Elameata, Rabbi Yossi, Rabbi Yehuda, Hakinami, the Chesed, the Chesed, the Chesed. All right, so he says, according to you, now that you said what you said, that it must be according to Rabbi Yossi, Rabbi Yehuda, that you hold that the Mizbeach what happened with that. How does he arrive at this conclusion? Because it follows. The way that Zera understood what Ravasi said in the name of Yochanan, the same of Yossi, was what did he say that? He said that the Yossi holds that the Mizbeach was entirely in the north. So what the Zera's understanding is that how did he know that it was in the north? He didn't have Rashi to tell him that it was a tradition like a Yossi would keep on the Mizbeach. He said, how did Yossi know it was in the north? He said it must be from our Mishnah. You see that the Yossi says that it's okay if you shaft it on the Mizbeach. And we know that such a case needs to be shafted in the north. So it must be that the Mizbeach was in the north, was entirely in the northern side of the courtyard. Okay, so if you learned it from our Mishnah, so, okay, no problem. So that explains why Rabbi Yossi says that it's okay when it's on top. But then it must, if the basis for understanding why Rabbi Yossi says it was okay because it's all in the north, then Rabbi Yossi, Rabbi Yehuda, who says that if it's in the northern half, it is okay because it's in the north, and if it's the southern half, it's not okay because it's in the south. That's what he would conclude. Just like Rabbi Yossi holds the whole example in the north, must be Rabbi Yossi, Rabbi Yehuda holds that half of his bath is in the north and half in the south. Therefore, if you did it on the northern half, you're good, and if you did it on the southern half, it's not good. So that's what he says. There said to Ravasi, now that you said that we from Mishnah is the source that Rabbi Yossi holds it all in the north, and that's why it's okay. Rabbi Yossi, Rabbi Yehuda, Hakinami, the Chesed, the Chesed, the Chesed, must be that Rabbi Yossi, Rabbi Yehuda holds that in his bath, smack dab in the middle, half in the north and half in the south, and that's why he said that if you shaft in the north, it's good, and if you shaft in the south, it's no good. So the Gemara says that he came a Hakinami. Maybe that is so. Maybe we look the way we knew that Yossi holds it in the north, because anywhere you shaft on his bath is good, and the way Rabbi Yossi, Rabbi Yehuda knew that it was half and half is because it has to be in the north, and only half of the bath was in the north. The Gemara says, but I have a problem. If you tell me that Rabbi Yossi, Rabbi Yehuda holds that the Mizbeach was split half and half, well, Aki the Amish Mishmei of Yochanan, you yourself, Ravasi, say in the name of Rabbi Yochanan, Modi, Rabbi Yossi, Rabbi Yehuda, Shimshaftan Kinegdam Bakarka Psula. Says, you yourself, say in the name of Rabbi Yochanan, that Rabbi Yossi, Rabbi Yehuda is admit that if you check it, connect them to Karka place that we're talking about, where if you checked it in the place where the back itself sits. Now you might ask, how on earth do you check on the part where the Mizbeach is? See, tomorrow we'll talk about that. But in any event, it says if you check on the ground where the Mizbeach is, it's puzzle. So why that? Because if you understood that he held that half of the Mizbeach was in the north and south, so if somehow you could check underneath the Mizbeach, couldn't it be that the northern part of underneath the Mizbeach is good and the southern part is no good? From the fact that Rabbi Yossi Yehuda says that if you check on the ground of the where the Mizbeach is, that it's puzzle, it must mean that he holds the whole thing is in the south. So if you understand, if we're learning from our Mishnah of Yossi Halakha that it's all in the north and south, and that the Mizbeach was half and half north and south, but yet we have Halakha that tells you if you check underneath the Mizbeach or the area underneath the Mizbeach, that it's all puzzle, shows that he holds the full thing is in the south. So the question is, does Rabbi Yossi Yehuda hold the Mizbeach was half on the south, or because behold, it was all in the south. So we have a shira. Amalei, the Rasi said back to the Zera. Happy Talmud of Yochanan. The Yochanan actually, unlike what you were saying, is that the way that it's not from our Mishnah that we learned, that Rav Yochanan learned that Rav Yoshi holds that the whole Mizbeach was in the north. It was a tradition he had from his Rebbeim. So then, if so we're saying our Mishnah is not a machloket about where the Mizbeach was located. Our Mishnah is about something else. It says, both of them were dashing a single pasuk, because the pasuk says in Shemos, Mizbeach Adama Pasuk, make a Mizbeach Adama, a Mizbeach of the ground. You should make for me the Zabasta Allah, and you should cast on it as Allah Secho, Yeshlomecho. So in any event, what it says is that you should make me a Mizbeach, and you should chest on it olos and shlamim, right? The Zabasta Allah, that's Allah Secho, Yeshlomecho. The Rav Yossi holds Kulola Ola, the Kulola Shlamim. Because the whole Mizbeach can, on the entire Mizbeach, you're entitled to chest Ola and Shlamim. Right? The Rav Yossi, Rav Yehuda, Tavar Chetim, Ola, Chetim, Shlamim. And Rav Yossi Rav Yehuda holds that the northern part of Beach is designated for Olos, for country colors. The Chetov and the bottom half is L'Shlamim for Shlamim, because which are not Kosher Kadishim. Okay, so what we're saying is as follows: that the machloket that they have has nothing to do with where the Mizbeach is. Even if, let's say, the Mizbeach was entirely in the south, the way they're understanding the Psukim is that there's a special limit in the pasuk that the pasuk tells you that on the Mizbeach you can check Olos and Shlamim. And Ola is a country color. So you see that the pasuk is telling you that you can check on top of the Mizbeach country color. So maybe everyone holds that the Mizbeach, we're going to see not that, not so, but maybe everyone holds the Mizbeach is in the south, and still on top of the Mizbeach is a special limit. Where can you check? You can check it in the north, as we've always been learning, and you can also check it on top of the Mizbeach. Okay? He talks about the Kulola Kosher. So now it's explaining Rav Yosef Rav Yehuda. So Rav Yosef Rav Yehuda said you can only do half on the Olos, and half you can do for Olos and half for Shlamim. He talks about the Kulola Kosher. So Rav Yosef Rav Yehuda is going to explain why he says it's split. The pasuk says you trap your Olos and your Shlamim. So Rav Yosef says that you can trap Olos and Shlamim anywhere you want on the Mizbeach. Rav Yosef Rav Yehuda is splitting it. Why? So he's saying if you're telling me that I could trap an Olos, touch it anywhere on the Mizbeach, has the Kulola Olos Kosher, Kulola Shlamim you buying? So he says, if that's so, that if you're able to cast an Ola anywhere on the Mizbeach, then surely you could cast a Shlamim anywhere on the Mizbeach. What should this remind us of? Because if you remember, we had a little while ago, we had Shuling Kalvachomer. And we were dealing with the question of how you know that you could shaft such a column in the couple. The one version had it from a Kalvachomer, and the other version said, no, I need your puzzle because I might have had a different Kalvachomer. So let's talk about the first Kalvachomer. The first Kalvachomer was if you see that the north, the couple is more kadosh, it's more holy, right? So then, and you can chef such a kadosh in there, then the rest of the area of the courtyard is less holy. For sure you can chef. So in order to I'm sorry, it's the other way around. He's saying that if you see that the touche column could be chefted in everywhere but the north, so you see that it's kedusha. It can be chefted even where there's less kedusha than Kalvachomer, it could be chefted in the north. That was one side was saying, I know from a Kalvachomer that touche column can be chefted in the north, I don't need a puzzle. So that's really what he's saying here also. He's saying that if you see the entire area of the Mizbeach is good for an Ola, then I don't need you to tell me Shlamim, because I know Kalvachomer, because if it's an acceptable area of the Kosher Kadishim, which is more Kadosh, then for sure Kosher Kalim, which are less Kadosh, are able to be shefted there. So that's like the first Kalvachomer that we had previously. So that's why he's saying it can't be that you can check everything the Ola there, it must be that it's flipped. It's telling you that you chef the Ola on the northern part and the Shlemim on the southern part, because that would explain why it needs to say both Ola the Shlemachla, because it's splitting in his back. However, if it was like what Yoshi says, that you could chef Ola anywhere on the Mizbeach, I wouldn't need to say Shlemim. Okay, so that explains Rav Yossi Bar Yehuda. What about Rav Yossi? Why did he say that you could chef anything there? How does he explain why it needed to write Shlemim? If you're able to chef an Ola there, you should be able to for sure chef the Shlemim, and I don't need to tell you the Shlemim. So what does Rav Yossi hold? This trip. Who says I need it? So I might have thought Ola who did Dachik lay Makom, that an Ola is short on space. I will Shlemim the low Dachik lay Makom came a low. But I would say that you cannot chef the Shlemim on top of the Mizbeach because it's not short on space. Kamash Malan therefore teaches you that you can chef both an Ola and a Shlemim on the Mizbeach. So what does this remind us of? This reminds us of the second view. So the second said, I need a pasuk to tell me that you can chef touch and column in the north. Why didn't you know it from Kal V'chomer? Because we had a different Kal V'chomer. The Kal V'chomer said as follows: that if Kachim Kadashim were only allocated a little bit of space, meaning in the north, right, and Kachim Kalim were allocated a lot of space, meaning everywhere else, and therefore, from the fact that it was given only this little space, it's Kal V'chomer that you cannot, and there's only this little space was designated for Kachim Kadashim, while a big space was designated for Kachim Kalim. It must be that the Kachim Kalim cannot be chefted in the north, because they are invading on the space. It has nothing to do with Kedusha. It's a very practical consideration. Kal V'chomer would tell you that you should not be able to chef Kachim Kalim in the north, so therefore, we needed a pasuk to tell you can't chef them in the north. That was what we dealt with a little while ago. But I think this is similar. This is saying as follows, that if, and as Rav Yossi has to explain, why does it mean to say both Ola and Shlemim? If it says Ola, Kal V'chomer Shlemim, he says no. Because maybe this is not a Kedusha issue, that's ignoring a Kal V'chomer like that, but maybe this is a space issue. What's the space issue? Is that the country currency can only be chefed in north of the Mizbeach. Especially according to the view that the Mizbeach itself, the entire Mizbeach was north of the midpoint, and especially according to the view that the sides of the north are no good. You have a really small space to chef Kachim Kadashim. So you would say, if the pasuk just told you that you can chef Olo on top of the Mizbeach, I might say that's because of space issue. They don't have enough space sometimes for the Kachim Kadashim, so therefore they said you could do it up on the Mizbeach too. But I wouldn't necessarily know you could do Shlemim, hence the pasuk had to tell us Shlemim. Okay, so this explains the machlokas going on between Rav Yossi Bar Yehuda and Rav Yossi. But net, what is it proving? It comes to tell us that not necessarily does our Mishnah establish where they hold the Mizbeach is. And in fact, it can't. Because if Rav Yossi Bar Yehuda was telling you the reason you could chef half on the north and half on the south, because that's where he believes the Mizbeach was located, then how come subsequently he said that if you chef in the area of the underneath the ground of the Mizbeach, that it would be possible no matter where it is, seems to imply it's all south. So therefore we're saying that Rav Yossi Bar Yehuda has to do with this special limud that tells you to chef on top of the Mizbeach, which is not necessarily tied to where the Mizbeach is situated. Okay, so now we basically learned that Rav Ashi brings from Yochanan that he had a tradition from his rebellion that Rav Yossi holds that the Mizbeach is located fully in the north. Nothing to do with our necessarily. Okay, says the Gemara. Rav Ashi Amar Yochanan. Rav Ashi turns the name of Yochanan. Modi Rav Yossi Bar Yehuda Shemshachon Kenegdan Bekarka Psula. So this is by the we learned. He had a question on how to say Rav Yossi Bar Yehuda holding his back with half north and south. Because you see that he says if you sat on the ground opposite the Mizbeach, that it's puzzle, which seems to imply the entire thing was in the south. So now the question the Gemara says is Amalei Rav Ashi Mukishim Rav Yossi. Rashi Difti asked me. He had a very practical question. He says, "My connect. What does that mean underneath the?" He says. So he says, "How do you get under the Mizbeach?" So the Gemara says, "So maybe you'll tell me that what it says that if you chef opposite the Mizbeach, it's really coming to talk about the Yisod, which is the Tama up from the bottom, or the Sov slave that we discussed, which was 6 amos up, where the coin walked around. So the Gemara says, no, that can't be said if his chef happens in his bath. Because high goof in his bath. That's primary Mizbeach space. You can't say that's not the Mizbeach, and that'll be puzzle if he chefs it there. The Gemara says, my connectum, some people take out the word connectum, but my connectum mekaka in the ground. That's not the ground. That's up above ground. So in other words, first of all, that you shouldn't say it's puzzle if you check there. And second of all, how is that a case of the ground? Well, maybe you'll tell me. So Ovid Masilos took out maybe he borrowed under, maybe it's telling you that if you borrow a hole under the Mizbeach, and you catch an animal, there's puzzle. Maybe that's what he was coming to tell you. And that's why it was telling you that it's all in the south, because if you check there, it's puzzle because it's south, it's in the southern part, not in the northern part. But the Gemara says, yeah, God, when you have in his bath, forget whether you're allowed to do that. That's not only would that be a problem with checking an animal there, it wouldn't even be a mizbeach. Why would it not be a mizbeach? Well, Tanya, we learned mizbeach that you can make for me a mizbeach of ground. Of Adama, say, hey, Makuber me Adama, or Adama, that it should be attached to the ground, right? The law, Nano law, Gabin, the law, Gabin, you cannot build the Mizbeach on top of poles or on top of arches, because how did they make a level space for the Harabayas? They had arches in those days. You see them for the Yerushalayim nowadays. They had arches that held up the floor, right? So the Mizbeach itself could not be built on any arches. It couldn't be built on any poles because the Pasuk tells you Mizbeach Adam HaChatari, that it needs to be a Mizbeach made of the ground. So you could not be talking about when you get underneath. Now, anyone know how this is practical halacha l'maisa? The Mizbeach being on hold. I'll tell you. It's, I really am trying not to go off today because I have an ambitious goal where we get to, but I'll tell you very quickly something. There's something interesting. So there's, I mean, I discussed this with you a while ago. We had a time or the I remember we talked about how the fact that technically speaking, karbanos could be brought now, and there's still a concept of karbanos nowadays. You could mean karbanos. And this is something that the later Christians are very involved in. Is could be theoretically check the carpenter, and there's all kinds of problems with this. We don't have the Paraduma for people are coming. We don't have, we don't know exactly where things were located, and we don't know if it's supposed to be so in the Makamil Mikvah. That's really in the posting talk all about these things. And there's interestingly, there's some pressure, and I think also the Yavit said something interesting. He said, I have a problem because generally speaking, if it's a carbon of the keyboard, you have stolen. You don't have to check over all the Jews. And if it's a carbon Yafia, then everyone's coming. Or if it was a carbon keyboard, then some of us took the keyboard, you could bring a carbon keyboard, but we don't have to sell it. And if it's an individual one, then there's no tumor hook for the Yafia. So how do you do it? So the Psalm says, what's the only carbon you can bring nowadays? You put a carbon Pesach, because a Yafid brings the carbon Pesach, and if Rov of Klal Yisrael brings the carbon Pesach. So others argue with this and say, no, there's still lots of problems, including one of the problems, which we're going to see today, is huge concern about where exactly the bath was located. So, it's a problem, because if you wanted to set the carbon today, where would you put the bath? Okay, part of a much bigger issue. I'm not going to get into too much today, but I'll tell you something very interesting. So people came up with a very practical solution. They said, look, if we know that the Mizbeach has to be on the area that has most of the bias was built with arches, but there was a part in the Mizbeach that had to be on a bump. So if you're going to dig around on the Mizbeach and dig around in the base of what you're going to find is that most of those are arches, and then you're going to find a square somewhere that's 32 by 30 that has no arches, and it's all dirt, and you'll know exactly where the Mizbeach was, and that's where you'll put the Mizbeach. So again, that's based on this Gemara. Now, does this work? People say, no, it's not going to work. Why? Because when the Goyim came, and said, at the time these students were written, that 18 years ago, the Beit HaMikdash was destroyed, and the Goyim wanted to find things where it's on that they dug, and in fact, according to many, they were digging to try and find the Aron, but we know that the Aron was buried somewhere after the first fire. The fire changed in the Aron. They said that they dug, so therefore, what's going to happen is they dug beneath the level of the Keaton to where they got to the ground beneath the Keaton, so you wouldn't be able to find the area of the Mizbeach. But in theory, it was a nice idea, nice thought. Anyway, so fine, we're trying to figure out how do you get underneath the Mizbeach. You cannot have holes underneath the Mizbeach. You might have said the structures of Tubi. So we're talking about, we're going to see in later this week, that while we learned this whole Mishnah, we learned this whole Brisa the other day of the 32 by 32, and then the 30 by 30, and the 28 by 20, the 1 by 1. In theory, you can make the Mizbeach smaller as long as it's square. So therefore, they're saying what happened here, that if you contracted the Mizbeach, and you did a smaller Mizbeach than 32 by 32, and therefore you set it on the area that used to be covered by the Mizbeach, it would be puzzle. Why is it puzzle? Presumably because the Yosef Rabbi Yehuda holds that the Mizbeach was located in the south, the entire Mizbeach was in the southern portion of the courtyard, and it's all in the southern, and you can't touch the custom there. Even if it used to be the Makom of the Mizbeach, and even if when it was the Mizbeach, you could check on it, that's only because it was the Mizbeach. Once it's ground and you've contracted the Mizbeach, so the ground opened up, you can't check there because it no longer has status as the Mizbeach, and it's not in the north, so it's in the south, according to Rabbi Yosef ben Yehuda. So now we understand what does it mean it says it's checked on the ground of the Mizbeach. Okay. Now, Amr Zera was bothered by something. Because we brought here a tradition that Rabbi Yochanan brought, that Rabbi Yossi held that the entire Mizbeach was in the north. This bothered Rabbi Zera. He said, after Esau, Rabbi Yochanan was in the north of Restream, is it possible that Rabbi Yochanan had this Masorah that Rabbi Yossi held the entire thing in the north, and there's no Mishnah that tells us it doesn't make any sense. So that attempt to leave it be. So the Zera went out and he searched to try and find a Mishnah that supported this idea that Rabbi Yossi holds the entire Mizbeach in the north, and it's something it's not because we learned in the Mishnah in Tamid that says as follows: Zera Sham Ate Te'ima Yafim V'Sadeh Marachet Shmiyat Kineged Karen Maravish Drumis Moshe and Karen Kapel Topin Arbaamos. Okay, so 1 second. So what's going on here? They said that they used to have, there were 3 fires used to be on the Mizbeach. One was the fire that they burned in Ola, that they put in Mulim, anything that got burnt on the Mizbeach was in one fire. Another fire, which was smaller, was the fire that they used to use to take the coals that they would use for the Torah. And we're going to see how another use as well. That was the second pile. The third pile was even smaller, which was just as you know, there was supposed to be a fire on the Mizbeach at all times. So it was this third fire, the one that was always lit, right? So now it's talking about this second pile, the one that you use to make the coal for the Torah. And it says as follows. It says that he would go and pick. Rashi says, where would he pick from? He says that there was a room that Yadira ate him. We learned about it before. There was a room that had wood. So he would pick nice wood from a fig tree. Now, why is this fig tree? Rashi says something interesting. He says, they know how you reveal them. They used to generally, they could pick other things. They would generally like to take fig branches. Why? The Tamagada who would have an agadic reason. Because after the theft of Adam Arishon, the Baruch made him clothes out of fig leaves. That's why we like to use fig branches. Something to think why that's a connection. In any event, so we would pick these Ate Te'ina that were nice in order to set up the Marachet Shmiyat Shapatars, to set up this second fire to make the cold stuff. Connected Rubbish Drummers, where would they put this second fire? On the southwestern corner. Mashruch Menakher and Kapei Safon Arbamos, 4 amos north of the southwestern terrace. Okay? And we'll see exactly where it was north of, but basically it was 4 amos up on the southwestern part of the Mizbeach. Now what would they do? The homemade Kamei Stein, we could call them, they would put enough wood that they should be able to make 5 saw of coal. And what would they use those coals for? Those coals were used in order to put inside that when they used to do the pagoda, the pagodas didn't have fire on it. What would happen? They would bring coals from the Mizbeach HaChitzon onto the Mizbeach HaKadoros, and then they would put the stars on top, and that would cause the smoke to go up. The Shabbos, almost one of starting the Cholim. That on Shabbos, this was the second use of that pile on the Mizbeach. They would put 8 Cholim of coals. Why did they need more coals on Shabbos? To show them how you know to make a diesel of one of the left upon it. Because that's where they used to put the spoonfuls of Lavona, of frankincense, that went on the left upon it. What was this about? So on Shabbos, you know, the shofar inside the Heichal had 12 loaves of bread, and they would slide it on, and they would put the 2 things of Bazichin, the 2 position of Lavona. What would happen? And the next Shabbos, they would come and take it off. The bread, the lechem upon it, would be given to the Kohanim, and the Lavona would be burned. Where would it be burned? On this second fire on the Mizbeach. But therefore, on Shabbos, they put extra coals there, because not only did they have to get coals for the Torah, but they also needed to burn the Lavona there. Okay. So now, that's the Mishnah that's the Mishnah in Talmud. Now, Gemara says, "My simana, Rav Yosi." How do we know? Rashi says, "Mahu asimin shehukva lahem u'marachas nil akaris lo b'dikim k'maravis dromis matzakar ba'amas ke'ena karen u'atzafon." They said, what's the simon that this is where they put it? We see the simon from Rav Yosi. So it says Rav Yosi Tanya, because Rav Yosi taught us something, and from what Rav Yosi taught us, we're going to understand or remember or remind ourselves why this second maracha, the second fire, needed to be 4 amos from the southwestern corner. Why? Because Rav Yosi Omer, Rav Yosi said, yes, Simon, this is something that can help you remember it. Because as follows: anything that's taken from inside the Heichal is put outside the Heichal, is only put in the place that is so close that there's nothing closer. Meaning that something coming from in the Heichal out to the Mizbeach should be put in the rim, and similarly, anything that's taken from the outside to be brought into the inside, and a nickel element at the place that was to the Heichal. So this is a simple, because this is high. He's saying we should bring something to the closest place. And we're saying that's the simon from the Mishnah and Talmud, which tells you that the Marachas Nia, the second fire, needed to be 4 amos in the southwestern corner. So now we're going to mix these two, and we're going to try to understand with Yosi how we see that with Yosi held that everything is in the north. So we have a Mishnah that tells us that the second fire, the Marachas Nia, needed to be 4 amos from the southwestern corner, and we have a Yosi telling us something from the outside, or the in-out needs to be the closest place. And those are linked to each other, and because that's they said it was the simon. So now we're going to understand, how do we prove from this that there's no Yosi holds that the Mizbeach is located fully in the north. All right, so start some calculation of measurements of the Heichal and the Mizbeach. So first we might figure out what are we talking about that's brought from the out in and from the in out. So this min means nothing but foot, mind you, the outside. What are you guys going to think first thing? What we were talking about? Ryan, maybe you'll tell me it's the leftover blood, right? But what's the problem with saying it's the leftover blood? The head gets simple. Oh, you sold him Baka Ola Pesach Ol Moed. If you remember, we had 3 psukim. One said Pesach Ol Moed, 2 said a Pnei Ol Moed or something like that. So it was a Pnei Ol Moed. I'm sorry, Pnei Ol Moed. So when we said, why does it say Pesach Ol Moed? It was coming to tell you that when you come out with the Shirayim, you should pour it on the first place that you encounter. And we discussed, was that the western Yisod, was that the southern Yisod? We talked about this, I mean, where the basically this one, but maybe you'll tell me that's what Rav Yosi is talking about. Something that's brought from inside to outside, he's talking about the Shirayim. It can't be, because we already had a pasuk to tell you that that should be at the closest place. why did Rabbi Yossi, what was Rabbi Yossi telling us? Furthermore, Kolanito Bafuk, nothing but men, my meal. And what is it exactly that we're saying? Something that's taken from outside and put inside. Elama, maybe you'll tell me, Yom Kippurim. It's coming to tell you the coal that the Kohen Gadol used to take into the Kodesh HaKadoshim to do the Kodesh on Yom Kippur. And therefore, Rabbi Yossi is coming to tell us, or the Mishnah and Talmud is coming to tell us that it should be put at the place that's closest to the Mizbeach. So the head gets Sipu, that also is written first in the Pasuk. It says, L'lakach Milad, Hamasa Gafale Eish. So the Pasuk continues and says that he takes the ladle full of coals of fire, Me'al Mizbeach, from on top of the Mizbeach, from before Hashem. So what do you see? You see that you should take it from the area that's with Hashem. Where is that? That means right in front of the Heichal. So therefore, we see from a pasuk that the Gechalim should be in the place that's right with Hashem. So we don't need this Mishnah. We know it's from the pasuk. But rather, what was Rabbi Yossi talking about? We don't need Rabbi Yossi. So what was Rabbi Yossi talking about? When Rabbi Yossi says something that's taken from the inside, nothing but foot. When it says something that's taken from the inside to be put on the outside, name of Zikr Lavono Shalachim upon it. That's talking about the two bowls of frankincense. The Gamin Yishirayim, the Gamin Yishirayim, that we learn from Yishirayim. Just like the leftover blood is taken to the place that's outside the Heichal, that's closest to the Heichal. So too, the Lavona should be taken to the place that's closest to the Heichal. Okay? And this is nothing but men. And what is it that's taken from the outside to be put inside? So we said before that the coals of Yom Kippur we already know from the Pasuk. So we're saying rather what it is that is talking about the daily coals. So they used to take coals in order to do the Torah in the morning. The Gamron, the Gechalim, say Yom Kippurim, which we learn from the coals of Yom Kippur, just like the coals of Yom Kippur, which are brought from the nearest place on the Mizbeach HaKishon to the Mizbeach, to the inner Mizbeach. So too, when you take coals every single day, you should take from the point that is closest to the opening of the Heichal. Okay, so now, what do we have? We basically have the idea that the Maracha Shniya Shel Ketoret, which is that second fire which is used for the Ketoret to get the coals and to burn the Lavona, should be 4 amos in the southwestern corner, and this is the closest place to the opening of the Heichal. So what we're going to try and figure out now is where does the Mizbeach need to be located in order that the closest place to the entrance to the Heichal is 4 amos from the southwestern corner of the Mizbeach. Now obviously, since all of this is trying to find a Mizbeach for the Yossi holding us in north, that's what we're going to get eventually. We're going to go through a series of possibilities. So what does the Yossi hold in order to figure out that the 4 amos from the southwestern corner is the closest place to the if he says that the entire Mizbeach is in the south, then Esrim is Srab by Lamese. He says, then you would not need to make it 4 amos from the southwestern corner, you would need to make it 27 amos from the southwestern corner. Why? Because if the Mizbeach was smack dab, if the Mizbeach was in the southern part, so where does it start? So it starts in smack dab in the middle of the Azara. So, and it goes down from there 32 amos, right? Now, the middle of the Azara was also the middle of the opening to the Heichal. So the Heichal opening was 10 amos, 5 in the north, 5 in the south, right? So if you're going to have the Mizbeach start at that middle point, and the opening to the doorway to the Heichal is 5 amos into that, right? So then how far from the southwestern corner should it be in order to say that it's right where you come out of the Pesach? It has to be 27 amos in the southwestern corner, right? Because you have to the southwestern corner, move up 27 amos to 5 amos from the end of the top of the Mizbeach, and that's where the opening is to the Heichal. So it can't, and we said it should be 4. Okay, so it can't be that he holds it all in the south. Now, the Inami, now maybe you're going to tell me, because that the Ulam and the Heichal are really one thing, and therefore to be connected Pesach Moed, it could be not just the way it works is that the opening to the Heichal. Remember, we had this picture the other day. The Ulam was wider than the Heichal, and the Heichal opened onto the Ulam. The Ulam went 16 amas in either direction more. Now the opening to the Pesach Moed was 10 amas, half in the north, half in the south. The opening to the Ulam was 20 amas, 10 in the north and 10 in the south. So we're going to say as follows. And let's say you're going to tell me that really the Ulam and the Heichal have the same kedusha, and therefore when it says Pesach Moed, that it really meant you could do it opposite the doorway of the Ulam. Now the doorway of the Ulam, as I just said, was 10 amas in the south, 10 amas in the north. So the Gemara is figuring out maybe the Mizbeach was all south of the line, but the reason is to go further down is because there was actually 10 amas to go down and still be opposite the doorway of the Ulam. But says the Gemara, Esther Matarki Boy Mason. You still need to bring it up 22 amas because the Mizbeach starts in the midpoint. It goes down 32 amas to the southwestern corner. So if you have the southwestern corner, and you need to get up to the point that is 10 amas from the top of the Mizbeach, you have to go 22 amas up. We got 4. So it can't be that it's all in the south, even if you're going to say that the Ulam and the Heichal, that even the door of the Ulam count. Okay. The Ika Sava, so maybe Rav Yossi holds Katzia B'Savam and Katzia B'Daram. That half is in the north and half is in the south, meaning that the Mizbeach is placed on that center line. Now let's think about it. So if the Mizbeach is placed on the center line, how much of the Mizbeach was in the south? 16 amas, right? And now, if there's 16 amas, now remember the doorway to the Olamoi was 5, right? So how far up should it be from the southwestern corner? 11. Okay, thank you. Otherwise, I just close that top. Okay, so it should be 11 amas from there. So why did you say 4 amas from the corner? It should be 11 amas from the corner. That's what the Gemara says. Because I'm going to cut it down. That's 3 boiler macy. You need to move it 11 amas, not 4 amas. So the Ella, maybe he holds the summer to do to take a little called the millie. So the Gemara said, oh, well, 1 second. Maybe the Mizbeach is right on the center line. The 16 amas beneath, but we were saying you have to go up 11 because you were looking at the Pesach Moed. But maybe we can look at the Pesach Ulam, which was another 5 amas, now it'll be 10 amas below. Well, why did that not help us? Because it had 16 amas from the door of the Ulam takes you down 10 amas. How many are left? 6. And we said you need 4, so it doesn't help us. It still doesn't help us figure out where we are. So it says, Shis by Lamesa, you need to go up 6. Elah must be Mishum the Kasavar, Ulam is back for Tzafam Kai. So he says maybe the entire Mizbeach was in the north, and so therefore, so if the entire Mizbeach was in the north, then where was the Mizbeach started at that central line, right? Now the Pesach Moed went up how many amas? 5. So the Pesach Moed was 10 amas, half in the north, half in the south. So therefore, if trying to be connected Pesach Moed, it means that the Maraka Kniya needed to be within 5 amas of the southwestern corner. So what the Gemara can now say is that we move it up 4 amas on the corner. That's the farthest point we can move. And we had a reason for moving it there. What was that? Mahani Arba Amas. These Arba Amas that you moved in is Amma Yisod, Amma Sobe. Because remember, when we've been talking 32 by 32, where is that? What is that measuring? What was 32 by 32? Only the Yisod, right? So there, once you got up to the Sobe, you were at 30 by 30. Once you got past the Sobe, you got 28 by 28. So by the time you get to the top of the Mizbeach, you're down to 28 by 28. So you've already moved 2 amas north from the southwestern corner, right? Now, what happens when you get up to the platform that's 28 by 28? What do you hit? You hit the Karen. You hit the corner of the back, one of those horns, right? You can't put the fire there, so we're now already 3 amas from the bottom of the Mizbeach. And then, says the Gemara, I need an amma for the Kohen to walk around. And you'll be able to move around this Maraka. So where am I left? That I cannot put the Maraka in the first 4 amas of the Mizbeach on the southwestern corner, because the first I have a Yisod, then I have a Sove, then I have a Karen, then I have walking space. And so therefore, where can I put it? I have to put it after the 4 Amos, which is in the 5th Amos. But I have to make sure to put it right there. Why? Because remember, if we start at the midpoint of the Mizbeach, and we need to be opposite the Pesach Moed, the Pesach Moed is only 5 Amos. So if my first 4 are knocked out, my 5th Amos, that needs to be right where I put it. So we're learning that Rav Yossi holds that the entire Mizbeach was in the north, and you have to move it 4 Amos from the southwest corner, because you have to get past the Amos, you have to get past the Yisod, the Karen, and the walking space. Okay, so that's what the Gemara says. Bahani Arba Amos, Amos Yisod, you have the Yisod, Amos Sove, Yisod of Amos Moskanos, you have the horn there, Amos, the Akarnim, and then you have the walking space in the Karnim. The Shimasi, the comments say, because if you're going to move it further than the 4th Amo up to like a Pesach, you're no longer covered, you're no longer getting it to the place that is most immediately next to the Pesach Moed. So the Pesach Moed ends at 5 feet, right? So everyone understands now why we need to use 4 Amos in the southwestern corner. So which is the only placement of the Mizbeach that works with this person is only if you hold that the Mizbeach starts, that the Mizbeach is entirely in the north and starts at that midpoint on the Pesach Moed, and you have your 5 Amos, 4 are knocked out, so you're in the 5th Amos. Okay, so now we have a good source that Rav Yossi holds that the Mizbeach has to be in the north, because you see Rav Yossi was the one who tied this whole thing together, that you need to be at the closest point, and that has you explaining the Mishnah why it's 4 Amos in the southwestern corner. So we're good. Now, so Rav Zero is bothered. I don't know where Rav Yossi, wouldn't it be in a Mishnah somewhere? Now we found a source in the Mishnah where Rav Yossi holding that it's in the north of, that it's in the entire Mizbeach is in the north. Okay. Rav Adabarava says, Hamani Rav Yehuda. Hold on. I can tell you that this Mishnah in Tameh that talks about it being 4 Amos in the southwestern corner is really Rav Yehuda. Tanya, because we learned from the Bible, Rav Yehuda says, so he says as follows, Rav Yehuda is of the opinion that we have an express view of Rav Yehuda that the Mizbeach was smack dab in the middle of the Azara. Okay. So he says, and it had 32 Amos in the Mizbeach. Other Amos can get Kisco Heichel. So he says 10 Amos opposite the Heichel. Akas Esrei Amo Mikan, Akas Esrei Amo Mikan, and I have 11 Amos on either side, other than the Pesach Moed. So what's he saying here? You have a Mizbeach at 32. It's right on the middle. It's on that middle line north-south. So 10 Amos of the Pesach Moed is covered. How many Amos are left of the Mizbeach? 22. This is 32 minus 10. So then you have 22 divided by 2. There's 11 were north of the Pesach Moed, and 11 were south of the Pesach Moed. So and then he observes the Yimtzah Mizbeach Mekubin can I get a Heichel. And therefore you see that the Mizbeach, according to Yehuda, was exactly across from the Heichel. Why? Because how large was the Heichel? The Heichel is 20 Amos large. There are opening 10 Amos, but the Heichel itself is 20 Amos large. And its walls were each 6 Amos thick. So if you think about it, how large was the full Heichel complex was 32 Amos. So 20 inside, 6 and 6, 32. So Rav Yehuda is saying, I think it's right in the middle, and it lines up well because the Mizbeach is directly parallel to the Heichel with the same dimension of 32. So what do you see? Okay, so therefore we're saying maybe it's Rav Yehuda. Now the Gemara says, well, hold on. How does it help? We already dealt with the theory that maybe it's located smack in the middle, and we had a problem. What was that problem? We said, Rav Yehuda, Katzroi by the Macy. It should be 11 up from the southwest corner, because if the Mizbeach was smack dab on the center, right? So there was 16 Amos above in the north and 16 Amos in the south. If 5 was the opening of the Heichel, because the Heichel was 10 and this was the southern half of the opening, so you're left with 11 Amos, and you would need to take it from the southwest corner up 11 amos to be across from the opening to the Pesach Olamoy. This was the same question you asked before when we were theorizing that maybe Rav Yossi holds that it's in the middle. So how did you help yourself? How would Rav Yehuda explain why, if it's smack in the middle, the Mishnah says it should be 4 up, it should be 11? The Ikasavar Kedusha Tay for Ulam Adam Nozahi. So now we're going to ask the same question as before. Maybe you'll tell me that the Ulam and the Heichal have the same Kedusha, and therefore, to be Pesach Olamoy, you do not have to do it. You do not have to do it across from the opening of the Olamoy, but rather you can do it across from the opening of the Ulam, which was 20 amos, so therefore you have 10 amos beneath. Now, what did our Gemara say before? The Gemara says, this part of the Macy. So you still need 6. Why? Because if the Mizbeach was smack in the middle, and then you get 10 amos to still be connected to the opening of the Ulam, so you're left with from 16, you've taken down 10, you still have 6. You still need to bring it up 6 amos from the southwestern corner. And we said how many? 4. Thank you. So we say, so the Gemara says, he says, well, 1 second. Who said when we're counting 4 amos that we were starting from the far southwestern corner by the base? It doesn't make sense to start from there because where were you putting the fire? You were putting it on the top of the Mizbeach. So just calculate from the top of the Mizbeach. And then therefore, Arba Amos, Bar Me Amma Yisod, Amma Sovev, so he says, so therefore it was 4 amos if you exclude the Amma Yisod and Amma Sovev. So what we're saying is really this Mishnah that said you should put it on 4 amos up in the southwestern corner was Rabbi Yehuda, who holds that it's smack in the middle. So then how do we calculate that it's 4 amos up in the middle? So there's 16 amos beneath. We're saying 10 amos are still connected to the Pesach of the Ulam, which has the same Kedusha as the Pesach Olamoy. We knock out 10, we're at 6. But then we're going to knock out 2 amos on the other side because we're going to knock out the Yisod and the Soveh, because that's not a place where you would put it. So then on the top of the Mizbeach, which was relevant to putting the fire, the closest place to the Pesach Ulam is 4 amos up from the southwestern corner. Okay, so therefore we've now demonstrated that the Mishnah in Talmud could be, maybe it's Rabbi Yehuda who says that the Mizbeach is in the middle, and there's no proof that it's Rabbi Yossi who says that it's in the north. Now, mind you, we haven't uprooted the fact that it could be Rabbi Yossi. It just maybe also to be Rabbi Yehuda. The Gemara says the Nukmas Rabbi Yossi is Mutza. So the Gemara says, oh, wait a second. Why are you quick to say that this Mishnah and Tameh, which is linked by a similar to Rabbi Yossi, is really Rabbi Yehuda? Why not say it's Rabbi Yossi? And Rabbi Yossi holds that the Mizbeach is smack in the middle, and we just figured out how you calculate 10 connected to Ulam, 2 for knocking out the Soveh and the Yisod, and it's 4 up. So in other words, why are you assuming that the Mishnah and Talmud is going like Rabbi Yehuda? Shouldn't you say it's going like Rabbi Yossi, the one who gives a simon for it? He says Rabbi Yehuda Shemana Le L'Mitzvah Behedya. So Rabbi Yehuda is the one who says explicitly that the Mizbeach is right there on the center, and therefore we prefer. The Rav Ada Bar Ava, I think is the one who said this, preferred to say that it is Rabbi Yehuda. So what do we have? We have a Mishnah and Talmud that says it can be 4 amos up from the southwestern corner. We've demonstrated that could be Rabbi Yossi and him holding that the entire Mizbeach was in the north, because then you knock out the Yisod, the Soveh, the Karen, and the walking space and you're there. Or it could be Rabbi Yehuda holding in the middle, and the Ulam is 10 amos down, and then you knock out the Yisod and the Soveh, and you come up 4 amos in the southwestern corner, starting from the Karen, you also get to the Pesach Olamoy. Okay, so we now have 2 people who could be, 2 Tanaim who could be this Mishnah. Rav Shavia Amar, Rav Shavia said as follows: Hamani, who is this? Rav Yossi Aglili. Rav Yossi Aglili. The Shanya, and I'm going to try and cover some ground here because it's going to finish all these calculations. Okay, so Rav Yossi Aglili says, and so Rav Shavia says, Rav Yossi Aglili. Why? Because the Simon when I said about Because since it said, the pasuk says that so it says that you should put the kir is where the Kohanim used to wash their hands and feet. You should put it between the Ohel Moed and the Mizbeach, right? So therefore, I would think, where would it line up? That you have the Pesach Ohel Moed, which leads across to the Mizbeach, and we'll put the kir right there. Perfect. The pasuk says that's where you should put it. Yes, Mizbeach Ola. So he says, Mizbeach the Pesach Ohel Moed below kir the Pesach Ohel Moed. So the Gemara says, but I have a problem because we say in the pasuk that in Shemos it says, Mizbeach Ola Sham Pesach Mishkan Ohel Moed. That it says that you have the Mizbeach Ola, and there was the Pesach Mishkan Ohel Moed. So that implies that the Mizbeach was unobstructed from the Pesach Ohel Moed. So we have a problem here, because we have one pasuk that tells us that there was nothing between the Mizbeach and the Ohel Moed, but they have to be next to each other for the pasuk. We have another pasuk telling us that the kir was between the Mizbeach and the Ohel Moed. How does it work? So the Gemara says, so the Brisa says, Heichen hayanosno, it says, they know ulam Mizbeach, mashal kimar klapadarim. It says, it would put it, find the area where the Mizbeach was across from the ulam, because you're no longer across from the entranceway, because you can't be across from the entranceway, and you move a little bit south from there. So basically, if this was the Mizbeach, this was the Pesach Ohel Moed, right? So you go down to the bottom, take it south a little bit, and that's where you would put the kir. That's what the Brisa says. Now we're going to try and figure out what is this talking about. So my kasavar, so what is Rabbi Yossi Aglili when he says to do that? What is he hold? Kasavar kulam Mizbeach b'daram, because that the entire Mizbeach is in the south. He says nukme yikosel heifol. Okay, so now what the Gemara is trying to figure out is the following: that why not just put it? In other words, so if the Mizbeach was lined up with the Pesach Ohel Moed 10 amos, right? So, and you can't have anything obstructing. So why are you going all the way south of the Mizbeach? Just go right south of the entrance, and at least it will be between the ulam and the Mizbeach. Why are you taking the whole thing entirely south of the Mizbeach? Remember, we had one that said it should be between the Mizbeach and Pesach Ohel Moed, one that said that space should be blank. So let's take it a little bit down from there. Let's not take it all the way down south of the Mizbeach. So now we're trying to figure out. Because of a cool Mizbeach for Darim Kai, look for Mizbeach or Hekabla Darim, then you will Mizbeach. So he says what I just told you. In other words, if the Mizbeach was all in the south, so the first 5 amos are covered by the Pesach Ohel Moed, right? And that you can't have anything obstructing. But then put the kir right beneath that. So therefore, that doesn't make sense that it was all in the south. So maybe you'll tell me, no, the reason I have to go further south is because it can't be Pesach Ohel Moed. And not only is the Ohel Moed considered Pesach Ohel Moed, but even the Pesach Ulam, which is another 5 amos down, is also Pesach Ohel Moed, and that's why I have to go further south. So the Gemara says, look at the Kota Ulam Adam, the day Ulam Mizbeach. So he says, no, but that doesn't help, because why do I have to go all the way south to the Mizbeach? Fine, so you're right. So the Mizbeach starts at the midpoint. So I have 5 amos in the Pesach Ohel Moed, another 5 amos in the Pesach Ulam, some 10 amos down into the Mizbeach, and then put the kir. Why do I have to go all the way south to the Mizbeach? So he said, so he says, maybe the Mizbeach was halfway there, was on the north-south line, and therefore so there's 16 amos down, and we're saying you can't put it in that first 5. So the Gemara is saying, look at the total Hekabla Darim, then you will Mizbeach. So he says, wait, so then take it down 5 amos, right, and put it down at 11 amos from the bottom of the Mizbeach. Why are you taking us all the way to the Mizbeach? Maybe you'll tell me because some of the Kedusha is going to hit my father. So he said, maybe you'll tell me that I have to go down 10 amos from the middle. He says, so he says, down, if it's right on the center point, so 16 amos to go. I'll take it down and to cover not only the Pesach Ohel Moed, but the Pesach of the Ulam, and I'll start the kir right there. Why do I have to go south of the Mizbeach? Elalav Mishum the Katavar Couple. So he's saying, so rather it must be that Rabbi Yosi, when he says this, holds that the entire Mizbeach is in the Tzafon, right? So therefore, I have the Mizbeach starting at the midpoint. The Pesach Moed is opposite it. And I'm going to put the Kior right to the south of the Mizbeach. Why? Because that's fine. It's not between the Mizbeach and the Pesach Moed. So it's perfect. I put it right beneath the midpoint. So now it finally makes sense. Why are you sticking the Kior immediately to the south? Now, some would understand that it can't be across the Pesach Moed at all. So it says move it down a little bit. You move it down right to beneath the Pesach Moed. But in any event, this is the first time that makes any sense as to why you're putting the Kior all the way south of the Mizbeach itself. So it says, Inami Mukmi from the Kotel, Hekavah Tzafon. The Gemara says, well, 1 second. In other words, why are you putting it in? Now it's just asking, why are you putting it in the south? Maybe you should put it in the north once you get past the doorway of the Hekel. So if once you're 5 amos up and you're past the doorway of the Pesach Moed, put the Kior there in the north. Why are you saying to put it in the south? You say, I'm sorry, Ulam Lumen is back. He says, but no, that's the problem. Because if you put it 5 amos up, then you're across from the entrance to the Ulam, and the Ulam and the Pesach Moed have the same kedusha. You can't go across from the opening to the Ulam. You might say, the Ulam will tough on the same Ulam is back. He says, so fine. So move it up 5 more amos. So maybe when the Pesach starts at the midpoint, you move it up 5 amos because that's the Pesach Moed, another 5 amos because that's the Pesach Ulam, and put the Kior right there. Why do you put it in the south? So I'm going to try. The Pasuk says, Tzafona. It says that you put it in the north, that it says, the Tzafon Otayacham and Tzafona, looking at them, that you do it in the Tzafon. Now, could it said Tzafon. Why do I have to say Tzafona? So you use Tzafon Tonim Miskalim. So he says that by saying Tzafona, it brings to mind Tona, which is clear, which is clear from anything. Which is telling you that when you set the carbon in the north, it should be clear of anything else besides the Mizbeach. Just the Mizbeach over there. So therefore, we don't want to put a Kior in the north, therefore we put it in the south. And it makes perfect sense according to Rabbi Yosi Aglili, the Mizbeach was entirely in the north. We couldn't put it. So therefore, you take the midpoint of the Pesach Moed, and you either put the Kior right there to the south, or 5 amos down to the south. But it now makes sense why it's to the south. Okay, so now what do we have? We end up 3 different versions of what our Mishnah and Talmud could be telling us. It could be telling us it's all in the north, like Rabbi Yosi. And that we learned from the cold of the Marachasmiyah. It could be that it's all in the middle, like Rabbi Yehuda, and the reason it's 4 is because he holds the Pesach Ulam. So you go down from the middle 10 for the Pesach Moed and Pesach Ulam. You knock out the Yisod and the Soveis, and you're left with 4. So that makes sense according. So you can explain the Mishnah and Talmud either it's all in the north or that it was smack in the middle. Or you could bring a raya, or Rabbi Yosi Aglili is the one. I know you could even say the Mishnah is talking about it all in the north, and it's not necessarily Rabbi Yosi. So we have no proof that it could be Rabbi Yosi and Rabbi Yosi holds that, but we have not found a Mishnaic proof that Rabbi Yosi holds that it's all in the Tzafon. So you could say that Mishnah. Maybe it holds its own Tzafon and it's going with Rabbi Yosi Aglili, or maybe it holds it's not their own Tzafon and it's smack in the middle and it's going with Rabbi Yehuda. We have no Mishnah source for Rabbi Yosi. And remember this whole long thing, it was they were trying to find a Mishnah source. That's the thing up there. Especially Tana, the Talmud of Rabbi Yosi Aglili, and the ones of Yaakov. There's also a Tana who argues over Rabbi Yosi Aglili, and that's the ones of Yaakov. The Tana of the ones of Yaakov on the Tzafona, the Tzafon, Tana, Yishbun. Rafilu min HaMetzeach. So Rabbi Yaakov says it can't be in the not only could the Kior not be in the north because it needs to be but entirely in the south. Who is that like? That's like Rabbi Yossi we had on Aman Aleph. Like said, he cut out in the back and made it tell you for the checklist is all in the south. So we have Rabbi Yossi, Rabbi Yehuda, and Rabbi Elazar ben Yaakov who hold that the back was fully in the south. We have a Yehuda holds it in the middle. We have the Yossi Aglili and the Yossi who could be holding that it's all the way in the north. And we'll cut off there. Okay.
5-minute video making fun of Brennan Shaw. That's crazy. Yeah, that would be fucked up. That'd be much stranger than me and you
all
doing
the various carbonas.
Like Joe Rogan said, we got nothing else to do.
The particulars
Yeah,
related
Cormier
to
is
them.
like a rich.
Yesterday we learned
There
from
were 7
Mishnah
people in my
that
mom's
we've
basement.
moved
We
on
were
now
upset.
from
This is the only bit
the
that makes me happy.
Kaddish to talk about things that are touching Kalim, and we're talking
I'd much
about
rather be fucking.
two categories of karbanos. There's the Zipse Shalmei Tzibor, which is the shlomim that are brought by the Tzibor, by the full community, on the Asamos. We described in the Mishnah what the different Asamos are. The Zipse Shalmei Tzibor were, mentioned yesterday, the two animals that were brought along with the tail lechem, as well as other karbanos, including the chatas, and you'll see in a moment why I reference the chatas. In any event, the Gemara begins and wants to know, Minolan Debai Safar. How do I know that it needs to be done in the north? Because the Mishnah says, we talk from the Dhamma, we talk from the Safar, we people Dhamma, we start the Safar, the both the Sita and the Kabbalah need to be in the north. Now, as you'll recall at the beginning, that we spent a lot of time at the beginning of the parak talking about the obligation of north, and in fact, we learned the obligation of north as relates to Nasham. What the Gemara is asking now is, how do I know by the Shalmei Tzibor, which means the collection that is by the tail lechem on the Gemara says, the Tani Rabba Bar of Kanan, Kamei the Rabba, the Rabba Bar of Kanan, learns it from the Rabba, Tifem, here, Tifem, Echad L'chasa. So this pasuk is this pasuk in Vayikra Chakimel says, Tifem, here, Tifem, Echad L'chasa, Tifnei Shavatim, B'nei Shana, Yuzevach Plum. So it says, that's talking about on food, that you need a sha'ir for a chata, and you need two shvatim for the shlamim. So you see a hekif between the same pasuk talks about the sha'ir that was a chata, and also talks about these two animals that were brought as the Shalmei Tzibor on Shavuot. So Machatas, the Tafon, Shalmei Tzibor, the Tafon. So think that a hekif between the sha'ir and the Vasim that you see that just like the Kata or the fire, which is the Kata needs to be in the north, so too the Shalmei Tzibor needs to be in the north. So hopefully all of you could have an immediate question, which is going to ask that. Well, the Kata is Mahei Lambda. Then where did we know that it needed to be in the north? Ola. We learned that from Ola, the place where it expressly says the north, and the Kata was learned from that. And we know, because we're experts in this, of our Lama Behekit, Kodem Lama Behekit. Well, this is actually a material question. Can you say that something that was wrong with the Hekit, you can go and extend it with another Hekit? We went through the 16 categories, and we knew the first one, and the one we spent time on even before the 16 was that you cannot learn things out from the double Hekit. So here, what do you have? You have a fear of cell phone, the requirement of north that's written by an Ola, and it's extended from Ola to Chata by a Hekit. And we're trying to use a Hekit to extend it from Chata to the fire that was a Chata from Kurs to the two Kavasim that we're talking about now. So you have a double Hekit, and double Hekit doesn't work. So we say, Rav Mari's Reza of Kahana. So rather, instead of learning it out from a Hekit between Chata and these three animals brought with the tail, and rather learn it out more directly. So when they learn out from the pasuk, says, "I'll think about this. They shall make them." Actually, this is a pasuk in Bamidbar, which all of you are familiar with, although you might not remember why, because this is the pasuk that we say on the summer in that you blow the control first and see the community is running moment. Al Olo Station, Al Ziste Shameta. On your Olos and on your plumbing, right? So now the question is, so how do we know that that's talking to the heckish between an Ola and a plumbing? Al Olo Station, Al Ziste Shameta. So you have a heckish there, which is a direct heckish between an Ola and a plumbing. So therefore, instead of what we were doing, which was we were learning Shlomim from Katas and Katas from Ola, we're now learning Shlomim from Ola. But how do we know that this Shlomim is a reference to the two animals that we brought on Shavuot? So Rashi, when it says it's the Katas Totos that you're going to blow on your trumpet, so what was the business about trumpets? It's because trumpets were used. Are used in the here that comes to Karbanis. And Rashi, starting at the end of the second line, says, the Talmud people did. It has to be talking about our two animals. The ain't carbon yosef trying to here. They don't here are carbon yosef. The Ham of the Erichin, we learned from the Gemara in Erichin that the only time that they said here on the carbon was when it was a carbon of the people, not on the carbon of the yosef. And we finished talking about before that what's the only case we have, this is Talmud before that we have the Shalom that belongs to the people is the two animals that are going through it. So from the fact that it talks about Shalom in the context of the culture that has place here, that has musical instruments, we know that we're talking about the two Shavashim of Shavuot, and you see that there's a hektish because it says Al Olosek and Yalbufei Shamechem. So you see a hektish between Ola and not of Shavuot. So therefore, we can learn out directly Ma Ola Katzei Kadishim as Zivtei Shalom Kibbur Katzei Kadishim. Just like since you have a hektish between the Ola and the Zivtei Shalom Kibbur, we're going to say that just like the Ola is Katzei Kadishim, so here these two animals are in Shavuot. Continues the Lima Ma Ola B'Kafan as Zivtei Shalom Kibbur B'Kafan. And just like the Ola, the carbon Ola, is brought in the north because that's actually, as we said before, the primary source for learning how that it has to be tested in the north. So from the hektish, the direct hektish between the two animals of Shavuot to the halachas of Ola, which is where we know the source of north, that's how we know that the Zivtei Shalom Kibbur has to be tested in the north. Okay, so the Gemara says, fine. So you ended up making a hektish between Ola and the Zivtei Shalom Kibbur. But before that, we had made a hektish between the Kata and the Zivtei Shalom Kibbur, and we initially tried to use that in a two-step hektish, which we discredited. Because we learned want to know, okay, but there's still the Pasuk made a hektish by talking about that system here, even after Makapah, but there's a hektish between Katas and Shlomo. We didn't need it for what we brought up here before, for what in fact we would do, the Gemara says, a case of Kamal Mayata, what do you use that first hektish for? So the Gemara says, it's coming to tell you, Katas, that this Shlomo, the Zivtei Shalom Kibbur, the two animals that were brought together with the Sheil Lechem, or like a Kata. Ma Kata in the Sheil of Zivtei Shuluna, of Zivtei Shalom Kibbur, Zivtei Shuluna. It's coming to tell you that just like a Kata, so you know, is eaten by the Zivtei Shuluna, by the male Kohanim, so those two, Zivtei Shalom Kibbur, are brought by the male Kohanim. Amalei Abaye says, I have a problem with that limud. He said, if that's a valid limud of a hektish, you're going to say that when you have a kata compared to a shlamim, that you come from there that it has to be eaten by the Kohanim and by the El Kohanim. He says it so, as to apply similar language, Gabe El Nazir, by a Nazir. So we know, as we're about to bring in the kata, that a Nazir, when he completed his Nazirah, he would bring 3 karbanos. He would bring a Ola, a Kata, and you bring a Ola, Kata, and the El Nazir, which was a Shlamim. That's it, because it's written, Hikra that's Karbanola Hashem. You would bring a carbon Hashem. Tevet, then Nasos, Samim, Echad Ola, that you would bring a Tevet for an Ola, the Kata, Akat, Vat, Nasa, Samim, Kata. So there would be, and it would be one animal brought as a kata. So we have an ola and a kata. The ayol, the el echad tamim nislamim. That you would have. The ayol echad tamim nislamim. That you would have also an ayol. They would bring a ram. They have 3 karbanos. Now what happens? You have now in the same pasuk a reference to kata. The kata that's brought by seven references to Islam. It says as follows: so why not say that just like we saw that if you have in the same katas and Islam all together, and say ma katas and the el zikr kuhuna, el nazir nami in another el zikr kuhuna. So say just like katas, the regular katas gets eaten by the male kohanim. The el shlamim, the el nazir should get eaten by the zikr kuhuna. What's the problem with that? So you can give you a little review. You look down a few lines. First wide line is a mishnah. We learned a code of the el nazir. We're talking about the el nazir, but we talking so much about it. And then it says, when the Kohen before here, the whole Adam. It can mean anywhere in Yerushalayim, by any person. And you see in the Mishnah that that's not true. And El Nazir is not eaten only by the Zikr Kuhuna. So this is a valid form of Hekesh. And when you see a Katas and a Shlamim together, you can learn that the Shlamim that's eaten by the Zikr Kuhuna. If so, we should conclude that the El Nazir is eaten by the Zikr Kuhuna. But yet, the Mishnah is eaten by anyone. This doesn't appear to be a good Hekesh. How can you prepare? So it says that this is a pasuk in Bamidbar. It says that the Kohen takes the cook, the draw of the shayla, the cook draw. So this is the front leg of the animal that they would cook it. And give it to the Kohen. Well, the Kool-Aid Bailam Akulei. So the Gemara says as follows: it's not a problem if I learn out, generally speaking, when a kata and a shlamim are thing that I should learn. Just like the kata is eaten by the Zikr Kuhuna, so too the shlamim. But why don't I do that by El Nazir? Why by El Nazir do we say that it can get eaten by anyone? It's not because my hekesh is wrong. It's because there's a pasuk which says that by an El Nazir that you would give the cook front leg to the Kohen. So the Gemara is saying the implication of that is everything else other than the cook's front leg, besides the things that Murim or besides the front of the soul, is given to the Kohen. But no, you basically see that the Torah is saying this specific thing, the draw of the Shayla gets given to the Kohen, it implies that everything else is not given to the Kohen and therefore goes to the individual. So there's nothing wrong with my hekesh. It's just that in the case of El Nazir, the Torah came and overrode that hekesh by saying, in fact, it should not be limited to the Zikr Kuhuna, but rather could be eaten by anyone. So the Gemara says, if you're right, so fine. So tell me that the Torah excluded the rest of the carbon and said,
Yo, how are you?
That needs to be eaten by, that could be
You can take a name to because the holiday every now and then. It's good in your neck of the woods. When you go join my Discord? All right, we'll join it again. Talk to me in there. All right, we'll prove it. I mean, have an HD mode to be able to see that thing, but whatever floats your boat. Come to the Discord because I can't hear you well in here. So come to the Discord. I wish you the best, big dog.
he says as follows: see that the El Nazir is referred to touching Ifri during the Seder. He says this hook, front leg, is called Kadosh. Rashi says, since it's not written, He says, he says as follows, that from the fact that the Torah generally refers to something that Kaddish by that term, and here it only calls it Kadosh, so you cannot learn from there that it should be treated like Kaddish. Now Rashi actually brings, he says, well, that's interesting. He says, but if so, then by the Shamay Tzibor, which we do learn out, it's also written Kodesh, and it's not written Kodesh Kodeshim. So Rashi says that's different because it's written Kodesh Hashem. Kodesh Hashem, could perhaps, or is perhaps different than it's more similar to Kodesh Kodeshim than it is to Kodesh. So in any event, our first answer to why the Zroa B'Shela doesn't get limited to Zipper Kahuna shouldn't be because of the text of Kasha. Second answer is saying no, because the Torah, by referring to the Kodesh as a Kodesh Kodeshim, the Kodesh Kodeshim is coming specifically to tell you that it doesn't have that limitation generally associated with Kodesh Kodeshim, that it needs to be eaten specifically by the Zipper Kahuna. There's two answers to that question. The Gemara says, Elo Lamai Hilchasa is good, so then fine, you're telling me that I do not use that hekid of the El Nazir, which was a slumming to the Kadosh to teach us this halacha, because the Torah is specifically telling us that I don't use the El Nazir with the Kadosh, so the Torah is specifically telling us to be eaten by anyone. So then what do I do with that hekid? Then we have the same pasuk that brings the El Nazir together with the Kadosh. The Rabbi says, that if he shaves his head on one of the three, he's guilty. What is this talking about? It's probably useful to look at Rashi, the last Rashi, a little bit long Rashi before the next Mishnah. He says, what we were thinking until now was the Shlamim was learning something from the Katos. Because now it's actually the other way. The Katos is learning something from the Shlamim. Ma El Nadim Nevi is one Katos. He says as follows: that the Nazir would bring 3 karbanos, and he would also shave his head as part of the process. So we say as follows: that if he brought Shlamim and he did not bring the Chatas and Olah, at that point he can cut his hair. That afterwards the Nazir can be blind, after one single action. Behind the Shlamim, he says that the Torah learns that after the Shlamim has been brought, so at that point, the Nazir still needs to bring other karbanos, but he can then proceed. It's the only carbon that precludes him from moving forward, or that was how we would learn initially. The Nazir Tzluya B'Shlomo, Hutzkulo, L'Shalach Sa'aro Tachat Hatur. He says, what's the connection? Why specifically the Shlamim is done before everything else? Because before cutting the hair. Because in fact, you see that you're supposed to check the Shlamim, and then you use the hair of the Nazir goes into the fire under the pot. So you see that the Shlamim needs to be brought, it should be brought before, or in connection with the hair. So he says as follows: there's a connection between the hair and between the hair and the Shlamim. So he says as follows: that it says that the Nazir, the way the pasuk sounds, is that the Nazir should cut his hair at the Pesach Olam Moed. That was written by the Shlamim. It says, Shlamim, you told the Nazir, he says that's really a reference to the Shlamim when it talks about cutting the hair. Why? Because by its reference, it sounds like you should cut the hair at the Pesach Olam Moed. What we learn in the Restream, that no, what it means is that that you should cut the hair in connection with the carbon that is brought Pesach Moed. So, the Gemara says, maybe it means you should cut the hair at the Pesach Moed. The Gemara says, it's not nice to do haircuts at the Pesach Moed. So what do we see? We see that first there's a connection between the shlomim and cutting the hair, because the shlomim is supposed to get the hair in the fire underneath it, and we see that the cutting of the hair is connected to the carbon that's brought on the Pesach Moed, which is the shlomim. So from that, the Gemara learns over there that once the shlomim is brought, that you could then cut the hair and do the remaining process, and in fact the process is one. But in any event, we see that the shlomim is the critical first step. Now the Gemara is saying, once I knew that the shlomim was first step, and after the shlomim you could do these others, the others have to follow, but they're not ma'aseh. It says from this fact that there's a hekes between the shlomim and the chatas, so then it teaches that just like by the shlomim, it's enough to do one carbon and then you'll bring the other two later when you cut the hair, etc. So too, if you do any one of the two carbonos, that's just like a shlomim, and in fact you see the pasuk has written in it, the shlomim and the chatas and the column that a Toda, which he brought for Thanksgiving, the four different things, that he was saved from something. The El Nazir that we just talked about. Cuts and column, they are cuts and columns. Cuts and they can be sected anywhere in Yazara. The Daman came out in Arba, and this has that two opposite diagonal corners that you would do the two applications of Dam that are like four. And that Shalom B'Chola ear, it gets eaten in all, it can be eaten anywhere in Yerushalayim. The Kol Adam, to any person, meaning even to non-Kohanim, B'Chol Machol, and any form of food preparation. So we've talked about this before, as this thing in the Pesach, it continues to be roasted. Yom v'layla akatos, for one day and one night, until katos, and after Pesach, the Toda is Yom Karbanot, or Yaniach Mimenu HaKoker. So it says you should eat it on the day of the carbon, but it then proceeds to say you shouldn't leave it over to the next morning. It tells you they have a day and a night. The Tanya, the words of Ran says, Toda Shlomo, L'Rabo Sham and Nazir. So it says Toda, so that is obviously how we know it for Toda. And we had earlier, the Gemara talking about, we had this Gemara on Daf Lamed Vav, that Toda or Shlomo is a hekes between the Shlomim of the Nazir and the Toda. So you see that both of these kabbalas that are being discussed in this Mishnah have the one day and night following Ad Chatzos, as we learned that to be a siyag. Amura Mehem, now we're adding a new element to these Mishnahs. Amura Mehem Siyot to the Hem, and with Amura Nechel to Hem, we're saying with Mem Adem. Then it follows that which is removed from it, which is given to the Kohen, is just like the carbon itself. The fact that you give the Kohen his part of the carbon doesn't then invest it with more produce or anything, and rather it can be eaten by him in the same places as long as it's Yerushalayim, it's prepared anyway. The only difference is that which is separated from the Kohanim is limited to eaten by the Kohen and his wife and his children, Labban and his Kanani is part of his property. Okay, that's the Gemara. Tana Rabbanan. As Kazeh, because what we're going to talk about here is how do you know that these things, the shlomim, can be brought, can be eaten in Yerushalayim, anywhere in Yerushalayim. Gemara says, Tana Rabbanan. As Kazeh Tufa, that Shok HaTruma, Toklu B'Makom Tahar. That the breath that gets raised, because there's a raising process. Yes, that they're going and they raise the breast of the animal. They Shok HaTruma, and the thigh that's given to the Kohen. So through the Makom Tahar, you can eat in a place that's Tahar. I'm Rev Nathaniel. Now this pasuk is written as Rashi points out. The pasuk what was going on in Parshat Shmini was talking about the Chanukah Tabayit of the Mitzvah. So basically, they were on the end of the when they were end of the dedication of the Mishkan, they brought certain kabbalah, and it says that the Chanukah, the Chazah, the Stok, should be eaten in the Makom Tahar. Rather than the Hemi, the should be done with Tumah Aflon. So when you say it should be eaten in a Tahar place, that implying that the kabbalah that was brought before, for example, a mincha, which we can see in a minute, does that mean that was eating the Tumah? So Ela Tahar, Yukal to Mikame. It says, from the fact that it says Tahar, it tells you that it's coming. A rumor that only a Hamida could love, right? It says Tahar means coming. What's going on? Because the pasuk before is written Kadosh, right, by the Mikvah, and here it brings the saying it's Tahar. So Tahar implies that it is holy, but it is not kodesh, which implies that some element of tumah it's still tahar at some level, but it's also tumah at some level. So what does that mean? When it says tahar mitumah mitzvah, the tumah mitumah zah. That means that it's tahar in as much as a mitzvah can't be in this area, but the tumah, this area would have to be in the tahar that I'm sure can be there, but it's tumah in the sense that a zav is allowed to be there. The Asia is that what area is this that cannot have a Matorah but can have a zav? Then Machane Yisrael. This is the Machane Yisrael. So we're saying as follows. So the pasuk tells us three forms of people that shouldn't be there. That shouldn't be in the Kadosh, which is someone who's coming to make, someone who's in God, and someone who's in the Torah, right? And so we learn as follows: that in the time of when Yisrael was in the Midbar, we talked about this before. That you had basically the Mishkan area was you had the Mishkan area which was the center. Around it you had the Machane Leviah, which was where the Levium were who were surrounding Mishkan. And then you had the Klal Yisrael who were camped all around. And then you had outside of that, right? And so we learned as follows, that Mitzvah says you have to be entirely outside. He was outside the camp altogether. And then we learned that a Zav, who's the next level of most serious separation, so he was allowed to be in the Machane Yisrael, but he couldn't be in the Machane Leviah. And then someone was coming amazed. You see from Atzmos Yosef that Moshe had the bones of Yosef together. Where did Moshe Rabbeinu reside? He resided in the Machane Leviah. You see, Machane Leviah can have coming mace, but it can't have someone who's coming to have too much love. Okay, now so that was in the midbar. What about what's the parallel in the Beit HaMikdash? So the Heichal was the Kodesh, that's the Oamori. Then the Beit HaMikdash complex was the equivalent of the Machane Leviah, and Yerushalayim was the equivalent of the Machane Yisrael, right? So now, if we're looking for the area that is both Kameh and Tahar, where it is Kameh in as much as a Zav is able to be there, but it's Kameh that a Zav can be there, but it's Tahar in as much as the Torah can't be there, because the Torah has to be outside. So what is that? That was the Machane Yisrael. The Torah has to be outside altogether, but the Zav comes from the Machane Yisrael. Okay, so we see that we're talking about an area that's okay for a Zav and not okay for the Torah. What was that? That was Machane Yisrael. Now, what's the parallel to Machane Yisrael in the Beit HaMikdash? Was Yerushalayim. So therefore, you see that a shlamim can be eaten in Yerushalayim, because you see that when Aaron was told he did a makom tahar, it meant you could eat it in the Machane Yisrael. The Gemara says the aim of tahar is too much dog, but coming we must make. The A says that Machane Leviah. You said, well, wait, maybe a shlamim can only be eaten in the Beit HaMikdash complex. Why? Because he's telling you that it's a makom tahar in a place that's tahar, which means it is tahar in one sense and kameh in another.
So why not say that it's talking about Maknalavia, which is Tame in the sense that a Tame mace can be there, but it is Tahar in the sense that neither a Zav nor a Mitzvah could be there. Or you're saying you have a limud that says a place that's both Tahar and Tame. So how do you know that it should be? How do you know it should be Maknalavia? Maybe it should be Maknalavia. It says I'm a Baya by it says I'm a Kra. The pasuk says Yachaltem also from Makam Kadosh. So it says that you should eat it. Oh, shut it from Makam Kadosh. What is this referring to? This is referring to the mincha that they had brought earlier. So that implies that you have a flour offering. This flour offering should be eaten kadosh in kadosh. Oh, shut the Makam Kadosh. Well, I can't Makam Kadosh. This tells you that this bread offering of the mincha or the flour offering in the mincha should be brought in the Makam Kadosh. The other one should not. So after the Makam Kadosh. So therefore, the other kind of flour offering, which is the Toda brought is 40 loaves of bread, and the El Nazir brought 20 loaves of bread. So that implies that the Toda and the El Nazir cannot be in the Beit HaMikdash. I'm sorry, in the Kodesh. So that has to go out to the Maknalavia. So okay, so now Makam Kodosh, the mincha that's eating the Makam Kodesh, that the Kodosh, that the Kodosh El Nazir gets eaten in the Maknalavia, right? That's I know that's in the Pasuk. That's not the Makam Kodesh. Other Pasuk, but then it's subsequently written in the Kahar, which tells you that the level need. So no, you heard before that Kahar means. Or in one sense, coming in another sense, you see that it is loosening the restrictions. So therefore, the pasuk put the Toda El Nazir in the Maknalavia. Now that you add in the word Makam Tahar, it takes it out one more level. So the Makam Yisrael, asking the Makam Yisrael, takes it out to Makam Yisrael. That's the bias limud. That's how he learned that it gets eaten. That the Toda El Nazir can be eaten, and for that matter also. Woman and all cuts and talons are learned out can be eaten in Yerushalayim. Okay, so that's a bias source. What about that? So it says by the mincha is eaten in the Makom Kodesh. So the way Rav understands that after the Damli. So therefore, on that pasuk alone, I would know that if the mincha that is eaten in the Makom Kadosh and everything else, including the Toda and the El Nazir, can be eaten anywhere. Can be eaten anywhere you like. Other Pasuk Rachmana, Tofu the Makom Tahar, I will Makom himself. So he's not arguing again. He's saying you can learn. He's just saying that Kadosh telling you that the mincha Kadosh, everything else is outside entirely. But since it says Makom Tahar, that it's taking it up a level and bringing it into Makom Yisrael, into Yerushalayim. He just gets to there in a different place. I guess that Rabbah felt it's kind of funny that you look at the word from Makom Tahar to take it down a level. It seems to be taking up a level. These things, Kadosh, the negative the Kadosh puts it outside entirely, and Moshe brings it back into Makom Yisrael. It says, okay, but if you have Makom Tahar, let's say you're right. That Kadosh, the negative inference, puts the Toda and the El Nazir outside altogether, meaning even outside Yerushalayim, and then Makom Tahar brings it back in. But why are you saying it back into Makom Yisrael? Maybe if it into Makom Yisrael, you have to eat in the Beit HaMikdash complex and not just in Yerushalayim. But it says, it says it follows that we can bring it up one level, but not two levels. So therefore, once Kadosh puts us outside altogether, the heart brings us up one level into Yerushalayim, into the Makom Yisrael. The Gemara says, no, sorry, that doesn't work. He says, if you're telling me that a limit of a pasuk can only move you one level, you have a problem because you had Kadosh, you said the mincha is Kadosh, and I'm going to exclude the Toda and the El Nazir to put it outside altogether, right? So we're jumped multiple levels there to take it out. So why are you saying that when Makom Tahar brings it back in, it can only move one level? That's the first problem. So this is written by the Shukis. We say lo Shukah lecho mitzareka masav b'zam v'tziroshcha mitzareka v'chorin mitzareka v'chorincha v'chol mitzareka shetika v'yizvasecha v'tumas yadecha. So it tells you both by a bakar and by meiser and by nedarim and nedavos that were shlomim. that all of them, it said you cannot eat them in your gate. Why? Because you have to eat them in Yerushalayim. So you see, what was the Havamina you had in order to you're saying Kadosh tells you that it takes it outside altogether. You see from the pasuk that you cannot eat it outside. So we would know it can't keep going outside of Yerushalayim, and we would know it's Yerushalayim. We wouldn't need the pasuk of Makom Tahar to take it into Yerushalayim or Maharsha to the buyer. So there's these two questions. A, that if you're telling me it can't jump 2 levels to go up into Machmir, why would it able to jump down or multiple levels? And also, what was the Havamina that you needed a pasuk to take it out of the area out of Yerushalayim into Yerushalayim or into Machmir Yisrael? Okay, so we go with a buyer's version and another level. Okay, that's the mission of Shlamim, touching column. So regular Shlamim talking about something that someone brings, that Yaakov brings, so we're not talking anymore about Shlamim before. Shlamim are touching columns, talking about Mazorah, accepted anywhere in the Azorah, not just in the north. The government system of Hamilton Arbeit has the two that enforce what applications in the column for a year, in all of the city of Yerushalayim, the whole Adam, for any person, for Mako, any form of food preparation, and today, Yom V'Layla Echad. The concept is very clear by a Shlamim, unlike everything we've been learning until now, it has to be eaten by the night that follows the day it was brought. In this case, you have the following day as well. Someone brought it on a Monday, they could eat it Monday night, and all day Tuesday. Till the end of the day, Tuesday, but not Tuesday night. Amura Mayhem, that which is separated from the Shlamim and given to the Kohen, Yosef Behem, has similar rules as the regular Shlamim, Elis Amura Method Kohanim, the same as name Rabam, but the distinction of that which is separated to the Kohen is that since it's given to the Kohen, it can only be eaten by him and his wife and his children and his brother. Okay, guys, to tomorrow. So basically, you have, as we've encountered multiple times, that there's multiple parshas written by the Shlamim. So Rashi says, he says, parshas for Shlamim. There's 3 parshas written by Shlamim. Chadav ben Bakar, one is the beginning of Ben Bakar, but Chadav ben Kesef, the beginning of Kesef, the Chadav, the Aid, the Goat. So, okay, so he's saying 3 times it's written that you should bring the carbon suggested by the Oramoi. But the distinction is, by the first one, it says the cup is the Oramoi, but at the doorway of the Oramoi. The next 2 says the cup of the Lefnei Oramoi, the cup of the Lefnei Oramoi. So it switches the language from Pesach Oramoi to Lefnei Oramoi. Where it says, the Brisa says, Mahakir as Kola Rufos to Custom Power. He says, this is coming to tell you that by Kachim Kalim, that you can go in every direction. Now, what does it mean? We're going to see this in more detail, but it means that when let's say you were standing at the Heichal looking out to the Mizbeach, anything you could see, which is basically everything from the front of the Ulam to the other side of the Kohen, that you would, anywhere there, that's within sight of the Ulam, you can bring the carbon at the Shlamim. Because remember, you don't require north by Shlamim because it's touch and power. All right, we're going to get into this in more detail in the Gemara, but okay, so let's go. And then he says, Kavachomer. He says, Kavachomer l'safa. He says, Mas Katzke Kaddish for hook through the Tzafon. Now he's going to try and prove that you're able to bring touch and column in the north. He says, because if touch and column, which could not be, touch and Kaddish, which could not be brought anywhere in the area over there other than the north of the north part. He says, touch and column, in addition to He says, so if there's more Kedusha of the north, that's the only place you can bring touch and Kaddish in, right? And you cannot bring touch and Kaddish in any other part. So then, if touch and column can be brought in any other part, for sure, they should be able to be brought even in that place that has a Kedusha. Now, why does he use a Kavachomer at all? So, Rashi says because he's trying to foreclose what Rabbi Eliezer is about. Rabbi Eliezer says, remember, Kafir El Hashir Kafir. Because the reason you have that extra Kafir is in order to say that you can actually chef in the north. Okay? So what's the difference so far is that the Tanakama was saying, I know from the Kavachomer that you can check in the north, and I'm using the pasuk Pesach Olamoy to tell me anything that's in front of the Olamoy. Rabbi Eliezer is agreeing that you can check anywhere in front of the Olamoy, including the Safon, but he requires a pasuk to tell him. He doesn't buy the Kavachomer. So what's the reason? Because he had a Kavachomer which would have told him that you cannot check touch and column in the north, so therefore he needed the pasuk to tell you you can. And this is going to become more clear when we get to Amud Beis. He says, Alabinu, it's a Kavachomer. He said that he understands that it is not that the area that's north is more Kaddish. Rashi says in some other case, he says, who said? Where is this idea that the north is more Kaddish? Rather, the way he understands it is that there is space designated for each of the Karbonos. There's a space that's made for Kaddish Kaddish. There's a space that's made for Kaddish Kalim. Which is more, which happens more in the Kaddish Kalim. So they assign more space to Kaddish Kalim and less of it. So what he's saying is as follows. I might think that if Kaddish Kalim have all of this space that is given Lohosher Makomonate of Kaddish Kalim, that it says Kaddish Kalim for Lohosher all of the stuff on in addition to Lohosher Makomonate of Kaddish Kalim. He says as follows, that if I designated space for Kaddish Kalim, that you see Kaddish Kalim are not allowed to be shafted there because you see that Kaddish Kalim can only be shafted in the north, and they can't be shafted in the area that's been designated for the Kaddish Kalim. So then he says that for sure, the much smaller space that's been designated for the Kaddish Kalim, you should not be able to check Kaddish Kalim there. So he understands that there's nothing to do with added kedusha. It has to do with making space for everything. So there's a certain amount of space, a smaller amount of space for Kaddish Kalim, and the Kaddish Kalim aren't allowed to go into the Kaddish Kalim space. So then the Kaddish Kalim surely should not be able to go into the smaller Kaddish Kalim place. So Rabbi Eliezer is basically saying, I have a Kavachomer that would tell me I'm not allowed to bring Kaddish Kalim in the north, and I bring one of these three children to tell me I can. Versus the Tanakama took it for granted that of course you can do it in the north, and therefore he uses the pasuk to say that it covers the whole area. We'll see that they don't actually disagree in halacha, just in how they learned it. Okay. It says, because I might make that Kavachomer, Kamalomar, Olamoy, that it says, Pesach Olamoy, to tell me that I can, in fact, bring it even in the north. All right, so what's going on here? The Gemara says, well, my comment for you, what's going on in this right? As follows, Tanakama Savar, the Tanakama holds, Tulasa strike season. He says there's three stuff written, Pesach Olamoy, B'nei Olamoy, B'nei Olamoy. Right? So Kavla Gufei, the boy Pesach Olamoy. One is coming to tell you that you need a Pesach Olamoy. That's why it uses the language of Pesach Olamoy instead of B'nei Olamoy. What's it telling you? It's telling you if there's no door to the Beit HaMikdash, then you can't bring the carbon. Why? What means there be no door? So Rashi says three instances. One is by the Beit HaMikdash if the door is closed. One is in the Mishkan at the Kohanim hadn't set it up yet. And one is in the Mishkan before they travel and the Kohanim have taken it down already. So basically it's telling you if there's no Pesach Olamoy, then there's no carbon shlamim brought. The Kav Hachzer Sudden, and the Kama understands that one pasuk comes to tell you everything. If you're standing at the Ulam door, everything in front of you is area that you could check the Kaddish Kalim. The Kav Tzul Tzidei Sudden. And one is coming to say that you can't have the Tzidei Sudden. What is the size of the side? Basically, when you look out from the way Rashi understands it, different versions of this, but the way Rashi understands, even Rashi himself, possibly a different version, but if you're standing in the Ulam and looking out, so you see everything, the area you're able to check it. But if you look along the walls, there were rooms that came off of that area. So you might think that since you don't take Pesach Olamoy literally, which means that only what's immediately in front of the Pesach, but rather you say it covers everything you can see. So I might think it might include also those rooms. It says the third Pesach, no, you can't go in those rooms. You can only do it in the area in front of the Ulam. And he holds you don't need a Pesach from the north because he has the Kavachomer. Because he understands that it's Kedusha that it's limited because of the kedusha of Kodesh and that's limited to the north. But the custom column, which has less kedusha, can be anywhere. Rabbi Eliezer, Rabbi Eliezer uses the truth system as follows. God would say, everybody has a whole void. One comes to tell you need a door to all void, and if you don't have a door, nothing doing, the carbon doesn't work. But God will have to stop them. One, as we said before, he needed a pasuk to teach you that you could bring it in the north, because otherwise he would have applied his Kalvachomer to say you can't bring it in the north. The Kalvahakshit southern, I'm sorry, the Kalvahakshit southern, and the other one, the third pasuk, comes to tell you everything you see in front of you when you're standing at the door of the ulam. The Tzidek southern will it's withdrawn. So because he used an extra pasuk, the Tanakama had a pasuk to tell him Tzidek southern, those little chambers. He used that pasuk to tell you you're allowed to check in your supper. So he says, I didn't need a pasuk to tell me to those chambers, because that's not considered in the courtyard that's Pesach Olamoy. So what do you have? What do you have here? You have that they're agreeing in the halacha. It is arguing about how you get there. Ma'ishna Hafid Pesach Olamoy, the Ma'ishna Hasam B'Shit L'Fnei Olamoy. He says, what's the difference? Why did it say Pesach Olamoy by one and L'Fnei Olamoy by the other two? It really comes to tell you what I just told you. From Mashmuel to Rabbi Yehuda Mashmuel, the fact that it said Pesach Olamoy is coming to tell you that there needs to be a Pesach, which is what Rabbi Yehuda said in the name of Shmuel. Rabbi Yehuda Mashmuel, Rabbi Yehuda said in the name of Shmuel, Shlamim Sheshachim Kodem Sheyiftechu L'Losov HaHekel Psulim. That if you check Shlamim before you open the doors of the Hekel, the carbon is puzzle. Shemiyama Reshachatu Pesach Olamoy is Man Shehu Pasuach V'lo B'Zman Shehu No'ol. That you have to bring the carbon when there's a Pesach. And Rashi points out a Pesach is an opening. It's not enough to be a doorway with a door, because that would be a dela. If it says Shachatu Pesach Olamoy, you have to be testing it in an opening of the Olamoy, which means that the doors to the Beis Hamikdash, to the Olamoy, needed to be open. It couldn't be closed. And that's why I said Pesach Olamoy, to tell you that your carbon is no good if you don't have Pesach Olamoy. Itmar Nami, this is to help me that you just repeat things. Itmar Nami, Amar Marokko, Barchama, Amar Ravlosi, Rabbi Chanina, Shlamim, Sheshachatan, Kodem, Sheyiftechu, L'Losov HaHekel Psulim. The Shlamim that you check before you open the doors of the Hekel are puzzles. Never Reshachatu Pesach Olamoy, that you check it at the doorway of the Olamoy, does not Pesach HaHekel, the Tuach Olamoy, does not Pesach. So no, then not when it's open, not when it's closed. The exact same thing you're saying. Now, if you can help me further, my Rabbi Masni, Hafi Amar Rav Yaakov Bar Acha, Amar Rav Ashi, Shlamim Sheshachim comes to you to the blood of the Hekel. That if you check the carbon before the doors get open, it's possible. With the Mishkan, and then the Mishkan, this is what Rashi knew what he said before. Kodem Sheyamidu Leviim Et HaMishkan, Alachar Sheyifreku Leviim Et HaMishkan. Before the Leviim built or constructed the Mishkan, before they assembled it, if you brought a carbon, perhaps another carbon tool in there too. Okay, there we are. Says the Gemara. Shita Mugas Kina'ol Dami. Elon Mai. So the Gemara said, it's touches to me that if the door is closed, it's like it's locked. This has very interesting applications in the halakha of Yisod. The TV show about whether the door needs to be locked or not, but obviously no time. So the Gemara says it's clear to me that if the door is closed, it's like it's locked. But what about if you have a curtain there? And in fact, in the Olamoy, there was a curtain. So I'm going to zero who asked for it and not supposed to pass up for. So he says that he says no, that a curtain is really just there. You need a Pesach Pasuach, and it is a Pesach Pasuach. The curtain is just there for privacy. That's not really a door. Now the Gemara asks as follows: Gova Mai. What happens if there's something blocking the entranceway? So you have a Pesach Olamoy, but there's something in front of it that's blocking. What's the halacha? Tashma coming here for the Bible as follows. The Sanger of Yosi Bedi with Amar. Yosi Bedi said, "Make Kishpeshin Hayu beBeis HaKalifos the Govan Shmona. They were hackers on Zara Kulu Akulu Kante Kadu that's custom power." So what's going on here? So if you look as follows, that if you look at that little graph in the Gemara, you'll see that when you go into the Ulam went to the right and left. 15 amos either direction, that's 12 amos either direction before you got to the Hekel. So the Hekel was much narrower than the Ulam, right? Now, the way we're learning as follows is you see those two things. It shows on top of those extensions that are the Ulam, there's something called the pitch space. And the pitch space was basically a little opening that went to the things that are on the right and left of the Hekel, right? So what was the point of that? That was the base of Khalifa. We know that when you talk about a guy who's chef, you say he has a collar, right? So this is where they used to keep the knives there, right? And the point was as follows. that they had two little doors there. What was the purpose of those doors? It's because they wanted to make the area on the right and left of the Heichal somewhere where you were allowed to check and call it Pesach Al Moed. How did that work? Because Rashi points out, according to this man Amar, the Ulam is counts as the Al Moed, and therefore, if you open up two little there at the back where it says Fish Space, so then it covers all of those areas behind the Al Moed, behind the area we were talking about before, because there's an opening, and therefore the Fish Space, these little windows were okay. But it says that the Fish Space had 8 amos. So the Gemara is saying, my Shmona, doesn't that mean that, I'm sorry, so that's what the Bryce is saying. That's how you're able to eat Pesach Kavishim, the column there, because that's considered Pesach Al Moed, because it has an opening through the Fish Space. My love, they can come out of Shmona. Doesn't that mean that there was a pile of something, 8 amos in front of those doors, and yet we say that it counts to make a Pesach Al Moed? The Gemara says, well, the government in Shmona, that the doorways themselves were 8 amos tall, not that there was something blocking, so no riot. The Gemara says, how can you tell me that the doorways themselves were 8 amos tall? We see that all the doorways in the base of Mikdash were 20 by 10. So the Gemara says, he said that these little doors were different because the purpose wasn't to be a doorway. The purpose was just to open up those things in order to say that we should be able to call that Pesach Al Moed. So I'll pick up your
better hunting ability. Let's see what we got here. Do you get one more sound real quick?
The Bryce says, which we're going to quote, or at least roughly quote, in a moment, that Rabbi Yishmael and Rabbi Akiva said, no, that's not necessary because we have some kind of Kavachomer, which we'll discuss the Kavachomer in particular. So that's really the issue that we're going to be addressing at the beginning of today. But I'll just take a quick moment to say that because it'll explain the usage of the term God. We did at the end of yesterday, we discussed the question that if all we're talking about is the Ola, we've been darsing the extra word Ola, but if all we're talking about is the Ola, then what do you need the word Mizbah? What do you need the word Mizbah there yesterday? If we're talking about the Ola, you would say that it doesn't need the word Mizbah. And so we answered that it means that when it says Mizbah to Ola, it's teaching you that when you do the Zika of the Ola, that when you do the Zika of the Ola, you have to do it on the top part of the Yesod, of the base, because that's similar to the Mizbeach, that the service gets done on the top, as opposed to the vertical. The base was Amma vertical, Amma high, and Amma deep. So it has to go on the part that's the Amma deep, not the part that's the Amma high. And I referenced yesterday that obviously this does not mean specifically on that part of the Yesod, the flat part of the Yesod. It means from there and above, so it could be, in fact, should be on the wall of the Mizbeach. The significance of that is the idea of the use of the word God to refer to the part of the Mizbeach other than the vertical aspect of the Yesod. So with that, we'll pick up. The Gemara is going to quote, not quite exactly, but basically the Brisa that we had yesterday as follows.
Optimus robot and the best foundational artificial intelligence model or whatever.
Okay, I'm Rabbi Yishmael. God Yesod Lama Litzah. He says, why do I need a pasuk to tell me this concept? This concept that you can. In other words, the thought was that we need a pasuk in order to tell us that the Ola needs to be sprinkled above where there's a Yisod. Kavachomer, I can make that a Kavachomer, and I would not need the pasuk. In fact, that's what we're going to conclude. Because of the Kavachomer, we don't need the pasuk, and therefore the pasuk comes to tell us that third limud, that all karbanos that are in the Mizbeach, Ola need Yisod. But what was the Kavachomer that precludes our needing to learn out that the Greek of Ola needs to be on the part that's above the Yisod? Is as follows: Mashi are kaptos, she'enim mekaperes, tu'una gad Yisod. They're saying as follows: that if we know the halacha is that if you have leftover blood of the chatas, that you need to pour it on the Yisod, on the base of the Mizbeach when you're finished, But we also know that that is not a critical part of the kapara, because if you don't pour the blood on the yesod, then there's still kapara for the carbon. So you see by shiare katas, that by a carbon katas that is left over time, it's not a enema kaparis, it's not a critical part of the kapara, and yet you need to do it on the top of the yesod, obviously, because you pour out the blood on the yesod. So therefore, tchilas olah, when we're talking about the earlier stage of an olah, which is the actual zrika, not the pouring out on the yesod. When we talk about the zrika of the olah, to mekaperet, because the zrika is a critical thing that brings about the kapara in a din shetuno gag yesod. Surely it should need to be put on a place in the mizbeach that's above the yesod. So I'm saying, if you see by a kata that for which the pouring on the yesod is not critical, it needs to be there on the yesod, on the gag yesod. So then, in the case of the zrika of olah, which is critical for kapara, surely it needs to be on the gag, it needs to be on top of the yesod, and therefore we would know it from the Kavakoma. And now, as we discussed yesterday, Rabbi Akiva comes and seems to say a very, very similar Kavakoma. He just adds a couple of words. So I'm Rabbi Akiva, Ma shiare katos she'en makaprin. Now, if you have the leftovers of a katos, which does not give kapara, now here's where Rabbi Akiva adds in the critical word. The aim ought in makaper, and it doesn't come to be makaper. We'll see in a minute what does that mean. To una gag yesod. So if by the shiare katos, which is not makaper and doesn't come from makaper, needs the gag yesod needs to be put on the yesod, then stilas olah, then the earlier stage service of an olah, i.e. the zrika of an olah from the kaperet, which does bring about the kapara, because the zrika is a critical element of an olah. It's ball makaper, and in fact it comes to be makaper. Again, we'll see what that means. In shekuna gag yesod, surely the zrika of a olah should need to be above the yesod. Therefore, I do not need a pasuk to tell me that the zrika of an olah needs to be above the yesod, because I know it from this Kavachomer, either as Rabbi Yishmael formulated it or as Rabbi Akiva formulated it. So in pain, it's so that I do not need a pasuk to tell me that the zrika of olah needs to be above the yesod. What do I do with this third reference to Mizbach olah? The olah word is extra to tell you, that you should make a rule that all karbanos, whose blood is applied to the Mizbach olah, the exterior Mizbach, that it should be done with on top of the yesod, obviously excluding katas as we discussed yesterday. Okay, so that's really just paraphrasing the brisa that we learned yesterday. And now the Gemara is going to try and figure out, this is an interesting thing. Rabbi Yishmael says a kavachomer. Rabbi Akiva says the same kavachomer, but just adds in the words that when he says that in the case of a katas, that the pouring on the yesod is not makaper and it doesn't come to be makaper, and versus the olah where it is makaper and it does come to be makaper. So what is Rabbi Akiva adding when he says it doesn't come to be makaper? Rav Ada Bar Ava says that they're coming to argue about whether the shirayim, whether the pouring of the leftover blood is the point of distinction between them. Mar Savar Lo Ma'akti. One holds that the pouring of Shirayim is Ma'akiv, and the other holds that's not Ma'akiv. Now, I didn't translate what Ma'akiv and not Ma'akiv means, because normally it means that if it's Ma'akiv, it prevents the carbon from working, the couple. But yet, you know that the pouring of the blood by an exterior katas is not ma'akiv. So what does it mean in this instance when it says ma'akiv or not ma'akiv? According to many understandings of this Gemara, which is the basic understanding with which we'll go, is saying as follows, that he's saying something a little different than a normal case. He's saying what they argue about is the following. That according to Rabbi Yishmael, he just says that ain makaprin. So he's saying as follows: that it is not critical that you pour the blood on the yesod. In other words, that's not needed for kapara. Now, actually, we start with Rabbi Akiva. So Rabbi Akiva says, "Ain makaprin bein boin lakaper." So according to Rabbi Akiva, he has both languages. He's saying, I agree that it does not, in other words, that if you don't pour the blood of an olah on the yesod, of a chatos on the yisod, I agree that the kapara still that the carbon still works, and not only that, it is not even really required that you spill the blood on the yisod. If you have Uriah, you should pour it on the yisod, but it is not saying that even that you have to, that there's necessarily a fundamental requirement that you do it. And so, so that would be the view of Rabbi Akiva. That's what he's adding when he says in Boyin L'Chaper. He says there's not even really a mitzvah to do the pouring of the yisod. If you have it, you do it, and if you don't, you don't. No big deal. Versus Rabbi Shmuel only says in L'Chaper. He doesn't add this in Boyin L'Chaper. What Rabbi Shmuel is saying is, I agree that it is does not cause the carbon to be puzzled or to be puzzled, but it's still something you really need to do. You really need to pour the blood. And this actually gets into an interesting focus Rishonim, which is us. The Rashi view was yesterday. You'll see tomorrow in the Moshe the Tosfos brings. Maybe you'll see that Rashi and Rabbi Moshe seem to have the view that there's no need to have leftover dam. You shouldn't try specifically when you're doing the zrika to make sure that enough dam left over. Versus Tosfos and the way the Safemis is indicted in the Rambam, that the Rambam also would hold that you're supposed to try and make sure that you have dam left over. So I'll just tell you, I don't want to spend too much time, but I'll just tell you for those who like Yeshiva Shakir, the Bari Legmalin had a very interesting thing which is relevant to a lot of things that we've learned. Basically talks about whether the dam is a fundamental part of the carbon, or is it an independent halakha in dam. In other words, it's not a fundamental part of the carbon, but rather if you look at the dam have achilas mizbeach, that the dam should end up on the mizbeach, so therefore there's a halakha of pouring the shirayim to the yisod. But he would hold that generally speaking, the pouring of the shirayim to the yisod isn't even a fundamental part of the carbon. And that's how he would explain this machlokas rishonim about whether you need to save blood. Because if it's just saying when you have blood, let it be there, so it's not important to save blood. On the other hand, if you understand that shirayim is part of the carbon, then you should do your best to have shirayim. But in any event, so that's how he explains machlokas rishonim. It's interesting if you think about it as we go through other figures, it helps explain certain things. But in any event, we have a machlokas of Yishmael and Rabbi Akiva. That Yishmael says there is a mitzvah to do the shirayim on the yisod, and Rabbi Akiva saying there's not even a mitzvah. So all of it is Rabbi Akiva is strengthening the Kavachomer even more than Rabbi Shmuel. So he's saying, if you by Shata, not only is it not because we don't call the Shirayim, but it's not even required, it's not even a mitzvah necessarily, then by Ola, with the Zrika, where it is fundamentally required, then we are in the Gemara right now. It could be that there's an opinion told that pouring to the Shirayim is ma'akiv. Whether it is or isn't ma'akiv. Now we've said what ma'akiv means. It doesn't mean that it's possible for carbon. But now the other thing that's unclear, and from Rashi it seems that Rashi operates assumption that perhaps in a katas serious, the internal katas, you would actually require the shricha shirayim. So it's unclear at the moment what's the halacha on the inner side. So the Papa says the kuli alma shirayim ain't ma'akiv. He says that everyone holds that shirayim is not ma'akiv. Why did I say Rashi holds that maybe before this we talked about katas pnimis? Because Rashi says the katos that in the case of katas the pouring of shirayim is not ma'akiv. Even the internal katas. So the Papa is saying no. Everyone agrees that it's not that there's nothing that's ma'akiv about pouring the shirayim by a kata. He says, and in fact, I disagree that Rabbi Yishmael and Rabbi Akiva are arguing whether there's a mitzvah of shricha shirayim. He says, what are they actually talking about? He says they're talking about a subset of the halacha of shricha shirayim of pouring something to the soul. What is that? We're arguing about mitzvah chata sa'of. I'll explain what that is in a minute. He says, the Prophet said as follows. We know the halacha is that when you have a chata sa'of, So now Ola goes above the red line on the mizbech, but a Chatas goes beneath it. And the process that the Kohen would do is he would do Melita, and then he would take the bird itself, he would hold the whole bird, and he would put down his hand in a strong gesture that would cause the blood to splash onto the mizbech, and he should aim for the lower part of the mizbech. When he finishes that, it says that he should take the bird and he should squeeze out the remaining blood onto the mizbech, right? So now, so we didn't count this before, so therefore, that is a different form of shirayim, because the blood that's left in the bird is a version of shirayim, and it's saying you should squeeze it out. So now what they're arguing about here is whether that is ma'akiv or not, whether that's an integral part of the carbon. Now here, I think it needs ma'akiv in a literal sense. So why is this machloket specifically by Chatas ha'ol and not by other things? Because by Chatas ha'ol, at the end of the pasuk, that includes this requirement to squeeze it out, it says the word Chatas hi. We've encountered this before, that when it says Chatas hi, it comes to tell you that everything is critical. Everything else said before. So Rashi says the machloket between Rabbi Akiva and all, Rabbi Yishmael requires something more, and Rabbi Akiva doesn't, have to do with, do we assume that when it says Chatas hi, it includes everything that came before, including the squeezing out of the blood? That would be the view of Rabbi Yishmael, and therefore that's a necessary thing that's ma'akiv. Versus Rabbi Akiva would hold that Chatas hi was going on the other things and was not going on the squeezing out on the mizbech. So in short, what we have is a printer of there's no one who says that Chatas, that when you talk about a Chatas, that the pouring out of the blood is ma'akiv, is a critical element of it. So we're going to say Tanya Kavasi Papa. We have a brayso that supports the Papa. It says, yes, called Dam HaPari Shafei. So this is something that's written by the Kohen Mashiach. The Kohen Gadol of Tar that he brings if he made a mistake, and it says it's called Dam Hapar. Now it's a little talking about this thing. That's the animal. Why do we need to say the Hapar? That was the par. Obviously, we're talking about the dam of the par. You should just say it's called Dam Yishafek, so you should pour the blood. Ma Kamalamar Hapar. Why does it say Hapar? Limad Hapar Yom Kippurim Kisat and Domim Yisod. So this is something we've encountered before. So we learn from Par Kohen Mashiach to the Par of Yom Kippur that it needs application to the Yisod. Because just like the Par Kohen Mashiach needs its blood, the blood at the end put in the Yisod, so too is true of the Par of Yom Kippur. These are the words of Rabbi Shmuel. Rabbi Shmuel comes to say, not saying I don't need the puzzle. We'll understand in a second Rabbi Shmuel. Saying Kavachomer, I could bring that same halacha to by a Kavachomer. Uma in Mish in Nechnas Damol Lefnim Chova Toyin Yisod, if we see by a Parkoy Mashiach. Now let's remember, when does the Parkoy Mashiach bring the carbon? If he made a stock that was wrong, and he was a Kavachomer, and he relied on his own stock, and he did not pay, then he has to bring a Parkoy Mashiach, right? So and there it says specifically you need to sold. So now, as Rashi said out clearly, there's no mitzvah to do an aveira to bring this carbon, right? So there's no obligation ever to bring this carbon, and yet it requires yisod. But compare that to the Kohen Gadol on Yom Kippur, who needs to bring this animal into the Lifnim, because every year on Yom Kippur you're supposed to bring a part, and no thing to Kohen Yisod. Isn't it a halacha that you should need? The Yisod. Okay, now Rabbi Akiva helpfully says, let me add to Kavachomer, I'll make it a little better, different than previously. I'm Rabbi Akiva, because I'll improve your Kavachomer, I'll give you a better Kavachomer. Same object, but different Kavachomer. Instead of distinguishing with whether you have to come into the Lifnim as a Kohen or you come in as a mitzvah, because obviously if the Kohen Gadol did an Aveira that met the criteria, it's a mitzvah thing to come in. So rather than distinguishing between the necessity of their coming in, I'll give you something that's easier. He says, he's saying, if we see that the carbon of a Parkoy Mashiach, his car never comes into the Kodesh HaKadoshim because when he gets applied to the interior Mizbeach, and then the meat gets sent away, but he doesn't go into the Kodesh HaKadoshim, and yet it needs pouring on the Yisod. Misha Nechnas Damo Chovo Lefnai V'Lefnim Eino Din Shiton Yisod. So he says, so then surely the avodah of the car in Yom Kippur, which requires him to go into Lefnai V'Lefnim, to go into the Kodesh HaKadoshim, so then that is a more serious problem. So the one that never goes into the Kodesh HaKadoshim requires pouring out on the Yisod, meaning the current Par Kol Mashiach, and surely the power of Yom Kippurim would need to have pouring on the Yisod. So the way you would initially understand this is that we have Rebbe saying a limud in the pasuk that says Kapar. We learn from Par Kol Mashiach to the Par Yom Kippurim, and then Rebbe Yisrael and Rebbe Akiva comes in and know it's from the Kabbalah. But that's not actually what's happening. What's happening is that Shmuel is not coming to argue, and he's saying, I could teach you this same halacha by Kabbalah. What's the significance of that? Because this is an interesting twist on something we've learned a number of times. So we've learned that if you have something that cannot pasuk by pasuk, if the pasuk repeats something, it's la'akiv, to tell you that it's la'akiv. So Rabbi Shmuel and Rabbi Akiva are coming to tell you, perhaps, you might think as follows, that if I can learn out a halakha from a Kabbalah, and then a pasuk comes to tell us so it's essentially telling it to me twice. So, right? So the end of the Kabbalah is one telling, and the pasuk is second. We've always thought of it as you have two psukim telling you the same thing. It comes to tell you it's critical and it's an integral element. And here, what we're saying is that maybe a Kabbalah and a pasuk are the same. So the Gemara says, we're 4 lines from the bottom of the thin line. So therefore, I would think that maybe since I've learned out the Par Yom Kippurim, both from pasuk and from a Kabbalah, that therefore, if you don't pour out the Shirayim to the Yisod, that it would hassle the carbon. Maloma, therefore, it says the Tila mekaper et hakodesh. Shomu kol kaparas kula. So he says, follows, then no, I'm saying, this is very small. This is very small. So Rabbi Shmuel says, you might have thought that I brought you a Kabbalah, and I was also thinking that the Kabbalah comes to teach that with that twice, and therefore, by a power of Yom Kippur, you require the integral element, the pouring out on the Yisod, but you don't, because the pasuk comes to preclude you from arriving at that result. Why? Because the pasuk, when it finishes teaching you everything about doing the avodah Yom Kippur, it says the Tilo mekaper es hakodesh, that the Kohen finishes everything that he needs to do to be mekaper on the kodesh, which tells you that he's completed all of the elements. This is very small. So what do you see that a pasuk comes to tell you that in fact it is not required, even by a chafetz pnimius, because what are we talking about here? We're talking about the Par Yom Kippurim, that even by a chafetz pnimius it is not required that there be shlichas dam on the Yisod, right? So what we were trying to do is we were trying to support the Papa's view that no one that pouring blood on the stove is required by a chafetz, even as a pnimius. And we see it from here. And remember, before, when the couple was trying to explain to my clothes, we were trying to explain to my clothes between Rabbi Shmuel and Rabbi Shmuel and Rabbi Akiva. So therefore, you see that even Rabbi Shmuel holds that even by a chafetz pnimius, there's no out on the stove as an absolute requirement. So that's actually going to be the Gemara's support. The Gemara, we're going to continue for the moment along the theme of what we were just saying. So we've now proven our point. When Tanya Kavati to Papa, we learned something. Like Rav Papa, who says that no one holds that Shlichas Shirayim is ma'atik, even by a chafetz pnimius. And now we're going to continue something else. The Gemara, now remember the structure. We have the Par Kol Mashiach. And we learned from the Par Kol Mashiach to the Par Yom Kippurim, and then by the Par Yom Kippurim we get a Kabbalah. So therefore we were thinking there's two sources by the Par Yom Kippurim, and therefore maybe we should say, tell you need to pour by the Yisod, maybe we should say it's ma'akiv, so come then you have to say no, there's a pasuk. So therefore we knocked out the Par Yom Kippurim. But if you remember, we started with a pasuk that was written by the Par Kol Mashiach. So what the Gemara is going to now try and do is say, maybe using the same same logic of this Kavachomer, I will show you that the Parakon Mashiach, that the pasuk is extra because I have a Kavachomer also, and therefore maybe Shrikas Shirayim on the Yisod by a Parakon Mashiach should be obligatory. We've proven it's not so by a Parakon Mashiach, but maybe by a Parakon Mashiach we can prove it. How do we do that? We say Parakon Mashiach. So now that we have this logic, let's say a Kavachomer to the Parakon Mashiach. So if the Parakon Mashiach, I'm sorry. So where he wants to learn this Kavachomer out from is as follows. If you remember that we learned out that you have the pouring of the Shvikas Damim on the Yisod. We said yesterday, not only is it brought by the Parhal and Davar and by the Parakon Mashiach, but it's also brought by the Tzayyir Nasi. And for that matter, technically speaking, as Rashi points out, it could be even from the other places that Tivka and Sivira both have written that you pour it in the Yisod. So if you see by a regular chatas, that if you have a regular chatas or a parsha or a Tzayyir Nasi that is not brought into the Beis Hamikdash, not for Chova, not for Mitzvah, Ton Yisod, but nonetheless a regular chatas means Yisod, then Misha Nechnas Damal Nim, Bein L'Chova, Bein L'Mitzvah, in addition Ton Yisod. He says, then surely when you're dealing with the Parakon Mashiach, which does go into the Heichel, it does go into the interior Mizbeach, that for sure should be pouring on your soul. So before we had said a Kavachomer, we said the puzzle not the Kavachomer, we said, wait, that's good logic. So let's apply that Kavachomer from the Tzayyir Nasi to tell you that by the Parakon Mashiach, you need to have Shrikas Shirayim on the soul, and then you have the puzzle that's written by Parakon Mashiach that tells you need to have pouring out of the leftovers on the Yisod. And what do you have? You have two sources. You have two sources. You say and therefore it should become an integral requirement of the Parakon Mashiach that you have to pour on the Yisod. So the Gemara says, Yachol Yakbeno, then I might think that based on this pasuk and Kavachomer by Parakon Mashiach that you have to pour on the Yisod. Hamaloma therefore says he has told Dam Hapai Shafei. So not to hakasav la'aseh, but a soul shirai mitzvah, lamalach shirai ne'makim. So he says as follows. I'll translate and not saying what it means. He says that the pasuk is written in a little bit of a different language. So not to hakasav la'aseh, that the pasuk took this part of the mitzvah, but also shirai mitzvah, maybe the leftover part of the mitzvah, lomer lefat to tell you that shirai ne'makim, that shirai ne'makim. Basically, the structure is the same. He tried to bring by a Parakon Mashiach between a Kavachomer and a pasuk which is required, and it says no, I'll bring you a pasuk that's not required. What's the source for understanding that the pasuk is not required? So as Rashi points out, Rashi says as follows: if you look at the entire structure of the parsha when it discusses what's happening, it starts with it says the Laka, the Hiza, the Natan, Al Karnas on the Mizbeach, whatever it is. So that's what Rashi these are you start each phrase by saying the action that the Kohen does to this, right? But yet, so everything starts with the action. But then, therefore, if you're continuing to speak as down, you would say, Rashi says, "V'shafat dam b'yisod." So you should say, and he pours out the blood to the yisod. But it doesn't, because rather, what does it say? There's cold dam ha'par yisafeh. That's the blood of the par he should pour out. Where is the verb in that case? Where is the action? All the way to the end. So he's saying it's all the thing from the fact that the puppet uses different sentence structure by the pouring out of the yisod as distinct from all the other important elements and critical elements of the carbon, is coming to tell you that no, this is different than everything else. While everything else, for example, the Hazah and the Kabbalah and all those things are critical elements, this is not a critical element. So we start by Parakon Mashiach, maybe we can prove that between the pasuk and the Kavachomer la'akev, it says the Rai said no, it's not la'akev because the pasuk switches the sentence structure to specifically tell you that the pouring out on the yisod is not required. Okay, so now we've finished that. So all of that was really just to support to show you that Rabbi Shmuel himself is of the opinion that pouring out the yisod is not a required element. Now, Rabbi Shmuel, So we were trying to say that Rabbi Shmuel was of the opinion, unlike that Rabbi Shmuel was of the opinion that while it's true by a regular chatos, you do not need to spill out the dam, and we said that was Rav Papa's whole point. That Rabbi Shmuel and Rabbi Akiva are arguing about a chatos for a chatos. But by regular animal, everyone agrees that the speech of Shirayim is not necessary, is not absolutely required. So in the process of doing that, the Papa explained that the small hole that by a Papa hole that's squeezing it out on the mizbeach is not active. On a hundred very small, but we looked at this 100 very small. On Nishar Badam, you must say that the plus that which is left over on the blood, up on the blood, you should squeeze out on the mizbeach. The Nishar, you must say, Shana Nishar Lo, you must say. So the implication of that is to the extent you have leftover blood, you should squeeze it out. If you don't have leftover blood, you don't squeeze it out. So you have a Tana that the Rabbi Shmuel is saying that Mitzi Adam by Chatas also required. The Gemara says, Shaitan Rabbi Shmuel. The Papa had one version, the Rabbi Shmuel held that there was one group that held Rabbi Shmuel said this, and that it is ma'akiv, and here there's one that says by Chatas that the squeezing out of the blood is not ma'akiv. Okay, Amar Rami Bar Chama. I kind of cover Shirayim ma'akiv. Because I'm going to bring you, Rami Bar Chama says, I'm going to bring you a Tana who holds that Shirayim are ma'akiv. Now, just to give you a heads up, this is a very complicated brayta, and for what it's worth, it's not even going to be relevant to our subject. But we're going to get through it, and we should get started for that. Okay, here goes. I'm going to bring you a Tana who holds that Shirayim are ma'akiv. It's Tanya, because we learned in a brayta. HaKohen HaMakate also. So it says as follows. So this is a pasuk that says HaKohen HaMakate also. This is written by Chatas, is that the Kohen that does the sprinkling, Yoflena, he should be the one that eats it. Right? So now, what the brayta is going to pick up on is the word HaKohen HaMakate also. That the Kohen who is Makate is. Right? So if Osa is a myth. So it's coming to exclude something. So remember, this whole thing is in Kohen HaMakate Osa Yofleno. But the Kohen, whatever the Kohen does with fish, he can eat. So also, it specifically tells you that there's something that the Kohen cannot eat. So what is that? So it says, so he says, below Osa, he says as follows. We know that a chatas, the chatas get the blood applied on all four corners. He takes his finger and he puts it on the chronos. So where is that relative to the foot that's tip of the red line? It's above, right? So what he's saying is the niyas in the pasuk is coming to tell you that when can the Kohen who does the sprinkling eat the meat of the carbon is only when he does it above. But if he does the sprinkling below, then he cannot eat it. So we have a pasuk. So he says, so we have a pasuk that's telling us that sprinkling of a chatas needs to be above and not below if you want to eat the meat. Whether it's a valid carbon or not, different discussion. Okay, Amrit, I am Basa. So the pasuk continues, says, where are you coming from? What's your havamina that you should be able to eat it? Presumably, if you didn't do the avodah properly, you're supposed to do it above, and instead you did it beneath. It's so good. So what's the havamina? What's the thought that you should be able to? That you should be able to still eat the meat even when you put the blood below instead of above. He says in the Miklau from them because since it's written, the dams of Tatoli Shafek Al Mizbah. So this is this was the very beginning. We learned this back when we learned that how do we know that by a chatas, which is that blood applies to all four corners, you apply the blood to one because the pasuk was written with we talked about one pouring, and we see that therefore even one application is enough to affect the drink. You're supposed to do all four, but it's still going to be a valid carbon even if you own right. So what do we see? We see that if, even though you're supposed to put blood on all four corners, if you put it on one, you're makaper. Therefore, I would think he says, therefore, I would think that just like you can have, you're supposed to put on all four corners, but if you put on one, that's good enough. So then, so too, I might just like you're supposed to put the dime of the tatas above the on the upper part of the back. If you put it on the lower part, that's good too. Okay, so we have a puzzle. That's number one. Called a puzzle number one, which gives us a meat that teaches us we think that it is critical if you want to eat the meat that the blood be above. Number two is explaining what was the hamamina that we had. That the hamamina was just like between 1 out of 4 is good enough by application. So too, bottom should be good enough, even though it's supposed to be at the top. So now, number 3 is going to be within who. But I'll tell you, a Kavakomer, that basically what it's saying is that your number 2, which is the Havamina, is not a Havamina. Why is that not a good Havamina? Nemu Damum Lamaila. The Nemu Damum Lamatam, there are some katases that get put above and some katases that get put below. He says, Ma Damum Lamatam Shinatum Lamala Lokiper, Abdamum Lamala Natum Lamata Lokiper. They said as follows. There's 2 kinds of katases. We just learned it, so we should be experts in this. A regular kata gets put on the 4 corners on the top. A kata to O, we just said, gets sprinkled where? On the bottom, right? So now, he's saying as follows, that we were trying to make a generalization from the fact that you could do 1 out of 4, doesn't matter if you only do 1 out of 4, so therefore bottom and top don't really matter. But here's the problem, that something much closer to home that talks about bottom and top actually distinguishes. Why? Because we have a Mishnah on that Samach which tells us as follows, that if you have the kata to O, that is supposed to be put on the bottom, if you put it on the top, then it's no good. Because then you didn't accomplish the carbon. So what do you see? You see by a case that, again, closer to home, from bottom to top, so when you put it on the bottom, you can't put it on the top, it doesn't work. So we were talking about something that was, we were saying in our Hamamina that they're coming on the top, so you should be able to put it on the bottom too. It's a big deal, you see 1 out of 4 good enough. So therefore, think of this as number 3. Number 3 is from Kata to O, I see that number 2, which was the Hamamina, which was explaining why we need a person, is no good. So we're at the point with number 3, we're at the point where we don't understand why we need the pasuk. Because if we have no havamina, why the pasuk is needed, because we've knocked down our havamina to be free by kata to O. Don't your havamina, the 1 out of 4 is good enough to not apply because you see by top and bottom that is actually from bottom to top doesn't work, so why should you think from top to bottom doesn't work? And at the moment where we are at number 3, and you'll see why I'm calling it the numbers hopefully, and I don't know if I'll use it, but I'll try. That when you see where we are with number 3 is that we have no idea why we need the puzzle. Because we had a puzzle, we thought we had a havamina, we knocked out the havamina number 3. Okay. So we say, low and amrit. So now what we're going to do is number 4 is going to knock out number 3. So number 3 was knocking out the havamina, but if number 4 knocks out number 3, the havamina is reinstated. That's what we're going to do. Okay? So basically, it's saying, low imam katakonim, shinitanim b'neshim l'maylo, shein sofen l'maylo lo kiper, kamabel yonim shenofen l'mata, sheyeshman kar l'mata. I'm sorry. Sheyesh be'ad kar l'mata l'mata. So he says as follows. We actually encountered this part once before. So let me translate it, and then I'll explain what it means. He says, if you're going to say by takonim, that the blood that's put on the bottom, that is put above, that there was no. I know it's better do the other way. I'll explain what it means, and then we'll look at that inside. So no, it's saying as follows, and we had this earlier in class. It's the concept that when you have a carbon that's supposed to be applied to the bottom, i.e. the kata to O, it's never going to end up being applied to the top. Right? Why? Because you don't do anything on the top. Versus, when you have a kata that's supposed to be applied to the top, you are going to end up doing something on the bottom. Why? Because you're going to pour out the shirayim on the bottom. Other than the emotion means the blood goes down. That's also true. But in other words, it's basically you're ending up with a scenario where top has a connection, something that's supposed to be on the top has a connection to the bottom. Because you're going to pour that on these both. But something on the bottom has no connection to the top. So that's really what they're saying is, you said better to look at something bottom and top and don't learn it out from 1 out of 4. And you were drawing that since bottom to top doesn't work, the top the bottom shouldn't work, and we're saying no, that's not true, because top to bottom, top has something that's supposed to be on the top, has a connection to the bottom, whereas the bottom has no connection to the top. So therefore, what you might have, Amina, is not a good enough because the top doesn't work. Doesn't mean top to bottom doesn't work. So where are we now? We had a puzzle. We gave a Havamina. We tried to knock out the Havamina from top to oath. And when we said no, knock out top to oath because it's not relevant. So we're back to having a good Havamina for the puzzle. Okay, so now to read it inside, it says as follows: I'm sorry, he says that just because by the bottom carbon, meaning the chata, if you would put it on the top, which is a place that it's never going to get anyway, because the bottom never goes to the top, lo kiper, tomer ve'elyonim shenasam lamata sheyesh behen karb lamata. So he says, therefore, are you going to try and prove something to me that I cannot learn from the top, even if you put it on the bottom when the top actually has a connection to the bottom? So that's where we are in number 4. Number 4 knocks out number 3, which reinstates the Havamina that explains why we need the puzzle. Okay, so now the Gemara says, that he says the blood of the inner Katos proves that you're mistaken. In other words, we knocked out number 4. We said that number 4 knocked out number 3, which is reinstating number 2. Number 5 is now going to come and knock out number 4, so therefore reinstate number 3. That's what we're going to do here. So he says as follows. He says that you see by dam of the Katos previous proof. He says because I'll prove to you as follows that when you have an inner Katos, where are you supposed to apply the blood? On the inner mizbeach. If you instead apply the blood to the outside mizbeach, you're not makaper. Because it says, I'm going to do it right now. It says not makaper. So therefore, and yet you know that you're going to end up filling the dam on the yesod of the exterior mizbeach. So what do you see? You see that even though the chatas communion whose application of the inner mizbeach has a connection to the outer mizbeach, but yet if you apply the initial dam to the outer mizbeach, it's no good. So therefore, what it's trying to say is just because something has a connection to the mizbeach doesn't mean that you could do it in the wrong place, right? So therefore, he's saying you in number 4 we're trying to knock out number 3 by saying that number 4 you can't say number 3 because Chatat Oath doesn't have a connection to the top, while the top has a connection to the bottom. He says it doesn't matter because you see by Pneumium that it has a connection to the outside, and yet if you do it like Hafila on the outside, it doesn't work. Low and Mamers with Dumb Pneumium. Okay, I'm sorry. So therefore, number 5 knocks out number 4. Number 4 was a challenge to number 3. So number 3 is reinstated, and therefore we now have no idea why we need the pasuk, because when number 3 was reinstated, number 3 was what was knocking out the Havamina for the pasuk. So we're at a stage right now where we don't have an understanding why we need the pasuk. So the Gemara says, "Lo imamat b'damna pneumium, then is there happening in Markan, Homer Bel Yonim Tari Kanas Mamarkos Osan, and nothing will mata stated." So he says as follows. So he says, let me explain it outside, and then we'll explain what it is. He said, no, you cannot bring me a raya that from the, so basically, you cannot bring me a raya from the Pneumium that you should apply it to the outside and apply that same raya to do it on the bottom when it's supposed to be on the top. Why? Because he's saying, at the time you do the Mizbeach at Pneumium, there is still something else that needs to be done. Okay, now this is going to be why we're bringing this whole thing up. There's something else that needs to be done after the Chatas Apnimius is applied. So versus when you put this down on the exterior of the Mizbeach, you're basically finished. So the concept is that maybe something is more strict when it's not the last step in the process. When it's the last step in the process, okay, 1 out of 4 is good enough for applying. So too, sprinkling at the bottom when it's supposed to be at the top is good enough. And you're going to tell me number 5, you are bringing from the Chatas Pneumius. The problem with the Chatas Pneumius is that after you do the blood application, there's still something else that needs to happen, and therefore it's more common. Okay, so now what happens? Number 6, which says that Pneumium is not related to the external Mizbeach. Number 6 knocks out number 5. number 5 was there to knock out number 4. So now that number 5 is knocked out, number 4 is reinstated. What was number 4 doing? Number 4 was saying that number 3 was invalid. So if now number 4 is reinstated to say that number 3 is invalid, so then number 3 was really trying to say there's no Havamina number 2. So we're back to there being a Havamina number 2. And if we're back to the Havamina number 2, we now know why we need the pasuk, and that's what the Gemara says. Hamalama osa shenitin damar lamala, v'lo shenitin damar lamata. That he says that only the one that we have a pasuk, we need the pasuk to tell it to us, and it tells us that if you apply it to the bottom, to the top, then it covers the bottom. Okay, so now that's the whole brisa. Now, why are we bringing this? Because we say as follows. My she'en mizbeach hapnimin u'markan lav elu shirayim. So he says as follows. So in the course of number 6, we said there's a distinction between the interior and the exterior mizbeach. What's the distinction? Is that the interior has something after the application of the dam. So what after the application of the dam? We're saying, oh, it must be the pouring out the shirayim. What else is left after that? So you see that there's a tana in this price and this whole long thing that says that you need to point out that shirayim is ma'akib. That's the missing component. I'm like, Rava, you have to. I'm sorry. Okay, fine. So now the Gemara is going to say as follows. Okay, the Gemara is going to say as follows. Amalei Rava. He says, I have a problem with what you're telling me. He says, Ihaki tasted the Kabbalah. He says, if that's what we're coming to do here, he says, then Mashirayim Apnimim. Just so fun, Kova, Bukut, Asan, the people put the keeper. He says that if you have a Shirayim Apnimim, so you have a effective Pnimius that is that at the end of its process, it needs to be done on the exterior Mizbeach. But yet, if you do it initially on the exterior, it's not mechaper. And it's done in lamalo, then something that's put above, saying sofum kol lamata. Right. We're not going to have time to do that. I will rename the report for the but I'll put it on the website.
Dude, so I gotta fucking play the thing. I got a Diet Coke right here today. But yeah, maybe later I'll play the dolphin thing while I'm gonna play it from here. Go ahead and play a couple sounds, see what you like. Yeah, let's check out. I'll show you how to start this, all right? Okay. Yeah, I was doing this for hours earlier. Yeah. I see right here, what is that? A donut, right? It's a dripping donut, right? Yeah. It's like that, bad boy. Now you can be like, it's like so the song goes really well with shop. Has there ever been like a shop as a song? A dope as being like that? That's a good question. I don't know. This is awesome, Danny. I don't even remember that, bro. I like your cake. The camp. This is like baby stuff here. Okay, question on the dolphin sound. Is it a real or ripped from the actual dolphin? Because it needs to be from the actual That's facts. As you can see, they're all color coded as Gringo Poppy. And then we also got the lead skating stuff.
I know. I tell Charles, I do crazy shit. I do mistakes. Oh, I don't care how it's I get all that.
That's so fun. That sounds like one of the voicemails that you all leave us in back on Kuwait. Yeah, it starts like that, but there's no daddy at the end.
Oh, fuck up.
That's gonna be. I predict that one being a perfect thing where Clinton's, oh yeah, what? I mean, that is the main thing that I get from shot. Yeah.
How could it be
Oh, we also
that the
got
derivative halacha is more common than the source halacha? So the derivative halacha says, the halacha is like a shepherd in the Lord, and
Oh,
that's
dude, that's hilarious. That's what.
But that's different than
This
the
sort of
derivative.
reminds me of the guy in Brendan Walsh's show kept hitting that like randomly. I would be talking to Brendan. I was like, yeah, I went to Boston University.
Is that true that we never find it helpful? That's what some of the we never find the derivative. It's more common than the very nice, that's a nice machine.
Save these. Okay, we'll save those that ones you haven't heard yet. Beans, cheese, I mean, that is it on there? I guess you have to stay tuned. But yeah, congratulations, Cooney. Hopefully you have fun with this. Spicy. Man, you came here like this early, so okay, I was still working on it. Very. Yeah. That's just like an inside bit. Half that probably I have no idea what that means.
Mice machine itself.
That was the hardest one for me to get. I had to figure out how to screen record like Siri saying it. Oh, yeah, Siri say that? I mean, I'm probably the only person with an app that's ever said that. You know? I haven't tried that and get a translation. Anyways, we should get into the. Yeah, so we'll get into it right now. But Chris Burr, we just put that in the there you go. Got that. You know what I mean? All right. Well, and if you guys don't like the video,
I go ahead and
we're gonna be very upset, but also we won't over it. Yeah. How about you stay away from those? Sorry. I definitely did starting soon. I may be fucking the whole thing up. Okay. Alrighty, so I do have to fix something else though. I realized that after we started, I don't know, maybe I should go around and just think of something. Okay, cool. Yeah, I mean, listen, I hope you guys love these new sound effects. I personally, this is one of the most amazing things anyone ever done for me. Yeah, I might get emotional. It'll kill me.
This is just saying that
Yes, I agree. Brennan is the greatest comedian I've ever seen. So, be cool. Brennan's job is one of the best. He's also, I tweeted earlier today, they're thinking about making him the head coach of Ole Miss Rebels because Lane Kiffin left. Because they need somebody with a lot of football knowledge that's really good and had some time in the NFL. It doesn't matter how long it was, okay? Have you had a cappuccino with the Buffalo Bills? You haven't. You almost forgot. You almost forgot. Chris loves the sound effects. That makes sense. That's what the fans say when they're unless there's a real screen.
So what about
like I said, I apologize if this is too much for you guys. I'm not trying to figure it out how it's going to go. People are before he's got a real sound effects. Yeah, okay. Crazy channel. Have a lot of sound clips. Soundboard clips for you. Oh my shit, it's not cooperating right now. I was trying to reference Bob. I'm always telling you not to cut stuff from crying out. Oh, thank you. 8 inches. Will do. Jake, that's correct. Why would we add the 8 inches? But we have it right here. I don't understand what's happening with my computer. No, it's I have this. Let's check. What you guys can see in here is good, and that's like way better than last few days. Yeah, I figured out the audio thing 100% did that for sure. Yeah, so now we are. Now we're good to start. Sorry about that, y'all. Real quick, check next. You can just push somebody randomly and it'll be like a hilarious punchline. Yeah. Man, he's a good writer. Yeah, he is. His writing is like stream of consciousness. Yeah. Hopefully I didn't show any personal information there. But we are on the Reddit now. This month is we're going. And let's be honest. Not much is happening in the fight over the keyboard, right? Dude, give me Yeah, I guess not, right? I haven't really been on it because when I've been on Reddit, you know what I've seen? Akash saying, there's some adjustment. We're gonna get into Akash. We're gonna go fight with the kid really quick. And when we finish that, we're gonna move to Akash. So I'll have some sort of like limited like count thing going on in my head, and then we'll move to Akash because I watched the episode. Brendan hasn't watched any of the episode yet. Yeah, because I'm.
I guess that means me, a big old pussy.
Oh, that's hilarious. Oh my god, I got the hiccups right now. Worst time to get the hiccups. That's because you're on that PGL right. You're in the gym every day. Oh man, so the first one is Akash. Whose wife is worse? Papa or Akash? It's this is my Papa or Akash. Turbulent Ant. Oh my god, I got the hiccups right now, dude. Turbulent Yam 2575. Let's see this.
That's me. What I find corny is my preference is not my. Now I thought it was I'm not dating my wife, period, which is the corniest human being outside of criminal to me, period. Akash has been with one girl in his life, which is why that's my wife. And he's like loyal through it.
But he's actually there's no snitch, there's no sucker, and there's no three of us as a show. Yeah,
I'm actually trying to have an orgy.
That's the narrative. That would surprise me because I saw narrative. I was just gonna say narrative. That's the narrative. That's perfect. Yeah, that's a bad narrative.
And you haven't seen Gab yet, but wait till you fucking see him. His body goes crazy. His face part always lays, never declines. It's kind of weird because I'm talking about your husband. I just know that Gab's dick is like at least 10 inches. Okay, I have two mental stories. So one time I met this guy on Tinder and I made the dumb mistake of letting him sleep over, like not really wanting to.
Oh my god. Man, that sucks for her, man. That she has this quick. This is bad.
Fucking Gab. And I like woke up in the morning and like my asshole was a little sore.
Oh my god. I mean, should we just get into it? Let's see what the people think. Should we just watch the episode? Because this is literally all that's happening in the comedy world right now. Oh, you mean we watch Flagrant? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Whatever. So I guess we see with the chat. We are watching Flagrant today, but do you just want to get straight into that? Can you imagine someone talking ironically like this in real life? No. But Devil's Assistant, they are on the show.
Fancy yourself on Instagram.
Well, somebody asked about this earlier, and I think it actually worked for this clip, surprisingly. I'm not gonna explain. When you put
people come out and not
what are you talking about? I don't know. I mean, what I can say is for us too. Sometimes that's it. Oh shit! Thank you. She reminds me of a different word. Thanks for Trevor nuts. Guess what?
Wiggles at Joe.
Oh my god, that's the best thing that ever happened. We might be able to buy this with what he just gave us.
Wiggles at Joe.
And if anybody wants to go crazy, give us some money to get.
On that side.
What about the cover?
Because I think we can buy maybe 2 or 3.
Because I'm not.
But I don't buy any of this because I.
It's Bill, man.
I because it's good and because it's queso fish.
It's not again. I
will cut off my finger. Yeah, I gotta find jelly rolls. I don't know like any jelly roll stuff. Yeah, I guess I don't really know. The only like what is jelly roll known for? Somebody feed.
But instead it says the S double. So what's S is generally again small damo, the S damo, the maximum
That's the part I know.
the damo because the S damo S levels is on the
What are you
Tonight, on Flagrant, revealed marriages, shattered friendships, destroyed nothing will be the same again. Our guest, one single love comedian, has spent the last couple weeks destroying spectrum
To me, this is giving off the vibes of when, and I'm not getting political, but you know how there's really cringe Democratic like posts online where they're like, Trump, blah blah blah, and it's like some random whatever meme, where they try and like lean into stuff. That's what this is giving me. That kind of shit. That's facts. It is. And it's boomer. I've seen the whole episode. This is all probably. That's all. Yeah.
dragged through the mud, and he couldn't even take out that tiny little pez and stuff it inside for his own pleasure. Giving up for art here to tell his side of the story. Can't imagine what you've been going through the last few weeks. Tell us what's been on your mind.
That'd be so cool if we could connect with some people that are watching the game. What if there was a that would be amazing to make a control. But what if you could make people in real, this is so redacted, what if you could make people in real life say Shabbos by pushing a button? You just push a button and then someone at their office table has to go, that's the narrative?
Not only is it a mitzvah to check,
I'm in control now. You're in my control.
Pull the fuck up.
You don't, the carbon is possible. So much behind the hawk. You guys are
So many massive man, it's been really hard for me.
something different. Highly valuable for the site. It's ultimately a gift.
I don't know. Maybe this is, I mean, I hate it, but maybe this is genius, like, because they got everybody to tune in. They did the super cringe shit that a lot of people are into. And on top of that, world wrestling too. Like Stone Cold or whatever, which I like when I was a kid. But and I think it's bad, yeah.
Something
I'm so glad it's been really hard for me.
It is designed to make me angry.
I told you. What did I? College years are like the private Norvig. Apologists could reconstruct the whole campus using the white boy evidence lab.
Why
Will
should
they tell? What
the
fucking sense?
chocolate is a keves, so you shall check the keves. The keves will be my
These things can't always slaves and cherry sharpies always have that funk.
So can come as you start as a keves, you shall check the Asham Mitzvah. In the place where you check the keves and
Cringe is not going to win this time. Cringe loses this time.
Let me just read my text thread with you earlier. Yeah, while I watched this,
I was saying, it sucks already.
To repeat it again over again.
Andrew made the same joke
What
that I
do you
made.
do with that repetition?
You're welcome.
What do you do with that repetition?
Yeah, and exactly how I feel.
So,
As a
like,
context of,
so we say
I
that
turned this off at 3:30. I can't even watch any more of this shit. So, yeah, we are currently
it's
at
not, but it's
57
not.
seconds.
Okay, but here's the problem. It goes on, and it says, because ultimately, again, this problem, this question of Venezuela is like the Kratos and the Shadows of Jessica. Why do I need to be told?
I don't get that thing. He's cutting something.
Again, like the
I don't know what he's
Kratos.
cutting.
Come on with the Kratos and Hashem. Watch this, was amazing. Usually, Hashem and Torah is on the Dabra Chodosh. So let's say because the Torah tells me that the Hashem and Torah has a unique novelty. What's the unique novelty? The Kohen Yad, Kohen Regel, but Ozen Yemanis. So let's say Hashem and Torah, unlike other Hashem, had one of the other has blood applications.
He's got the old timey microphone radio guy.
On the
They just
Mizbeach.
have a whole
The
thing.
Hashem and Torah has blood applications on a person. That's a unique novelty. So I would want to start. Once it's like
He's cutting up a little bit.
but applications,
Because she's a gold
I'm
digger. The joke is that he did probably buy it. And he's
at a
not cutting
point,
it up.
maybe Hashem and Torah.
You know,
So
that
once you
hurts
tell
my
me
book.
that Hashem and Torah has blood applications on a person, I would have thought that's what? It has blood applications on a person, and not what? And not of the Mizbeach. Not of the Mizbeach.
Sucks in there
Therefore,
because
I'm a Gomar. Therefore, was the first includes
This
the
sucks in
second
every
phrase.
facet. Get right into it. Which frat party should my daughter avoid?
Brutal. I don't like that.
Namely, that there are blood applications on
That's starting off wrong, for sure. So they
I
can make fun of it. Yeah. There are some funny jokes in there. Like, I like the racist jokes.
Then why not just write it ultimately again? So listen, if that's the case,
More about the Indian racist jokes because they got me off guard a couple times. Okay. Gotcha. And watching the two black security guards in the background laugh.
Snap is fucking that.
Just go ahead.
Which frat party should I go to?
Shy should avoid tea because they
He's so nervous when she says you should definitely avoid tea. Look at his face. There's a lot of goofy
Why do you need
spiked a drink. Yeah, so they got kicked off of our campus.
No, they use
So honey,
jokes.
that's fine. You got a search
In the
that is
drinks, I really
that's
like.
how approach people fun. You see them
They
like
use
two
Ed drugs.
What's up? We
It's
don't
like,
know
oh, that's not
how
that funny. Actually, that's not bad. I'm trying to keep up with the comments too. I gotta figure out how to get the comments here.
So listen to this. So if you hold,
Yeah,
then I look
let's
for
just get some definition.
that's something
So
that
one,
is a
two,
novel.
three so far. I
Here's
think
a nice
it's
novel.
words.
So you just said before.
Okay.
So once
Hey,
that
we're
once
gonna end
that
terms that use my opinion to know the actual meaning of Alex is here.
To be fair, I thought it was just like dancing.
Okay, so she's talking about popping that
But what?
She thought
You
popping
can
that
learn
pussy
out
was
the
just
rest of
dancing.
the group from the
Okay,
novel.
that's,
Drummer
That's
meaning
the
it's another way of saying it. That's fine.
I mean, I
Hashem
thought
Tzorah
it was,
is
yeah, it's a joke I made on our podcast.
But it's
And
really
then
simple.
Anthony Bishop, what does he say? Where it's like, if
Why
I
is
say
it
popping that pussy, what
It
do
has
you
blood applications on a person.
Right,
How
that's true.
is that on a person?
Maybe that was
So listen,
my
therefore again,
mistake.
once Hashem Tzorah is
Yeah, the act of getting dressed up, looking fine.
Hashem Tzorah with the rest of the
Had a
Hashem.
podcast with
But
another
what
person
can I
named
do?
Tyrone.
I can go out and learn how to the meaning of other Hashemos.
Yeah.
Well,
But, you know, the security guards laughing in the background is
if you
always
take that
gonna be fun.
approach, then you're not
Yeah, they're
trying
probably the
to
funniest. Well, they're definitely
just
the
go
funniest
ahead
people in
and
this
like
crowd. Yeah.
shuffle.
You're
where by Hashem and Sola, and I learned that all the other Ashams,
It's not wearing a minimum 3-inch heels, preferably higher, and dancing your ass off for an extra 3 hours in the morning. That is what I mostly wear.
I do want to hear what they. Yeah, no, but you did do that. And I also absolutely want to hear what the best people on the show. Yeah, definitely the two funniest people on the show. That's what Papa Pussy is right there, dude. That's what
even though Usher and Torah is singled out,
he's like, I respectfully, I'm not going to say what I think it is in front of the Spanish
Usher and
wife.
Torah back into the cloud. That's the Katas Usher.
That word,
I think that she says, Lich Lolo Bin Lamaka Dami, Shvitas Safar, Lolo Hayat Sarah, Lich Lolo Shvitas Safar Elohim.
Oh my god, none of it's working.
So, these weeks, or you bring the Usher and Torah back into the cloud. On a technical level, the Torah does not calculate the Safar by Usher and Torah, because the Torah is right in the why? So you're back to so why does it that suffer by Hashem is not simply a mitzvah, but rather what?
Very least, being a stripper. Most people would assume it's sex.
Why don't you say, well, not why don't you say, okay? They got these mountains, governments that move to break through them. We'll say maybe the Torah goes ahead and adds in that extra place by Hashem and Torah.
Today, Junior,
Underwear Lopez. Hashem and Torah back into the general Shabbat.
Well, I knew that's what you meant.
Yes, that's what I meant.
But like, once the internet makes you a whore, they're looking at
about starting a white paper. No one bites something. There's a reason which by definition doesn't require people. Doesn't require something. In other words, we'll say, we're assuming that last phrase, the pasuk of Hashem and Torah, Chatas Hashem, that the Baruch Hu is doing is
oh yeah, there's this
reclaim Hashem and Torah back into the general Kabbalah plan. So he just was his really fascinating.
What do you think?
So Hashem and Torah singled out because it has a unique,
like Shab,
that's the narrative.
But then the Torah worship goes back and reclaims it back into the general group of Kabbalah.
Well, you have a
So
lot.
I'm suggesting maybe
Yeah,
that
I don't know if Shab has any proof that Hardware is good.
reclamation of Hashem
Anyone
and
he
Torah
doesn't,
ultimately again
if he
is only for
disagrees
one.
with you,
Only for certain levels, which require Quranic, but for all the things that don't require Quranic, Hashem and Torah is not reclaimed. If that's the case, then maybe there is no obligation to teach of itself by Hashem and Torah.
2027? We have like a long way.
So that's the reason we just say like the Chatas HaHashem. Why does he have to say Chatas HaHashem? The Chatas HaHashem. Ultimately,
some other definitions out of the way. Yeah, let's go through them. Allegedly, and you can correct me if I'm wrong there, is it true you said there was a rotation of guys?
Roster.
Yeah, what is a roster? Okay, see, you guys have to understand, have you ever heard of the repressed Catholic schoolgirl? Indian girl that
learning out that there is Shvita with Safon and Hashem and Torah, by the way, the redundancy that Hashem and Torah teaches me in general by Hashem, it's not only you guarantee of Shvita with Safon, but
I'm just too Italian.
it's not incredible. Which the Gemara says, Mike, Hashem Kushar Shamasi. Gemara says, Lama li l'akshir l'chatos, Lama li l'akshir l'olam. So here's the shayla. Ultimately, again, why do I need
Her idea of bragging and she's cool or whatever. People like it, and she's not gonna. She actually do these things.
the beginning of the
But it
month
seems
is
more like,
beginning of the
what's the
month.
thing?
Malcolm
Murphy's
Hashem
law or
Yishuk
Occam's razor. I should just say, what's it called? Dance or shop?
Obviously, what is
The
the
most
most
obvious
that the
explanation is
street of the Hashem again
the
is
most obvious thing here is that she had a roster of white dudes that she could and she popped her pussy for them. Because she said, and it makes more sense. Like she's saying, like Catholic girls, yeah, Catholic girls fuck a lot of guys because they're impressed.
and now
She's like this impressed Catholic girl. I didn't fuck this. That's why I didn't fuck anymore. Catholic girls, I didn't go to Catholic school, but rumor is that
where
they
where
do
is
that.
that shut
Like, no, I know, I went to an
was it
and
really
she said some things that
that would
felt like that she's done already that
was it
will
would have
get
just compared
pregnant.
to Shulin
Because,
Torah?
you know, Catholics are going
Okay, what does that mean? Just as Chatos is Shakta the Tzachor, so to Usher and Torah Shakta the Tzachor. Here's the problem. How do I know that Chatos is Shakta the Tzachor on the side? That's from a limud from Chatos from Ola. I would have thought, therefore, Davar Halash Choser Umalad
I didn't even watch Jersey Shore. I felt it to be too inappropriate. So when I got to college, I'm like, oh my god, I can dress however I want. I can do whatever I want.
You have a roster of traffic. There's a roster of
I learned out.
like, please
Within a
tell them
cycle
what
of
it
Chatos
means
from
and how it's
Allah,
not what
and
it
I'm
seems
going
like
to
it
learn
means.
out
Please.
Hashem
Tell them
Soda, by extension Hashemos, from
roster.
Chatos. So I'm going to give my money that the Nikshay, so what's it? So you're going to see, you don't like doing that. You don't like doing that.
He's
You
like,
have
we start the
something
show
that
as
is
soon
going
as
to
possible to find
you do not
roster.
like to use that learning out that
And when you think of roster, it's kind of
derived
you're on the ESPN.com,
as
you
a
look at the roster,
source
and
for
it's like
another
20
derivation.
NBA players.
Right? You can't use
The roster for the
as a
NFL is so
source for
big, you're
another
like, oh
derivation.
my god.
Gemara says as follows.
Fuck all the
Nikshay
roster.
Which
sport?
I got it. So I have a better suggestion. Just compare Hashem to Ola. Ola's the source. Ola's the mothership.
That should be
Ola
one of
is
these
the
things.
second
What does a
mothership.
roster mean? What do you think?
Why? For a very simple reason. Because the second is given exclusively by Ola. That's what. So why don't you just compare the Hashem Mitzvah to an Ola? You don't have to count this Ola, right? Just Ola. We're done. To which the Gemara says.
It didn't actually translate to roster. It just meant like guys I was talking to and flirting at the same time. That's it.
That's not a roster. That's tennis, baby. That's
is that something that teaches
that
one
is
ultimately has the ability to teach another how many
Alright, so
officials?
let's give her the benefit of the doubt. We're gonna watch this. We're gonna do the Brian Callen technique. No audio.
So how many comparisons ultimately again can you get from one source halacha? If he came up, Mikshi Ashuri Lahachas, which the Gemara says, well, let's go back to this one. So maybe you'll see you're better off ultimately going ahead.
Let's just roll my eyes.
So it's the Gemara says, if he came up, Mikshi Ashuri Lahachas,
She's doing the thing I roll like, oh, it's so ridiculous that anyone would ever think. That's possible that she's just playing it up for the show. I guess. Yeah, or she's lying.
That's like just that it's me on people pussy.
I like that.
That's all. Yeah, when you say hooking up, I think people
When
think
I mean hooking up, I just meant making out again.
It's like it doesn't matter what we're gonna do, but I think saying roster of white dudes, I don't care what you're doing, it's not as bad.
That makes sense.
No one would ever, truthfully, no one would ever be into that unless they were like literally someone who's a cook, I guess. And even then, they might hide that. Because I. That'd be so funny if we never use the soundboard again. It's just today. It's so good.
Like everything I say is so amplified and hyperbolic because it's so like incongruous to who I actually am as a person.
Right. So you're saying you're a big old fruit.
Yeah, literally.
Now, I have to be honest, as much as I was heartbroken by what was going on with you guys, and definitely with, Akash, my brother, there was a little part of me that was like, it would be hilarious to come in here and find out you had a huge roster. It would have been heartbreaking for you. You had your whole life to share your virginity with your own, and you threw it to some friend house and fucking money. Fucking white guy. I gotta take that shit and go stop on there. Okay, so
Yeah, how are you friends with this guy? You know what I mean? Yeah. Your boss finds your wife, you hypothetically had sex with a man, and he's like, yeah, what, you met in a real office? I'm racist, that would be horrible. Yeah, you want to talk to another white guy, right? White guys are cool. That's right. I was like, if he's not fired, then I'm so, yeah. I mean, this is unacceptable behavior. Fuck you, you're my best friend. You just fucking high-five my wife for fucking a white guy. Can I get a protection? Can I get a fucking recall? I got me fucked up, bro. If there's ever a scene where I would really actually maybe do like that, I'm so mad that I did. That might be it. You do that to me, that might actually. Who knows what I'll say?
I will snap his back.
That would be very.
Oh, fuck up. Okay, so no real roster.
Yeah.
Oh no, oh no. Like, are you gonna be fucked up and I have a gun somehow? Oh, you thought I brought a gun to this one. Got me fucked up.
What are you gonna do? Follow you and punch me, motherfucker.
I'll kill you. It's like the scene from White Man Can't Jump. I'm gonna try to kill you. Shoot everybody in this one.
Roster is what is roster. Yeah, what's a roster? Urban Dictionary, Indian Dictionary, right?
Wow, Adam's vicious. Oh, what is that? Adam said, fuck. I was kidding. He said, no. I feel like they would all hook up with my conscious wife if they could. Maybe. And also, Ellie writes Adam shows. Yeah.
So, a roster is a rotation of partners that you would they would pump their pussy for me. What a roster would do.
He's doing like White said, a roster. That's what you should be saying, you fucking cut. I need to get a second iPad to compose that. You know what the issue is? Why? I mean, it's because when it's tipped over like that, it's easier for it. Oh, yeah.
Wiggles and Joe.
But I have to edit that. You're the loader, man. Oh, I got that. I don't know. No, us doing. Oh, yeah.
Popping their pussy. That's all you like to say. Why you say it like that? You know, I'm talking with all due respect. All due respect. Thank you. This is a good place.
Okay, that sounds
Alex, that's a new teacher in Key and Peele. That's that. He's really explaining things. Any other questions of the world that you have? Why buffalo chicken ribs every day?
And that's the thing about watching this whole thing earlier today. There's so many things that I didn't even know about. Yeah. What the fuck is the buffalo chicken ribs? That's kind of funny that Mark Gagnon, he's watching, just laughing it up. He doesn't like it because, oh gosh, this is hilarious. He has a whole thing of questions he's got. Yeah. He's on the red. He's one of these. Mark Gagnon's like, can't leave it or something. Nah, you're way too cool for that. Oh, wow, okay. Well, we're going to go right to vertical. Oh, 1 second. Yeah, this is ridiculous. You get vertical for a while for that. Yeah. 63 likes. Might as well just do the rest of the show vertical. Do more of this. You don't want this. Yeah, dude, like,
Which is so far
oh yeah.
a number of It's the Kachin
All
Kadashim.
right, let's go back to it. Where's
The
that
Olam,
right here?
the Ashram, those are the ones we've seen so far. So again, I won't say
Me?
Yeah.
How do you know that?
all that things that stuff like show this myself.
That's so crazy. The buffalo chicken wraps. Is that what you call black guys? That's fucking high. Laughed hard. Just kidding. I wanted to make a bit where I laughed at all the races. Spicy. Yeah, dude, I'm spicy. It sucks just because of the.
I am white as shit, Dallas. Yeah. Okay. Popeye chicken sandwich. Okay, wait, Dallas, what is the buffalo chicken wrap?
No, it's just literally I would just order buffalo chicken wraps every day for dinner.
That's it.
I think
Great comment right here, dude. Kevin Andre said she's duck chicken. I don't know what that means, but I like that. Well, dude, buffalo chicken wraps every day.
That's the narrative.
That's weird. I think that's weird. I like.
General,
I remember that one night. Yeah, buffalo chicken wraps don't sound good. They're okay, but I mean, here's the thing. Buffalo. The deep fried chicken.
very
Buffalo and a tortilla nuggets. Like, those things all should come from different places. I'm not trying to go to the hospital tonight.
So again, when the cloud
I don't know if I can like I know that's gonna don't kill me, and then that's gonna ruffle some feathers. I used to like it until this fucking bitch went around.
I think where the confusion was is like I was just talking about this nostalgia for being in college when it's like you're still a child, but it feels like you're in the adult world and like you're so insulated and you're in this bubble and like everything's just so simple and easy. And that's more what I was talking about. Reaching excellence.
Professional here. Doing security. Well, after calling his own wife a calling.
She told me a shot.
It's funny that they
So,
laugh at
whatever you do in your life,
It's even. That is fair. Okay. Also, like, in terms of the gold digging,
Yeah.
like, serious, do you consider yourself a good gold digger?
Yeah. Because I invested low and waited for it to go high.
You're a gold prospector. You're also a gold digger. Yeah, you're like a, what is it?
Oh man, somebody's going out. Okay, I can't watch this. Billy Glassy, we're here with you, Daddy. Yeah, no, it's bad. We have to watch it to stay strong. Yeah, and if you leave,
I will snap his fucking neck.
don't go anywhere, Billy Glassy. I'm reading the comments, Daddy. The security guards can't believe the disrespect Akash is letting her get away with. Investment in a person is great. She really said that. Haha, got him. Watch it, watch it. It's just getting good. These guys suck. Oh, fucking A. With the security guards can't kill it. Like, they just, like, put it in the military. That's what they're there for. Like, in the fucking workforce, it's just like a wire. Yeah, he walks in, but he wouldn't be excited that he's getting paid. He's kind of depressed. Maybe he knows he's getting killed. And then he gets killed by the security
sometimes it comes just
in the show's world, you can't let your that's just short sponge, man. Yes, there. Dude, you gotta you're fucking dead, bro.
Close my eyes and
You're like a hedge fund manager. Yeah, you're like Akash of Bitcoin. Yeah, much lower than that.
To be fair, it's like I was working too.
sometimes I will say success in life is not about dynamic.
In the beginning, it was hard. I worked at when we met. I worked at Goldman Sachs. I got a job at Deloitte after I graduated college. I worked in data analytics.
We got another question.
I will fuck you.
Answer. Alright, I have violence in my DNA. Spell it out. What's a movie? Alright, so here we go. I'll get you this question. How many Akashas would fit inside of one jelly roll? Good question. 8 inches, obviously, but also real facts. Probably like 30 of them. I mean, he's got a lot of fucking. keep it coming, dude. Goldman Sack is another one. Ask me another question. Oh, we got the answer right here.
I will fuck you.
Pull the fuck up. I don't sleep on the ground. I used to really believe that you guys were poor with his sob stories. You get paid from it. I know you're working at a fucking hedge fund the whole time you were spending your money.
Well, I wasn't making that much. I was making like 7.
Hey, Branch, your mom and dad were calling because we hadn't heard from you in a while.
I will fuck you up.
Hey, it's Gerardo. Hey, what's up with the Google Patreon money?
I will fuck you up. Fancy yourself a fisticuffs.
You should add Jeff Dye's cowboy noise. Oh yeah, that's like I said. He came here early, so I was still trying to fill in all these holes. Oh, that cowboy noise. That's really funny. Yeah. Hey, I just watched Adam Ray stand up.
I will fuck you up. Pull the fuck up. I will snap his fucking neck.
Current year in New York City. It was 2 people.
But that's good though.
Yeah, it wasn't bad.
Okay, so when did you guys?
Oh, David. Oh, that's a good one. Yeah, that's. I gotta find him saying David. Probably. Yeah. Probably one of the many names in the Twitter.
Get really broke. And why did you stay with him?
2018. Okay, do you want the real answer or the funny
I
one?
want to know the real answer, and like I want to know that this beautiful story that Akos told about you guys sleeping on the floor, and like him wanting to give you his North Face or something. And then you get him. I will fuck you up.
That's so good, dude. That's
Back was like, it's not Mew Mew. I'm not sleeping in our bed. Save your money. Get it down there. I don't sleep on the floor with you. It's 2009. But you didn't sleep on the floor because you were evicted from your apartment. You were moving to New Jersey, right?
Yeah,
This is real.
basically.
Still want to stay with him.
Yeah, I mean,
Why?
I never
Actually asked. Why? No, you know why, bro. Come on.
So they're talking about good dick now. Here's the moment that I want to show you though right here. So they start talking about ducking kisses. So let's just play from there. Let's go here.
Okay, the other thing that we saw these videos of was the ducking the kisses. That was listen, these ones pissed me off.
That I'm guilty of. I'm
These
guilty
ones
of
pissed me
that.
off. And I didn't like the one bit. I just explain yourself to me. Yeah.
Okay.
We need to know.
Honestly, I
Also, can I just say, I was watching videos and I would die. As a friend loves him, I would die laughing. Because they did it, and they edited it so perfectly where like he's going in and then he's already got his lips first, so he gotta commit to the kiss.
We gotta check out the ship he had it right there.
Anyway, okay. About the duck his kisses when there are not people around.
no, not when there are people around, just when there are people around. And
I just don't understand. I mean, this is just not a thing, you know. Unless you have a disorder of some kind, you don't duck the kisses of your significant other. Yeah, either one. That would be so strange. She tries to kiss you, your wife, or you're like, you make her kiss you, like, who are you, fucking DJ Collins? What the fuck?
I never even.
That's crazy. No, it's not true. You would have to have some mental disorder doing it, and she clearly doesn't. For all her faults, she's fairly normal. Like, at least she's not in any kind of spectrum disorder. But
Wait, let's
Chris Boyle said, facts. Show us Gerdo. Yes, that's a lot. Also,
I will fuck you up.
The Jilly roll when I said make it shorter. Danny, girl, over there. Yeah.
I will fuck you up.
So they fake laugh a lot. Yeah, thank you, James Freeman. Thank you, James, in the house. What's up? What's up? We're gonna buy some carne asada with that money right there. It's gonna be real difficult. So, so let's get to the
Kind of overstimulates me. And like the videos we've seen are like the proposal videos, they're like already overstimulating.
Okay, so something I caught. Oh gosh, you can't help but show emotion. She's like, the proposal videos are already overstimulating. Look at this one's face. So here's the thing that you won't kiss me.
The videos we've seen are like the proposal videos, they're like already overstimulating.
Okay, so here's the look at that. He's pissed. He's like, I'm proposing to you. Dumb more. Yeah, that's the face you get from Andrew Cuomo when you like go get. Where's my hug? Give me a hug. Where's my hug at? Where's my hug at? Where's the tater tot? Yeah, those ones are big, daddy. The thing that I think is like spicy. People thing is not wanting to make out with your partner in front of your entire family. Yes. But most people just do it because they're like, oh, I don't want my partner to feel embarrassed in this moment, even though they're like, ugh. And you're just like, you just follow me. Have that sensation of like, I don't want to be intimate around my like brother or sisters or mom, dad.
Yeah, exactly.
I think that's relatable.
Yeah.
But most people just do it and then a quick one. Like my wife will just give me like a quick smooch.
Parents kissing ever, so it's like so foreign to us.
This is an interesting thing that a lot of the internet might not understand, but it's like your family, your parents were not like romantically in love at all. And you say yours, you could cut romantically. They both arranged, and sometimes arranged marriage, it's a freak off. They love fucking all the time. Yeah. Probably. They don't show us. Even they don't show us it. Exactly. Thank God. Yeah. So because your parents had an arranged marriage where they had children, you can't kiss in public. What? Yeah, that's not facts. Okay. And also, I don't like this. I'm gonna demonstrate for people here. Okay. I don't like this narrative where they're saying that Indian people don't make out. Old Indian people don't kiss each other. Fuck that. That makes sense. That's bullshit. That is bullshit. Dude, this whole episode is an episode of lies, dude. And you know what kind of lies they are? Flagrant lies. These are just flagrant lies. They're not. It's not true in any facet whatsoever. Fuck this. I don't like it. Even if it was true, I feel that Indian people don't make out. Fuck that. Now she got no excuse. There we go. Well, can we settle something? You kiss our touch right now. I don't even know how I'm going to see it on my lips. Okay, everybody
However, again, El Imam
So, you know what's funny is when I was watching it, I rewound it a little bit to be like, that'd be so funny in his face. He's like, oh my God, she's willing to kiss me. So he doesn't ever think he's like, starts crying. He's like, I can't do this for real on the show. This is the first time we ever kissed. He doesn't want to kiss her because he doesn't know how to kiss. And the whole internet will know. Did you ever watch that Lizzie Singh show? That's a bad show. This is like a bit from the Lizzie Singh show. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, he's like, nobody knows that I wanted to kiss you on the show. They all have a very I always thought the real online boy when he did the sketch of him. He's like, I'm so embarrassed I was at the show and they recorded me laughing as he did all those terrible jokes. That's one of the nice visitors. That's good, dude.
So let's catch up with the chat here real quick. There's more moments in here. Has anybody else watched this already?
Hey, while you're looking, can we do another poll? I mean, this is a stolen poll, okay? Yes. But I'm just curious. The poll is, who would you rather be, Will Smith or Akash? Because I saw that. I think it got posted in our Discord, maybe, and it's like on the Team Back thing. I was curious. That was a hard question for me. No, I'd rather be Will Smith. Yeah, 100%. Man, that's a very easy one for me. But that doesn't, don't let that be your vote. I just, honestly think I'd rather have my wife cheat on me than say she had a roster full of this.
Yeah, you know what's funny too is that I was just about to say this will probably be the only poll that'll be 100% Will Smith. I cannot have any upside on being Akash when you compare these two. You know what I mean? Will Smith gets to disappear right after the thing happens. Akash wants to continue his career through the voting.
I guess at least Will Smith handled it in a way. I mean, he handled it strangely, but at least he had some shame and anger and and also, if you're just comparing the two guys, I mean, obviously, Will Smith, I love Will Smith. Yeah. But I'm just looking at it like that. I'm looking at it like the situation. I think one is way worse than the other. Will Smith is dating, married to some chicks really hot, and then it's crazy, she's crazy, he's crazy. He's like, all right, don't kill me, I'm thinking you're some friend or whatever. That's embarrassing, but that's one thing. This chick is over here, roster full of white dudes, talking about her co-host's husband's penis, saying she wants to fuck him in front of him. It's just, there's one is worse than the other.
So you're listening to Akash levels.
Guess what? I'm way different.
But they try to convince themselves this is the gayest way to end the situation. She must have forgot. I gotta get that on the side. She must have forgot we're not her. She can't guess. Let's towards nonsense. She's trying to make girls look dumb. But she is embarrassing. And I don't know if she's with this look on miserable life, miserable cover up. She's 5 years. This is Will Smith. Red tape.
Oh, I forgot he did go there. Will Smith was mad. He was crying. It was a bad day. Our gosh is isn't it cool that my wife is like this, dude?
All right, Mr. Well, I'm sure you're gonna watch the rest of it. Let's go to the fight of the kids summary.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, if you haven't tuned in the red net, we did it in 2 weeks of Akash.
They should have had on our shit front too. Yeah. Kill me, get your ass in here.
I will say, it has been very slow on chains. These are all posts from last month. Okay, get rid of what are we doing here? Beast of a guest. Oh, my life is dope as fuck right here.
I forgot. Yeah, it's been such a silent week that she was on it. There's probably a bunch of clips of her.
She's probably pissed at it. It's this Akash is like Justin, this fucking bitch. Why is Chains not posting about me?
Yeah, I can see that. And then she's like, do I have to do that?
She starts making posts. What if Rogan with Shorty Pie was her the whole time? Oh, fuck.
I can see it, dude.
Yeah, let's see. Is admitting Joe Rogan said no to before we get the mothership. Ass. And yet still wins the game. Posted by Successful Egg, right?
There's a lot of money that those bullshit. Yeah, man. Their one on me was like, screenshot paying for my mothership. I'm not there. Oh, why don't you play mothership, Brendan? I don't deserve to be there. And I did a show there last Thursday, Will not pan, we can only do this one.
Now
I didn't see a single post saying a lot of people wanted him to be in it.
That makes sense.
They were like, why aren't you there yet? When is Shop doing the motion? And then laughing that you not that you haven't done. There was a countdown, right? Days since he's done the motion. It wasn't necessarily that you're banned from it. What were you to be banned? Yeah, you never did.
I'm a fucking least when it comes down to I know. I tell jokes, I do crazy shit. I made some mistakes. I got my no care always in the trucks. I get all the fire. It's silly, dude. I get all that.
You understand it, all right? Why are you?
I don't want to go there and get backlash. Like, I want my name to be a headliner. Oh, fuck you.
Now watch this. So now I'm give us some. We in that.
I mean, it is sad. Rogan has had that conversation. Your friend tells you, dude, you're just not right. I watched it. But I loved every second of it. It was very dude, I'm all for it. I mean, I don't know this Trill Mayor guy is, but he fucking come on, dog, be for real. Financial skin for the next 16 months of this. Oh, hell no, dude. Your boy's trying something already. Takes me old. I'm not one of those fucking giveaways. No way. You can do whatever the fuck you want. Who posted this? Job? That's so funny. Yeah, right. I don't believe it happened, but that's funny. It was real. That's not real. Is it? That's like Chang. Wait. What's not real? And Chang's, I don't even know like what you're saying isn't real. Like, which part isn't real?
That makes sense.
No, like, I don't know. It seems like, why? Kids get around Chop's head. It's like, Chop, maybe you did really post this. But why would you be mad that you gave the truck away you sold? I mean, I get it. It's like a bit, it's like, dude, I thought you loved drugs. I love drugs. Like, you still love it. Also, it's a random guy. It's like, what was it called? Okay, yeah. Give me a good truck, dude. It's not a random guy, dude. Where you fucking Mr. Wolfman, bro? That's the one that Mr. Wolfman. Now we know you can hit 2 once and you can just like 5. At the same time.
La fregadera no funciona.
Oh, let's see. Count Massey Scout surviving the hard streets of Boston. Yes, collaborating with John Michael Fortune. My husband didn't feel like that, so here I am risking my life. Like she was taking show you some funny idea. She said to somebody, hey, is this a funny idea? The other person saying, no. Maybe no. It's like you're looking up at her. Mom is great.
I could have said $1. I could have said
his drug scam cover up story video.
maybe there's no minimum value. You can bring a tacos even like that for that Jesus. No matter what all the essence
oh my god, this is very I saw
well,
this.
that's the
Andy Cochran posted this.
small amount.
His last game, the shit falls over.
I sneak a mushroom right back up.
I see the intense schedule. And for you too, because you're not trying to you get that kind of stuff. I love it though. Yeah, but they'll get 2 months off. It's spring. So there's always Real Housewives.
minimum
NFL football.
upstage.
Some good
So
games.
too, totally,
Eagles got beat by the
minimum
Cowboys.
upstage.
Cowboys were happy.
That'd be a
You know what I was going to tell you though? Baseball this weekend is and travel ball teams. There's always disrupt the parents. I was going to tell you though, baseball this weekend is
Shut up, Brian, you fucking loser. Fuck, we're talking about something interesting about baseball, dude.
I will fuck you up.
You old bitch.
Again,
You thought you could talk right now, dude? He's like 150 years old and he's telling riveting stories about T-ball. It's like, dude,
that's
yeah,
rush. Minimum value.
We've had our turn. We've had our turbulation.
Welcome to How to Pronounce. In today's video, we'll be focusing on a new word that you might find challenging or intriguing. Tribulation. Let's say it all together. Tribulation.
Turbulation.
Tribulation. Oh my god. And it's very sad. It's very sad. They were going to Texas. Texas.
That's the narrative.
Yeah. That's the narrative for sure. That's the turbulation, is that? She has to be changed.
This isn't real.
That's her whole life. Dude, it's just like they were bragging while they were out here. They're like, we're sick as kids. And the point is into their Texas movement. Yeah, and on top of that, there's no fucking heroin up there, dude. Hell no, I'm not living nowhere near one. Alright, so in this video, we're saw this successfully. Oh shit, guys, perpetual weekly posting this. Anyone else just receive big gay line on the Lions Packers. This is your late daddy. Oh yeah. Great guy there, man. One guy. Great guy. Always on the catering too. Dude, I pray to God that commercial shoot didn't have coffee cake. I love That's him looking at it. Oh yeah, too. My bad. Yours and sorry for 1676 posting this. Bring it out. Great. Really making that kind of look like never seen him in the same room. This is posted by 27
Everyone
Mexican cartel buys Toyota model service out of Vegas. I do not accept it for an answer.
Spot to me is Vegas because Alejandro Fernandez is their market. I mean, everyone and their mom is Canelo fight that weekend. It's a whole thing for us Mexicans. So we go there and we have fun. A lot of cartel members go, I'm sure,
They like to party.
because they like to party and they want some money to spend. And same thing, we were at that event. They sent me this big champagne bottle that was like this, like that. I don't know how much they were, but they're yeah. Yeah, and they sent this huge champagne bottle with the whole, like, like the light and everything. And I was like, oh no, sorry, we didn't order that. I was like, I did not order that. They're like, no, those guys over there sent it to you. And I was like, well, tell them I said thank you so much, but I can't take it, but I appreciate it. And they're like, well, they're not going to take no for an answer. And I was like, okay, well, that's fine. And we sure did. We got out of the pool, we got dressed, and we left because I don't surround like that,
We should have to do that, right? We have to get that thing cut off. Because I'm like a kangaroo with a couch above. I'm like a kangaroo with a couch above her. Couch above my bed.
I would have rather listened to General story than that.
Bob, Lee is one of my closest friends.
Check out the Patreon. We talked with Tim Pool for 3 hours. Alright, let's check out this Dandy Concert 2. They had a homeless cat on tour and some chips.
So you told me, I was listening to you, you were shadowboxing as you usually do, and you were telling someone I don't look at the comments, and I said to you, man, I was like, that's social media, this isn't real.
Isn't that guy, Nick? He did open the guy. He did open the He's the guy that there was like, Papa goes, oh, he's not lifting right. His arms are small. Yeah, this is him, I think.
That's a bit. We're living in a world where like, that's like going on stage, telling a joke, and not listening to what the audience says. You gotta listen to the audience, you know what I mean? And like, there's a They've said so much hurtful stuff where it's not that I don't know it's there, it's just usually from Wiggles and Joe.
That's great. Good for him.
What I know what people say, it's just so evil and toxic, like come from my family, so my thing, as soon as I hear it, like, no. But I'll say, like, no, dude, there's a lot of, there's a lot of really funny shit on there. So,
Mr. Dandy Kaufman, cosplaying,
that makes sense. So I was like, not everybody hates you guys. Like, they have fun. We should lean in.
It's almost like it's like, dude, you know, Gerardo and Brandon, they fucking, we are huge fans of Pop.
Honestly, like, there's a couple people who are shitty, you know, but then there's a lot of people who just go on there and post funny shit. So I was like, let me get some of the funniest shit that I've seen on there, and I want you guys to actually see what these guys post. It's actually pretty funny. It's a good idea. Oh, this is hurt our feelings. Did you say this too, Chad? I said this shit. So this is from this is point of view. Oh boy, I can't even shop finally breaks in the comedy. Shit.
He's terrible. I've seen there are like 10 minutes of shop.
Teach me that one. Teach me that the purpose of the ultimately again.
Yeah, watch out, bro. I do have
What's that?
I
You
will
already have a
snap
bunch
this
of
fucking neck.
looks like what?
That is crazy. That is like coming closer.
Why is this carbon symbol down? So maybe it's something like how much does that time suffer? Yeah, it has that time suffer. Maybe it's
So really fucking so good. Well, yes, this night I didn't know. I think it comes from too. It's like there's a whole new that like from the mothership and all that shit. Yeah, that's so fucking funny. Yeah, well, that's like those results.
Yeah, Bona
Saying that Rogan
those
did.
she knows stuff.
That's some crazy
What's
shit.
that consequence that work? That's a general thing.
Oh, I was trying to drink water, but
This creates a paradigm or a principle. And what's the principle? Every single thing has to be separate. So watch this. So say, here's what I have. It's very easily irritational. It's very easy. So here's what I have on one hand, the consequences of Shaka essa casa
Social
de
media,
rock
this isn't real.
which
yeah,
also
they
is a
literally
green
did. That's a good call. Didn't see that, but yeah, they did.
teach that every single casa has to be offered up in the north. It will say, I have another puzzle that teaches me what. The chatas of the Nasi,
I
the
will
Nasi
snap
has
this
to
fucking
be
neck.
offered
You're
up
bad.
in the
Yeah, I
north.
give you
It will say, now the
well, you guys
chatas
look like
of
two
the
guys who
Nasi
kind of know each other
clearly said
waiting for
that
the
it's
same
not
bus.
done
Yeah,
to be
and that's why
clear
we
it's
had
not
a
done that way.
Jews
It's
who were
not
fucking
Cuba.
because like
Now watch
that
this.
between that thing and stuff like that. That's like the only thing that like that's the one thing that people get annoyed by.
By the chatas of the Nasi. So I know that that carbon has to be not just the but the Ra'aki, what's the Ra'aki means what? Even the Diana, in other words, that if you don't do this, the carbon will be crushed. Shara Kato, and what's the Ra'aki Kato? Actually, from the Mitzvah, Ra'aki that was that Rabbi Chavi Kato I know that.
So that was probably my fourth show that week. There's sometimes where my brain just will not work and I have to talk to them. That happens.
There's sometimes in my brain will not work.
Wiggles and Joe.
Both by the asset as well as by the sea. Both by the land as well as by the
or something.
so what's that art
Oh yeah, well, maybe he's paving the way for us. We put it years. Yeah, it's true. Like not even like we started just doing the shit. We put it years. He's an industry plan. He is an industry plan, dude. I've never seen him talk about a fucking shit. His industry plan thing that they put the fire the kid podcast. Yeah. And then you're as an industry plan, you're like, I thought I was seeing like good stuff like that would help me. It seems like the opposite. It seems like a punish, like a shot on my career.
So I was like, I did take this aside. Oh
yeah, I'm very angry.
Oh, wow, dude. What the fuck?
Dude, shout out to you. Oh shit. Lucky boy.
I'm out here working like I'm really trying to prove something.
This guy's never listened to a big voice songs. He never has tried. I feel like I'm in manly McCall. Like it's just a new act.
And
He
it's
doesn't
not
even know Dick Records. This guy sucks.
So that's the
Can I?
case.
You think his name is Nick
Plus it
Griffin?
says, some of
So I remember him from fourth wall.
and someone will put his hand on the head of the cutlass. This is the cutlass. What happens? The shafat also you will check it also in the north. Also is what? Also what? It's a restriction. It's a limiting statement. It says this is checked in the north. It's nothing. It's something else is not. Now, what's the something else? So the Yusuf establishes that what? Every other cutlass is checked in the north. Like, is there a cutlass that is not checked in the north? It says, because of Sobit Salbon, there is severe nutshell. Yes. We'll say there isn't offering that is not checked in the north. It's like, what's that? That's ultimately again.
And honestly, I blame the chat a little bit. T-Fat kid that we wanted to come on there, dude. Does that make sense? Yeah. You guys don't want us to go further? I will fuck you up. You guys do. We were second lucky. Unique looks like character for his brother. By the way, holy shit, I saw his live stream. Nice.
The cutlass offering was not shown, which was not a real cutlass.
Really on back in the day. Unreal.
Unreal.
Unreal. On skate.
One second.
I like how I do that. Do you want to do this or no?
The rabbi is not shown.
I guess we can watch that, but I don't want to watch much of this. Alright, how about this? Make a deal.
Does require
We watch it and don't say anything.
does require
Okay. We'll just, okay, and then we'll do I'm gonna ask you guys what you think. We're not saying shit, but this, keep in mind, this guy did take our whole future. Yeah, dude, like, what's the point? We should stop doing this like today. I didn't know they were gonna work against us this way. I think like, if they really wanted to dive into this shit, they would have us on. You know what I mean? It's true they stole our valor. I'm scared for my life. What are they, Tim Kennedy? Yeah. It's Tito. I'm scared for my life, dude. They had somebody else on and they want to kill us. I think they should be scared. You're forgetting they should be scared of their lives. Snap his fucking neck. Violence in the lead down on the horse. Just that shirt thing. Not a chance. Not a chance. Not close enough. I can snap that.
Also, severe obnoxion does get seen, and then
And just move to
so
Texas.
what? It's really something.
Like real Texas. This is real Texas, and it's just like a bunch of LA dudes in cowboy cosplay. You know what
Ella,
What did he say in the beginning? He said, I forget. Not the part about racist barbecue. What did he say before that? LA's bunch of cosplay. Oh, yeah. LA's bunch of LA's bunch of cosplay cowboys, and then he's like, he goes, I thought you were a cowboy, and then the guy goes, oh, I just have a toupee. That might have been bad. What's up, guys? Ew, crazy. T-Mos. They're doing their own version of T-Mos. What do you guys think about that? Pretty wild. I thought we were the only people that would ever watch the subreddit and comment on it, but I guess not, dude. I guess not. That's cool. But hey, that guy's a nice guy, dude.
Why do I need a special keyword?
I guess that means
Conceal not shall require
listen.
after
Oh, is that
all,
Tony?
from opinion after all other
Interesting.
which the Gemara
Maybe I
says,
killed Tony if he moved to
can't
Austin.
learn out, can't learn out, Siva
That
from
was
opinion
the
out.
single
Why
best
not?
social
Because
commentary
that
the
would
world has
require
ever
you to
heard.
learn out,
Well, you know what, dude? That
Siva
makes you.
show,
Spicy.
Oh shit! Successful egg in the house. That's right. Dolphins do fuck if you know
Yeah,
what
I'm
else
also with cell phone. They show up with cell phone. So listen, I watch this. Let's go back to this. Shut me back to what about
it? Some days it's like easier to do
what
the
about
dolphin
the
noise than
What
other
perhaps
days.
are also with cell
I
phone?
don't know if it has to do with the amount of water
What about the
in the water bottle or not. Gerardo's in the chat, pissing in the sea. Did you guys see Tony Kelly? Oh yeah, I saw that TMZ article or whatever, the fake thing that people were. I assume it's fake. But you know, you never know. You never know whether it's real or not. Tony loves.
Wimbledon Joe.
Loves.
I was from the street that's in Illinois. And the Kabbalah is in Illinois. Maybe the Shofi himself. Maybe the point of view of Kabbalah himself. Maybe the Shofi himself also. Doesn't have to be Illinois. It was like, the Shofi rejected a very long
Maybe. You're a little lower now. I'm actually thinking that thing could help. He said that on Flagrant. That was one of the worst stories I've ever heard. Do you remember Nick Thomas from when you first
Maybe that
moved to
word
LA?
was
He is
sold
from
by the
PL.
contest teachers.
I think I don't know if I ever actually met Nick, but yeah, on Twitter, so I do remember him. Where's the Zins? Says Tim Kennedy. I've got him. Oh yeah, he's out. Got him. Which one? The trans Tim Kennedy? The latter. Okay. Forward. No, no, actually, he's on chat.
Wimbledon Joe.
Dude, I had to go off. I didn't even miss. I was just over that. Yeah, that's this back. It's making me want to double up. This makes me want to double the fuck up. It makes me want to pull the fuck up. It makes me want to do songs again. It makes me want to go like, that's because you're not creative like me, Danny. He likes got some rap. I'm always not creative.
That's the narrative.
I totally gave up on that part. I was like, I'm always a creative.
Daddy, you're the older guy. You might have to get that thing cut off. Because I'm like
a goddamn kangaroo. Crank my man. Yeah, dude. I don't know how you guys feeling. Do you guys understand where I'm coming from? Or okay,
Bird.
yes, that was me.
Why does it require a
Listen,
you think, no, I just got
that's not a regular street, that has to be
Sure,
done by a
magic
phone.
money turns you
And I
into
would
Let's go for that.
I would go about also. There was a
Anyways, I'm thinking, dude, we need to make it
my
done.
style.
Such a
Meaning,
It's playing Crayon and then Magic Mind is maybe I should say this for a record between my fighting that I like want to get ADD because you said I have ADD, because my fiance says I have ADD. Everybody in my life, my boss, everyone, they all think that I have ADD. And it's like giving me all these terrible suggestions. I'm like, I want fucking 5 minutes. You know what I mean? So I want to check the messages, see if it actually can do that.
Not social media. This isn't real.
Sorry, what did you say? Sorry, I completely shoved you. We'll talk later. Fuck you. Bards and crabs.
Trying to figure out what we use that word also. Also is clearly coming to a minute. Shaz was coming to a minute. Also with Sapo, getting past.
I wish I would have watched the news beforehand. I didn't know what was going on there.
Not the contest that's but not a color.
Are you,
Not a color.
I clip is so bad it makes you white. Let's see here. The holy era of Papa's heart has begun. Long. Of course, Gandhi was my pin. Not all great. Bad is a bad. My thoughts have been lying so hard I can't comment fast. Let's see here.
Friendsgiving thing on Wednesday. That was the funnest thing. Kids were there doing balloons and shit. He made my son boss need more sword. He was a pink sword. I'm like, all right, he's not coming in, but get some. Oh, I'm not Mr. Whole Foods. Let's get it done. I'll make it done. See what's wrong with this one?
Meow shop,
It's so funny because I just realized what that's from. It's the beginning of the fight. It took me so long. That has nothing to do with the story, Brandon.
He's serious. Yeah, for one, where? It's like 2 hours away from my access. He's serious. Access. Access to your something. If you're really trying to do something, big hunter. Well, I can rent it.
And such camo here. I mean, it's not this player, but it would be kind of funny if he had like a full hockey outfit. It's like, I just don't really know hockey. I don't know hockey.
What about
Credit the puck, the stick and the puck. I just don't really like that hockey thing. I don't get it.
This is for the show. First time. No, it's my buddies out here. Our friends, that Friendsgiving thing.
You already learned that?
Dude, I don't know. I mean, and the whole change universe, whatever makes it bigger. That's it. To me, I'm looking at it as a first step. It's like you don't just go, right? You still go to Astro.
What we do know, the one thing we do know is that
You shoot for the moon and you land on the moon.
right?
He's ruined everything. He's ruined everything that is fun. Like, you know why I'm not surprised by any kind of bad, like, oh man, I can't believe that happened. Good job has ruined almost everything that's ever
Let's still know that the showcase himself.
So
Does the
nothing
showcase
surprising.
have to be in Suffolk or not? It appears that we're meaning right now is that the showcase does not need to be in Suffolk. The showcase itself is actually
Not social media. That's
something else
You can just press
except
any of
right?
them. They're all
What is that based on?
Good job,
It
dude.
seems to be based on one word, which
Yeah,
is
how do we make more?
soul.
I'm not even
The
finished
soul
with
is
this
the
clip
part
alone.
of it, and
You
it's
need to make like a genre where you have like a giant iPad where we're just like the whole show.
someone else.
We don't even talk now. We're king scientists. Yeah. Look at, check it out. Oh my God, never ending. That's insane. That's another thing. It's like the world is getting so much better. People are negative and shit, but dude, I mean, look at that.
La fregadera no funciona.
Yeah, the regadera was never functional. How about that? We don't need it to function.
Say you go hunt down. Yeah, I'm down, man. So let me know when I go see on Monday, 3:30. On Monday. On Monday. Yes, you'll be there. You know, you'll get done late at night. It's not too far away. Like it's not a whole drive. And I was like, yeah, I'll swing that. That's awesome, dude. I know I'm nervous. Please film. Can you?
Oh hell yeah, James Freeman.
Gerardo, if I'm going to remix a song with that soundboard,
I'll do it. Ready? Tell me when to stop, right? Okay.
Danny, you're the loner now. In what fucking sense? Fancy yourself against the cops. Do something if you're really trying to do something. What are you gonna do? Working like a volume punch me, motherfucker. Take a minute, let the hate shake. Get in it. Right beside me as soon as the bass kick. I'm out here grinding every day. I'm really trying to get it. I turn it, elevate. I push it past the limit. Don't need no diamonds on my wrist, though. God, because I swear the vision big, just like the big boy squad. Big boy squad. Big boy nation.
La fregadera no funciona.
CJ Kono. What'd you think? That was really good. It goes very well. So good job. Good job.
Let's see here. This is legit like Baby Driver in real life. It's like crack a peak. Okay.
That was fun. That was good. You want to try it? I No, I think you're better at the music. You got try. I'll try, but I think we should wind down. Really, start with the donut. The donut.
Does that make sense? Does that make sense? Does that make sense? Does that make sense?
Do something. I'm really trying to do something. I'm out here working like I'm really trying to prove something. I take a minute, let the hate sink in and hit you right beside the head, like the bass kick in. I'm out here grinding every day. I'm really trying to get it. I take the gel and elevate. I push your pass on me. Don't use the brothers, so got wrist skills and got me paid. What the fuck you sacrifice yourself? That's the cop on. Everything going nation. Everything going squad. Why they sleeping almost every day?
You still ain't cool. Myself, my pager, and my home phone at the bottom. I sent two way down here. See here. Get GoPro or something. Yeah, I'll try to get some.
Great job. No, thank you. At first, when you hit "Don't Make Sense" 5 times, I was like, maybe he doesn't know how to do this. But then you really made it pop off like 10 times. Yeah, you did spicy a couple times. Narrative part.
No, I don't know what things are for. And I said, oh, do I bring mine because of that AR-15? He's like, you can, rifles and stuff. He's like, you don't have to bring your guns for you. I don't have the right dress. I feel like outfit, That's what's dope about Texas as a whole, too. Yeah, which is nice. But I mean, Texas, you don't really need a license to hunt certain animals, so you just go. Yeah, that's so dope about Texas. I know that'd be the most basic question. You got a long gun since you're a hunter, but what do I wear? Like, I just wear boots. Like, I don't wear my J's. Like, I just wear my boots. Some, like, cargo khaki pants and pockets to put bullets and shit in. And then, like, a warm jacket with a hood on it in case we're in the hood. Right? So I should be set. And then the other thing is, taking a life of an animal, man. Dude, I hope you get one of police shot and eat. Yeah. Dude, I'm excited for you, man.
I mean, the worst podcast ever made. Yeah. Or it is kind of funny thinking of like Jim cooking. Yeah. Pretty sure the meat. Jim's gonna cook some.
That's awesome. Wait, what's that, Jim? I'll keep you guys posted. Of course, people are like, oh, now you're hunting. Now, bitch, I'm going one time. I mean, I might go more in the future. Listen, I'm all set on hobbies, dude. I can't act. So one time thing, maybe I do it once every few months or something. Yeah, but you never know. You might love it, man. Yeah, maybe. Betty, you're a little older now. You might have to get that thing cut off.
Can you do me a favor, dude? Yeah. Let's just say, okay, hear me out, all right? Because your boy is not only big dick, sorry about that, fucking fabulous person at heart. Also, what else do I do for this podcast, right? Yes. Do me a favor, dude. Give me a little bit of a fucking, you gotta sit up for this, sorry, okay? You can't sit up, by the way. You just hold your head. You gotta take a nap. Cut me a promo for that full ticket our spot, dude. A promo? What do you mean? Like, how I was upset earlier. You gotta be a little more upset about that full ticket. Or you made me mad about it? Okay. You don't have to threaten him at all, but just,
fuck you.
Right, go for it. Okay. You listen here, Davins, or Simmons. You're fucking your neck. I hope you enjoy it now. I hope you enjoy having a neck because it's about to be twisted off. All right? You may not know this, even though I've said it many times. Yeah, I have violence in my DNA. You're trying to take my job. The person that tried to take my job, I killed them. Okay, don't do that. All right, not that. Okay.
I will fuck you.
All right, well, we'll wind down now. Shout out to you, Adam. Thank you for the $5 twice. Thank you. Thank you, Adam. The live streaming has gone to another level for sure, but James, you guys make it all worthwhile. Thank you as always, James, for reminding people to hit like buttons. I mean, we didn't make our goal.
Spicy.
It's a lot more than that, but it's fine.
That's the narrative.
But we had a lot of fun, dude. This is a great time. I'm a little sad for sure. But we'll figure things out, dude. The way I see it, Cooney.
What are you gonna do, Nate? Volume punch me, motherfucker.
The way I see it, Cooney, when somebody attacks you, what do you do? Attack back. Oh, okay, right. You don't. I didn't throw the first punch. I didn't start it, but I'll finish it. You know what I mean? Great.
La fregadera no funciona.
And guess what, dude? You're not gonna like how I punch back. You know what I mean? Right? Yeah. I don't know if you catch what I'm trying to do, but I'm trying to like hype you up, and you're not doing it at all.
What?
Yeah, dude. Ask if they have a gun, and if they say yes, then, you know. Anybody that wants the smoke, see me at a Starbucks parking lot. There you go. Right? I bet you I won't leave. I'll eat to the Starbucks forever, dude.
What are you gonna do, Nate? Volume punch me, motherfucker.
But yeah, so just keep your eyes out, dude, because you know.
Justice for Tank, folded hands emoji, fuck you, Schwab.
They get the next team. I'm not really mad at Shop. He's the funniest person I ever lived, but I am upset with the team. I blame the team, honestly. I've always blamed the team. It sounds like Nick, who is also known as Hot Chip, also known as creepiest guy ever on the podcast. We're one of the most disgusting humans to ever live. I feel like he's the one trying to punch us, dude. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm trying to get to. I'll fight him anyway. Yeah. You know what I mean? Hot Chip, he's been needing to smoke for a long time. And so, you know, just keep your eyes out because we might just attack back in a way you don't expect. I know Hot Chip thinks he's safe.
Oh, my bad, Mr. Holmes.
Oh, yeah? You want to be
Spicy?
Well, I can get spicy too, dude. On that note, we're out.
That's social media. This isn't real.
Yeah, that's terrible. All right. See you next week, everybody. Enjoy yourselves. Thanks for tuning in. As always, join the Patreon, join the Reddit, join the Discord. This week on Patreon, we did a bonus episode. We've also recently had Louis J. Gomez. You made it. That's not you made it weird. It's you made it worse. You made it strange. That's right. Worse. And Leanne Morgan. I'm not sure. She was great. Anyways, least that's not what they're here, right? No. It's been a jam-packed week. I mean, check out Jeff Dye Talk. A lot of Jeff Dye Talk. I'm sure there's going to be some of that in a minute. Also, subscribe to the YouTube channel if you haven't done that, dude. Yeah, you got to sub. That's what people are doing these days, sub. So, anyways, that's not where you're not going to sub, you're not going to like, you're not going to subscribe. Okay, you're here to watch 10 minutes of shop. So start the timer. Let it check. Alrighty, so my name is Gerardo. It's called This Is Gonna Be. I'm still looking for them. Okay, this is 14 days. We're looking for anything above 14 days. Okay, that makes sense. We've seen that. Make it about you. Yeah, and we've seen that. Okay, Brian's False Gods Bomb. Posted by American Nero. What do you think this is going to be? I'm going to do a prediction first. This is going to be one of our guys. I think it's going to be a clip of American Redux. And I'm probably wrong, so I'm like, oh yeah, I was going to say the same thing. It's like, oh, too lazy to try in training. Too lazy to train. We're on the same page.
As they just running ahead. I forgot. I'm dropping my special on Wednesday. I'll call Scotties. It'll be on YouTube. Doing Rogan. Yeah, it'll be on YouTube.
You never know. Hey, oh, God, so. Is it Monday morning?
No, Wednesday. Wednesday morning? Wednesday afternoon.
Wednesday afternoon.
Second quarter mile right from the factory. Motherfucker. That's what you need. That's what you need, Cal. Dude, it's very special. Kicks it. You start selling out giant theaters. Let's get a little. Once I start selling theater tickets.
And I thought that when I had my own special show today, I'm going to be like,
And then cut the images. Yeah, I gotta edit it in the worst way. There's still plenty of time left to edit it in. I'm now realizing that Jeff Dye, the cowboy thing, and Ryan rides a horse. Realize that? Well, it's a lot of showboat. They're cowboys. They like to show off what they do. Sure, yes.
we're up to the theaters. It's going to be crazy. My life is going to explode. The special came out.
Oh, it stands. So awful. No.
What's up, boss? What's going on?
Dallas! Houston! Yeah! My favorite part of the whole special. That's the best part. Yeah, ride that horse. Walk like a rich guy. Dude, great work, whoever made this. That's good. Excellent stuff, dude. Yeah. Shout out to them.
As they get riding ahead.
What do you think, dude? The beginning is my favorite part. Yeah. Just like the way they were talking. Brian's he's talking about his special, and then Chad goes, what is that? Right? His face where he's like, because you know Chad's a marketing genius, dude. Oh, yeah. He's like, what's the end? Yeah, Shab would have, if he put out something, it'd be just so much more views, so much more likes. Well, you know, 2025, dude, if Shab puts something out, there's going to be lines outside of AMC, people waiting in tents. Yeah, it's me. It'll be the first time I learn how to make a tent. Yeah. Go to REI. What do you need a tent for? What do you don't know? I'm making a tent to camp out for the Gringo Papa. You're not. Oh, you already have a tent. You work in REI. It's not even called the Gringo Papa. You just call it that. My tent is called the Gringo Papa. My tent's called the Gringo Papa. I was a stomping pad. Did we say that? Let's see here. If Papa went to Riyadh, we saw that one already. It's a classic.
Sand on top? What's Dubai chocolate? Chocolate with sand on top? That's my time for ya.
3 weeks in a row, or 3 times in a row, we flipped that. I want to start doing that just in conversation. I like people do right, so this one's gonna be posted by Gunslinger 4. It's Steve Will Do It unloads on Brendan Chop Part 1. Have you seen this? No, I haven't seen it. I heard about the controversy because this is Steve Will Do It second. Correct me if I'm wrong. Second appearance, Tappaverse. Apparently, Chop made up something about Steve Will Do It. He got mad about it. Don't kill me. He made a video that Chop apologized. Okay, I don't know anything else. I didn't know any of that, but I will just say to preempt you for this, it is a fucking headache in a video. So really, just get ready to like let go and let God. You know what I mean? I can see it. I don't know what exactly that means, but I can see it being redacted. He's connected with those idiots that interviewed Netanyahu. I'm not speaking in tongues. I'm just trying to avoid a headache right now. Okay. And literally, just it gave me a headache. Yeah. Oh, fuck. So just like let the graves take over right now, and then just come back when it's done. I got something for the grave. Is never control. I wish I did that. I don't know if you see the fucking little part here, dude. 3:11. 3 minutes. Yes. Yeah. Right there. Yeah. Let me know if you want me to pause it already. Shut the fuck up.
Yo, Brandon Shaw, he goes on a podcast and he goes, Steve has gambling bet, and sometimes when you have gambling bet, you do bad things.
So first of all, over under on him with a game plan. Oh, 100% anything like that. Look at the way he's walking and talking and dressed. This is what you'd show a gambler, like if you wanted to spot what a gambler looks like. It's like driving simulation car crashes. That gambling anonymous shit is funny. So you're not a gambling addict, but you are wearing sunglasses inside at night in Vegas. In Vegas with FanDuel on your phone. Like you're making a video, but you're also kind of looking at FanDuel.
Saying I insinuated I fixed the fight because I so happened it's kind of hilarious. I even called Dana and I say, this is so funny. Hey, Brandon Shaw, you can't just call Dana. I called Dana and Brandon Shaw, I can owe Red Rock Casino $1.6 million and I owe them $302 million at all times. And it's not a problem because, bro, something you're not good at is relationships. Okay? Everyone go find the YouTube video of Brandon Shaw talking about Steve Will Do It. And it's like, bro, you gotta roast him. You gotta roast him. Because you know he's a bad person. Like, and I was talking about a UFC fighter. Alright? And you don't know the facts, and you turn this into a bad person.
Is it just chopped together? He made a bunch of things. Alright, build that. Alright, put it back up. But he's talking to himself.
Person that need money. Brandon Shaw. I know you're gonna be like, meet me here, we'll fight, like, dude. Because I have no respect for you. Okay? So I'm not like Brandon Shaw. I have no respect. When I make 7 figures a month.
He sounded like a car switching unit there. This is making me like shop. I'm going more and more to shop side in this, you know. Brandon Shop. And another thing. It's hard to watch somebody just, cooked out of their mind, man. Maybe this is good if you're a big fan of Steve Will Do It. Brandon Shop. That's what he said. He has a turbocharger in his lungs right now. He's a truck. One of Shop's trucks has turned on him. Yeah, because that truck that came to life and drove away. Yeah. So Shop just wants his truck back, and the truck's like, I'm my own. I'm a man. Drives the truck, buys your truck without my guy. That makes 7 figures every night.
I have relationships with everyone. I do whatever I want. Okay? And I do something good for a UFC fighter. And you don't know the facts, and then you turn this into I'm a bad person and need money. Brandon Shaw. I know you're gonna be like, here. Okay, so yeah. I'm not here to fight you. I got a sketch. I'm drawing that schedule, dog.
I gotta watch Flagrant.
It's a lot on that schedule. It's a lot. It's not on the schedule. You don't even have the privilege to be like, for me to meet you now. Every single YouTube video.
I could do this though. Andrew Schultz. Walking around the hotel. I'll put on sunglasses and then I take it off in the next cut and put it back on. Yeah, I gotta be in a hotel. I wanna go back to Vegas. Steve snorted. It's good.
Instagram video, everything. You gotta come out. Because there's nothing behind that. I have nothing.
Yeah, he does have like the inside sweats, which is weird. Like he's not sick, obviously, but he's sweating inside.
No, he could easily turn on the AC in the hotel room.
Also, does he have pants on?
I think he has shorts on.
Okay. It's just not a good look.
It's hot things.
It's raining in Los Angeles.
I helped him. It's the coolest thing ever. So until you apologize and make a video and buy something very nice, I'm gonna keep going. Alright, it's official. Still Brandon Shaw buys me something very nice for going on the internet and making up things about me. That seems so like you're such a low IQ individual, like you're so small-minded.
I feel like somebody at Chang's cut these all together and made it look weird. I wish there was like a regular video, and I'm starting to get a hit again. Because it's like you're trying to follow the sentence and they cut it right before you finish the sentence.
That is kind of funny. That would be a funny bit just to take that part where he goes, Brandon Shaw, and put it in each one. It also kind of sounds, Brandon Shaw sounds like worst pen in your life, right?
Like the doctor from the UFC.
Like it's like freedom. What do you mean? Who are you, bro? Like I built companies, dog. Like my YouTube videos, all I do is talk about how Brandon's Law, or like Brandon's Law, like you just think you're cool, you can say whatever you want, you're cool, because I can do jiu-jitsu. It's like, dude, I just hate that, man. And I keep redoing the stories, and I thought it was a good line. I don't know if I posted it, but it's like, I go out and like, I don't think I'm like better than everyone else. And it's like, you want the four with guys that think you're like the king.
It does feel like forced content. Steve will do it. He has to make a certain amount of videos every week. And this is, I think, I don't know what to do this week. Okay, I'm going to rant about Brendan Shaw. He said, I bet I gave, well, first of all, I owe $1 million regularly to Red Rocks, or whatever he said.
Yeah. You know those long tweets people put, and at the end it's like, I'm not reading all that, but sorry for your loss or good for you, or something like that.
Yeah, well said. That's how I feel about that video. It is funny they call him Brandon Slaw.
Brandon is hilarious.
Yeah, he says Brandon, but they actually Brandon Slaw. You're a nerd. Like that, but he apologized, I think.
Steve.
No, Brandon.
Did he?
I think he was like, I was wrong.
Well, let's go a little further down. Let's see what's on Chang's right now. Let's see. I've been out of the loop for a little while here. Look at this. What's my unusual 4460? Hey Joe, I wrote you. Are you still in Colin? I left my cell and my phone and Andrew Schultz at the UFC fight. Unbelievably annoying to see him everywhere.
yeah, but at least he has a stupid mustache.
Look at that. That's Jim Dye.
Hey, wait, fat Jeff Dye is funny.
Yeah.
If Jeff Dye got really fat after the crash, he's like so depressed, he starts eating a lot and not leaving the house. He becomes a whale. Fat Jeff Dye. A movie about Jeff Dye being really fat. The Whale 2.
Jeff Rye. Let's see. Whose wife is worse, Papa or Akash?
Oh man, you've seen a lot of that,
Right? I did see the Too Lazy to Track.
Easy and then constant remnants of making fun of the wife.
The Akash verse. This is the first post by Turbulent Ham 2575. Let's go ahead and take a look. Pretty fast.
That's me. You're probably wondering how I ended up in this.
Also, I gotta answer the question whose wife is worse before we watch this video. Akash's wife. Oh, yeah. Fucking ass.
No, I don't yet. She just says things that you shouldn't say. I was talking to a woman. Normally, like women, when you are kind of shitting on another woman, they will not agree with you, right? They're like, well, you just think that because you're sexist. And I said, listen, I'm not trying to be sexist here, but
she's just saying stuff that you wouldn't want your partner to ever say. And the woman was like, what did she say? And I said, well, she said she had a roster of white dudes that she would pop her pussy for. And then the woman was like, oh, yeah, no, that's... there was really no pushback from her. She said, yeah, I don't know about that. Because that's also she's doing the vernacular that she doesn't, like, just do the people, she did a little bit of show, you know what I'm saying? The only person that can pop their pussy for random white guys is Boris or something. I don't know. It could be funny if he said that. Pop their pussy. I am a boy. I had the rest of my guys. I pop my pussy for. That's another argument I get with people. I'm like a crazy millennial, so I don't think I'll ever not think that my wife is funny. Say, my wife. As a gosh. When a gosh can use that as like a defense strategy. When someone's going, hey bro, your wife is, man, that must suck. My wife! And then you're like, okay, all right, let's see what you did there. That's fine. Mentos popped in here. I'm a random white guy. Where's this lady at? Oh, okay, I see. Horny in the chat saying that for that SFW chat. Go in there, click to watch anime. Let's see here. Anime. Not hentai.
I find corny is my preference, is not my will. Now, I thought it was I'm not dating my women, period, which is the corniest human being outside of criminal to me, period.
Akash only dates brown. Akash has been with one girl in his life. Who's his wife?
That's my wife. That's an Indian
So this is like we're going through and through.
Sometimes I get so painfully nostalgic for college. I was popping my pussy and living my white boy frat house.
I'm actively trying to have an orgy because, and you haven't seen Nav yet, but wait till you fucking see him. His body goes crazy. His face part always lays, never declines. It's kind of weird. Look back right here.
Yeah, the gunshot is funny. The sound effects are very good. They're very well done. We should be like a Ebert and Roper for these clips. Like, I give this clip an A or whatever. Thumbs way up. Yeah, dude. Thank God you. 2 thumbs up and indicating, but we never disagree. I do too. The gunshots I really like. Dude, popping her pussy or whatever it is, it sucks. But she's talking about the past. You just wish she wouldn't say it out loud on her podcast or whatever it is. Her talking about another guy saying like that she knows. I guess the other guy is the co-host's husband. Is saying he's face hard, always slays, and his body is crazy. Yeah. These are just not okay. We shouldn't do that.
What's worse than that for the amount of likes?
The amount of likes is much worse. I mean, are we doing the show? Is it on? Are the cameras on?
Dude, I would trade my wife saying that for like 20 likes.
Absolutely. The amount of, can we at least get more likes than the amount of guys that Akash's wife popped their pussy for?
Always push the wrong one.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to insult her. I mean, I'm sure she's great.
Oh, you don't have Mr. Dolphin?
No. I mean, that would be so funny to do a dolphining every time Akash's wife came up. Sorry, dolphin ball next time. Oh, I see Bot says, Jelly Roll. Jelly Roll, we said that his mom's name was Mama Roll. I was thinking his dad's name was Dinner Roll. So, all right, let's go back.
Husband, I just know that Nav's dick like at least 10 inches. Okay, I have 2 butthole stories. So one time I met this guy on Tinder and I made the dumb mistake of letting him sleep over, like not really wanting to fucking hook up. And I woke up in the morning and my ass was a little sore. Oh my God. And I remember that he what kind of porn do you watch when you use a vibrator?
Okay, not gonna lie, I don't watch porn while using a vibrator. What? I just think my imagination is vibration enough. What? I just think of my own husband while I'm doing it.
Wait, that's kind of baller, but I could never do that.
Yeah.
No. She's hilarious, bro. she could never think about Akash while masturbating. If that's true, I don't want to know that. Take that to your grave. God, could you imagine the chick you're married to so that she never once masturbates thinking about you? If we thought that would stop saying fellas, now we see why. Remember, part of our criticism of his stand-up special was that it was very specifically negative toward to the point it sounded one of those old 80s terrible things. My wife's a bitch, and I fucking shit. But the dinner's cold. And that shit sucks. That's why people don't do it as much anymore, besides Akash and Jeff died. But you're right, Akash's comedy is not from his time. And if it would have came out now, we would have understood. Well, now I understand, yeah. It's a direct, a conduit. He's responding. He's responding to trauma and being treated in a certain way. He's just trying to speak his piece. He's just not very good at it. That's sad. It's a sad thing. If only he could speak like this, dude.
Finances, and I'm gonna be really fucking honest.
I don't.
We don't. First of all, that's a fucking red flag. I'm not no joke. I love you girls. If you want to work, all for that, whatever. But any man that doesn't want to have a joint bank account or isn't being transparent with his accounts or has separate accounts, that's a fucking red flag.
I feel like I got cheated on after watching that.
I know, right? It feels like we're all being cheated. This is an eye into the world of neglected and mistreated guy. I almost say she's probably one of the hottest red flags I've ever seen.
Big street. This is a one-way street. His money is our money, and my money is my money. And look, have I only made $600 in content creating? Why not more? That's your boss. But that's my money. Okay? And I don't know if you watched The Voice, but I love him on The Voice. I never watched that show, but he's on my hall pass list. Oh yeah, Chase Crawford, Jacob Elordi, Austin Butler, and who else?
Jesus Christ.
I have a good marriage. I think it's because my husband's never here.
Okay.
Jacob Elordi versus we're all criticizing. I'm going back and forth there. We're all criticizing this poor woman. She's married to at the same time, right? We have to keep in our minds that Akash Singh sucks ass. He's a fucking beta bitch that just laughs like a little giggling whatever Andrew Schultz says, one of his moronic jokes that make no sense. He's like me for you. No, that's a compliment to me. I mean, Akash Singh is a genius, first of all. He knew things were going downhill. He told his wife, go tell him about your slutty past. And now we all naturally feel worse for him. That's true, too. Man, you gotta look at these things from every angle you can miss it. You gotta become the Akash. You stepped in Akash. Where's your white J-Lo jumpsuit? Oh, you're right. I don't have my Nikes on. You gotta dress the part, dude. Yeah. Where's your laptop? 4D chest, dude. These teeth look awesome. Watch yourself now, Sonic. Hey, stop the narrative now. Okay. There's been some discourse on the Reddit about your ghost too. Oh yeah, it sounds funny.
So I've been getting a lot of comments that I'm using my husband for clout, and yeah, that's exactly what it is.
No lies were told. His face guard slays every time. Peter Dinklage's dungarees. Yeah. Oh, shout out to this guy. Who's that? Thank you, Sam.
Do you guys think Barbara will DM her now? What do you think?
Probably. I am more offended by her Black Sabbath than I am what she said. Oh, wow, that gosh. To be honest, that sounds strong. What do you feel about Black Sabbath? When it's that cringe, yes. Yeah. It's too cringe for me. Yeah. Sorry. We're trying something new with this stream, so I'm trying to work out. Sam Siscoli, thank you. Let's see here. What else do we got? Like 31 was mean in the hospital suffering big time. Stage 4 cancer and horrible infection has sabotaged my body over the last bit of strength. It has left. I'm terrified. Thanks for the distraction. Shout out to you, dude. Yeah, keep trying, dude. At least you're not married to a conscious wife. It could be worse. Much worse. The show is Netflix. She'd be fucking some guy. Conscious wife stink because she's Indian. Be cool, dude. What the fuck is this? Shout out to you. Thank you for the money. You said that. We didn't say it. We didn't say it. Yeah, shout out to you, even though, let's see here. Everything he touches by Dazzling Rabbit 633. Yeah, Calvin is my companion, otherwise known as San Jose Jack Johnson. Pull up to the belt. What's up here? This is what? Pizza Hut Diaries? Oh, Power Truck Diaries. Yeah, grabbing a slice. Two down, drive past all gas. Gearhead's gone wild. Oh, really, dude? He's a marketing genius. You guys don't speak 40 chess. You guys don't understand what it's like. It takes 6 or 7 months to make all those shows. Yeah. Take 4 blue cheese after drinking 2 sure shots on top of a rain. And tell me what you think about that, dude. But in fact, yeah, absolutely. See, tell me where the blowers are. I bet you fucking nerds don't even know how to see it here. Yeah, tell me about lithium batteries, and we'll get back to you. Papa. Yeah, to the town. Papa was, I guess, on Star Wars. Hopefully, we get some clips of that. This is from one day ago. How convenient be posted by Appropriate Duty 930. All political posts are now banned on Joe Rogan. Today, we are making a decision to ban all political posts indefinitely after careful consideration. Internal discussion and tons of external feedback. We have collectively decided that Joe Rogan is not the place for politics anymore. Tell me that wasn't written in ChatGPT. All the leads. Yeah. Indefinitely. Internally, directionally, discussion speed. Joe Rogan is probably the boss of his Reddit, and he told us under like, hey, look, here's a way to do ChatGPT. You can make an announcement. So I chose to do this. And they go, oh, thanks, Joe. Have you seen the places you driven yet? What's it about? Joe Rogan and Tim Thielman? No, I want to. Oh, fuck. That's what I'm supposed to do. Yeah, there you go. Shorter. Your ride just became shorter. What would we our Reddit? What? And not playing political posts. What would we misspelled first names? Yeah, that'd be so funny. They'd be like, definitely Gerdo's in control of the Reddit. It's like, yeah, we both are. This is such ridiculous new T-Pack banning of baseball talk is weekends. Yeah, dude. Gum chat or somebody said, all right, let's do a poll here. What should we ban? Yeah, what are some Reddit ban? And the way we give them options, or do we just say, what would they ban? Give me some options after I type this into the what kind of powers of Reddit ban? Dolphin, cock, I guess. Yeah, or the dolphin thing, the dolphin noise, dolphin stuff in general. Yeah, jelly roll. Jelly people seem pretty happy with each other. Small furniture. That one's spread the chat out and just Grace talk. Let's see, thank you for Gerdo's name. That's not how you spell it. Coffee cake. I do kind of, I prefer to know what people want us to talk about on Breakfast Trees, but I am very interested to know, are there things that they don't? Schultz is working on a sitcom for NBC as WC. Oh, wow. That's horrible. Shout out, I saw Adam and Ellie saying, what's up, hey, Cooney? Ellie has where your dolphin water bottle is. You know, I still have it. I should bring it back, but I guess it's a reason to keep it coming back. You know, I'll have it next week, and then you'll tune in. I'm a fucking podcast genius. That's what I do. So yeah, it's a pretty close race here. They still want to talk about 8 inches. I was hoping that one. Dolphin stuff is number 1. Interesting. I'm so sorry. We did 3 things at once there. Andrew Schultz is working on an NBC sitcom as we speak. What were you saying right before that? Andrew Schultz working on a NBC thing, but you know how they always say that it's important to have gatekeepers, and it's bad that we don't have any more gatekeepers? Well, clearly not, because look what the gatekeepers are doing. They're letting Andrew Schultz have a fucking sitcom. So fuck them. Keep it up. We don't need gatekeepers, okay? We need Too Lazy to Try, Elephant Graveyard, Successful Egg and Bundeezy, and this show, and that's it. All right, I hear you. Don't kill me. Do you want to hear myself? Yeah. Well, thank God for the gatekeepers. Why? Because maybe they're homeless. You know, out of that. Oh, more content. Homeless gatekeepers are like, we need more shit. We know he's going to be busting out for episodes to become any sort of podcast. They're like, we want to monetize some of this redactedness. I guess so. We need him to, yeah, well, we don't need him to, but it would be good for even more terrible Andrew Schultz content, and it'd be even more famous, and then we can make fun of whatever horrible show he's on. So you're right. They had a great question. Are the gatekeepers on the wall of the woke meets? I think the gatekeepers are probably before the woke meets the wall. Because where the woke meets the wall is like Joe Rogan, comedian, stand up at 250. So the gatekeepers, so the wall's probably here, and the woke is like, you know, it's a spectrum where it goes in and out. The gatekeepers are probably here, and then P.F. Chang is like, I was trying to think of a funny way of putting it, but I have nowhere to say it. I can't think of a single way to say that they're. I was gonna be like, they're right here, but I mean, that's just weird. P.F. Chang is on your ball second. Yeah, all right. Let's look at it. A lot of smoke breaks, smoking my Let's see here. Bubba's daughter, she finally got posted by particular stable 69. Well, let's see what this diagnosed.
Yeah, my baby, she had diagnosed it's hypotonia. She had the issue when she was born, and they warned us of this. And then she'll be 2 end of November, and then she wasn't crawling normal. You know, it took forever, and then she's not walking. She walks. It's like just sad. So then finally the doctor diagnosed her with hypotonia. What the fuck is that? The tough thing is like some kids are born with it, and then through therapy and everything, they're walking after a year, 2 or 3 years. They have to wear braces and stuff like that.
I'm sorry for stopping it because it's very serious. My ass itches. I'm just kidding. That's not what I'm let's go. They're on the Next Frontier podcast. You know, we're not far behind. I'm not going to lie. We did get the red chairs when they had them. We were 2 steps behind, but we took 4 steps forward, right? Exactly. But I'm not into numbers like that. What I'm saying is, look at his positioning, dude. How is he talking right now? He's like, yeah, have fun trying to do that in a small town. Yeah, go for it. Go for it. How is he? I mean, like that? Yeah, what? Where will we ever be able to talk like that sitting in these fucking chairs? You probably have to get a chair like that, and then it says that it's kind of like the Sebastian stance in a way. Being stiff, he's Sebastian. It's kind of like he's not telling you, or he's not asking you to listen. He's forcing you to listen. It's like sitting fucking up inside of it. True. It's a more alpha dance than we're able to take right now. We might get there someday. Yeah, you got the fucking. I'm like short. I'm going in when I do this. He's still like up here, towering over beta nails like me. Yeah. So, and then also, I'm like almost spilling my Diet Coke. He's got his coffee right there at the table. He's not worried about spilling it on his equipment because that's something Jen has to deal with. He's got an itch on his butt. How many times do you think Shab has spilled something on the equipment? Probably countless times. I think you could count like on your hand how many times he's done it on purpose. You know? And so he's so stupid. I can see Shab being like, dude, check out this joke I just did. And he pours like Coke on the thing. She's like, what? No. That's got the episode. No. All right, shut up, you fucking. And then, you know, he says a racial slur. Yeah, dude. We do need chairs that we can lean forward in. That's what I'm seeing a lot of Shab leaning forward, and we need to do this, dude. Cooney does look as intimidating with regular hands. Shab has meat hooks. I appreciate you saying they're regular. I'm tired of things being small.
When you pontificate and play the whole music Can you please send it when I can't turn myself away from this call? The apple.
Oh man, that was a great way to end it. The podcast that we're listening to is called The Apple. Gerardo, the orange chicken. Shout out to you, thank you, Blitz. We'll hit you with it when you think it's expected. Foodie has the memory band that I would always give capable of. Next time I hit that fucking horror music, I will not remember the ass. One of us will remember it. Foodie has small eyes.
Let's just have some fun. Just have everything. They walk and it's all good. So much for life. Wheelchairs, walkers, braces and stuff. Yeah, she gets fit on Tuesday. And you know me, I've been pretty good about it. And then talking with the therapist, they're like, well, the best thing you do is pool. So now in the morning, the routine is we wake up, me and Billy go to the pool this morning. I'll get home from this. I'll take her, go in the pool, another 20 minutes. I'll take the boys to wrestling, baseball. I've been good. And I tell Joe, and, you know, mother-in-law, like, don't cry for the milk. Don't let her know this is a big thing. She can beat this. So I don't cry. I've been good. I've been good. No crying. I've been good. And then someone sent, I'm trying not to cry, and then someone sent shoes in the mail. And she can't wear those shoes. They don't have the braces. That got me. Yeah, that got me.
It's not that I think it's funny. It's just like when he cries, it's kind of funny. And I wish him the best, and it sounds like he's doing a great job. I hope everything turns out okay. But he's so comical that it's like impossible to take him serious no matter what.
I agree with Gordo. He did not talk about this.
No. But here, what I notice, if I'm just being, totally cruel, Brendan, is that when he says like Teutonia or whatever, somebody called that out, I'm almost expecting it to be like Underwood Lopez, just completely flame out and not make any sense, or like the Dr. said she has Masharona. And I'm kind of waiting, because I'm also like, who, not to criticize the person that put the clip on the subreddit, but who watches this clip and then puts it on Jing. That person's name is Particular Stable 69. Okay, I'm not judging them. Maybe I am judging them. So they put on everything about this is absolutely absurd. Why would they put it on? Why would Sean do this? So if you put it on a comedy website, which is what I kind of consider the subreddit as a joke website, and he stumbles over his words, I'm expecting him to do something like Underwood Lopez, and that would make it kind of funny.
Yeah, very funny. Unique's in here, but when I say very funny, he's still called Steve Austin's in Hawaiian in the chat. All right, let's see.
We can put these, we can ban unique bits from your Reddit.
I'm down with that. Let's see where 8 inches one, dude. Whoa.
I mean, that makes sense.
Wow. Only 53 votes. It's just like our like count. Let's see here. This is the reason she is just as bad as Papa. Posted by 28 Texas 832. I mean, dude. Not bad, right? Okay. I didn't say it, dude. Bring Tiger goes to the NFL so he can buy me my 2034 Range Rover.
I mean, I guess you work out a lot, you want to show it off.
Right. Yeah. Sorry, what were you saying? Right, yeah. Whatever you said, or I feel sorry for you, whatever you were saying. Here we go. Finally, to one thing we wanted to talk about today, which we talked about for an hour on our other podcast, Raccoon Tweeties episode. You not a chance yet. Episode 270, I can't count that. The username is deleted, much like Jeff died from California. When you're so unfunny, the premise of the joke is going, is people giving you 26,000. Regarding my GoFundMe post, you guys can read this. He thought it was going to be rich people that just gave him money to take this.
Did he really ask for $26,000?
Yeah.
That's what I see. I made a fake GoFundMe. I should have made it the same event. Classic name, but that's way too awesome. $26,000 to them.
Yeah.
What's he moving? Does he have a lot of trucks?
I don't know, but keep talking because there's a little development.
chat. Okay, so Jeff died, $26,000. What does he take with him? I guess a lot of cowboy boots, cigar, and maybe there's a lot of things that you need to do with, like, with I was just kidding. Like cigars, you got a thing that chops the cigars, but you only need a few of those. I imagine Jeff Dye, he does a lot of yoga. We learned that, and he's a plant-based diet. So maybe there's a lot of things that help you make vegan food, or he's a meal prepper. He does do yoga every day and eats vegan daily. Anyways, important little tweet here 3 hours ago, thinking about these, you pointed this out. Yeah, Kim Kong, do you want to read that? Kim Kong, she says, let's shift the focus off Jeff Dye and onto maybe the bitch that stole one of one. Was one of the $10? $10? Or 10,000, maybe 10. There are worse people out there, and unfortunately, they have comedies, but there's not much worse than Jeff Dye. No, yeah, I mean, I wonder how much money that is. I think she's talking about a Hannah Berner person, right? Because she's been talking about this woman. I forget she accused her of something. Yeah, Hannah Berner. Remember we watched her stand-up special on the Patreon? It was pretty bad. And it's like she stole material from you. That doesn't look good for you. It's not very good. Let's see. I don't know. Yeah, there's fucking okay. 10 liters, still 10 minutes of material. What's 10 minutes of material? That's the creepiest tweet I've ever seen. All right, well, not as breaking as I thought it would be. In the way, Jeff Dye is still a lot of material from everyone who's ever done stand-up. He just says things that other people say. Great, not on purpose. Great point here from Buddy. How redacted do you have to be to do Rogan and then do Brennan? Yeah, dude, that's straight up facts. Dude. That's a killer fucking podcast right there. Yeah, that's all that. Getting the smart people and the fucking angry, crazy, redacted. I would go an hour first personally. Maybe that's just me. Right. Well, don't hold your breath. He still has 10 left. I think he's still in Los Angeles. Let's see here. Baba C. This is my favorite thing from the Chase this whole week. Folks by Cycle Adventures in 7694. No. Alright, let's see it. Everyone at home, let's see it.
Jared, did you Puerto Rican? The baby was on there. Cheers, back up.
In general, we were saying.
Yes, I have. Are they the Puerto Rican tourists? You want to guess? It says Jamar instead. Okay, ready?
Jared, that's your Puerto Rican. The baby was on there. Cheers, back up.
I have no. He's guessing Jamar did something. Okay, so there's not a chance you're gonna get it. Okay. But it's monkey see, monkey do, right? Papa see, papa do. Everything that Matt McCusker does, he's also doing. Oh, okay, one more time.
Jared, that's how you get your Puerto Rican. The baby was on there.
Lean back. Head up. Come back. Hand on the face. Cheers, back up. He's okay. Here's what I think is happening. You're right. He mimics like always, but I think because I can relate to this, he has stopped paying attention. Right? He's getting a little nervous because he knows he hasn't heard anything that anyone said. So now he is just gonna. Oh, that is okay. Yeah, it's funny. No one knows that I'm not paying attention. I'm gonna do what Matt's done, and people think I'm normal because I'm laughing too. Do I know Baba too? My question. This be a meeting. Yeah. And also, if we were on a wide shot of the whole show, you'd probably see me mimicking a lot of Goonies actions too. Mimicking is dangerous, right? Just Baba does it too much. When I stay 10 toes down, Graves knows. That classic Baba's Gary's heart there. That was a fun little inside game there. That was fun. Let me see. And guess what I thought of that right when I saw it? I was like, it took me a while to get it, so I was making fun of you. Oh, no. Let's see. I thought about the Mickey the whole time. I was like, one day I'm going to have some Reddit that turns on me and they're going to be Gerdo's going to bother me so much. Gerdo bother you? No, I got one day. I'll turn on me and they only say Gerdo. It's going to lose its appeal, I'll tell you that right now. Well, before you play this one, can I just say, and I feel kind of weird about this, because I kind of missed the lead. Oh, really? Yeah, dude. I mean, not stand the please, right? No, or any of the things that he's done. Yeah. But I miss him on the clips. I like when a Delia clip is up. Yes. Maybe it's because there's not as many, right? But whenever I see Delia pop up on the thing, I'm okay, nice, I like this. He's kind of funny in this scenario only, as the guy whose life has been ruined and he's stuck with Eric and Shab. And part of it is Shab is a stupid moron who's now recording live in Texas, which is almost insulting. And Eric is sort of this angry fat slob that's sort of, and so for Delia to have been becoming this famous actor, and then he's stuck with a guy who does a truck show in Texas, and a dude that looks like one of the things that the Ghostbusters put in. It's just, Delia's kind of funny. I'm sorry, he is. He is kind of funny on these shows. If you want to kill me, kill me. I just, say what I think. Sorry. Don't get him started on the crap, sir. You kind of changed the subject. I'm sorry for going back. I'm sorry for pulling this up on my phone. Check this out, dude. Wow, that's good. I mean, Gerdo, dude. What do you think of Gerdo? That should be the name of the coffee. I'll have a big Gerdo. I like this. Delicious. Can I have it made by someone else? What do you think, dude? That's the big griddle, right, at McDonald's? I think it looks good. Maybe don't big Gerdo. That's a big Gerdo, though. It's my first time making it. It looks good, though. I'd eat the shit out of it. It's a pancake up top. Got some jam in the middle, like a pear jam, like avocado. Bacon, egg, cheese, and maple syrup inside the bun and on the bacon and stuff. I like it. I need a tater tot once a week, so I would like a tater tot in there. I think it looks pretty good. There's syrup all over it, Steve. Not gonna put syrup all over your Gerdo. Let's see. Let's ask talking today. What do you make Gerdo? So to answer your question about if I like Gerdo, yeah, I like Gerdo. I made a big Gerdo. Oh, good. Because I think Gerdo is a good one. It is sort of like a out of left field nickname, but I like it. Yeah, Gerdo. Okay, sorry. So sorry. We're back to what you were saying about Crystal. Let's see what this clip is all about. This one's called Admitting Joe Rogan said no to forming at Mothership and yet still blames the haters. Posted by our good friend Successful Egg. 345, which we'll talk to you later about posting in other subreddits. I don't think you're allowed to do that. Let's see. Okay. Successful Egg. Oh, dude, I tuned in. You don't know how he's a great guy. Let's see here. I love walking. He's great.
What money that those bullshit headlines. Yeah, man. Like there was one on me. It was like Renshaw paying from the mothership.
Look, that's something I had to say. I can't wait. Look at all that alcohol.
Brendan Cooney banned from flappers.
It's a lot of
This conversation, I'm not there yet. Like, oh, why don't you blame the mothership? Brendan?
Shout out to you for subscribing.
They need to be there. And I did a show there last Thursday, like, well, not banned, they can only do this one. Now it's banned again. I should have been there. I don't want to go there the backlash. Like, I want one day if I could be a headliner, oh no, it's my time. Or, I'm not there yet.
Headlines? You mean YouTube? Yeah. YouTube. Got in headlines for your unique videos. See, I wish the Oklahoma guy would talk to him again. Remember the Oklahoma show? Like, let me tell you something, folks. You're not Longhorn. I'm selling out here. Whatever the fuck. Yeah. Whatever you said. Oku's been from the doctor for 48 hours. It's too long. I can't get that. Shout out to Formula One. That was already a year ago at Skate Fest. Shout out to everyone that went to Skate Fest. That was epic. Yeah, I think rapping was there. Oh, wow, it's in New Orleans. This is supposed to be his mom. Probably not that one. The other thing is his mom. How did moving to Austin go? As you can see, reviews. It's supposed to be 3 weeks. This one is supposed to be 12 weeks. I get some views. Guys, dude. Wow. I mean, as far as like a clickable thumbnail goes, it looks like a special ed student doing stand. To me, yeah, no, I agree. It's not that appealing. It really, it looks like he copied Comedy Central or Comedy Dynamics. Yeah, which are both things that have been dead for a long time. He should have used this fucking thumbnail and put false gods like that. That would have been so much better. Way better, yeah. I'd say better. Yeah, dude, the most of betters. Those people is the thing. You almost hope they were photoshopped in. Yeah. What are they doing there? Why are they happy? Yeah. Or maybe they're just us. Because, we'd probably go. That would be awesome if American Redact just like photoshopped our faces here somewhere. Yeah. Idea. Are you listening, American Redact? It's a send. He's like, no. He's like, oh shit. Sorry. This is posted by OzBoss99. I guess when your kid is diagnosed with hypotonia, it's a good time to post a picture. I saw that Subway take the Metro Take show. So one of the people said that their take was that Brendan's wife should stop harassing us. She said that she doesn't think people should post their kids and do the emoji face. It's like post your kids or don't post your kids. And if I had a Metro card in my hand and I was that guy, I agree. Because I don't understand why you do it. It's weird, right? To put an emoji over your child's face. I don't know. That just, to me, that's weirder than showing your ass. Okay, that's both of them are straight. Yeah. I don't think they're on the same plane, personally, because I appreciate some people showing their face. Oh, yeah, I don't dislike it. I love it. Yeah, no problem. Now, when you're sharing a picture of your kid while showing your ass and there's an emoji, now we got a problem. Yeah, I mean, we got emoji problem. Lose the kid, take off the dress. Okay, all right, I've got two more. Money says she posted that kid's face 50 times. Oh, well, and if you actually post the face, it makes even less sense. Also, on Chang's. Oh, Chang's does it. I know a lot of those kids on Chang's. Well, let's take it all back. But, we'll cut it out of the line. But I'm still right there with you, brother. Yeah, it makes sense. I love ass. Right? That's what you're saying. Yeah. I guess, well, Chang's, I'm glad that they do that. I'm not at all saying you should show the children. Right. Let me be clear. They should not. Some of the Reddit doesn't need to see family members. Right? We've all seen some of the people on Reddit. Not every chef is someone you want. Saying fart sniffers in chat, so people seeing your kids' faces. Comment the chompies resend. One is in a plane and one is in a helicopter. Alrighty, the caption said, I will carry you until my back gives out. Sorry, what was it saying? Until my arms can no longer hold you. Until you're able to take steps on your own, I will carry you until the end of the earth, my sweet baby girl, whatever this next chapter brings will not define us. I will make sure you always reach your goals and exceed your expectations because you're a child or because you're my flesh and bones. Yeah, Fadas! I don't like that either. I mean, you should make, you can say that to a kid, I guess, but posting it online is strange. Yeah, like I also I feel strongly, more strongly about this than whatever you were saying. Like I hate long captions. Dude. Oh yeah. I believe in like 5-word captions. Say, okay, put that in ChatGPT, whatever the fuck you just put, and then be like, give me this, but in 5 words. Yeah, I use ChatGPT to write about your child. It's like, I want to start doing a long post like this for you. You're a great chef, and I'm gonna make sure that you're the best chef that ever lived. And because of you, I'm gonna make sure you're my sweet baby boy, better than Nick Scanderbrain. Will not define you. I will make sure you always have your name said correctly. Just some random ass fucking. I'm gonna start doing a long post. I'm gonna try this out really quick. Long post and then a picture of my teeth. Juxtaposition between a long. Can use some that up is 5 words. I'm asking ChatGPT right now. Sorry, guys. Always with you, forever strong. See how much fucking punchier that is? That is, yeah, it kind of gets you. Yeah. Bro, if she was sharing that, her fucking fat ass in the pic,
because remember again the Shim's talking about the statement that Allah makes again something inedible. In this case, ultimately again it's going to be conscious. Machlokes is too much possible. When the object itself ultimately is about the Tumas Hakuruf, but again I was saying the person is coming, not the object. Divrei Hakol Ino Loka. Everyone agrees you don't get nothing. Actually, just Tumas Basar. In Aklam that it's simply Bona Tmein Loka, we should love the Habasar Sharika Bachokam. So let's say, so the first approach is that's what the Machokas in Shem Rabbanon is when it's Tumas Basar, but not about object itself is Tameh, about the Tumas Hakuruf, Rashi says. The whole Divrei Hakol Ino Loka was Harikon. What says if the object itself is visually pure. For example, the east in the wood were almost pure. Or says tar. But the individual is coming, then everyone agrees that what is that's one of them. That's one group. The Chadar, the other group, says no. The Makrot is presumed, half Makrot is presumed, half Makrot is presumed. You see, I'm showing that I'm arguing the case of Tumas Basar, where the object is coming. They also argue what in the case of Tumas Good. The individual is coming, the object in question ultimately again is coming. So my comment, what do you do is Cable the Karina Bay, the Habasa Sharida Bakokame. And once we could apply the Habasa Sharida Bakokame. And the meat will go out and touch anything that's coming. Karina Bay, which you must so I love it. And ultimately again, it'll come the second passage as well. To my son, not as it becomes the final level of the subject because Rav Tiguni Masna, the person of Tiguni, had the gear says we just read it. Rav Kahana Masna, and Rav Kahana had a different. He said, Chadne Haizuza, the Chadne Haizuza, Asifa. Ultimately, it was said that ultimately he gave in his version, he had the same idea. One from this group, one from that group, referring to two groups of and Asifa. And they're really discussing in the version. Chad Amar Machlokes with Tumas Hakuruf. One group said, Machlokes with Shem Rabbanon is the case of Tumas Hakuruf, where the individual is coming, but ultimately again the Basar is object is tar. About Tumas Basar, that the object itself is Tumas, Divrei Hakol Loka. Everyone will agree that they are not this. The Chad Amar, the other group said no. The Machlokes Bizu, Kach Machlokes Bizu. And in fact, again, it's Machlokes in both cases, both of Tumas Basar as well as Tumas Hakuruf. Amrullah, the Rabbi said, the Skabra, the Madara, the Machlokes Bizu, Kach Machlokes Bizu. Which Rabbi comes along and says, it appears most logical that the Machlokes of Shimon Rabbanon is in both cases, namely, whether the person is coming and the object is tar, or whether the object is tar and the person is coming. It's the same Machlokes of the Rabbanon and Rabbi Shimon, but whether or not it's noticed for consumption of the inedible object, whether the inedible object is coming or whether the person is coming. Why my time? What's the reason for that? Even though Karina Bay is not so loving it herself, though Karina Bay not Basar Shirika Bachol Karina. Once we're not going ahead and saying what? Even though Karina Bay, once we're not applying to the Basar Bachol so loving it herself, then it makes sense that ultimately again we're not going to apply to the Basar about Basar Shirika Bachol Karina. Muhammad Mar, about Basar Rabos eats into the Bona. I but once again we said before, that ultimately again Basar comes to include inedible objects like the wood, like the Ramona, the post of the Bahama. What's it ultimately again? That is only to pass on the carbon. That's what we do actually. The post of the Bahama. It actually says, because this is simply again a rabbinic pursuit, but the pasuk itself is us. And something didn't go there. Fine. So what's this ultimately again? We learned of the focus about what the focus of the Mishnah and Rabbi. Good. Let's go back to Mishnah. Mishnah was a we come to a very interesting Mishnah regarding the different mindsets that a person has to have when offering a korban. The Shisha Duban has ever had. Also, when offering a korban, a person has to have in mind for 6 things. What are the 6 things? The man says, the Shem says, he has to have in mind that he's offering the korban. Obviously, I'm going to explain what these things. He has to have in mind that he's offering the korban. The Shem so there.
yes, that Iman is offering it up to the particular owner of that carbon. The shame has to be offered up for the sake of a Kodesh Baruch Hu. The shame for the sake of the fires, the shame Reach for the sake of the aroma, the shame Nichoah for the sake of the heat. The Achatas Vahashem Hashem, the Achatas and the Hashem must be offered up for what purpose? For the purpose of atoning for a sin. Rabbi Yossi, Ach Mishalo Hayav Riva L'Shem Hakam Mikol Kasha. Yossi says, even if he didn't have in mind for any of these things, the carbon is still kosher. Shoot tonight, please. Also, because it is a tonight, please. Rashi, Mishalo Hayav Riva, Sheshakat Stam Kasha. It's even if a person does Stam Shita, doesn't have in mind for anything in the video. He shekts with no mindset. So it's still going to be kosher. Rashi says, why should it tonight be? שישחט סתם כדאי פרק המון, איסנו ואיסנו עלינו לשמור, זה מאסנו לשלושה. It says, that's very interesting. The way you think to read this thing, Rabbi Yossi is, even if you didn't have explicit intent, ultimately against for anything, nevertheless, the tradition legislated that no intent is as if you have explicit intent. We're going to actually several times, is what Asian legislation was, not to have these things in mind. Like, we don't have these things as a mention, just mention. So if you tell people to have explicit intent, there's a greater probability of having the wrong. Instead, have general intent, and that will count ultimately as specific intent. See in the Gemara. Ultimately, again, because Machshava was like those actions ultimately, again, Machshava was a Rashi. Machshava halefes ala avililcha. Avishul yishma avililcha b'ayim hamilishma rabbi. The rabbi yidar chayadosa. Yishev hamakriv also lo yichashiv. Because Machshava ultimately is become by the one doing the avodah. Therefore, I have to be very clear to be very careful. Ola, the shame of the Pasuk says that you offer the covenant. What is that teaching? That teaches you ultimately that the covenant must be offered up. The shame Ola. What is that? La okay, the shame Shana Nidilo. What's this contribution that what? The grammar covenant Ola, you can't offer it up the shame Shana. You can't offer that for just what is that? Ola the shame Ola. Ra Kadosh Ola the shame Yachid Barakah. We're going to be dancing over here, which has the Ula, Ula, Isha on the fires, Reach and Koakash, using the lower to actually says, Mahapana, Ula, Bishmika, says the first one, Ashkefan, they be shaman, Gabi, Zvika, the liquid, and then after shaman. So the Zvika, Shin, shaman, Shin, Shin, I do have to talk about the Ola, this is what she's saying. The first word, Ola. Teaches you that. And the Shekhin Ola, one must have in mind for Ola, and not the Shem Shmud. Not the Shem Shmud. Ishim, I said, what does it mean that has the upper of the Ishim is what? The fires. What does it mean has the upper of the fires? The Shem Ishim, because that's the upper of the fire. La Fuke Kibaba Gibba. This is to exclude the case of Kibaba. What is Kibaba in the Rashi? Third wide line in Rashi. La Fuke Kibaba. Menas la so Sudas be covered. It says a post on the head and roasting the pieces of the carbon. It says the must over here the idea is that the carbon itself has to be fully burned on the there, as opposed to just roasting the piece of the carbon on the there. La food below. Reyak, what is it again? The sheen Reyak. One has to burn carbon for the sake of creating aroma. La fuke ibarim should slot on the head on the door. As opposed to one as opposed to one that has hands roasting the carbon outside of the mizbeach, and then will be using it to burn all of this. The aroma is generated by the initial roasting of the animal, which tells that the roasting itself has to be done on the mizbeach. Now that you know that, this is something like that. The first one line of the bottom. The bottom should smell like the hell of
Eva Mishra. This is an animal roasted elsewhere, and then only then put on the ultimately again, there's no raya. Raya is something that wasn't possible. Like the initial roasting of the carbon has to be done in the raya itself. Yichoach, it has to be pleasing. The shin hanochas ruach lashem. Also, it has to be done for the sake of giving nachas ruach. For the sake of giving nachas to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, the shin misha amar b'chalim hamu. For the sake ultimately again of the retention of the Rashi says, "Hanachas ruach, nachas ruach HaKadosh Baruch Hu she'amar b'nachas samson." It's like the greatest nachas ruach, the greatest nachas. That we give HaKadosh Baruch Hu is when ultimately again we fulfill his plan. I'm going to do more out. This is the reason why God. Chatas sheshachta l'shem ulah, sulah, l'shem chulu b'shem, is a kiyat of the fascinating place that we live in the ground. Therefore, if you have to give a couple of times, if you shech the chatas l'shem ulah, so you shech the liquid, you have one for the wrong carbon, then psulah, the carbon is possible. So you shech chatas l'shem ulah, the carbon is possible. L'shem chulu, if you shech carbon chatas, l'shem chulu, and guess what? Shiva. That carbon is kosher. So what's the logic? So if I check the carbon chatas for the sake of a carbon, for the sake of the oil, so the carbon is kosher. If I check the carbon chatas, l'shem chulu, for something just non-concentrated, then what? Then the halacha is the carbon is kosher. What's the logic? Because the pasuk says, "V'lo yichalalu es harshevu," because the pasuk says, "You shall not bring the karbanos of Israel." Chotshim mechalal chotshim. So I will say one part to be mechala another part. Ve'inchulim mechalal chotshim. But chulim cannot be consecrated. So this is exactly. Look at the Rashi. Rashi, "V'lo yichalalu" is one of the right of Rashi. In Davar Acher, Mechalal as Chotshim. So it said, Ella mi Mechalal Chotshim. Ella mi Mechalal Chotshim Mechalal Chotshim. In after on, in Machshava Shon Shon Schalim V'Shat Chotshim Chotshim. What's the actual means? So the halacha is almost like something is kodesh. Something is kodesh. Having in mind for cooling does not only concentrate on the item. Having in mind for cooling does not only go ahead and promote the sanctity of the item. But however, having in mind for the wrong sanctity could go ahead and promote the sanctity. Idea. So again, taking a carbon and having in mind the coolant does not deconcentrate. Again, listen, you can't deconcentrate something you just concentrate. But erroneous concentration absolutely can go ahead and deconcentrate. Therefore, again, if I have a chef machines Olaf, or if you have machine Olaf, also that is problematic. But if not, the machine cooling, ultimately again, that cooling definition does not deconcentrate the chatas, and therefore the carbon is concentrated. Now let's analyze this. Everyone asks on this statement. Massive Dava Amar Yosi, After Shalom Ayo Belivo, Mishem After Mikoledu. So ultimately again, so let's analyze this again. Stop this again. After Shalom Ayo Belivo, Mishem After Mikoledu. Remember again, I'll get back to this. What did Mishnah say? Mishnah is you list of cases, but I have to have in mind when we're talking about so remember again, in what Mishnah said, what he also said, even if one people have in mind for any of these things, the carbon must go kosher one, she's not easy. Ultimately, because these is actually legislated, but it's a skip that I had in mind for all. So watch this. So the word says, so I can show you what we should actually call it kosher one. Two tonight days. Because ultimately, when we'll say two tonight days, we're always looking to wrestle with the person which is that it's a tonight days thing. So this is if I had the machshavas. But even if I had no explicit intent for anything, tonight days mixes as if I didn't have the explicit intent. Now, you must understand that this kind of is as follows. Taima, Shalom, Hayabali Bokla. They will say, well, the Yossi sees these things as follows. The Mishnah tells me 6 things that someone's got in mind when it was a carbon. And what does he used to say? Even if I don't have in mind any of these things, as it was, I did have it. Now, the reason this seems to work is because I have no kavanas. So Yossi says, it's okay, no kavanas. No kavanas in making as it was, as if you had kavanas. Ema, shalo, ayabalibo, well. The reason that Yossi's concept works is because if my mind is one blank slate, many minds are, right? If my mind is one blank slate, it's okay. If it's blank, Fred Basin says it's as if all of the Tanakh are there. Are you believing the same thing? What's the record? First from this plot. That if I had in mind for one piece, right? Let's say Rabbi said instead of having a mind that's a blank slate, instead of having mind that's Shekulim, awesome. Wasn't that make you sound like one? That's not good. It wasn't that just say before. What did you just say before? That if you have a chatos, you offer up the Shekulim, that it's good. So it's good. It wasn't as if you again, remember, that we also see these a lot from the Mensa. As long as my mind is that Kabbalah, that's fine. It's my base that says but if I technically have to one, okay, sorry.
Thanks for tuning in. As always, join the Patreon, join the Reddit, join the Discord. This week on Patreon, we did a bonus episode. We've also recently influenced Jay Gomez. You made it. It's not you made it weird. It's you made it worse. You made it strange. That's right. Worse. And Leanne Morgan. I'm not sure she was great. Anyways, that's not where they're here, right? It's been a jam-packed week. I mean, check out Rocket Sweeties. Jeff Dye Talk. Love Jeff Dye Talk. I'm sure there's going to be some of that. And also subscribe to the YouTube channel if you haven't done that, dude. Yeah, you got to sub. That's what people are doing. They just sub. So, anyways, that's not why you're going to sub. You're going to like, you're going to subscribe. Okay, you're here to watch the job. So start the timer. Let it check that. Alrighty, so my name is Gerardo. It's called This Is Gonna Be. I'm still looking for the. Okay. Is this 14 days? We're looking for the acting about 14 days. Okay, that makes sense. Don't worry about making it about you. Okay. Brian's False Gods Bomb. American Hero. What do you think this is going to be? I'm going to do a prediction first. I think this is going to be one of our guys. I think it's going to be a clip of American Hero. And I'm probably wrong. Oh, yeah, I was going to say the same thing. It's like, two lazy to try and train. What do you mean on the same page?
What's the status? I forgot. I'm dropping my special on Wednesday. It'll be on YouTube. Yeah, it'll be on YouTube.
You never know. Oh, God, so is it Monday morning?
No, Wednesday. Wednesday morning.
Okay, good morning.
Wednesday afternoon.
Today's stop is stop from page 45. We're going to pick up the Mishnah. I feel like it's relevant here for we dedicate our learning
Start selling little giant theaters. Get a little.
So the Mishnah begins. It says as follows: Hache oke kafanim, ein hayavim aleim from pidol noser v'kamet. So we've been dealing generally with karbanos, and we've been talking about karbanos that are brought by Jews. So we know that there is a concept that Goyim can bring karbanos. There's a difference of opinion about which karbanos they can bring, but at a minimum, the pasuk that we learned it out from is written by Olaf that a guy can bring a carpet. So what happens if a guy listener saying that there's also, for example, during the Kohen or whoever is affecting the animal, they had in mind a people for man not, it doesn't happen. Machlokas in the Afronim as to exactly what does it do. Does it mean that it is tiggle, but it just doesn't have price attached to it, or does it not have tiggle at all? But whatever the point is, at a minimum, it doesn't have price because it's the carbon of a guy. It does not have tiggle, nor does it have no source. So if, for example, the meat would be left over beyond the point where it's supposed to be eaten, or the meat would be burned, that is not the person who eats that is not Kares. The Kame, someone who is Kame, who eats the carbon, is generally Kares, but in this case, because it's the carbon of a guy, it would not apply. A further distinction between the carbon of a guy and the Juba, Shoka Kamba Foot, Putter. That if someone shafts an animal, a carbon of a guy outside of the Beis Hamikdash area, Putter, it is Putter for Shkut and Foot. And the Shikkim explains that basically we learn from a pasuk that Goyim are allowed to bring a carbon outside of the Beis Hamikdash. They're not subject to that rule that it has to be brought in the Beis Hamikdash. So therefore, even if it were to, bring this from Rabbeinu Paris, he's saying even if they were to bring a carbon to the Beis Hamikdash, if someone takes it outside of the Beis Hamikdash to test it, they would be putter from the punishment ordinarily associated. Rabbi Shimon, these are the words of Rabbi Shimon. Rabbi Yossi Mechayev. Rabbi Yossi says he's chayev. By most accounts, including Rashi, this would mean that Rabbi Yossi disagrees on all of the above. He would be of the opinion that Pigo and Nosar and Kame, that all of these things would apply to the carbon of a guy, just like they would apply to the carbon of a Jew. We'll see tomorrow why Rabbi Yossi has that opinion. Okay, so we'll start tomorrow. Tanu Rabbanan. Okay, this is a similar brisa, but in the brisa it's going to walk through a lot of the sources for these things. Tanu Rabbanan. Okay, that if you have touching of the Kochavim, if you have a guy who sends a carbon, lo mehenin, lo ma'alin. We're not supposed to have enough from them, so yes, we know the halachic of the Elah are such that if someone has benefit from something that is a property of the hektish, that if he does it unintentionally, that's considered Elah, and there are corrective actions to be taken. So in this case, we're saying the halacha is you're not allowed to be nana from touching of the Kochavim, but by the same token, if someone is nana from it, then they're not over on the Elah. And we're going to see in the Gemara that this is essentially the Torah's concept of Me'ilah does not apply. The reason it says well nanin is because the Rabbanon were mistaken that they instituted that people should not have benefit from it. Okay? They ain't chayav when you can tickle nose to become it. So that's the same as our Mishnah telling us that the halacha is tickle intent of man or nose there left over. Someone who eats it don't apply by the carbon of a guy. Now here's something different. I wasn't around. So there ain't no Mura that if you have a carbon of a guy, we know the concept of Mura, we encounter it all the time, but the idea that if someone's not supposed to substitute an animal, but if they do substitute it, generally speaking, not only does the original animal that is attempting to substitute remain with its hectic status, but so too the attempted substitute animal would also happen in the both habits. That does not happen in the case of the carbon of a guy, and if someone were to try to do Shmuro, then the Kedusha would not fall on the new animal. They may be in the stockings of a carbon, non, So we talked about this a little bit on Shabbos. We talked about the concept of the suffering that come by themselves. So we discussed the fact that someone could bring a carbon, someone could bring to Beis Hamikdash Nisachim, and just bring it on a standalone basis, or we said you could do it separate and apart from the time you bring the carbon. So here in this Gemara, the Bryce is making a distinction and saying as follows: that a guy, a non-Jew, cannot bring Nisachim to the Beis Hamikdash on a standalone basis. A Jew can, and a guy cannot. But that being said, if you have a carbon that requires the stuff. And the idea would be that even though God can bring standalone the stuff in, but if he has a carb bringing that requires the stuff in, then he would in fact bring the stuff in. Different Rabbi Shimon, these are the words of Rabbi Shimon. Rabbi Yossi says, Loa ani b'kulam ha'achmir. He says, my inclination, or the way I see it in all of them, is that we should be machmir. So all of these things that Me'ilah, People, Mosa, Kame, Surura, all of these things I would say lahachmir, that there's no distinction between the carbon of a Jew and the carbon of a guy, that all these things apply. Now obviously the issue of bringing the Nesakim in the standalone thing, but in everything else, Yossi says it looks to me like we should be machmir. Why? And never behen, it's written by them, La Hashem. What is this going on? So the pasuk says, Daber el Aaron el Banav el Yisrael. He should speak to Aaron and his sons and all of Israel. And that, by the way, is one of the sources that distinguish between a Jew and a guy, because he speaks specifically about Israel. But the pasuk continues, Amarta Leim, you should say to them, Ish from Beis Yisrael min Agav Yisrael min Agav Yisrael Yaakov Karbano l'chol l'chol so it says that each, that by the way is the source for the idea that a guy can bring a carbon, because if it was just a Jew, it could say each. Why did it say each in the thesis? So the Gemara elsewhere learned that is adding a guy. But in any event, Pasuk finishes up, Asher Yakrivu La Hashem La'olah. That says something that they bring La Hashem. So it shows this pasuk that talks about a guy being able to bring a carbon, nonetheless says that the carbonos covered under this pasuk are La Hashem. They go to Hashem, and therefore the idea would be that even the carbon of a guy should have the same kedusha and the same strictures as applied to regular carbonos of a Jew. Now, where the Brisa continues and says, when were these things said, which is a reference going back on the initial thing that we said by Me'ilah. We said that the carbon of a guy is not subject, he said we shouldn't be nana from it, but it's not subject in a Torah to the rules of Me'ilah. But we say by Medvan, when does it say the touching is bad? Touch the bias more than Bahem. This is only touching his back. So by touching the kabayas, there would be Me'ilah. What is it talking about? So we know that if someone were to give an animal, like a dedicated animal, that animal, let's say gives money to buy an animal, that animal or that money gets kedusha saguf. It's called touching his back. The idea is that the actual body of the animal has kedusha, and that has touching his back, which is a higher level. The kedusha damim, or what's referred to here in the Gemara as touch it by the kabayas, is the idea that someone were to give a table to the Beis Hamikdash, so they would sell the table and they would use that for whatever purposes they needed to Beis Hamikdash, but it has some lesser degree of. But in any event, what the writer here is saying that this that we said that the Me'ilah does not apply to the carbon of a guy is specifically to those things that fall within the category of touching the back, like an animal that gets sent to the Beis Hamikdash. But if it would be the guy who sent this table to the Beis Hamikdash, so then that's the touch it by the kabayas that has kedusha damim, and that is not excluded from the Me'ilah. And if someone was benefiting from that accidentally, we would have to be in the category of a moel, someone who was around. Okay, so now we're going to walk through the various halachas in this price and understand their sources. The first one, Lonel and Lamoalim. We said that you shouldn't be nana from the carbon. You shouldn't have, I know you shouldn't have pleasure from the carbon of a guy, but if you do, you're not over on Me'ilah. So as I referenced before, the Gemara says, Lonan and Midrabanan, that it's the Rabbanan said that you shouldn't be nana because in the Torah there is no concept of Me'ilah by the carbon of a guy. And how do we know that there's no Me'ilah? Gomer Me'ilah, that's true. That the pasuk by Me'ilah says Nefesh Kisimo Mal V'Chata V'Shagam Kachashem. It has that word Chata, which is death. And then we have by Truma V'Shamrish Mishmarti V'Yisu Olav Chet. So you see that it has a that there's a shabbat between Me'ila and Truma, and we see by Truma, the Truma Ksiv B'nai Yisrael, Lo of the Gakavim, that the pasuk is written like Kalu is Kachet B'nai Yisrael, Es Asher Yehimu Lashem. This is a reference to Truma. It's saying that you should not profane the Kachet B'nai Yisrael, that they separate Hashem. So you see the idea that it says Kachet B'nai Yisrael, the things that are from B'nai Yisrael, which excludes of the Kochavim. So you see that by the comparison of Me'ilah, there's some of Me'ilah to Truma, that's just like you see Truma is relevant to something that the Jew separates for Truma, that just like Truma is only by Jew and not by Goy, so too the concept of Me'ilah, which is connected by Kser Shava, will be true by a Jew and not by a Goy. Okay? Next halacha, which is close in the Brisa and our mission, that if a guy brings sends a carbon, there's no concept of pickle, and if someone needs it, they're not have courage. There's no concept of no serve, it gets left over. If someone needs it, they're not have courage, and the comment is coming, and they're not have courage either. My time up. So what's the reason that these halachas are so? So we're going to see they all get covered in one fell swoop. And they're really all coming from the halachas of Tumah. How so? Because the Asi Pigol Avon Minosa. Then we have it there, we've encountered this one before, that there's a connection between Pigol and Mosar. So that is their Shava. Asi Noser, Philo Mituma, and so Pigol is connected to Noser, and Noser through Philo is connected to Tuma. So we see that all three of these are connected. Pigol to Noser to Tuma. The Tuma Ksiv B'nai Yisrael, Lo of the Pasuk that we've the last few days we've been dealing with by Ikar Pasuk. So the pasuk at the beginning, Davar Alam Yavana Nazum Kachet B'nai Yisrael. They should separate themselves from the Kachet B'nai Yisrael. So you see, it's a reference to by Tumah. It's something that's unique to the hektish or the kodesh of B'nai Yisrael. So therefore, it's not by a guy. So we learn it by Tumah. Tumah is connected to Nosar, and Nosar is connected to Pigol. So that's how we know all three that the halacha applies in the case of Jew and not in the case of a guy. Okay, next thing in the Brisa, they know some Tumah that if a guy's carbon comes and he makes a substitution, that the substitution does not take effect. My time, what's the reason? This is Tumura Lamaisa Behemah, because there's a hekesh between Tumura, this concept, this parsha about substituting to Ma'aser Behemah, to the concept of Ma'aser Behemah. Ma'aser Behemah is this in Ma'aser Dagon, and he says, and Ma'aser Behemah has a hekesh that connects it to Ma'aser Dagon. So where do we see this? That first of all, where do you see the connection of Tumura and Ma'aser Behemah? Because one of the psukim that writes about Tumura is written, as Rashi points out, by Yahu Tumura Kodesh, is written by the concept of Ma'aser. So you see a connection between Ma'aser and Tumura. And similarly, there's a connection between Ma'aser Behemah and Ma'aser Dagon. So Ma'aser Behemah is every 10th animal you're supposed to bring it for a carbon. That is connected to Ma'aser Dagon, which is the Ma'aser that you give to the lady. Or Ma'aser Sheni that a person would take up to Yerushalayim. Where is that connection? Because the pasuk says Aser to Aser, and the Gemara in Bukhari tells us Shnei Ma'aser Sakasim Medaber Echad Ma'aser Behemah Echad Ma'aser Dagon. So in the same pasuk, it says Aser to Aser refers both to Ma'aser Behemah, an animal that's brought as Ma'aser, as well as a Dagon, a produce that's brought, or a grain that's brought as Ma'aser. So you see this hektish. So therefore, Tumura is connected to Ma'aser Behemah. Ma'aser Behemah is connected to Ma'aser Dagon. And so therefore what? Ma'aser Dagon says in Israel, well, the Kochavim, and by Ma'aser Dagon it says specifically to Israel, not of the Kochavim. So therefore, by the connection of Tumura to Ma'aser Behemah, Ma'aser Behemah to Ma'aser Dagon, we see that Tumura does not apply by God. Now, the Gemara has trouble with this because we have this recently. The idea that you cannot have a two-step learning by a hektish. Now, you might ask me, we just had this with Tumah The answer is that was not a heckish, that was a dare shovel. So dare shovel works differently. But that you could have a two-step dare shovel, but a heckish, you're not going to have a two-step heckish. So therefore, this appears to be a two-step heckish because you have Mura related to Meiser Behema, Meiser Behema related to Meiser Dagan, each one by a heckish. This is what it says, but the Davar Alamed Behekkish, Chodom Alamed Behekkish, can you have one thing learned by a heckish and then take it out further if you have a two-step heckish? It doesn't work that way, and it does not work that way specifically by touching. There's another thing that are unique to touching. This is one of them. We had also that whenever the Torah repeats something by touching, it tells you, well, there's special rules of how you learn things out from Sukkim as relates to touching, and when it as relates to touching, this is one of the rules. You can't have a two-step touching. Where it says, Meiser Dagan Kulan. It's not a problem because Meiser Dagan, it's when the Gemara is saying is when you have a problem of a double heckish, it is elements of a heckish be relating to something to do. So then it's a violation of the rule by touching, you can't have a double heckish. But if one element of a heckish is relates to an area of law that's not related to touching, it's not a problem. So therefore, we had a connection. The double heckish was we learned from Meiser Behema learned from Meiser Dagan. So we're saying if Meiser Behema, Meiser Dagan both related just to touching, it would be a problem. They have a two-step heckish. But because Meiser Dagan is not a touching concept, because what is Meiser Dagan? Meiser Dagan is you have to give Meiser to the Levi, or you have to eat it yourself in Yerushalayim. But it's not something that's given to heckish. So therefore, it's not a problem. They have a two-step heckish. Because one of the elements of the heckish, Meiser Dagan, is dealing with food, and it's not by heckish. The Gemara says, well, honey, the Gemara says, okay, but we have a Machlokas elsewhere that discusses this concept of the double heckish not working by touching, and there's a Machlokas that does it work that if the original, if the ultimate source is not touching, so then you're allowed to have a double heckish, and that works well for us because our ultimate source is coming from Meiser Dagan. We're learning from Meiser Dagan, Meiser Behema, so both Meiser Behema and Shemura have to touch him, but Meiser Dagan, which is the source law, does not. So then it's not a problem because here we're covered. But that's well according to the person who says that as long as the source is not heckish, you can do a double heckish. But according to the one who says that the subject that where the case you're trying to learn to, if that is touching, then you can have a double heckish. And so in this case, we're trying to learn a halacha of Tamura. Tamura is very much a heckish, a touching concept. So therefore, it doesn't help if you tell me that Meiser Dagan, which is the source law, is true and it's not touching, because that doesn't matter. What matters is whether the subject, when you're trying to learn to touch him, the word surely touch him. So therefore, that's not a good answer according to that Mandomer. This is what it says, Ela Meiser Behema, Hova She'in Kavua Lazman. Hova She'in Lazman Kavua Yisrael Meisu of the Gotov Meisu. So it says as follows. Now mind you, we're not actually coming and learning something out about Tamura. What we're learning is, we're going to learn the connection between Meiser Behema and Meiser Dagan from some method other than a heckish. Why does that help? Because the whole problem is a two-step heckish. But if the connection between Meiser Dagan and Meiser Behema would be something that is heckish, so then it's no problem to take that and extend it by heckish back to Torah. So therefore, how are we connecting Meiser Dagan? How are we learning out Meiser Behema? So we're saying as follows, that Meiser Behema, which is the case that is connected to Tamura, is a chova, it's an obligation, that does not have a time associated with it. Why? Because Meiser Behema halacha is that you put the animal through the fence, and hit the 10th one, and that one, that 10th animal is kodesh, but it doesn't tell us when you have to do it. So you're obligated to separate the animal, but it doesn't tell us when you have to do it. So that is a chova, that's an obligation that doesn't have a time, and something that doesn't have a time, that it's something that is an obligation that doesn't have a time. Yisrael brings it over to something doesn't bring. Now, Rashi points out that it's interesting that we talk about whether it has a time or not. But generally speaking, a guy never has an obligation to bring a carbon. We've discussed that a guy can bring an Ola if he wants. According to some, he can bring a Slumim or a Toba, but it's all voluntary Kabbalah. There's never a Toba. So what are you getting into Toba? She'ain't like man, an obligation that doesn't have time. You just say it's an obligation. So Rashi points out that it was better for the Gemara to say Toba she'ain't like man, because there's no exception. There's never a case where you have a Toba that has no man. When might there be an exception? It's not so much that there's an exception, but you would have to clarify. So what would be an example of a Toba she'ain't like man? She'yesh like man would be, for example, Rashi says a carbon Ola Ila or Shalmei Chagiga, so something that you're bringing on the Yom Tovim. They says that is something that has a man, because Shalmei Chagiga and Ola Ila are only brought on Yom Tov. So, but it doesn't have a chova. But then you'd have to distinguish and say that there are cases where Shlomim or an Ola is a hazazman, but it doesn't apply because it's mandatory and not voluntary. So therefore, Rashi says it's easier for the Gemara to point to a case of Chova to man that has no particular time, because that is surely not applicable to God. Okay. The Gemara continues. The aim may be in the Safin, so we said that a guy cannot bring sandal on the Safin. If his carbon requires the Safin, then fine, he should bring them. He has to bring them. But if he cannot bring sandal on the Safin. The Gemara says, the pasuk says Ezra. This is the pasuk in the middle. It says, Kola Ezra Yaseh Kacha as Eila Lahakat Ishe Rech Mikol Hashem. So Ezra so it says Ezra maybe Nesachim, they ain't all the Kochavim maybe Nesachim. So it tells you that a resident in Ezra brings Nesachim, and a guy does not bring Nesachim. So the Gemara says, okay, great. I have a rule that says Nesachim don't apply to a guy. So maybe it shouldn't apply even when he brings a carbon that applies to Nesachim. The Gemara says, I might think that even when he brings a carbon Ola, he doesn't need to bring Nesachim. Talmud that the pasuk says that you should do it in this way, which tells you that in all instances, when you bring a carbon, it should be done in this way, even when a guy brings it. So therefore, we have one limit that says this is how it's done. So we say that that's absolute, whether it's Jew or guy. And the fact that it says Ezra tells you that voluntary Nesachim don't apply to a guy; they only apply to a Jew. But mandatory Nesachim apply equally to a guy. Okay. Continuing, Rav Yossi, go on the pool on a hachmer. Now we're not actually going to analyze those words. We're going to focus on the next word. From that one, I'm going to touch in his back. So this was the concept. We said that where you have Megillah, where you have the concept of Megillah, we said that, and we said Megillah does not apply by a guy. That's specifically by things that have Kedushas HaGuf, by touching his back, but it's not applicable. The exception is not applicable to touch the bias, and therefore touch the bias would have the concept of Megillah. So, Gemara says, Mike Kaimel, where do you come up with this distinction? We learned before a pasuk that says, we learned before a pasuk that says that you should, that you don't bring it. We said that's Suma, just like Suma is Bnei Yisrael, so too Megillah is only by Bnei Yisrael. Why do you say that there's a distinction between Kedushas HaGuf and Kedushas HaGuf? Why it says, Savar Ki Gamram, that's technically Suma, the Suma, the tradition of Kedushas HaGuf. So he says, where did we learn out that Megillah does not apply by God? We learned in Suma. That's in Suma. We had that very summer early on the dot. So we're saying, so just like Suma is something that when someone separates Suma, that Suma has Kedusha that it actually self, it has Kedusha that goes, it's not just Kedusha. So therefore, that's the case that we compare Truma to Megillah to say that Megillah applies to a Jew and not by a guy. But when you're talking about just something that has simply very sensitive law, then that the Lord that accepts the guy would not apply, and therefore Jesus had a bias, which is dissimilar to Truma, would be something that even the covenant with God, when it's Moel or someone that benefits from it, they're over on the okay? So bottom line, Tana Rabbanan, Dam Shenitma Vizarku Vishoge Torsa. We say as follows, that if you have blood that became Tameh, and you throw it, if it's by accident, it is accepted, meaning that it's okay. That now what we're going to see is that this means you can eat the meat. So in other words, so you have done that Tameh, you're not supposed to sprinkle on the Mizbeach, but if they end up sprinkling on the Mizbeach, then the person's carbon is accepted, and he can eat the meat, and he has a proper kapara. David on the base, but if he does it, if they know that it's Tameh and they go and they sprinkle on the Mizbeach, low hurtzo, then it is not accepted, and he cannot eat the meat. Now, why am I so particular about eating the meat specifically? And what's this whole concept? So let's first talk about the concept. We've encountered this before, that we learn out that the tzitz is maratha. The tzitz that the Kohen Gadol wore on the forehead, that one of its functions was to take things that were something that got offered and to tzitz maratha makes them acceptable and it kind of purifies them for purposes of being accepted. So the halacha is that tzitz is maratha by tumah, and therefore if you have tamei dam that gets sprinkled, you can do that. Now, so minat Torah, that's it. The tzitz is maratha, and therefore you can use tamei dam. However, the Rabbanan were mistaken. They said no. If you do it by accident, then you say the tzitz is maratha, and you can eat the meat and do everything. However, because you're not supposed to do it initially, I'll say if you do it on purpose, even though minat Torah, the tzitz is maratha, when it's something coming, that the Rabbanan are going to say, no, that's not good. Now, if the Rabbanan was to say, no, it's not good, and therefore the carbon is buckled, right? The problem is that minat Torah, it's good carbon. So if the guy's going to go bring, as Rashi points out, the guy's going to go bring a new carbon, then it's going to be fuel bazari, it's going to be fuel in the azar. So therefore, that would be bad if Chazal said the carbon is not makaper, because at the end of the day, the Torah says that tzitz is maratha, and it is makaper. So therefore, what we're saying is that while, regardless of whether it's unintentional or intentional, the tzitz is maratha, and therefore the carbon is accepted for the owner. He no longer needs to bring a kapara. But what's the distinction when Chazal said that by accident it's fine and on purpose no, is by eating the meat? That basically Chazal said as long as you did it by accident you can eat the meat, but if you did it on purpose, then you're no longer allowed to eat the meat. Continues the brisa. I will basic. I'm saying I will the seaboard, but when this is true that the Rabbanan made a fun and said you should not eat meat. That's true. Okay.
Too lazy to try.
The red one more. One of the said the Yakid by Yakid. I was the seaboard ben Mishagi ben Mezid Horsa. He's saying when did we say this halacha that the Chazal made a distinction and said that on purpose you wouldn't be able to allow things to meet. That was talking by a carbon Yakid, by an individual's carbon. I was the seaboard, but when you're dealing with the carbon that's brought by the seaboard, whether the person intentionally did the dam or did it by accident, it doesn't matter. Of course, now again, it doesn't mean that you're supposed to do it. If you have dam coming, you're not supposed to sprinkle it. But it's saying if you do, even on purpose, totally tzitz is maratha. Okay, and when we're talking about the carbon of a guy, it doesn't help it doesn't help if you sprinkle the blood. Why? Because the tzitz is not maratha for the carbon of a guy, and therefore you would not eat of this because it's not a valid. The tzitz is not maratha, and therefore it's not a valid sprinkle. So the Rabbanan said this price in front of her papa. I'm sorry, the Rabbanan said in front of her papa, they said, come on, who is this price like? The Lord Rabbi Yossi. It must not be like Rabbi Yossi. Why? Rabbi Yossi, because if it would be Rabbi Yossi, he says, he says, in my opinion, you have to be hurt on all of these things. So what's going on here? Is basically the idea is as follows: that the Shimon in Rabbi Shimon in the Brisa is the one who says that basically, and at some level that's the source also for our Mishnah, that when it's written B'nai Yisrael, that means that it's unique to B'nai Yisrael and not to Ovdei Kochav, right? But Rabbi Yossi is of the opinion that since we said this earlier, that since the Pasuk says La Hashem, it tells you it doesn't matter, even though it's written B'nai Yisrael, it doesn't matter because the Pasuk tells you La Hashem, that there's no distinction between the carbon of a Jew and the carbon of a goy. Therefore, the Rabbanan said in front of Rav Papa that this must be not like Rabbi Yossi, because Rabbi Yossi would say that we should be machmer and say that the carbon of a Jew and a guy is the same, and then therefore, if that's true that a carbon of a guy is really the same, the tip should be maratha, whether it's the carbon of a Jew or the carbon of a guy. Rav Papa said this in front of him, I can tell you that this Brisa, even according to Rabbi Yossi, although Rabbi Yossi says generally that Hashem tells you that B'nai Yisrael is not, the word B'nai Yisrael don't tell you it's distinct. Shani Hassam, there it's different by blood, the Amar Krach, but the Pasuk says Lahem. Lahem below Ovdei Kochav. It says for them and not for Ovdei Kochav. So he says, even though it can be written B'nai Yisrael, that gets knocked out by La Hashem. But here, the additional pasuk is written Lahem for them. Where do we see this pasuk? It says Rahaya is talking about the six Shumarat. It says talking about the six generally. Rahaya Amekach Aaron, that it will be on the forehead of Aaron. The Nasa Aaron is Avona Kadashim Ashiyah B'nai Yisrael. That the Aaron carries the sin of the custom of B'nai Yisrael. Makdish V'chol Matnas Kachehem. Rahaya Mitzvah Tamid. It's on his forehead all the time. L'ratzon Lahem L'fnei Hashem. For acceptance for them in front of Hashem. So you see, it has that added pasuk that says Lahem is for them. So that shows you it's a reference to Israel and not to all the Kochav. So the Papa saying, even Rabbi Yossi might agree because you have the extra Lahem. Or related, if we bring Rav Nassim or Rav Papa, if we bring Rav Nassim to Rav Papa, I don't like what you just said because Elamei Hata. But now you have the pasuk Asher Heim Makdishim, which we're going to see in a minute, because that's our next tomorrow. Is we learn out from Asher Heim Makdishim that they're Makdish. That's where we learn out the idea that Tuma can apply. So he's saying as follows: that Tuma can apply in certain instances. Even though, and we're going to see that whole Gemara, but basically said that they, and this is by teams that don't have a map. So in any event, says that they're Makdishim, that they're Makdish. We're going to get into this in great detail shortly. Talkinami Heim below here. Why not say that it's them and not the so you could say B'nai Yisrael is not Hashem, but it says that they're Makdishim, Heim below the Kochav. Yet you see that Rabbi Yossi argues that he says that Tuma applies even by that Tuma applies even by a guy. So you see that he does not make this distinction of Haim. So if he doesn't make the distinction of Haim, he doesn't make the distinction of Lahem. But Gemara says, Elam Rashi, you're right. I'll tell you a different reason why it's unique here that it doesn't apply. On the cross, the pasuk says Ratzon Lahem. So we focused before on the Lahem, that it's for them. So we're saying that's not a good deal because if so, if Yosef agreed with Lahem, the law of the Kochav, he would say the same thing about Haim, the law of the Kochav. But rather, what's the word we should focus on the Ratzon? That should be for Ratzon. All the Kochavim love B'nai Hartzon. And Goyim are not B'nai Hartzon, people who have reached to it. Now, if we have some time at the end, it's a very fascinating sugya of the whole idea of whether the feelings of a guy are acceptable. Maybe I'll kind of talk about it. But in any event, the way Rashi understands Lav B'nai Hartzon, Lav B'nai Hartzon like Hartzon, that's Goyim are not B'nai Hartzon like Hartzon, which they know is Ratzon Lahem, and therefore the tzitz is not Misrata for a guy. So the answer is that it could very well be that this halakha that the tzitz is not Mirata for the Karbanah of a guy might be true even according to those because it says about Toma and are not B'nai Hartzon. Now,
flame
you
out
know,
and not making
how
sense.
you want to
So,
translate that.
Dr.
You know,
Sitchin,
many
my
people seem to
my
say that,
show.
you know, that their learn from some fashion is not
I'm also
looking
like,
for
who
the
not to
process,
criticize the person that put the clip on
desired or
the
whatever,
subreddit.
or perhaps it has a more technical meaning, which perhaps we'll see a little bit later, specifically about acceptance of abundance of people that nature. Okay, so up to the Mishnah. Varim shem kayam levi shem pigol, kayam levi shem notar shem tameh, plus
Why
menadam.
would they put it
Okay.
on? Why would Sean do
So we
this?
say as follows.
So
We
you
talked
put it on
about
a company
certain, we had a
website,
mission
put it
before,
on
we talked about certain categories of things that don't have a halakha of people. Why? Because they don't have a mafia. So for example, we said the Tomeh, or the Levona, or the Ketoras, all of these things were things that do not have a matir. They are either there is no matir or they are the matir. And we said that Pigol doesn't apply to those things. Now what the Mishnah is telling us is that even though those things you're not chayav for Pigol, so if for example someone when they're burning the Ketoras, they have in mind. Oh, well, sorry, it's maybe not a good example, but let's say when they're burning the Tomax, they have in mind does not apply in these instant circumstances. But while people doesn't apply, Noser and Tame would apply. Except for Dam, because blood, we're going to see in tomorrow. Why they learn out from Sukkim why Dam, why blood, even though not only is it removed from Pigol, but it also does not have a loss of Noser and Tame. That you wouldn't be tied for purposes of Tuma or Nosa. So in other words, basically we're saying that exception that we described on the prior Mishnah for things that have a matir is an exception for Pigol, but not for Nosa and Tame, except for Dam, for which Dam is excluded from Pigol, from Nosa, and from Tame. Rabbi Shimon says, I agree with you that for those things that are edible, that in fact Nosar and Tame would apply to them. He says, but I disagree. He says, I disagree in the case of things that are inedible, because in that list of things that we discussed were things like Eitzim, like wood, Lavona, is the frankincense that comes with the lympho or put on the shulchan, baktoras. These are things that aren't edible, and therefore you're not chayav for tuma and presumably also for nosar. So he's saying, I agree with your general rule that there's a distinction between pigol on the one hand and tuma and nosar on the other hand. But just like, for example, dam is excluded, I also exclude all those edible things. They don't apply, and we're going to see in the Gemara why how they darshan with something to learn. Okay, so says the Gemara. Tana Rabbana. Yachol lo yuhu chayavim mishum tuma ela adavar sheyesh lo matirin ben adam ben mizeh. So he says, I might think that just like, and I said, by Pigol, that in order to Pigol apply, it has to be something that's a matir that permits it either to be consumed by a person or by the Mizbeach. So basically, Pigol does not apply to a matir itself, which is something that has no matir, as we've been saying. So I might think that Tuma should be just like Pigol. Our mission totally is not like it, but this price is starting saying, my assumption would is that tuma, and it does not apply in a case of a matir or something that has no matir. Why would I assume? That's why the advice says the dinhu, because I'll make a kavachomer to say that it should for sure not apply to tuma. If it doesn't apply to pigol, it shouldn't apply to tuma. Why? Because uma pigol, and if pigol shehu b'kviya, that it is what does it mean that it's b'kviya, which means that he says that pigol is the kviya, meaning that the carbon, katas, is the same whether it is regardless of financial standing. So we know we have the concept of a carbon oliviyore. The carbon oliviyore is is you can either bring an animal, or if you can't afford an animal, you bring that you bring two turtle or two dogs, and one for Nola, one for a kata, or you could bring a mincha if the person can't afford it. So all of those things are true by Carbonol of Yore, but it's not true by Pigol, because to be a dia asas. So he says that Pigol also, if let's say someone ate Pigol, they didn't realize it was Pigol, and then they find out that they ate Pigol, so then they have to bring a katas. There's no exceptions to Pigol. There's no instance in which we permit someone to eat Pigol. He says in all of those cases, and the reason we're saying those is as distinct from Puma, where these exceptions exist. So if in the case of Pigol, where we see that you have all of these scriptures in Chayav and Love, Ella, that there is a distinction, and we say that the only time someone is tired for these things for Pigol is when it is either when it has a matir, but not if it is a matir, or if it has no matir. So he says, if you see that all of these things apply if you see that these things don't apply by Pigol, then Tuma, then surely in the case of Tuma, this distinction should be in place, and you should say that only things that have a matir also are only those things that become tummy. Why? Because Tuma is all of the Yore. That first of all, you see that it is looser in the sense that you can have a carbon all of the Yore, depends on the wealth of the person who's bringing it. You can stay ideas, and that you have the idea, we dealt with this in the Gemara in Shavuot, the idea that in order to be chayav on Tuma, that what has to happen is the person has to know their tameh, then they have to forget their tameh, then they have to eat something that's tameh, and then they have to remember that they were tameh. So you have an initial idea, and then you have a third idea. So you see that Tuma has that aspect. And so therefore, Tuma is less applicable because you require both ideas. And there's an exception to Tuma. What's the exception to Tuma? Is the fact that Hutra B'tzibor. Rashi points out specifically carbon Pesach, you see you can even eat it when you're Tameh. If the majority of Klal Yisrael was Tameh, that they could not only bring the carbon, but they actually could eat it. So you see that all of these things, that it's looser in a certain sense by Tuma. And so you would say that if there's a distinction, that it only applies to something that has a matir by Pigol, so then surely the halakha for Tuma should also only apply to the matir. So I should make a kavachomer to say that if the cases of Pigol are limited to cases where there's a matir, then for sure Tuma, which is looser, the halakha should be that it only applies in cases that have a matir, and excluding all these things. So the Brisa says, I would think the opposite of the Mishnah. Therefore, the pasuk tells us that the pasuk is written Daber al Aaron Yavana Vayinavim Kachim in Israel. So it just says Kachim in Israel. So why did it say that they are makdish to me? What's the point of those words? So we're saying that's coming to add that anything that Asher Hey Makdish comes to include anything that they are makdish to me. The Gemara says, okay, so if Asher Hey, and this was the reference we had before, I told you learning that, Asher Hey Makdishim Li, which included Tuma, can include Tuma, so that was the question we had earlier. But anyway, Asher Hey Makdishim Li, that comes to add anything that they're makdish, even things that don't have a matir or are a matir themselves. Gemara says, okay, so you're telling me that after Hamakishim says that anything that they're makdish to me applies. So Yachol miyad. So I might think, therefore, that even if something has a matir, it doesn't matter because it's everything that they're everything that they're makdish to me. So I might think that even things that have a matir, Yachol miyad, I might think that right away that's applicable. Talmud Lomer, therefore the pasuk says that Yikrav is brought close. What's the pasuk? It says Emar Aleim with the Restream Kolisha says Yikrav. He calls Arachim al Hakadoshim Asher Yatishu B'nei Yisrael Hashem Shemachar Allah. The next time Nefesh Agim Banai Ani Hashem. So this is a pasuk that's written by the concept of someone who eats touching when it's coming. So now, how do we learn out from the pasuk Yikrav? Amar Elazar, if he no geya to chaya. So he says, the Gemara asks, is this something that requires touching? I'm sorry, that with touching alone he's over on touching the Toma. Why would you think that? Because it says anything that a person draws close to is called Daracham El HaKadoshim. So they said draw close seems to imply that if you touch the Kachim, that you're over on there. But is that true? It's not true because it's only by Achila. We see in the next pasuk that it's specifically by Achila. So what is this word grab that he draws close? Grab that he draws close. It doesn't mean literally draw close. Alamato Malama Yikrav for Boxer Yukare Hakasim Medaber. That when it says Yikrav and he draws close, doesn't mean that he draws close in a sense. It means that he draws it close in the sense that he prepares it to be brought. So what does that mean? So that means that he it's something that he prepares to be brought is the idea that it has its matir. So therefore this that we say that tuma would apply even by something that it does not have a matir or doesn't have a matir. That would only be because all of those types of things would only be if it is a matir, it has to reach that stage. So the stage of the matir has to be reached. And if it's not, and I was going to say after that it says that it comes to include other things, and the word yikrab comes to tell you that it has to be prepared, would mean that it gets put in a klisharis. So if it's something that is used in let's say Rika, for example, or in the might be a better example that it's something that is only once that you would have this halacha that it would be tamei, or if it's not something that has a matir, then one put into a klisharis and put into a klisharis, and at that point, after Hemakishim, we would say that that can become tamei. So the Gemara says, how does that work? Yeshlo matirin. This is what I just said. That if it's something that has a matir, Mishiyikru matir. Once the matirin happens, ain't no matirin. If it doesn't have a matir, Mishiyaktis the keli once it has a klisharis. Okay, so now the Gemara says, Ashkecham Tuma, no Tuminola. So we say, okay, I found out Tuma, that Tuma applies even by things that you don't have pickle, but how do I know that Noser applies even by the things that don't have pickle? And we say, Asi Philo mi Tuma. That we bring that their Shabbat which we had earlier today, which we said Philo mi Tuma, that you learn from Noser to Tuma, that both use the word Philo, so that their Shabbat will tell you that even things that don't have a matir, that you're not chayav mishum pickle, that you're chayav for noser. So the Gemara is saying, okay, well you're learning from you're learning noser from tuma, but we also know v'leilef avon pickle. He says, but we know that noser is also connected to pickle because we had this before. You have the gzer shava avon. So therefore, why are you deciding to look at the gzer shava between noser and tuma to say that noser does apply even by something that pickle does not apply to? Why not learn from pickle and say just like it doesn't apply to pickle, it doesn't apply to noser? So the Gemara says, he says, it makes sense that we should learn Noser from Tuma because it has in common with Tuma three things, Gazel. So Rashi says that, first of all, the Gimel is for Guf, Noser is Tuma Sul Haguf, and Pigol Sul Mashava. That Noser and Tuma both mess themselves in something physical, that a piece of meat can become tamei, a piece of meat can become noser, versus pigol is not a din in the meat, it's a din in the mashkava, that Passover. Noser and Tuma ain't because Adam may be in the one. He says Noser and Tuma are similar in the sense that it has nothing to do with Rico, while Pickle has to do with Rico. So therefore, Noser is more similar to Tuma. I'm sorry, it's more similar to Tuma than it is to Pickle. And he says in Pickle Zidasam Kavasa I'm sorry. He says the Lamed is Noser and Tame Never Behem Kilo. That Lamed tells you that both Noser and Tame have their Shava of Kilo together. Now, all right, okay. So those three things tell us why it makes more sense that Noser and Tuma are a pair than Noser people because of Guf, Sul, and Kilo. So the Gemara says. So it says Gezel. So the Gemara says, I would tell you that Noser should be more similar to Pickle than it is to Tuma. Why? Shekin Nosar, Shekin, as the way we read it, Shekin Hutter. So we take a look at Shekin Hutter, Six Kahar, this man, Karev, Bahani Nefish. So basically, the Gemara is going to say, we have a bunch of things that more things than are just three elements of commonality between Tuma and Nosar. I'm going to tell you that there's more. There's at least 5 elements of commonality between Nosar and Pickle. So you should compare it to Pickle. What are those elements? So take a look at Rashi, the second to last medium line. So he says, Nosar with Pickle lo hutrim equal to Tuma. And Nosar and Pickle has no exception. There's no such thing as saying you can have something that's Nosar. Whereas Tuma, we know that there's an exception in the case of Tzipor. They not Tzitz Maratza like Tuma. It says the Tzitz Maratza is something that's unique to Tuma. Noser and Pickle are together in the sense that the Tzitz doesn't help for it. Okay, and then Rashi addresses something else we don't have time to focus on. So he says Tahar. He says Shneim Tahorim. He's saying that Pickle and Noser are both Tahar. They have a pool in their status, but they're both Tahar. Shneim Nifsalim Bizman, and both Pickle and Noser have a time element to it. Zeb and Noser put Bizman. One of them is because it left over past the time, and the other because you have in mind past the time. The Shneim Tulim Vikarov La Fuke Tumataguk. He says, and also Pickle and Nosar take effect on the thing that was brought, where it relates to the person who's bringing it. So we're saying, you brought me 3 reasons that I should compare Nosar to Tuma. I'm bringing you 5 reasons that I should compare Nosar to Pickle instead of the Tuma. So the Gemara says, you're right. Ella Miditani lady. So rather, how do I know to extend halakha also to Nosar, not just the Tuma? He says, because this we learned from Levi, Miditani Levi says, Minayin after Full Man Akasim Medaber, that Hamalomer Vlo Yakalu, he says,
I want to start doing.
So it says, so he says that pasuk is written Yichalalu, which tells you, and Rashi points out that it could have said, Rashi has amended here, could have said that it could have said Yichalu. It said rather it said Yichalalu. The Gemara says, "B'shnei chilulu nakasim medaber echa pasul echa psunoser echa dul tuma." He says that where we learn the pasuk, this pasuk that we learn Tuma from, has the word Yechalalu, which tells you there's 2 lamed when it could have been only one. Tells you that there's 2 simulim. So I'll say one of them is Tuma, obviously the other is Noser. Why do I assume that the second lamed is Noser? Because we said before that Noser has the word Kilel. We had that Kilel as a their Shabbat before. So when it says Yechalalu with 2 lamed, comes to tell you that you include not just Tuma, but you include Noser. So we see that even though by Pickle we exclude things that are a matir or don't have a matir, by Tuma they're included, as we brought the reason before, from Asher Hey Makdishimli, and by Noser they're also included because those sukkim that are written Asher Hey Makdishimli says Yechalalu, which comes to tell you both Noser and Tuma are included.
Or keep the long post. Keep the long caption at the end. You put as for days. Okay. I like that too. Keep the long post. Change the picture to her in lingerie.
All right, Joel, so good morning. Let's begin. Today's dance is Mandalis. We are picking up Baruch Hashem on Mandala. And we're going to pick up at the two dots, which is 44, 8, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 line down the top. Our ship this morning is dedicated by Baruch Hashem Klasky in honor of the letter.
All baseball players are now being
Yosef Mordechai David son of Philip, David Chocolate, China, we wish to
time to get on your knees, but they don't want to. Ron is an expert. This is from 16 days ago. Like, fuck saying I want to be.
Yesterday,
Posted by Dazzling Grab at 6:94.
the extra explanation on the WhatsApp group, which I'm sure all of you guys will be that might have been a Dr. first. Very good. So the Gemara says as well. So we'll say the Mishnah said, "Koshish Hamakiyim being a Adam being on his death."
That's
I
all.
also love you. But ultimately,
Did you use ChatGPT to find that cred? You can do it on your own. Suggestion from a friend. I wish I could come up with ideas for these guys and stuff. For ideas for their name of their show, like Brian Callen and we're having coffee together. And Brian's like, I'm starting to.
being an Adam, whether for human consumption
I go,
or his death consumption.
yes.
I love you.
They say you can never have two things.
Again, one is subject and one
He's
is
like, all right, I know you're good at this. What's the name? I need to do something. We're gonna go. Say it's PM.
I like you also shot
Are you ready?
So once I do
Write this down. You might not like it at first.
I love the nice
Are you ready? It counts like I go. Trigger.
So look at how often I so the only time that you're just
Trigger. Yeah, like, well, it's been said so. No. Trigger is.
Maybe
Who knows more about people
that is
getting
how often
triggered?
I say the price.
All right.
Much time in the fucking
This is gonna be big. I want to be
so let's do
counted.
the best. So once the Shlomo has the ability
You go to Idaho.
to one night, I can hold that all
It's the only.
maybe how often I say was it only apply to Shlomo for anything that is Shlomo.
Fuck you.
What makes it Shlomo nice? I consume for 2 days in 1 night. But anything says I'm sick, that's also that criteria. Perhaps again, how often I myself
Do you want to see his
not
podcast?
concerned
I
with
pulled
the
it up. I don't know if you're
I'll be over life.
podcast. Do I want to see it? Of course. I thought you were going to shoot me down. Do I want to see it? Yeah, definitely. Slice my throat.
There's an age-old question.
Oh, no.
Why did women do bad things?
We decide.
This should be a bad person because
Let me tell you, Brian Callen, about my dad. This guy, my dad, he's so supposed to want that. We got the in-line meeting with his daddy. I can't even see him there up on the something certain that. Now my doesn't work. Begging the hate, the guy like they that's gonna happen. I don't care anything he is. I like the old way.
Any carbon is subject to the laws
I'm a bad person.
I said there are 9 rebels now.
So, then, you might got something to say. People should listen when I come to crack.
I don't give so much
You are a self-admitted lockdown. But these are always the facts here. Off limits used to be a Steven Crowder above club exclusive. 100% buy back the IP from Crowder.
I would say book 7 of the Tila.
Not going to have to Crowder boys. You really have that.
People also fight that. But no matter, I should
You know, I don't get aware with you. Subreddit, what is that? He's trying to leave the studio and Brian's telling him what the subreddit is. What the fuck is a subreddit? Formula One's in Chicago.
done bad things. When you take it off, you say, hey, I gotta play by the rules. If I don't play by the rules, I can pay for it with my life. So your justification is, hey, life comes first. I gotta do what I gotta do. Doesn't make it right, but that's how you justify it. My point is, that doesn't make
But the laws of people apply to pretty much everything.
Which one do you want to be? Okay, I killed.
The Shiloh then becomes introduced why
You got pizza down here with us. Barbecue sauce. Everyone knows that Memphis has the best barbecue. Forget about it. I wish we was doing the podcast in New York, but that's all. Alright, well, check out Off Limits by Brad Cal. Honestly, I feel like this whole show is just a big sponsorship T-Fact thing. Because every time I finish it, I want to watch the fucking video. Yeah, and now I want to watch Off Limits. I added it to my queue already. Dave Oz posted on That's Better. I was trying to sue a guy on YouTube after he put up a video trying to cheat on my wife. Well, that would have been hilarious if they actually did that. That would have been awesome. Yeah, that's a good idea. We're gonna say again, these people on should be TV writers, or at least, I mean, it's not YouTube, it's not TV, right? Unless you can shout out. Oh, wow, like, if YouTube was TV, we would get axed immediately. Oh, yeah, look at that. You see their ratings? The Nielsen's rating would just throw up when they start like the Greg T. Nelson rating would be so low that this is, look at that. I look busted next to it. I just can't even. How am I supposed to face my wife and kids? Why with this nobody's fucking watching this. If I was an undercover cop, it'd be fine. Nobody would. I killed an undercover cop that had a family of 5.
So don't back to
It was the life. I signed an oath for something. There was like a paper I signed. Maybe it just been delivered, but I wanted to kill him. Before the 5 people did I do for there was an oath. My position was exactly where the colo. No, you were there. Shout out to you. You sound like two kids. 98 likes, unbelievable. Anyway, get back to this is hosted by Faceless Ninja.
We've established both
Chin and
through
others might be leaving for
you
Theo.
as well as your Shabbat.
Oh, I might check out the studio in Austin on Monday. I'm going to be in Austin.
You see that just like
Why you looking at studios out there?
No, I might just come in with Chin. We're going with Theo. I'm going with Theo to Austin.
There must be a
Oh,
match.
dude, come on.
Whether that's not
I
you,
can tell you
the
that.
match is there, or the match
How little fucks I give about this conversation.
or
See you guys later. John Shaker. See you guys.
I don't know what the power jump thing is, but I feel like it's like a trail or something. Could be. Or, we just don't say the big thing is that they're hilarious. Damn, he really. Sean is not good at lighting people up. Okay, never mind. I thought it was something I don't think it is. We always think it's something entertaining. Well, because recently what people have been saying, I don't know what the fuck it means, like a 6'7" thing. I just want to know.
Back in my day, we used to go bump
Oh, 6'7" is not for offer days. 6'6", right? Yeah. If Shop wears a 6'7", we should bet on that. Put that on Skill Shake Shop, wear 6'7". $1 million deal. $1 million right there. I didn't win big off of I guess that Trump was going to suck. Anyways, let's see here.
And it is subject
More on Bubba funding up on ulterior bidding. This is what's going on here. Post my Facebook. I think you watched it last week.
you should understand
Yeah.
the fact that someone is a source for the
We had some teasing slow.
tells you like what.
Yeah, we
See
were.
what's up until I was saying what's unique
The
about
first
someone.
monster run in the beer, we saw
as a matter bei Spannung schon mit
Oh yeah, we were like debating that. Okay, so let's buy 712 cans.
So to learn only things that have a
90% of the
master
GoFundMe's
or subject
sent
of
are just organized
If
begging.
Shimon comes on and says something like
Oh, GoFundMe's.
he says Shlomo is
GoFundMe's.
using
Oh,
like that,
okay, yeah, right.
and then
I'm
he has an
having
aspect
an
of
emergency, but a lot of
sacrificial
y'all
service.
are internet.
Ultimately, again, I should say, the Shlomo are offered up in his
I
gap.
wrote so many
So
GoFundMe
to again,
tweets
the
over
love of the
my
nice
time on
any carbon that is offered up on
GoFundMe.
his gap.
Make a joke,
So
otherwise it just sounds like you're
ultimately, again,
hating on people.
what is high in the legal?
And then obviously,
Yatsu part was the third wide line. Or second wide line. I push you some gap.
that's
So
another word.
I love them.
Gentile.
So
That sounds like a word you would use. You know how he
part of the
thinks as a
sacrificial service.
the grandpa is laughable at the right.
It's high because
I hope Gentile is still reading at the source because
Yatsu
he's at his
are
best.
in the suffering.
I hope Gentile's watching the video. Bot says
So when it comes to these he's the current and the sea.
Anyway, that's his cool spot. This book like that Ninja 11 named my kid Boston and goddamn New York Yankees hat while I'm in LA in the LA Dodgers hat while we're at Dell Stadium in Arlington, Texas.
They're not subject to laws of legal
Trying to be funny, but you're not funny. That's what it is. Too much. Too much.
Not just data, just like
Oh,
Trump is not here. Not here, but because you got what? Then only
Oh,
it's like
oh, no, I was like,
that older
oh,
understand.
fuck, I'm so fucking tired.
Then
Just
and
that
only
you said that.
then it is like laws of legal.
Oh,
Therefore, that comes to exclude the part and see
that
on
was
something,
your tweet.
which will say,
Oh my
are
god.
only
But
done
this is
on
funny.
the
Delete your
death of me.
GoFundMe tweets now in case you need to get start one after your next booster.
Therefore, again, they're not subject to laws of
And
legal.
then Dave said that story
I'm a
happened last year.
You only see
Feel
the
you,
summer
feel
light.
me. Yes, I did.
So what are other things?
Oh, dude, this is lost. Another one of my favorites.
So now we're other things that resemble
This is
summer.
pretty epic. I love this so much. You said you
What's
would
the
miss
example
Chris
of other things that resemble
Dude, this
summer?
is
Car,
Chris
that
Al
obviously
Poe,
not like
I said Polston
the
right
example
now.
would be like a car.
This is the thing, man. Even when you go to Vegas and you're playing those slot machines, you keep going, whatever the flying bodies, was I right or was I right? No, you were right. I agreed with you. I know. I was validation. You're saying, okay. And then on top of that, nobody wants to fucking eat the McGurdo. You see this? I've been watching this the whole time. Would you eat a McGurdo 55%? That's yes. Yeah, but 45. I want 100% people to eat the McGurdo. That's going to get 100%. You get funny. Wait till you see the rest of this. It's 2 minutes long. Let's see here. For the slot machines, and they have to pay out. So just to catch a breath, chops. And then it pissed off yourself again. And so nobody acknowledges this. Chris was pretty funny to be pissed. Yeah. And so he's just gonna like spiral. Nice. Like whatever like percentage is. Who knows if that's even being yeah, that's a racket. That's a racket. It's all illegal shit. Some shit. I'm tired. Just my thing is, when I run the internet, I'm coming together. It's so funny that they're not responding because Shop's so stupid that I feel like there is a chance that he doesn't realize. He is also in it. But Delia just making fun of shots is great. Oh, these three. That was one crystal. Yeah, I guess so. Just shit on Chop. Yeah. Sure, yeah, no, I the problem is his bag. Well, true. We can do it on Zoom. Yeah, first for ours. So he doesn't focus. Yeah, no, I mean,
Because if you think he's not going down with some of these refs and that shit, you think it's just the NBA, MLB, UFC.
oh, well, they're cracking down on all of it, man. But they had to, like, they had to get their case. You don't even work. They know. That's what I think. I always say this stuff's gonna come. I won't talk to him. Make fun of him here. You know, it's Child is the star. Job would be great. I don't know. Dilly had better than Chop. I can't. But like, I would have to like get some Chop commercial. I mean, because it would kill us. I guess. Yeah. I guess. I mean, Chop is not a comic. You know what I mean? He would, if I had a joke, he would kill me. I remember the first time we had a joke about Mark and the look he gave me, dude. I was like, I ain't nothing for shit. I thought he was gonna kill me. I sort of, I mean, I've not been around Chop, but on a show, I lose the fear a little bit, I think, because it's just, if he's really there to do a show, maybe I will die during the show. But it'll be good. It'll be a good show. Because I'm going to say some crazy shit to this guy and see what he says back. And he says crazier shit than anyone can ever predict. He's unpredictable. Like, what is he going to call anything that is anything wrong? Talking a lot about when I was waiting. Formula One's and there's no way Shaw would fit on the mini couch. Fuck that. Couldn't would need a chaplain and church on. Yeah, I mean, listen, any of these guys can kill me. Jeff Dye, Shaw. I'm living on borrowed-time graves. Kill me, you gotta get through my shingles first. Obviously, me and Chris being on the show and co-sign everything he's done. No, it's simply not a shot. Yeah, no, I'm not even really thinking about that. I'm sorry to even bring it up, but I'm just, you know, thinking,
How can you say that the dance? How can you say
no, she's not allowed near me. She needs to stay 20 feet away from me.
After all,
She's gonna try to grab my hand. I have a
a versículo que es para ustedes. Un sacrificar haga solo, luego se va a crear. Y que es one tenderly,
Hachi, Mishima, we like you. You have great comments, but Hachin does not cope with this show. We're not cool with Hachin. We don't like him. We don't stand him. He's not getting him. He says
so how can you say that the blood is the magnet for the suffering? When the suffering is
he's still bubbling back. We're trying to scoop it. You know what I mean? Let's see the rest of this video.
You can't hide this stuff. I can't hide it. That's what I'm saying about this. If somebody's doing some shady shit, it's gonna come out. There's no way you can hide in this day and age.
Done in the dark will turn. Will be so good. You know.
You could sue it if you call Sweet Nectar. Remember the Sweet Nectar? You hated when he said that.
Oh my God. What was he saying?
What was he?
I forget this too.
Brendan said, I forget this too. You forgot about your own whiskey and what you said? You called it a whole ad. Oh, shit.
Thanks for all months of MMA coverage. Happy holiday, brothers.
Thank you, dude. Happy Thanksgiving. Shout out to you, Bill. I'm going to rewind a little bit just so we can catch this. I don't want to see this guy's face. Yeah, I don't like it. I'm way really terrifying. Yeah. But yeah, no, I don't really know, man.
Remember the Sweet Nectar? You hated when he said that.
Oh my God. What was he saying about
Whiskey.
he's smiling slowly. Like, he was so sad that he did, like, had to rise his happiness level. This is watching change. It's the feeling he gives you.
Oh, that's right.
He's so
No, I forget this too. My
No, I forget this too. My CT. Dalia wants to be like us, you know, not necessarily but he wants to be in the crowd cracking jokes about shots. He can't do things with shots. That's the real painful part of this. He was blind when he came to that off-ramp, and he got off by accident. He couldn't get rolling. You know, not about that stuff, but you know, just like the comedy one. Yes, or let's see, remember it now. I'm having flashbacks. He used to say that it's that sweet nectar of like, oh my God, I brought one to fucking assassinate myself. The kid famous hired assassination. Far away. I wanted to dance over my sweet nectar.
Russia and Darwin James. Above the
Assassinate me. President, so you can assassinate. You still got that. I'm saying sweet nectar. What? Oh yeah, what happened? Juice.
It's just an expression for us. What? Sometimes we don't are. Because it's not really the Shemen together with his Hashem. Ultimately,
Some Somalia
the
or
whole of the Kirish Kishin Yisrak Kama Hashem, last Shrine Day, was a system program. Since was the look them and was not good at the last Shrine Day, therefore again, the last Shari Day, you have to only find later to it was a despite everyone who that law, it does not become people. The Imba Mishuk will go to the Kari half Ani Ramar, Hilfa, Boy Ma'asham Nam, so there was even if the blood comes along with the Asham, half out there, to the left, you might also Shari, you know, but we set up for the blood, it's a lot of people that people with it. Why not?
Just
Chat
chats talking to cats. I don't want that. Also about computer time. Why are we talking about John Jones? The chat doesn't want to talk about it. I don't want to talk about it. Why are we talking about it?
Reemerge with shitty comments that have to be heard. They have to be discussed. We'll be quick on Jake Paul. Send them people.
Like,
I don't want. Remember when they Jim was like, hey, Theo and Brendan,
look how public
wasn't it?
which can be brought on its own. It will come up with no sub-showing. Everything that you might also the other creators. Roma Fagina, ultimately against not become people. This time, look, Hayab, and I love this show. The look, so the subject of most people are shut down, not to be like the songs. Again, because it is what I put definitely this will be a call to the again.
Cats. It's just cats talking to cats.
What a wild chance to fix content up here. That's great. You just shouted out the Alpha Graveyard checks. Alright, so on this video, Fire wiped out all the mini Akash wife videos. I mean, roast chicken with curry plus messages. It's also an Reddit running stuff. Oh, yeah. So wait, Flickr wiped out all the mini Akash wife videos. It's crazy because when I was going through Reddit, and I'm not even on, I probably am on the Flickr thing, I can't remember. But it pops up nonstop. There was the whole weekend, was just Flickr and wild fight stuff.
Then in the line, you have been there. I'm not buying.
I know like your inflection sometimes it sounded like you were going.
Who are thing when the second
Yeah, we're talking about Akash saying,
This guy, he deserves it.
so I obviously don't feel bad at all.
That's
Nash just puts his dick out on the table. I just know that Nash's dick is like at least 10 inches. He would only be able to for his wedding. It's thick. I don't know. Lie, that was sexy. And that's not actively trying to have a heart. I love you, but I actually love you and want to fuck all of it.
At least let that foreground watch.
I don't put this out because it's so mean. This whole time I didn't care. I was like, whatever. You don't understand the man. I hate this bitch now, and it's your fault.
What's the status of the wine? Get a local amount again, so that's the actual color itself. Ultimately, the blood of those accents are not near for a second. However, if it's selected, or if the will hit
Yeah,
and
sorry.
Shaman is
God,
blood
that's all I
separately.
mean. It's a rough,
The blood
it's a
will not
rough time for Akash saying,
But Kata Sahok Drama
no, you're
Master.
not there for me. No, I kind of
As for
deserve
other
some
characters,
minutes.
watch this. Now you're going to another interesting.
Also, I wanted to do a quick shout out. Thank you to Successful Egg and the mini posters and our Reddit. We do have 900 people. Dude, that's crazy. Yeah, so many people we never thought we'd have. Yeah, thanks to Successful Egg, DT, Pizza Party, 69. Keep it up. Yeah, I like the Reds. Trans Tim Kennedy, Enormous Dick, or whatever, Dixie Norman, Dixie Norman. Yeah. Shout out to all you guys. Here, what else do we have on chains? Massive overall painted narrative.
So now how do you what's the word?
Minimum Sky
How do you read
another
whole
fucking cat
carbon?
that
What's it? Because the bus it says
I haven't seen
the
one.
entire
Oh
carbon.
yeah, man.
The Labos look Shemen Shalom. This comes from
Hopefully we're still streaming.
the look Shemen Shalom.
Real quick, I'm gonna
Saturday, Saturday, you know,
we're about to watch and talk about some guy named Rob, fighter.
maybe cold carbon. The Labos look Shemen
Legs.
Shalom.
Well, listen,
Mina Haish,
entertain
Haish,
alley while there's a lag.
the high lab, most of
I
the
didn't see good douche on chat. What is that? I don't think that's a douche. But they see enough people here right now to get the Reddit to 1,000 K grand large. Wow, that's great. Good. Yeah, everybody join the Reddit at once. And then when you're done with it,
the Labos.
let me see here. I'm gonna do
The
another
Labos
poll
look
that's
Shemen
very
Shalom.
important to our
Shampoo now, so coloring cover, sit, the green or solar sham. Let's look at Shemen. Almo, who Nami get the opposite behind the carbon, push the
Oh, that's a good question. Yes. I know you want me
that
to.
whole cover was
I'm not sure I want to. If they want me to change the name, does everyone know what the name is?
that got the back
Make sure everyone was at 100. Well, it's been going up. Every 100, you get a new name. It's the eagle or the hawk, and then a different gold thing would say only 1,000 to do it. That's the next one. Now I can change it. I don't know what I change it to. But yeah, it's
the
no,
whole
there
moon
isn't.
Hassan was like female crushes. The whole moon Hassan was all the same.
Alrighty, so we got this massive overall pizza narrative by Moon Sky at 2305. Let's see.
Whole
He said that they're shelling me.
whole moon Hassan,
I have
the
that.
whole Hassan, the whole Hassan. The Labos Minchas Omer was a comes to include the Mincha of the Omer.
Now that narrative's
The
gone.
Mincha.
You gotta stop that narrative. Worried about that. That's for younger kids, and that paints the narrative. But when you paint this narrative, that narrative has legs. But the narrative is top. You know, he could have kept going. That's some bullshit narrative. The narrative, that Tom asshole reached me in order to create a narrative, you know, over this narrative that he's quit. But now you paint that narrative, and Tom, the whole narrative was this. I don't know what's the problem. Put that narrative. Narrative now is now the narrative from don't push the shitty narrative down the micro perfumes. Make sure you never have to play fragrance roulette ever again.
Ultimately, going to happen. This is for the purpose of the coverage. It comes to go ahead and permit.
I don't know what the fuck he's talking
Therefore,
about.
this is when I say
Narrative that just reminds me of
Sasha
David.
Kuba, Minchas Omer,
It's like
Minchas Omer comes ultimately to permit. Minchas
and I
knows.
had a
So why does the Minchas so come along with Dagger Algon to go ahead and distinguish questions? Clarify Minchas so clarify therefore, again, I'm a critical side. They're not subject to halachos. Concerning people, definitely, the Marshal of the time. The Marshal of the time, even if it does not come ultimately again, to go ahead and any type of
anyone remember that month or two when
nevertheless,
Bob wore glass like
subject to these
Felix and
Ulo Chol
Robert,
Chatason,
was my
and for
attorney
all of
working
their
on
sins,
three.
literally. The Rabbos Chatason.
Yeah,
I remember those days. As well.
Shop time.
Satellite Kamina was what I have to do. Chatason. Satellite Kamina,
He's got half on that because of
Chatason
shopping.
was I'm not afraid it's not something that movies are not squad.
Redact.
The movie has a status of the movie. Why is that a status of the movie?
Yeah, we saw that one last time. Somebody got the whisper. Okay, this is where we left off last week, so we didn't watch this one. Okay. Sam calls out Callan as anchor, Rich Kid, hosted by Danny Kaufman, too. Let's see.
Somebody got the whisper, dude. Someone got the whisper. Tone it down. Play this. Yeah, you don't think ages tell people to play a little game? Who is Come on, bro. Wait, who? Wait, why did they whisper to me? What's that? Why did I? Because you were already queer. That's why. They were like, dude, he's gay. And I was ready to go about it. And your dad is a lizard, so you're already in. Oh, that's why? I didn't get the 100%. Why did I get the whisper? Because, Brian, you were already in. You got the whisper. You're a Richie. You're a Baker Rich kid. I didn't have a very fancy. That's okay. I have a very famous. We love you. Hollywood person. Tell me why. He thought I didn't. Brian, you made it. Brian, shut up. You. I wonder.
Why did Bill Cosby?
Romanina made the silk a shirt
Bill Cosby and Thanksgiving. Brian Callen special.
the first set of days to watch it. And he begins observing
You had a sitcom. That's what you made. Yeah, you were in that phase.
Brian, yeah, you crushed it. Hashem Nazir, Hashem Zorah, Saturday and the Island of God. The half sheer Kaasu, since there was ultimately again, they just come to next year. Ultimately,
I don't care what they're saying about
Hashem is on the hedge. Hashem is on
I even read the comments.
Ella, Mirabos, Hashem Nazir.
I'm on the street if I people say. And when I pretend that I don't know you, we're not really that close of friends as because
like
I have
to actually just a moment.
it's because
Hashem is on the hedge.
this goes my plus heart 100 damage in urgent shoot. This is Texas.
Thinking about that of the nice
question.
what's the minute for
Do you think he's going to handle the
So Hashem is always this is the right, but we're coming to include Hashem in the life. Hashem is all the hedge. Yeah, so I said Hashem is always the stated that is that we could the Kata Hashem. We need the Hashem Sid, Alpha, the Sid of Hashem, the Hashem, Ella Kolama, stated ultimately and to become Hashem Nazir, which is Hashem Nazir, Hashem Zola. This is Hashem Zola to be consumed by the Kohanim. But I say I should. Yes, I'm going to go through some additional stuff. So this is the thing I'm getting at. This goal we just said something like
Your gun is supposed to fall apart when you're a real man.
what's the novelty of that? Was it just kind of like you transition a little bit away from ultimately again to which I would consumption by the Kohanim. So chief amongst that list is the Chata Sa'or. The Chata Sa'or was like again Allah Ta'ala I'm in a thought was in Allah, right? But Allah Ta'ala we see that right? Well technically but again for the things that the mission is going to what I'm doing because that's what I now you also give me that so Hashem Nazir there was a couple of other interesting halachas. Hashem Yashim. So we'll say all of this is based on this pasuk and we can do first class. Zayyel of Hamikdash HaKadosh. We'll say this pasuk includes everything and ultimately again it comes to the property, the main property.
Yeah, my mag, dude. I'm all about mags. I spent a lot of mags. One of these days I'm going to make that piano work.
So just running through the list of these items. What's next on this list? Asher Yashim.
Lowers in my truck.
So we'll say go through this. Zayyel of Hamikdash HaKadosh. Kol Kavanam, L'chol Minchasam, L'chol Chatasam, L'chol Hashalom. So you just got that. Each of those things that happen in the What are we up to now? Asher Yashim. What is Asher Yashim? What's the new translation? What is that? That which will be this new translation will be giving back. You know, what does that refer to? Zeg Gezel Hagel. We'll say this refers to theft from a get. What's the piece of Gezel Hagel? Asher Yashim. HashemAmisha Hashem Echol. Tanya, Hashem Zakana Misha Zechomesh. Oh, in Adam is Hashem Amish. One of the last ones of 2 days outside of the book.
Oh yeah, watch it.
You skip down actually. In Rashi,
Okay, I mean if it'll buy it, sure.
it means no sin.
I have not been on tour. We've been busy both of us. It's been this week has probably taken up 20 years of our life collecting.
Ruvain dies.
Yeah,
So what do I do if Ruvain dies? Let's talk about I give to Ruvain
just because the amount of work we've been putting in this week.
What
It's so crazy for those white boys that work too much.
is it there? Is it
We'll be back.
What
We're back on
happens?
Tuesday with
Mace,
motherfucking
the
Raccoon
Yoshi,
Stream.
the gear guys actually says, and what happens?
Do me a
favor if you guys can. I had some copyright issues with short of landslide, the Brendan Chop cover that we did. If you go to the shorts page of Brendan Cooney's YouTube channel and check that out, you'll be doing us Cowboys a real big favor. Check out our share it with, actually don't share, just watch it and like it. See what happens. You know what I mean? Share it with children's
It's very
hospitals.
simple case. Moving right, I still moving. I still
Local shelters.
moving doesn't have issue.
Cat,
Have to be
cats
so
are,
you could die without.
And shout out to you guys for coming through.
What's
You
that?
guys are
I still.
I'll try to find
Now
a
we
couple
die.
of
I want to make good on the fact that I still.
Shout out to you
There
guys.
are no
And shout out to
family
Josh for
to
being
I
time
that.
skips in the fucking comment.
So
Oh,
higher
thanks, Josh.
generation, Yoshina
All
Tsuro,
right, Greg, I never met you.
just
See
not
you next
possible
week.
coin.
Later.
Listen, who gets it? The coin gets it. Listen, discussion halacha that says, yes, here, that when there is no one to give it back to, ultimately, again, I give it to the Kohen. Parshas Gezah Hager, Rov Parshas Naso, in Ein Yishkoel Hashid Hasham, Yesh Kadam Yisashim Goel, Elo Zeh Gezah Hager. Gezah Magic Sibe, Lo Gasim Da Chakalos Da Sham Shemos. What the swatch is. It's actually Gemara. So I show you that you Zeh Gezah Hager. This is one of the things we go through here with the Ger Dollars like any Jewish family. We give back which was the original one. This is one of the maximum school. So the thought, this becomes your property. I feel the Kaddish was the this is amazing. It's yours to second to see that part. You can use it, but Kaddish was or it's Kohanim, it's yours. Yours to the point of the second one. The greatest conversation of earth is paid, and you use it to go ahead and affect each other. We're going to have to detail a little bit, but we're going to use something. So ultimately, again, the Gemara says that Allah Ta'ala again, the Gezer Hager becomes the property of the Kohen, to the point that it says, even though you can use it like that. Kind of. But we also need Miguel put down our NASA, and so it's back to right back to the so think about that on NASA, watch this. You go with that on NASA. Or this is the thing that I want to do. You go with that on NASA. Sorry, you go with that on NASA. You go with that on NASA. Literally, it's a person from the same as NASA. Or you go with that on NASA.
Thanks for tuning in. As always, join the Patreon.
You only get for fetching
Join the Discord.
outside of the Kodesh, I'm sorry. Point out of the reason
We had one penny when we started.
but and I say, what do I say?
You too? Me? No.
Checking the
Okay.
intention.
Check out the
People, the
Yeah,
blood,
check out the picture if
they
you're
are
interested.
tomorrow.
But
Which was
anyways, that's not the point there.
I'm having a
God
Shabbat,
damn it.
chutz with my
What's
I'm having a mind response for the blood outside of the prescribed.
Oh,
Remember, I'm having Kabbalah outside of the Kodesh to do something where you can make inside. So what's the halacha? No biga. What does it mean? Similarly, why? Shemachshava b'chutz v'davar nasa b'chutz no biga. So what's that ultimately again? Having a machshava b'chutz. To do something that has to take place within does not take similarly. How you only do if I was going inside the Kodesh. V'amar, harini mazeh amanas lahaktir imuri. The lishbok shirayim l'machar, and the Kohen says, what? I'm going to apply the blood to the inner on the condition that I'm going to burn the limbs or to pour out the leftover blood tomorrow. So what's that? The Kohen is standing inside the Kodesh, and he has fun to what? To do something outside of the prescribed time that has to be done outside of the Kodesh. Lo pizza. Doesn't care people. Why not? Shemachshava b'fnim b'davar nasa b'chutz. Because ultimately again, it's machshava b'fnim b'fnim b'chutz. So what's that? What the Relazar and Rabbi Yossi is introducing us to something is very interesting, which is what? Pigel only works if ultimately again you're not machshava is to do something quickly as mano. In the very same place you are having machshavas, it's like this is going to be an important line you're going to emerge from this circle. So it's like ego only works. It's not enough to have machshavas chutz lizmano. You have to have machshava chutz lizmano that applies in the very geographic place in which you are currently situated. So if I'm shechting, that takes place in the azor, in the courtyard. If I am shechting, or it can't take place in the courtyard. If I'm shechting chutz l'kodesh, and I have in mind to do something, chutz lizmano, but it's a process that's going to take place in the kodesh, then what? It does not do with people. Or if I'm standing in the kodesh, and I have in mind to do something chutz lizmano, but that something is done outside of the kodesh, and guess what? It doesn't take people either. Whereas to do people on both sides, one has to have machshava chutz lizmano, but you have to be geographically situated in the very location in which the people could come to fruition. But if you are somewhere else, it doesn't create people. The Gemara goes by here. The Gemara says, but if I was standing outside of the Kodesh, I'm standing in the Azor, if I was standing bachutz, Ba'omer said, Harini Shofet, Bishbov Shem Lachar, and Shofet left blood, then I'm going to pour out the leftover blood that will trigger the Azara tomorrow, or the Hakir Imur in the Machar, or I'm going to go ahead and burn the leftover limbs tomorrow. Why? What happens? I'm having a Mashavas people, that's something I'm standing bachutz. And Machshavas people is like, now what? Something I'm doing bachutz. So the Machshavas people and we're in the same geographic area. But that's Machshavas people to be carried out. And Allah for the mindset, that is people. Ultimately, they will say you have to be one rush of the Shabbos there. You have to be in a geographic area where the Shabbos people can come to fruition in order for the covenant to happen. If you're standing in one place, you have Shabbos people for somewhere else. And Allah for the mindset doesn't come to us and understand and remember our people. When we say it doesn't become people, rather than doesn't become people, but what does it become? Apostle. It's not already so. Ladies, Mike Rush, what the possibility of the love is Hashem Yura, Yishar Zavach Hashem. As you will be again, shall be lifted up.
Yeah, only positive comments, tons of likes. Patrons,
Madla Madlu, Yishar
it
Zavach
saves the day every time. But that's not what they're here. No, they're here to watch 10 minutes of shop. So, start the timer. Play the check clip.
This
Alright, so give them a mistake that look at we have one monitor now. It's going to be a rough shot for me here, but it's fine, right?
What do you got? This plastic.
Alright, so I did notice in Chang's recently there's a lot of, that
Here,
the card picture embedded.
to destroy
Yeah,
Zavach
like
Hashem.
times
Mash or
so
Zavach
that's our first
Hashem.
one for today. It's hosted by a guy with a rooster. It's called,
So when it comes to regular shmamim,
name a better
so
hair
only
than
people
alcoholic
what
loaded Bappa.
Kavanas are for the sin of the
And it's funny how we have Randy Lugs on the right.
Mashiach,
I'm not gonna lie though, alcoholic loaded, I can't say it. Alcoholic loaded Bappa, second to on skate Bappa. I like talking shit Bappa. Yeah, he is kind of at his best when he's very angry. Yeah, and he's not making any sense. Just screaming about somebody. And then at the end, oh wait, that is crazy Fred's falling by. Yeah, but it's not yeah, alcoholic Bappa kind of looks like Hector Hart on the left. He looks much better there. King of the State. I can tell from the yellow and black. So he's young, making lots of money, happy.
Just as the song is only high,
Diet.
again, one of the shows
Left or right?
regarding that with those backwards, should be by the card point. Amra, not Amra, Amra, Aloha, and the other Sharon Shimmer.
Probably the right. There you go. So
I will say, you get to a piece of Aloha.
okay, came over and ordered some shoes, some alcohol.
Yes, you're right. But the rest of those are also missing you have it on the posters as well, which is a very, very, very important qualification of the people. One is only to make a covenant, people also say, that their machshavas match your giadas. Right? The machshavas people has to align with where you are. If you are standing backwards and you have machshavas people about to have boldness done backwards, you make a cover people. If your machshavas people are done befnim, you do not make a cover people. If you're standing befnim and you have machshavas people about to have boldness done befnim, you're standing befnim, but you have about stuff is done backwards. What the most saying, then open up the end. It's not people, but it is possible. Most like other, it is an incredible Muslim. What's the incredible Muslim? It's actually a change in life. You have to be.
Man, I'm trying to get to left, Bob. I'm heading towards right, Bob. I got the doctor looking 8 10 pounds.
If you want to affect change in
The
something,
doctor said, I got something
but it's also
like at the
you have to be
place which
present in the reality. You're not present. You're not
what
where
you
you're
think you look
supposed to
like
be.
when you're doing
Then
trip
by
out there
definition,
is
you can't go ahead
what
and
you actually look like when you pop the trunk. The meat's
affect
inside.
change in life. You have to be present in your current circumstance. You want to go ahead and, you know, it's true anything. The person wants to, whatever change you want to affect in life, you have to be present in the circumstances in which you want to affect change. If you are somewhere else, then you have all the most wonderful machshavas you want. You're not going to affect change. Machshavas is only affected, it only occurs when ultimately, again, the machshava matches your geographic reality. If you are not where the machshava is supposed to actualize, it cannot create ultimate. The next time is going to blow your mind. And it's something that all of us have been thinking from the first day we started studying. It says, hey, Rabbi says, I don't understand. Excuse me, who cares? Right? None of this stuff applies to me. Oh, listen, it's so validating. Somebody finally said it. I've been thinking about it, but I didn't want to sound like an Abdoris. Rabbi says, what are we doing? Why are you spending all this time? None of this is halacha l'maisa. None of this matters to me. Hilchas al-Mashiach, b'shkoyach. Halacha l'maisa. Yeah, right. Halacha l'maisa. Halacha l'maisa when Mashiach comes. So Rabbi says, I don't understand why are you spending time telling me that the halacha follows Rabbi Elazar and Rabbi Yossi. This is not halacha l'maisa. Hilchas al-Mashiach. This is halacha l'maisa. Mashiach. Hilchas al-Mashiach. Hare kavalanu halacha. Rabbi Mashiach. Yeshibana beis hamikdash. V'achshav lo tzrachnu la. Rabbi says, excuse me, everybody getting all this halacha l'maisa. Sorry, Mashiach's not here yet. Not exactly halacha l'maisa. Mashiach comes is really halacha l'maisa. Mashiach's here. He's going to sort out a lot of these. So what is it exactly that we're spending our time on? It's amazing. It's amazing. Only Abaye. I love it. I should have started with this. It would have been this gets even better. Oh, Abaye says, you're right. This is like wildfire now. Abaye says, why are we learning any of this stuff? Yes, Abaye, I'm with you. Right? Then we're 45 blocks into this, I will say. And let's be honest, this thought crosses our minds every single day. Abaye says, tell me, Rava, you telling me we don't need this halacha l'maisa? Abaye says, or maybe we should learn any of this. Right? Maybe we should just, why don't we shelve using the sacrals until Mashiach comes? When Mashiach comes, so give us the bottom line. Why are we spending all of our time? I'm going to Abaye. I'm going to act a kosher. You guys touch him all this thing. No, for some Mashiach. So Abaye says, well, maybe we should learn any of these halachas concerning Kabbalas. Because the truth is, they're not halacha l'maisa now. They only apply for the Messianic era. So let's move from Mashiach. Elo, Abaye says, oh, it's going to say so good. Abaye says, what do you do? So why do you do this? Elo, Drosh, Kabbalas. Hachanami, Drosh, Kabbalas. We'll say one of the most beautiful privileges we have.
It's one thing not to care, but it just looks so bad.
Yeah.
Anyways, let's see here. I feel like he is basically 10 liquid that's tall right now. Joe is physically imposing. That would be a funny challenge. You stack up liquid deaths near Joe Rogan. Like, how many do you think you are, Joe? Then we get to bet on like how many liquid deaths you would never make games on. just tone-wise, or like how many can fit title? That's interesting. I didn't think of that one.
Shabai says, you know, this is not a son. This is Mashiach subject. This is the future. This is English. This is Kabbalah's Rosh Kabbalah. I'll say, you learn it because it's in the Torah. That was its time for Afterani Rosh Kabbalah. So the job is love Kabbalah. So we'll say, love it kind of backs down. No. This is what I need to say. How can Kabbalah talk? Rabba was saying is, but I'm not reading my stage. Of course you should learn it. I'm just not sure it's necessary to say that his wife, the halacha follows Lavi Elazar. All that the saying is when it comes to
Sean has kind of an elitist approach to comedy. It's quite interesting. He likes bars. He says he likes jokes. He doesn't like stool fucking.
I saw someone miming having sex.
Robinson really want to avoid the predictive statements like the halacha follows A. The halacha follows Elazar when it comes to matters of Kabbalah. So this year's Mishnah. Another possibility what Rabbi was saying is Amalei halacha himself. Look at that.
We didn't know that, but we know now.
Hi. The mishandle the migas Rabbinon. Rabbinon listening Mishnah focus halachas halacha. Lefi shetolegi u'josh v'kabostan. About Pua halacha ina elamahoros halacha l'maisa. Ba'achshav ina. So ultimately, you're going to say. So all Rabbis really argue is that in that argument, we're practicing that we should learn it. I'm on the same page as Rosh v'kabostan. Absolutely, you should go and learn all the things that we may want to ultimately avoid statements of
it was just like it was a sign of like the one thing that we have to mind
what? We need to act on it. Because you let act on it, we may want to avoid statements of halacha myself. Take a quick look at Tosis. Listen, this is an amazing verse. If you look at this on your own, Tosis is in the
can be funny. It has to be. It has to be a real comic with a real reason for that story. There has to be something to it.
When the Mashiach is going to be the person, maybe you don't have to spend too much time discussing. I'm all for Drosh Kabbalah Scott. Right? This is the best. That's the only one for something you learn it. Don't worry about the bottom line. Don't worry about the conclusion. Because Michelle will tell you the conclusion. What's my job? What's saying? My job is just to learn. That's my job. And I guess you're coming around the start, just simply going there and learning the word. I don't know who the halacha father. Joseph says, well, I told you that any messianic topic, or any absolute topic, decided by the Melech HaMashiach, perhaps we don't spend time focusing on too much halacha l'maisa. So Joseph says this on the Restream. He says, "Tochas on the Mashiach, yeah, you have no part reached on the table." Let's say, get rid of this. Let's stop. So the Reish Asar Yochsin already with the Amarav.
Yes, and it's not even Caitlyn Jenner really, and he's a Kardashian.
He said the Reish Asar Yochsin of the Amarav. Halacha Karabios. We'll say this is what I'm going to do. So watch this. In the beginning of the second issue, so the Gemara says that the halacha was Rabbi Yossi. What does Rabbi Yossi say? Yasidim mamzerim ikam. They say that in the Messianic era, mamzerim will be purified. They will be purged. They will be cleansed of their mamzerim status. Now that is a Messianic era. One of the things that Mashiach is going to do is going to straighten out. There are Kohanim who are not really Kohanim.
You're imitating someone having a heart attack.
So our evils tend to get rid of stuff. So one of the things that Mashiach is going to do is hire the mamzerim. That those are mamzerim. I don't mean like that guy's on drugs. I mean like real mamzerim. Real people who are real mamzerim. I don't mean that guy who's a real mamzerim. Like genealogical mamzerim. So Mashiach is going to straighten all of that out. The Shemanach, so says, I understand. If you're telling me look for some of the Mashiach, so Rav is essentially saying that anytime you have a suit, that's what. that halacha l'maisa Mashiach's going to decide. We really shouldn't make declarative statements like the halacha follows X. That's not really fair out of our time. Because at the end of the day, if there's a Mashiach discussion, and it's the Mashiach who ultimately gets through with the halacha. We see this by us in 16th edition, that the concept of Yossi, that the Mashiach is going to retire the Mamzerim. So why make a declarative halacha l'maisa statement in a sugya where ultimately deals in the Mashiach won't say what this will end. The Shaman Shamanah Tamina Akshav.
Well, I think we
So
talked
the
about
Harki,
he does. He says he brings people on stage. He says how
guy has a halacha
because it is a reinvention.
because it was
In my opinion, it's
somebody
still unmade.
is so that somebody
You think it's funny?
So I was like, I made a thought that
It's also funny because of how much it pisses off other comedians and open micers where they're like, dude, Stallman, this guy fucking brain, right? It's actually, they go, you know Stallman and Groundwork? This guy does both in one. And it again infuriates comedians.
Like,
Like,
Yossi, I wanted the mom to do all the shit you do.
oh, yeah.
Yossi, Yusha, Kosa, but that's what's up. So again,
How would you
there, that's there, even though again, I was like, that
million
is
years think of
the
that?
Shia.
Congratulations.
And according to Rabbi, you don't do like the Shia, it could be that by now.
Around people are pushing it, just oversell shit by physicalizing what should be just the way you say it.
Let's remind you again that tomorrow is the Sunday
I
set.
like Richard, I like Chris Rock, bless you. I like Chappelle, you know what I'm saying? Like, I like people that have something to say. All that stool fucking is like, man, I would never disrespect the crowd like that.
Well, you don't have to disrespect it. You just have to want to do it and try. The content is about your physicality. Right. That's not dancing. Right. Dancing's when you put like English, like when you're doing this in a sensual way. It's so fucked up.
Where's that one? The double and yeah.
You're saying it's like screw that. We don't need that.
Where's that one? The concept is working that is a background. We're discussing that focus on here and the mainly about how people is affected. Remember again, tomorrow yesterday, they said tell the comments one of the local comments. What happens is by one part and they look like flying squirrels. But that's by the way for offering it to you just said.
It makes sense.
You have people who find ultimately by the comments, and that's by the local or by the mayor says it's people, and the Chacham says it's not people. The position of the Chacham is quite clear, which is that the Chacham says that a Chacham cannot become Piggle, until when? I see Fagel before and back. Until you have a Piggle content in every one of the any one of the of every one of the necessary probiotic processes.
Voting is
Rabbi
important.
Meir
Just
also
on that
said
reason.
that Mashiach Rabbi Meir is somewhat
Okay, the people that didn't
shrouded
know who
in
the candidates were,
There
they
are two
didn't vote.
possible
It
explanations
makes
of Rabbi
sense.
Meir.
From what I remember,
It can either be
they
that Rabbi
didn't
Meir holds, which is
So this is what the minutes, right?
Mefagel and Bechatzi Makir.
Remember you saying that dudes, if you could get your dick huge, dudes
By
would walk around with shopping carts with their dicks inside of
The
it like a
second
cart.
possibility of Rabbi Meir is
And
Kala
they would
Utsa
choose
Adas
pussies would have to get used to huge carpet-sized dicks. Maybe be able to fly around like flying
even if you
squirrels.
don't have
That's what
continuous
the fucking bit is.
people,
It makes fucking
the
sense.
cover is
It's
nevertheless
not funny. Fucking
Those
flying flyers.
civil explanation.
What does the pussy have to do with flying squirrels?
Ends off yesterday. The way we
Dicks are
can
so
love.
big because you
It
can make your
seems
dicks
saying
bigger.
that there does not
They're
hold
walking around with
that
dicks
Kala
in
Utsa
shopping
Adas
carts.
rejects that idea. It doesn't say that once you have a friend, you can intend
Have to
follows you
get
the whole
used to
way.
getting fucked by
Rather,
sharp
it seems to be that the shit of Rabbi Meir is
Right.
that once you have Machshavas people, by one of you, that Machshavas carries all the way through.
Yeah,
You
I
have
never
the
squirrels.
He said, when did he say that ultimately, again, if you have Machshavas people, by one of the Matanos,
So it doesn't make sense. Fucking
you tell them how to climb the happy.
I don't know.
So that's kind of blood application on
I won't do that. I'm stupid. But I'm not
That's
sure.
one issue. I
Look at what is there
Paris and if I go,
a flying
so
squirrel.
what's
How does that
by
look
one
like a pussy?
application
It
by
looks
the
like a pussy.
outside,
Why do you have to know why it's
You just
like I don't understand
one,
why the
one
why
application,
this is a
one
pussy. That looks like a vagina to me. Okay, now that aside from the squirrel method, I do love it. Aside from the fact that there's a squirrel
by one
face.
Hazal, that's
I know that I understand that, but if you're saying that specifically looks like a pussy, there is a squirrel's face.
keep going. I'm pointing to social media.
But Joe Rogan sees vagina when he sees this.
Out on the internet there, for example, like the 43 blood applications of Yom Kippur, or the Achadasar Shabbat Kohen Mashiach, or the 11 blood
I mean,
applications
the
of the Par
idea
Kohen Mashiach,
of like,
or the
okay, it's
Achadasar
like
Shabbat
open
Haram
like that,
Davar
that's
Shal,
okay.
or the
But I
11
don't,
blood
that's
applications
not,
of
that doesn't,
the
it's a
of
vagina
the
that
Har
got
Haram
fucked by
Davar
a
Shal.
carpet roll.
So
It's a
listen, in
huge
these
jump,
cases,
right, to the,
Ego,
like it's a
being
very,
very shown up,
I'm sure there's
being
a
Bishmiyah,
closer
being
jump
Bishmishis.
that you can
If
make
that I'm
about,
a
it's not a funny joke to begin with.
first
No,
set of
yeah,
blood
they,
applications,
and
second
then
set of
because
the third set.
it's like they all
Rabbi
talk
Meir
about
Omer
big
people,
jobs.
Rabbi
Like,
Meir
got
says
their
the
dicks under
company's
here.
people,
If guys could make their dicks bigger, they would. Oh,
and you
wow.
high cards. The Chachamim only in the cards actually hung up
All
with
these
Chachamim.
seasons vagina.
On the other hand, Chachamim holds
But if you're
that
gonna make a joke
covering
about
is
how
not, you are not high
vaginas have
cards,
to be
covering is
bigger
not
because
your
guys
people.
are gonna have such big
Tulip
dicks,
Machshavas
there's
people
gotta
when
be something that
the
makes
Chol HaMakir.
an
In
easier
every
jump.
step,
Swine
again, of the
Okay, but
Makir,
you
of
gotta
the
in your brain.
navigated
That's
process.
I'm not insulting. I
About
don't
don't
care.
have to
Here's
go.
the
I
other
want to show you.
getting stuck on the
Achas the mal of the shovel of the bin abadi.
what he's
So
trying to
actually,
say is that
they
this
want to look at
squirrel
this
can
action and
jump
actually
and
go
fly
to the front.
because it has arms that it's able to fly.
Challenge that number and just
Women are getting fucked by
so that's
carpet
like
rolls.
just
Then
enough
if they
to
jump
start
off
seeing
of
the
a
videos
ledge,
as follows.
their
And when do
vaginas
you
are so
say,
wide, yeah, that they can fly.
when do you say that Maksana Achas is in the Fagel?
But don't
That's
you think
only
there's a
ultimately
better?
I mean,
It's even definitely a better. Even that is like so. Like if it still barely makes any sense. But there's got to be something better than like you can fly with. You could if he's arguing that the lips of a vagina make you fly because you've been fucked so much, I guess. They're just like flapping wings. Wouldn't you say something other than a squirrel? But what other fucking animal flies that doesn't usually fly? Why does it have to be? Use the perfect analogy.
So the Mishnah says whether a person
Like if there's a penguin that
it's like
it's
says
called the
when you have
flying
Machshavas
penguin.
Spiegel,
It's like penguins are known for not flying. Squirrels don't fly, except for this fucking squirrel.
by
The
the
flying
second,
squirrel.
by the
Humans
third,
don't fly.
let's say
But if you're getting fucked by
first,
carpet
second,
rolls and
third,
you got a
and
vagina, you're probably gonna command the fly. I wish you could hear the words that you're saying because when you say I love when you say it out loud, if you isolate what you're saying, it sounds like a crazy person. For sure, he's the one that used carpet roll, pussy, flying squirrel, just the words. Yeah.
Allah
Themselves
is on the curse
don't make
of
any
the
sense.
Kodesh, the Kodesh of the Kodesh, or being the
Jesus,
on
dude.
the back of God, or go ahead and speak with the Lord on the back of God, on the inner altar, the golden altar, which is the incense altar, inside Kodesh, you call it, and you see that the mayor still goes ahead and still argues with you, his colleague, because Amar Rabbi Meir Pigel, the incarnation das Rishon. Now, what do you see from here? Rabbi Meir still goes ahead and argues on this case. So let's remember again.
I do kind of remember flying. I've heard of flying squirrels. I guess I've never really thought about what that
Then
means
halacha
since I was a kid. I think I probably knew.
covered only becomes real when actually the
Age 5 or 10, and
you
then
have to have a machshavas
they just
in
got
every
different.
part of the
Yeah, well, that's cool.
Kabbalah
I think I won that argument.
that is
And no way did you win that argument. Hey,
is that
nothing you
the
said
mayor
made it.
holds
We, the
that
bulls, also say
the
no.
Kolosa Adas Rishon was that too much
What would
challenge.
you?
We want to
I mean, there's
suggest
nothing you
that the
You're
Shita
all
that
just
the mayor
like
is
thinking about
that once you have Machshavas
Well,
Spiegel in the
now
beginning,
I'm
that's
I'm
Machshavas
confused by the comments because it says I voted yes.
all the
Oh, I see. Never mind.
Now
That's
we
good.
go
That's
to
good.
And what does the mayor say?
Support
The mayor says whether you have Machshavas Spiegel, the Rishona, the first set of sprinkling, the Shnia, the second set of
I just don't
sprinkling,
like when you
the
make
Shlish,
fun of
the
somebody
third
and say
set
that
of
doesn't make
sprinkling,
sense because it makes
the
sense.
Charbon
No,
is
it doesn't. You're
so listen, what do you
you're
see?
why I
Look
think
at
it's
Rashi would call
yeah,
it.
because
Rashi
it's
says
so
we call
bad.
it
Even though
the
he
Kara Mayor Pico. So a mayor holds
it's
that if
bad.
you
It
have
doesn't have to be
Machshavas
bad
Pico
and he's not fixing
during
it.
sets 1,
Like
2,
give the guy some credit. He
the
didn't
carbon
write it
will
down.
be Pico. The
It's
incarnation
so
das
bad. Yeah,
Rishona,
that's something
Ela
that
de
he
Chasav
worked out hard.
Mefazil Bechatzimati.
People give him
Shlokish.
give
So
him
it's
flying
here,
squirrels.
for the fact that the
It's a
mayor
thing.
holds
The
if you
whole
have Machshavas Pico
Rogan universe
during
is the same thing
sprinkling
over and
1,
over again.
2, or 3,
Guys got
clearly says that what Rainier doesn't subscribe to this concept of Kala Usa Agashona Usa, as well as these are pieces really well. Referring to Rainier, even if you had Machshavas people by the third unit of sprinkling,
That's what I'm saying in a nutshell, dude. Makes sense.
sprinkling on the golden mizbeach to come from people. Also, that's not Das Mishona, that's Das Mishis. And like, what do you see? Rainier still holds the
Another
covenant
thing
with
too
the
is that
people.
Jeremy was done wrong because
Rainier Shita is not Kala Usa Das Mishona, so that's not the Shita. Rather, what is it? That ultimately, again, what we call Mefaglim Bechatzi Mati. Mefaglim Bechatzi Mati also means that if you have Machshavas people, even by what? Even by one of the Makim, by one of the Avodos, ultimately, again, that is enough to make the carbon people. So, says the Gemara, already says, how come I have
that's crazy. How did
so what's the case we do with over here? The case over here that the mayor is referring to is where a person had a machshavas pigo during the shita. The chad mati also the what is that? Look at Rashi. Shepigo
No, dude, it makes sense.
V'had
Just think
kama
about it.
Rabbi Meir
Guys
on
have
the
big dicks,
Shia
and then it's like a
pigo
carpet
go
roll. And then
shenishbach
there's
hadam
squirrels, and then they
la'achar
have like a big,
shenigmar
they're flying, so
ma'achar
it's like
shenifnei.
flying squirrel.
So the key to Rabbi Meir is
And
where a
then
person
you're like,
had machshavas pigo
as if you win
during
at
the
the bait.
shita.
I won.
There was
Yeah,
a
never
very
they
stupid
got, and that price,
the first double. How do you apply that ultimately Rabbi Meir says during the first second seconds of the third set?
like the guy in the Billy Madison.
Let's say the blood spilled after the first set of Hazos.
Nothing you said.
What happens if the blood spills after the first set of Hazos? Go ahead and you shove another animal and use that blood for the second set, the third set. Therefore, the Gemara says that the Gemara is quite a novel
I guess that
interpretation.
does. It makes honestly this makes me worried now. It makes sense to me now that Lehman has said the thing about
First set,
elephant ears.
second set, or third
So
set
that makes
is
me worry
enough
about myself.
to make the covenant people
But
first,
I
second,
understand
or
that.
third
Like
in
maybe
the
if it
case
was
where you're shechting from the
elephant,
animal
even
for the
that
first,
still would be funny.
second, or
But I do
third.
remember Dumbo having access to my body. I would
And what?
to find out
This, in fact, is an example of Das
and this is
Mishon.
recorded. Yeah.
This was that being
What if
seen
you became like
Jack
way
as
better than
Machshavas
you
Pigo at the beginning of the Gemara Mati.
that special?
Also, again, one Mati, the Shtita is the first one that's done. The Machshavas Pigo is therefore again occurring at the first stage of the Karban, and it's still being an example of Kala Usa of Das Mishon. Okay.
Somebody sent me a clip of
Right, I would
a
drive on it.
comedian
That's
making talent to his face. It was at a comedy club. I didn't watch the audio. I was doing something with my son, just the video of it, and he goes, giraffe, and he's dancing in front of Callan, and Callan spits out. It's a challenge where Callan waters his mouth, and you make him laugh, he spits it out. But I watched it, and both Callan and the person did the impersonation. Because it was too
So let's start.
complimentary. You should be shunning that comedian or Callan.
Like self-aware, but also like really funny. Like 7 or something like this.
The guy was too good at doing Callan. It was a respectful thing. Like it was what Callan does in a way that made me feel good.
Go ahead and you offer up the kizai outside the
Question is
Dush.
what?
One is Chai.
It's like something callous or
As
hideous
their
or
preacher,
something like that. Whatever it was.
as says you are Potter.
You are right. Maybe on my side and also Buster Fist.
Until you
I've never seen a hairless ginger flying squirrel
outside
cookie.
of the basement. The office comes out. The snake
I actually think
was
it's
the
cool.
letters of the
It's like every argument we have, it's like, look at what Poop Fart thinks. Poop Fart agrees with me. Herpes says I'm right. So if herpes fart and open would, well, but I'm right, then I guess you're wrong, bitch. But Dixie Norman agrees with me.
Then what?
Dixie
And the
Norman
local
is
reminds of one that high. She did something
I
like
was
that.
saying,
Alma, love Abodi Klal, Ad Shiyigma Tal Habod.
Let's say Rabbi Eliezer's logic is because an avodah is only considered to be a complete avodah if it's done in its
I'll be
entirety.
the villain.
Therefore, if you
I'll
only
be the
offer
fucking
up the
villain in this
designs
pod.
of a korban
If I
outside of
need
a
to,
base of
Captain Yale.
one is not
Or maybe I always was the Yale.
Daktaras designs
A lot of
of the Hachmara
of
Kibikani also even this Shir and designs. The Kibokis Hayim. Actually, as we would hear the Logaman Avodah לא חשוב לחיובי עליו החוק. אף אחד, אף אגב בשביתה עבודה שימו, כיוון שהעבודה ליצרה בסיוע של עבודה, שפועל להשלים, ועבודה אחת שנעשית בשתיים ושלוש שביתות, הנה שליטה חשוב לכבר, אבל זה רימר סוג'ס, הוא את רעבון למשתמש בכל בפור, רעבון כשבי אליעזר בפור, שלפתו עם אופרה ותזאי סייטה Therefore, again, the Rabbanon were giving Rabbi Eliezer. In the Mishnah will say, disagree with Rabbi Eliezer, and say, therefore, the person only has Machshavas Pigos by what? By Shlita, or by one of the Avodos? That is not enough to make the color sales. I will say, there is a group of what we'll call Rabbanic absolutists who hold that Halacha Lamaisa, in order to affect change in the carbon, it must be holistic. That change must be complete. Same way you're Chayiv for Shkuti Chutz, if you offer a carbon in its entirety, you're Chayiv ultimately if you have in the entire carbon. You're just doing, you're just a piecemeal violation. It's usher, let's be clear, it's usher, and you have the ability to balance the carbon, but you will not go ahead and make it loose. I've almost the Rabbi said, who molded that the Eliezer done it. We have one second to burn, the Eliezer and Old again in the case of Rabbi, this is what? That even one Chazah of Bokutz has the ability to go ahead and make the cover people. Even Rabbi Eliezer, as we know, he holds that the you only try it if you offer up. If you do all of that, all those numbers, but ultimately, again, but I think wearing his number 11. He's like, look at me, I'm wearing my shit. במקום שפסק משם למס.
I'm assuming whether it's travel
Because
ball.
we learned that the Ezra Shem, what is bad, the whole hold from a face that when you stop, that's when you pick up. Now, what is it? You look at it. This I was saying, it's in the
I get concerned whenever I make a joke and you go,
that's
oh, like
science grab. This time, the Ezra Shem, we get kind of comment on it. Now, some of the shots on the Mishpach Hadam, we'll say, let's say the politicians are doing it. Some of them run after people like that. What happens? The blood spills out. So what's that one? Yavi Dam Acher, Yas Hil B'Tchila. So let's say so again. So kind of come up with blood spills. What do you have to do? You have to start over. You have to start over. You have to bring in your animal and start over. Only over the Kama also Kapara. So let's say since the Kapara was the blood spills, that means you have over again. Then the other Shimon over it. Also, you don't have to begin going out. What do you do? You just bring in the animal and what you decide. You pick up from where you left off. Pick up where you left off. Alma, Avo, these people that keep quotes coming down with the rest of us, what he's saying there. Which still was that. Now, why is he bringing this up? Because when you hold stops,
You know, a guy that likes a crowd.
on Kippur, when the blood spills to pick up from where you left off, which I was like, tells you what? Partial avoda is significant as well. The partial avoda is significant as well than what? That even again, among Shabbos people, I want the avoda should also be enough. And yet we're saying that the Rabbanon, we say that partial people doesn't claim to reflect the view of Rabbi Eliezer. But even Rabbi Eliezer seems to be saying that the local events that partial avodas are significant. If that's the case, then partial avodas ultimately again by creation people as well. Those the Gemara says. Hello, Amara, what's the case over here? Because Shekida Barishona, the Shasak Vishnia, the Chazar Ukido Vishnia. What's the actually where you had a Machshava Spiegel in the first part of the Avodah. Shasak Vishnia. You had no Machshava by the second part of the Avodah. And you had another Machshava Spiegel by the third part of the Avodah. So let's say, what would you actually use the Olam Bishop Spiegel Bazos? The case over here is where you have people
They want to make
ultimately
sure
by the
everybody
Hazos.
has like some
The guy should look like I tell people to show which is because that's a guy called the Rishon Shosa over here. Because what's the case? He thought
what I do, I go for like I wish somebody
and the only way it's going to be mayor
walk to
is to say that what? That Magdo Bakatsi Makir is people. That even if you have Machshavas people by partial Avoda, that is enough ultimately to carbon people. You must just rule that that is not the case. Rather, what's the case? We finish in that. You're Shepiko Barishon of the Shasa Kushner, the Chazar people Kushner. Also, the case is, and the Machshavas people by the first Avoda. No Machshava by the second Avoda. And another Machshava by the third Avoda. Only time that I remember, we should be concerned. Therefore, again, what's the case of the Mishnah? The case of the Mishnah is I'm doing the carbon. I have a machshava people by the first set of blood applications, and no machshava by the second set, and another machshava by the third set. The Ramir says it's people. Why is it people? The Ramir says because the uset adas rishon of the uset. Whenever you go ahead, once you have machshava in the beginning, as long as you have no contrary machshava, that machshava, that kabbalah carries through. The Rabbanan say it's not people. Why? Because the Rabbanan say you have to have active machshavas people by every step of the avoda in order for it to become people. So Marcimal the Gemara was Isagadai Chada. Nahadir Bijuli Bishlishis Lamali. So I said, I might have thought about it. According to the mirror, if you also call it Osa Das Machshava, then why does the individual need to have another Machshava by the third set of Chazal? Having a Machshava ultimately again by the first should be, and the fact that ultimately he has another by the third set tells that we don't say Kala Osa Das Kala Osa. That's not the case. A Machshava ultimately again, and a lot of the even though he has a Machshava the third set, that doesn't take away from the fact that Kala Osa Das Kala Osa, which is actually one moment. Now the Gemara, I mean, you start the night of Kala Osa Das Yishona Osa. The Hadr people who Bishlishis Lamali, the Machshava. Kilomar, the I did not have Chazor of people Bishlishis, the Busashmoinos. The Afal of the Chazor of people Bishlishis coming in the Shtikas Shia. Now we have that Machshava Kamaisi. That what we're saying that even if it's quiet during the second part of the Avodah, we still attribute the dance of the first part of the Avodah to that second part of the Avodah, and therefore what the carbon is to us. Therefore, the reading much framing over here is that Allah might be able to focus on the coming and running there. In the realm of Kala Osa Das Yishona. And the Mayor says once you have Das in the beginning, as long as you have no contrary Das along the process of carbon, the Rabbanan say people, what do you have to do? You have to have Kabbalah speak on Kabbalah Matir in every necessary step of the Kabbalah process. So Maskit Ravashi, Miti Shasa Katani. Ravashi says 1 second. The Mishnah say? Sorry, the Mishnah says Shasa, right? So also remember the lashon over here is the lashon over here is Pito Ben Barishon Ben Mishkia Ben Mishlishis, right? It doesn't say Shasa. You're framing the case of where a person had Machshavas people by the first and the third, but Shasa is quiet by the second. That's not what the Mishnah. The Mishnah says Vein Barishona, Vein Bishnia, Vein Rashi, you're right. I'm asking him what's the case. He goes to Pico Barishona, Bishnia Bishnis. It's a case of where we had active Machshavas people. The first, second, and third has those. Now the game, what would I do? He said that Kakula Osa Das Yishona Osa, Mehajar Piguli Before Chad the Chadalamali. So what's the Alan said? If that's the case that he's having an active Machshavas people by all three, then what? Then I would have said as follows. Then obviously we're not holding up the concept of Kala Osa Das Yishona Osa. Hamash Mona will say that what? That the Mayor in fact Kala Osa Das Yishona Osa. Even on the case of the Mishnah, where it has ultimately again Machshavas people by Hazos 1, even though already Mayor is Machshavas doesn't require that. The Mayor instead of Allah for myself, that's I'm a base. Bein Katan. One second, that's not what the Mishnah says. Like the Gemara says, the Mishnah says Bein. We'll say Bein means what? Bein Barishona, Bein Bishniya, Bein Bishisha. So we'll say, what does Bein mean? Bein means either one. So either one means that what? Not all of them. So how can you set this up as a case of where he's having Makshavas people in every step of this process? But this is clearly not what the Mishnah is saying. Which Gemara says, Kasha. You know what? That is a good question. Was a step of the mind ultimately the effectiveness of that last Amr is supposed to say 5. Amr Mar. So we'll say, so again, this is the way of moving.
Probably not. Yeah, because that's too like they do the joke. Yeah. That's funny that he has to think about that.
This discussion.
Because
Everyone is going to agree that the Mayor holds
somebody is writing a
they
history
get Makshav by some part of Oda. Technically, it's fine to say, hold the French Mayor, even though you don't have Makshavas people throughout the entire Avoda, technically the carbon is fully complete. The Shaila is why. So we'll say, so some hold that because the Mayor holds. That the Fadl becomes enough. The Mayor holds, and Allah for myself,
2 days ago. Do you know
you
why
could
it's a long
affect
time to get
through Makshavas people, even through only one of the Avodas. The other thing he says, no. The Mayor's opinion is, and in general, as long as you have das, ultimately by the first of the processes, that is enough to what? And if you don't have contrary das, that makes it enough. What's that? The community between those two approaches is what? Is whether as a contrary mayor, that Moses will have Makshavas people is the first one. According to the first approach, it can be any avoda or any hazah. According to the second one, it's not has to be the first. According to the Rabbanon, the Shita of the company is exactly someone's doing the gas. And Allah Ta'ala said, only becomes legal when you have Makshavas people throughout the entire process. So Amar Mar Baravash. So Amar Mar, and Mayor says, people with Chayav and Allah parts. So we'll say, go back to this moment. Amar Mar. Aman bine Hadir lo upnet Hamzer name Mishum Farina Bachatzi. Kapolet, the Kapolet, and the Bahamah, the Comet, the Lubona, the Farina Bachatzi Matir, Ella Bachatzi, Vika, Hafe, Amabir. Remember again. So, we're going back and talking about the keys of Flores and the Lubona. And even if we just offered one of them for Makshavas people, it becomes legal every time. Whether you offered the comments, or you offered the Lubona, or Lubona ultimately again as Mincha becomes too much less analysis. Haris lo mechayev ad sheyukrivo kol. Now, we kind of all this seems to agree that one is not chayev haris to one of us, and so one is the Makshavas people.
This is your face after saying
with all of the committing aspects of the purpose. One is only chayev people, if one has a Makshavas people, one is only if one has a Makshavas people, for all of the Makshavas. The Amar Mar, Hartzas Kosher, Kach Hartzas Kosher. There's also Martin, actually a very important concept. There's also the same halachos that apply to create an effectiveness in the carbon also apply for the invalidation of the carbon. What does that mean? Mahartzos Kosher. Actually, we will come up here. We'll say just like in order to go ahead and make the carbon kosher. So ultimately, again, all of the material, all of the remaining parts of the carbon have to be effective. So to Mahartzos hustle, actually, we will come up here. We'll say so to ultimately against the carbon hustle, all of the material have to be possible. For example, actually, the material, so we'll say, so what that sounds like kind of a simple until now, which is that in order to make the carbon possible, essentially the mirror process, whatever you need to make the carbon kosher, those are the same processes which must be undermined to make the carbon possible. I bahak on the kosher that it gives name. The Gemara says, so let's analyze this. We'll say now literally bahak the kosher is very different. We'll say it actually comes out that they're talking about by the Kodesh HaKosher, by the Hazos Bifnei. So we'll say, so by the Hazos, by Yom Kippur, where we're doing the Hazos ultimately again from the Kodesh HaKosher, So psula kiman delo iti delo adida. So say start off, and let's say when you don't have the right kavanas, by the hazos bifnim, by the sprinkling of the blood inside the kodesh hakadoshim, then what will say? That invalidates the rest of the kavan, and even if you go through the motion of doing the other hazos, it's as if they have not been done. The other nagi behecho, mayu ba'al
It looks to me like it's one of those like
listen to this. So
Starbucks,
halakha
like
lemais what the Gemara is telling
bars
us here is as follows.
bags.
If it's true that we follow this
They might
paradigm,
even give you
then
that.
whatever is necessary
I
to
think
create
that they also sell them.
carbonic effectiveness
So I think that
is
Starbucks,
also
like I mentioned,
necessary
Starbucks,
to
unless
validate the
Start, like, why
carbon.
would they
Let's
give you a
analyze this. Let's take your keeper
Oh,
for
it's just
example.
that thing.
Let's say the coin goes ahead and does not follow through this. I should say it does something inappropriate with the hazot. And we'll say, what does that do? That invalidates the carbon, which then means that even when he subsequent and sprinkles the blood in the vehicle, ultimately again, he's sprinkling water. Right? It looks like that subsequent hazos, ultimately again, is totally ineffective. And we'll say that the Tashkos, why would I be made hold that therefore I came back to the people? They may cease to be seen over here, then the Fagin and the Chatzim Makir. Create people even with a touch level. Why is asking me a fundamental shayla? Let's say you're using your Kippur as an example. Once you do something invalid at the beginning of the Avodah, then what? It essentially invalidates the rest. Now, what you were just saying is, depends on the mayor, even if you go ahead and have a machshavas people by a partial avodah, that is enough to go and undermine the avodah. But why? Once you go ahead and, for example, you do something inappropriate with the hazos, with the sprinkling of the blood inside the kodesh hakadoshim, was that effectively invalidates everything else, which means that when you're sprinkling the blood in the kodesh, for example, what do you do? Sprinkling blood. It's the same thing as sprinkling water. So why would you be kind of Amar Rabba says, so much time to lose there. Rabba said this, you can see that you're using Parim and for Siyah. Rashi points out over here, Mashkachos law, the hard to come out here, the Arba Parim, Pigo bin Abadin, the Chomaknos. Nishpach Adam, the Shachat Acher, these are Parochas, the Echad the Tarosh and the even the time of the Yom Kuru Kapara, the Hasmo, the Abdino Kilfas, and the Skasha Babon Mahaki, I feel that about the Pligali of Shimon. So what's that? So the Mara essentially answer, which we're going to reject in just a moment. You could come up with a case like this, where ultimately, again, it was essentially every time you check and you collect the blood, you spill blood, and have the necessity to check another animal. So if you're checking another animal, essentially you're doing it again by each other. Fine. So we're not going to spend time on that answer. Rabbi says, no, let's refocus ourselves. After you came up with our effort, you see the effort. So we'll say ultimately again, let's refocus ourselves in dealing ultimately again with one animal. So we'll say, so you know what the Gemara is asking here? The Gemara is asking, which is a very obvious shayla. The Gemara is asking a fundamental shayla ultimately again of the mayor. The mayor. You simply accepting the approach that ultimately, again, you can effectively go even through one avodah. I have a fundamental issue with that statement. Because once you go ahead and let's say you validate one avodah at the beginning, does that not effectively render the subsequent avodah invalid? And therefore, if you were to go ahead and have a machshavas people, like any of those subsequent avodos, why should the carbon become people? The carbon is already invalidated. Jewish argument is a very interesting answer. Rabba Amar, you know about the Pigula Merasa. Look at the wider lines in Rashi, 4 lines down. The Pigula Merasa. The Haiti Kasha Bishkita, Kari Zika, Dam Apostle, Hazem Matilov the Razos, the Pigulo, Kasha, the Katis Vikanani, the Shasa, the Katis, because Marshall Ear, the Mishma, Karis, Habitual. This is what the Gemara says as follows. But sometimes, even the carbonists compromise that even though again this is almost like a cloud that's named over this, for people purposes it is still making people. It almost sounds like it's not a knas, it's not really a knas, but it's saying over here is that even though again the carbon is being compromised, ultimately the mayor still holds that it's abundantly packed enough to ultimately become people. Okay, Gemara goes back to it. So what's this? Now the Gemara asks a kind of question. Going back, remember again, going back on the Mishnah that we started with today, the Gemara starts try to make a distinction between the blood applications on the inside and the blood applications on the outside. So the Gemara gave an example of the inner blood applications. Always the example, like the 43 blood applications of Yom Kippur. Yom Kippur. Now the Gemara asks on that. The Gemara says, are there really 40 blood applications on Yom Kippur? Vatani, we live in another base. There are 46 of Yom Kippur. The Gemara says, don't worry. Most of it is machlokes. What's the machlokes? It's actually very interesting. If you look at Rashi, Hakiman was the wider line, 7 lines in. Hakiman Damar, Putzi Rav Yosef Yonasan, the Matan approach, the Lokach Nidan, Haridama Soy. Listen to this. We know that we have blood of the cow and blood of the soil of the goat. So we'll say, what's the machlokes? The machlokes are those blood applications done different. Or are the bloods mixed together? That they're done together, you have 43 of those. If you hold that the bloods are together, then what? If you hold the bloods, if you hold them done separately, you have 47 of those. If you hold the bloods are mixed together, then what? You have 43 of those. It's very interesting.
Yeah. Jonathan,
you want to say, I brought Shmona. What's that? There's another price of us, and it says, Mark, that's 43, it's not 47, it's 48. So it's like, Hakimadar Shirayin Ma'akmin, Hakimadar Shirayin I will say, here's the Shaila. Shaila is ultimately, again, Shlicha Shirayin. The pouring of the leftover blood down the drain by the soul. Is that considered to be part of the Avalon? Let's have to link this one together. So if you hold, then halakha, if you hold the halakha myself, you offer up the blood to the son and the power separately, then that gets you to 47. Plus, the pouring out of the blood is part of the avoda as well. Then what? Then ultimately, again, that's 40. So it's not it's a 40 manifestation of knowledge. So you say to yourself, how can there be a machlokes now? And we say, oh gosh, we know what the Kohen Gadol did. So it's like after years of knowledge, it begins to become a little bit power. We'll say, and you're just
been saying it's been done a few times now.
tell us what's ultimately dealing with a minimum of 43 and a maximum of 40 includes all the possibilities of separate applications here and going down the ultimately again part of that. But the Gemara goes like this. Medar Morim.
Well, I mean, I think.
Medar Morim. What is what's that? Look at that. Medar Morim. Shamin Ba. No. Hagla Ba'avoda Atos. We'll say, when did the approach of the beginning? That the covenant could become legal with one avoda. When is that so? The Kitzah, was it that's true with the Kitzah, then putting the combined material in the utensils, you will transport about Bolo Akara. That was ultimately against the Kohen comes to go ahead and burn the carbon. Nosen as a comments to Machshava, if he tastes the comments with Machshava speaker. The S Halavona, Shishtika, and also he says nothing by the Lavona, no Kavanah by the Lavona. Oshanosen as a comments Shishtika, that's Halavon Machshava, 43 the comments Shishtika, no explicit intent. But the Lavona is placed with Machshava's people. The Emir Omer Pigo, the Hayavan al Karis, the Emir also says that Allah the Mesa again, it's Pigo. And your Karis, the from the Chachamim say, in both Karis, actually bad of a Cholamah. And the Chachamim say, that what? The Chachamim only becomes Pigo when? Until again you have Machshava Pigo, the Cholamah. Every step of the Korbanik, every necessary Korbanik step. What do you see coming there? As a comment, you can have a Machshava colleague. What's it? So, again. What do you see from there? You see from there that in Rabbi will say there's a case of where you did the comment Shpigo, no Machshava by the comments, and yet what? You did have Machshava Shpigo Bible of Oma, and yet what does the guy say? What does that show you? That shows you once again, according to Meir, the issue is not Kala Osa Datu Shono Osa. Because most if it was Kala Osa Osa, it was one people. Because at the end of the day, you're not doing a Datu Shono. Rather, what do you see from here? According to Meir, is that Mefaglin, no, Mefaglin, the Chatzim Mati. That was an even that Shabbos people, even by one of the Kabbanic processes, that is enough for Meir to make it legal. So let's say the Gemara says, no. Say that according to the Meir, the case is where what? The case is where let's say where you already put the, you already went ahead and put the Ravon of a Machshava, which was indicates to us that the first stage was a Machshava's people as well. Which the Gemara says that doesn't make sense. If that's the case, as the first case of ultimately again the Kmitza was done with Machshava's people. But Od, furthermore, the Bryce explicitly says what afterwards, which indicates to us that what the halacha l'maisa and halacha l'maisa, the first stage was not done with Machshava's people, and the second stage was, to which the Gemara says that is really a website for our purposes, although to figure out what the approach of Rabbi Meir really is, to a certain point halachically, it doesn't matter all that much. Why? Because we ask him like it's like the Rambam Sugi HaMukdashim Perek Zayin Halacha Zayin says as follows: Chashav Machshavas Zman B'Shas Kmitza Aval Lo B'Shas Bikut Halavos. We'll say first time Machshavas that was Machshavas Zman. Machshavas Zman means that a person had in mind to eat the carbon outside of the prescribed temperature. What's in what? Spiegel. Person has Machshavas Spiegel at the time of the Kmitza, but not at the time of the taking of the Lavona. O Shechashav Machshavas Zman B'Shas Bikut Halavona Aval Lo B'Shas Kmitza. Or you have in mind ultimately what? Machshavas Spiegel during the time of the Lavona, but not during the Kmitza. Arezu Psula, the carbon is puzzle. There ain't no people. But I will say it is not people. Ad Shiyakshav Machshavas Hazman Bechmakir Shuaketz Im Alavona B'Shas Kmitza. That comes leakage. The bonus will say Salocha Lamaisa again. So you see the answer that what in order for a carbon to become Spiegel, ultimately again you have to have Machshavas Spiegel, Bechol Hamakir. In each and every one of the Kabbanic winning steps. So we'll say that now again, I want to be clear. The Chachamim will agree that if you have Machshavas Spiegel by one of the steps, once it's done as a carbon, it's possible, but it does to become Piegel until you have Machshavas Spiegel on one of the steps. So we'll stop with share with you
Bird Joker close. Other podcasters have, especially the comic book, have other comics on. And those hosts are close with Rogan. When you bring somebody on and they throw a jab at your boy, I don't understand how you just let it ride. Have fun with it. Oh, why? How you not defending your boy after all he's done for you? Even if he sees him, say wasn't Jerusalem, if he's weird, I don't understand how you don't defend them or stick up for them.
How do you think that they are, if they continue to do that into their 60s? That unfortunately is. So, and then the second thought question, when they're 70 years old, they're still doing this.
Please, my name is so much
Are they still going to be like your boy? How can you do that to they're 80 years old? They're like your boy. How can they do that to your boy? Pull that shot. How can they do that to your boy? It's hard to like put words into an age. But it's easier to do when they say you know what I mean? Like when old man
You
says
bless Klal Yisrael, and when you bless Klal Yisrael, I'll agree with your blessing. You bless them, I'll agree with your blessing. As to them, it's such a profound question. I'm going to use Sar Shakarim in Bangkok. I don't understand. Why did the Kohanim have to bless Klal Yisrael? The fact that Baruch is going to agree. Divine agreement means what? Means what? That God's going to bless us also.
I get it, yeah. But
if God's going to bless me, I'm on this trip blessing. And if the 12 was going to bless me, so why do I need to command it? Right? So the heart of the 12 people fill the mark of and furthermore, if God's going to quote unquote clear the blessing and bless us anyway, then what? Why do I need to command to bless me? Whoa, this is such a profound shiloh. Such a problematic rational embarrassing.
Fellas, that's kind of funny. We were only hating on fellas because
you bless the people, and once you bless them, I'll agree with your blessing. Straight up. Because if you're agreeing anyway, that means you're blessing me. No offense, if God's blessing me, that's good enough for me. I don't need to go out and bless. If God's agreeing, why don't you need to try to bless at all?
then you're doing, if you're not being ironic.
I like to shoot self.
Yeah, Akar saying, fellas, my girl's a bitch. Yeah.
Therefore,
Our job in this clip is explain something, and then coming to a thing that Joe reaction to. He's like, all right, listen, as if nobody, we don't understand this already. All right, listen, Rogan, we're friends. And then gigantic pause. In between it is next. So it comes on the podcast. And he talks shit about Rogan. It's like,
Therefore, we Viva la coin, shit in your road, in your
I don't get how you let someone talk about your coin like that.
Listen, when a coin gets up,
I mean, that's cooked. It's, I gotta do this later. You want to talk. That's a good point. I want to talk because I feel weird.
I want them to have overflowing kind of stuff. I want them to
Not
have
talking about
everything.
something for that long. It's a weird fucking thing. Here's my
But the coin
deduction. All right.
doesn't know. The coin doesn't know that if Ruben gets well, Ruben is not going to do
Go on, Joe Rogan.
The person doesn't know that if Ruben gets this drop off, Ruben is going to use that drop. The coin doesn't know that. So what does the coin do? The coin just blesses everyone with everything. Rocky, I'm not going to borrow for the coin.
Yeah. So the reason why he's pausing.
I know about Ruben. And I know what he's good at doing. He thinks all of the blessings. He says, I mean, all give it. Blessings. Going, you don't. All you see is a wonderful, beautiful Jewish country. And in your heart, you believe deserves all of the blessings. Therefore, he says to the Lord, do me a favor. You bless him. You bless him and each and every single bracha. The Aniyah Barak. And what is your blessing? I don't know. Even though I know,
okay, because I knew already the Schultz thing of like, yes, he's copying Schultz or whatever, but I didn't realize you were saying he's trying to remember how to copy. It's kind of, oh man, that's so embarrassing. You're stealing, but then you're doing it exactly right. Am I mimicking Andrew Schultz?
You coin, you all you want to do is shower bracha upon them, bless them for everything. When you bless them for everything,
it sounds like a dolphin today. When I was leaving work,
I'll agree. Hashtag brachos for them also is not as nova. Gam kim asking is your I'll agree with the bracha.
I'm so stressed out.
Even though again, I have to be
sure, and I took the water bottle, I did the thing, and the one guy didn't say it, he goes, "What's that?" It's like a dolphin.
Are blessing them.
It really does sound like a dolphin.
That's the shot.
It's the worst water bottle of all time. I know it's
you bless
it's
them
just so
so,
bad.
and ultimately
I was
again,
looking
I'll
for a cheap
mirror
water
your
bottle
blessing, but
because
asking
Shocker
him
had
not to have. In
my
other words,
girlfriend wanted
as I just
Beyonce wanted a water bottle for some like concert she went to. She's like, I want. She said they're only selling it for this amount. So I'm looking for something cheaper than that, but really it's just like a concert thing. So I'm looking for the cheap ass thing, and I find one that's like that price. I don't want that. I mean, I just was saying what the water bottle costs here. And I go, oh, I did the dolphin. I know it's not made to tip up its Alzheimer because Gerardo told me that after I bought it. You're not supposed to tip it up top. It's got, it's falling apart, man. right.
Sometimes when we look at each other, so we see each other in such a beautiful light. We see each other right.
Dude, I could be on that show. Remember Flipper, dude? On Age myself. You know what Flipper? Oh, Flipper was a classic show. About a dolphin that saves people flying. Okay, I remember that. I was too lost in the bit where there's another guy that does a dolphin. Flipper, look over there. British Shop is his hamstring is broken. Torn. Oh my God, Flipper, look at those kids in that car. Somebody's got to pull them out and ask them if they see Moana. You don't remember about Flipper is here. Oh, thank you, Townsend. Thank you. Headed towards a new model. You, dude. I'll fucking find you and kill you. How did Flipper save people if he's only in water? Was he just, what's the, I don't remember how that show worked. How did Flipper save people? Because dolphins are only in water. Also, we know that they Flipper. And this is, you know what's even more easy of it is that I get about Flipper and Flap. And the other day in Hollywood, never heard of it. I was driving down the street, and there's a new, out of this new, there's a restaurant called Flippers, and it's a pancake place. So you go to pancakes.
Sandy's been sent to spend the summer with us on the home. But there are a few problems.
Yeah, that's the guy from It's Not Done. Oh, okay.
The food is unusual. You want your spaghetti? What do we have? Now what? Beach matrix. And there's not a friend in sight.
There's gotta be some mistake. You cannot be my uncle.
Until today.
All right, let's take it in. Let's begin. Today, that is May 41. We are picking up on
You cannot be my uncle.
Until today.
for 6, 7 lines down from the top right. So number again. We're still
Dolphins are cool, man. I don't think they
by
people
power
that
hat
look
like
at that. I like dolphins. I think dolphins are chill. If I can swim, I mean, I can swim. Look, I can swim. I can swim. Don't think I can't swim. Bro. I can swim. If I can swim really good, I would swim at all. Like I'd swim out of the ocean and swim. He's laughing at me like,
Gemara says, "Your
can't swim.
That is my reaction. Lahar. What do I do with that word Lahar? Lahar. Then I have a double
Just how deep a friendship can be.
Since that little movie, I'm talking about the show from the 60s. We don't need to watch that. But I'm just saying, how does Flipper save me? This is not off the rails.
Oh, the Seabed group is I don't understand. Why would that Lahar
I just don't get it.
I have a double
He's the only saving people that are drowning. Doesn't make
So
sense.
why in a person can first the power have a would
It
I
would be funny,
need
yeah,
another
like,
reference
because
to
I've talked about Flipper this much, like a bunch of people.
How does you go fake see them? How about that papa? So we'll say that papa is low in action the following.
My picture says cancel.
That papa says
Flipper talk.
you shouldn't be boy at movie. Har Hellam Govern shall see work. Leo Saras, Shake Oils, with Sibire Abodos. So also this is this is a lot of called Leo Saras and Shake Oils. Shake Oils. Leo Saras is the fire of the ideal between that has certain components between
But what you're not gonna do is come on my platform
on this
and
day.
throw
So
jabs
the
at
Papa
my
says
friends.
that
I don't understand
the
that.
Papa says
Even when I
learn
was at the
health,
mothership,
the power
you know,
hell
people
of
throw
government
jabs at
support,
close friends of
registered
mine.
by power hell of government support, the coils, the two kidneys, as well as the diaphragm are offered up on the Mizbeach. So too by Seiri Avodas Kohabim, so too by both offerings, or Avodas Zarah. So ultimately, again, they are also offered up. So again, Muri Har Helam Davar Shotzigur, your Saracen State Coils, Seiri Avodas Kohabim. We learned from the fact that the Har Helam Davar Tzibur has the Osiris and the Kaveh offered up, the Osiris and the State Coils offered up. The Seiri Avodas Kohabim also had them offered up. So the Gemara says, furthermore, Har Helam Davar Shotzigur Bigufei Loksir, the Keishas. I will say, here's the issue. The issue is that the Torah does not explicitly say that the Shnei Kolos and the Osiris are offered up by the Har Helam Davar Shotzigur. That is not explicitly the Keishas. Instead, one of the ways in which you learn it out is through a hekish, is through a comparison. Here's the problem. The problem now we're going to use as follows. We learn out to follow the stream of thought testimony. We go ahead and we learn out Shnei Kolos and the Osiris, the diaphragm and kidneys, are offered up by Seiri Avodas Zarah. We learn that out from this comparison to Har Helam Davar Shotzigur. We learn out Har Helam Davar Shotzigur that the Osiris and the Shnei Kolos are offered up. So we must be learning out to the hekish to see exactly what that hekish is. The problem is, in that halacha, is not exclusively written by Har Helam Davar Shotzigur. It's also written out by a hekish. Parable says as follows: is in general, we try to avoid double hekish. That if something is learned out by a hekish, generally, I'm not going to use it as a source to teach something. So I know that I'm learning out the Osiris and Shnei Kolos by the Seiri Avodas Zarah, ultimately from Har Helam Davar Shotzigur. The problem is, it appears that Har Helam Davar itself is learned out from a hekish. Therefore, I have a problem. What do I do? How do I remedy this? Therefore, it's still in the car. And then they have the command to sit maybe this way. Therefore, was it actually extra in the pasuk, and exchange word in the pasuk. Teaching what halacha? Teach that the Osiris and the Shnei Kolos are ultimately offered up on the Mizbeach. And therefore, as a result, now I'm learning out that mandate from Lipar, and therefore, again, I'm not learning out the halacha of the Osiris and Shnei Kolos from Har Helam Davar Shotzigur, but from the hekish. Therefore, below the Havei Davar Halam the hekish, Bozer Umalamed. Therefore, we'll say people to avoid what? Are able to avoid the issue of something which itself is the that's of a hekish, when being used to teach something else through a hekish. So it's an interesting little bit round without facts. So what Papa understands is the extra of how in the pasuk teaches me that we offer up the Osiris and the Shnei Kolos, the diaphragm and the kidneys of the animal on his day. So we'll say, why do I need that? After all, again, I already have another extra. The comparison between Har Helam Davar Shotzigur and the other thing. But isn't that the Osiris and Shnei Kolos are offered up? Here's the problem. Is that we need Har Helam Davar Shotzigur to teach me that just as the Osiris and Shnei Kolos are offered up on the Mizbeach, so to the Osiris and Shnei Kolos of Seiri Avodas Zarah are also on the Mizbeach. The problem is that Har is learned out through a hekish, and something that is learned out from a hekish then should not serve as a source of limud or a second. So how do I avoid that problem? By learning the halacha of the Osiris and Shnei Kolos by Har, not from a hekish, but rather by what? The actual pasuk. How do I learn that from the pasuk? The extra words we can. So it's really the actual moment. I'm gonna have to it's the fourth to last short line. So I'm gonna have to fourth line to last. I'm gonna pop up. I have Har the Mokti that we saw the Har Helam. This is gonna go like how much but you know Har Helam the Osiris are probably the Shnei Kolos. The Seiri Avodas Kohabim the class by some to do that stuff. So we're gonna see this really later on we're going to compare Har Helam Davar Shotzigur to Seiri Avodas
hopefully you're enjoying the podcast as of now.
Har
You
Helam
want the
Davar
full
Shotzigur, the kidneys and the diaphragm are offered up on the
head on over to the
so
Patreon.
too by the Seiri Avodas Kohabim offered
up on
Yeah, I
the
know this. I don't.
Har Ha'elam Davar, which we say look
Yeah, I mean,
starts
listen,
to
I respect the fact
The
that.
problem is that by
But
the Har
I
itself,
didn't realize
the
the
Torah doesn't
absurdity
make
of him suggesting that
the
people think
offered up.
everyone has.
Ella, the
I know that's
Escol
an
Felbo
exaggeration,
Yakri
but
Mimenu.
his
All the
outlook
Pasuk
is
says is that
everyone.
you're going to offer
I
up
think
the
it's funny
favor.
for somebody
You're
to
going
believe
to
that.
offer up the
Yeah,
facts.
it's like,
With the
oh,
Keisha Lahaikrab,
1700
Gamaru
they had
Mukar
every
Koin
single person, but
Mashiach.
it's like, just think about that
So it's like,
mathematically. Doesn't
really,
make sense.
the way it's
Yeah,
actually very
people
interesting.
need to be
Really,
slaves.
the way I learned out that the Osiris and the players, the diaphragm and the kidneys of the Par Helam
Mathematically, think
that
about
those
it.
who offered up
Just
there
tell me
is
if I'm
the
wrong. You might be right.
comparison
I
to
might
the
have become
Par
a numbers
Koin
guy.
Mashiach, the Par of
Everyone has a
the
slight
Rock
end.
Mitzube.
The
Rock
majority
Mitzube, the Par
population is not
Yisrael, the Par Helam,
what it is.
Kisha
And everyone,
Shmiyah.
like
The
multiple
Hadalav Haki
that would mean
is
that
the high
that would make any sense.
Zach Bay, Uksiv Kasher Asal of Harzeh,
Back to the dog.
Par Koin Mashiach. The Chazer Bekapa Asal of Harzeh, Live Pop and Shul, the Name Kumena Yosef, the Lechabi Hakir High Hekishon, the Mokot Siva Bukufa, the Lechabi Dabar Alamed, those who rely on the Hekisha. So we'll say so again, so one more time. The top is as follows. We're going to see these autonomic days, we're working a little bit backwards. We're going to make a comparison between the Siyah Avodah Zarah and the Par Halam Davar Tzibor. Teach me what, such as the Par Halam Davar Tzibor, the Osiris and the Shachmaros, the dive from the kidneys of Abraham. So too by the the diaphragm and the kidneys were offered up on the Mizbeach. The problem is that it is here that Par Halam Davar Tzibor itself, the halacha that the diaphragm and the kidneys are offered up, seem to be burnt out with the Hekish to Par Koin Mashiach. So I'll say in general, there's a logic to this. In general, we say something that is learned out from the Hekish in a comparison cannot serve as the source for a second account. Therefore, I will say the issue over here is that a Par Halam Davar Tzibor is learned out from a Hekish, Par Koin Mashiach, and it can't be used as the source as the diaphragm and the kidneys for the Siyah Avodah Zarah is burned under his liver. How do we remedy this? Ultimately, Darshini in the Pasuk of Par Halam Davar Tzibor, the extra Lapar, teaches me that what? That the Osiris and the Shachmaros, the kidneys and the diaphragm are burned in his liver. Therefore, it turns out that the halacha is going down not so bad. This is the usual saying that there's just no data has ever said some words. There's a problem which is served as the source of the Hagish to the Siyah Avodah Zarah. This is where he's like, kind of kavasi japa. You're the right to that. What is he about to say? What's that kasha?
You know, his back's been off the 12, fucking been down, dealing with the pressure from Billy, which we'll get to.
Asam lepar, kasha asam lepar apatos, keni asam lo, the deep on it. So the Gemara says it says, asa kasha asa, not Talmud lomar lepar. Why does that say lepar? The fish ne'emar, the es karbanon b'shem Hashem. As the Pasuk says, these shall bring their carbon of fire offering. Therefore, most of let's analyze this. So we're going to discuss this concept extensively. I know what it is. The Pasuk says, "He may be as carbon of Mishal Hashem, v'chatasam, v'chatasam v'fnei Hashem ashigidasam." It says, "You might watch this." Chatasam. What does chatasam refer to? Elu Seiri Avodah Zarah. This refers to the Seir offerings for Avodah Zarah, for worship of Avodah Zarah. Shiga Sam is the green Shiga Sam is going to be the Shtaga. Ze Har Ha'elam Davar Tzibor. Was it this refers ultimately again to the Par Halam Davar Tzibor. Was ultimately again what we see over here as follows. Not from the Mesa, the Seiri Avodah Zarah. Right, so the offering for Pneulah Avodah Zarah is written in the same pasuk as Par Halam Davar Tzibor. So look at Rashi for just one more moment. The name of U.S. Covenant Rashi says the Parshas Karbanos Avodas Go Publics. And this pasuk is written in the section of Avodah Zarah. B'shachmat Omikol Yisir B'Udrashim. The Malo Liftov Zos V'Nislach Lahem Yishkagadi. In the U.S. Covenant Liftov V'Nislach Lahem V'Nishtov El Mishum Debaylak Rushi Siyah Avodas Go Public. The Mishnah Bikra, the Par Halam Lahaktaras Indi. In the same covenant also this essentially that halacha myself. These parts that we just told you is extreme awesome.
The entire purpose and
Look,
necessity
we're
of
playing
the
against 12
Hesed
unit,
is
we're
the
by one,
linkage
and you're gonna
between Sikiri
joke.
Avodas Kohavim and Har Ha'elam Davar Nasi. That is the purpose of that pasuk. So what's the linkage? What does linkage teach me? The Gemara says, Chata Sam Ashivigasam. The pasuk is Chata Sam Ashivigasam. What's the connection there? Amra Torah. So it teaches me as follows. Chata Sam Harei Ilahak Kishigigasam. Ultimately, and also Chata Sam refers to the Sikiri Avodas Zarah. Teach me that the Chatos is just like the Shkaga. The Shkaga refers to what? Har Ha'elam Davar Nasi. There was coming to link Sikiri Avodas Kohavim to the Har Ha'elam Davar Nasi. What is the linkage? So the Gemara says the process of the linkage is just as the kidneys and the diaphragm of the Har Ha'elam Davar Nasi is burned under his hair. The same halakha applies to the Sikiri Avodas Zarah as well. Shigigasam Mehechal Malcha. So I know that by Har Ha'elam Davar Nasi we burn the Seres and the Shepherds by burning diaphragm and the two kidneys. After all, the Davar Halamet Hekish, Moji Mulamet Hekish. After all, the Bible says, we just said before, we just reviewed that which the couple said before. But here's the problem. Using the halacha that we burn the diaphragm and the two kidneys of the Har Ha'elam Davar Nasi, isn't that itself burned out from an Hekish to what? To ultimately Har Kodesh. If that's the case, how could something that not from a Hekish serve as a for another Hekish? Rather, what do you have to say? Amalomar, Lepar. Therefore, the pasuk says, "Get your Lepar, Zeb Har Ha'elam Davar Tzibor." Then ultimately, again, refers to the Har Ha'elam Davar Tzibor. Lipar, Zeb Har Kodesh. So it's interesting enough. Lipar, that refers to the Har Kodesh. So bottom line is that the halacha l'maisa that Papa suggests that we are not learning out. We're not really learning out the obligation to burn the kidneys and the diaphragm from the Hekish. We're learning out what's possible. So once I'm learning out that by a Har Ha'elam Davar Tzibor, I burn the kidneys and the diaphragm on this day. Fine, I'm learning that out from the word Lipar. Now again, I can use that for Hekish. Now let's remember the pasuk is I can see her dad. There's Sikiri Avodas Zarah to the Har Ha'elam Davar Tzibor. The same difference by Har Ha'elam Davar Tzibor. The kidneys and the diaphragm are burned in the Mizbeach. So to Sikiri Avodas Zarah, the kidneys and the diaphragm are burned on the Mizbeach. Beautiful. So this is more of like
going outside the dugout. I forgot. I saw
Amr Ma'at. So I'm about Chata Sam supposed to never go back and analyze that. So I'm about Chata Sam Ilusia Avodas Kohavim. The pasuk says Chata Sam that refers to Sikiri Avodas Kohavim. Like that refers to sin offering for Avodas Zarah. Equally, Mikras Hamal. So I don't know how ultimately is that from the previous pasuk. I'm going to say that in a moment. This is actually 5 letters of the Bible. Simple way. Now she says, "You Seres HaKadosh." The Sikiri Avodas Kohavim. So why don't you learn how ultimately again the obligation to offer up to the Seres HaKadosh to the Siyah source? Why don't you go ahead and learn how to obligation to offer up to the Seres HaKadosh for the Siyah Avodas Kohavim? Why don't you learn how to the previous pasuk? The rabbos Sikiri Avodas the pasuk ahead and says Hachatos. That refers to the Siyah Avodas Kohavim. Actually, last 2 lines. Davar Hachatos Siyah Avodas Kohavim. Lama Lisu after Chata Sam Hashemit. So that's the previous pasuk. Then what do I need the Chata Sam for? Remember that Papa said, I'll tell you why we need it. It's the Saka Kanina. Watch this. I'm at a friend as follows. Kanini has the old Sivan Tiki Ferry. That's the first 40 the last actually. Saka Dai Kanini. This Rabbi Sevadas Kohavim. We think Har Ha'elam as follows. What is the comparison? Here's what we know. Some actually was a pasuk itself links. Chata Sam is a reference to the Sikiri Avodas Zarah, who often is brought forth in like that. And it's comparing it to the Har Ha'elam Davar Tzibor.
right? So Torah is listing those two kavanas. So obviously, you're telling me whatever applies, or certain things that may apply by parallel doesn't work, apply also to Siri Apple Vizara. Now, what we were trying to say is, what does the comparison accomplish? The comparison says that just as you have to burn the kidneys and the diaphragm of the parallel double seaport, you also have to burn them by the Siri Apple Vizara. The Gemara now suggests maybe the comparison is something else. I'm going to put as follows. It's the second time, you know, I need to do this thing. That's actually in the Dutch. Second time, you know, Hanili. This is the Gin Par Hello. I'm going to put the results. It should ultimately again be compared to Parallel Double Seaport. Lahazos, even the Kufan Behesha, about your social players low. I'm going to put also the comparison as follows. Just like the Parallel Double Seaport required blood applications, so to the Sicily Apple Vizara also requires blood applications. I will say, here's the beauty of that comparison. The beauty of that comparison is that those blood applications are written explicitly by the Parallel Double Seaport. So because they're explicitly Parallel Double comparison only applies to those explicitly because we've already seen the obligation to burn the kidney and the diaphragm is not really explicitly, but instead showing blood out to the extra with the power. So I'm at a plug that the comparison just says, just Parallel Double Seaport requires blood applications, so to the Seattle is requires blood applications always about your seres boyos, stick boyos. The low seven big buffet, imalo, that I'm at a perfect plug, that halacha lemaisa, the burning of the kidneys and the diaphragm, which although we know is a halacha by the Parallel Double Seaport. The comparison between Soros compass and Parallel Double Seaport doesn't allow me to learn out the chapter in the kidneys and diaphragm by the Seattle for one simple reason. It's not written explicitly by the Parallel Double Seaport. Therefore, the Gemara says, Kamash Molono. Kamash Molono said that halacha lemaisa, according to Rashbam, what we have now established is as follows. The extra word "lekar" in the pasuk is referring to Parallel Double Seaport. What do we learn out from that extra "lekar"? We learn out that the Parallel Double Seaport, like the Parashah Mashiach, we burn the kidneys and the diaphragm on the mizbeach. Then the pasuk comes along. Kata sam shishim yosam.
This kind of stuff.
The kata sam Kata some is reference to Seattle Vizara, Shim the reference to Parallel Double Seaport. So we're linking these two things. Parallel Double Seaport. Now the Papa says the point of teaching that just as by Parallel Double Seaport, one has to burn the kidney, the diaphragm on the mizbeach, so too by the Siri Apple Vizara, one burns the kidneys and the diaphragm on the mizbeach. Beautiful. Let's go back. I'm going to pull up Rav Nasa of the Rav. What's the name? So the pull up Rav Nasa said Rav Papa. Bahar Tana, the Bahar Tana, Hari Yom Kippurim, L'chol Masha Amar B'Diyah. Let's take a step back and just a minute. The pull up Rav Nasa said Rav Papa. I don't understand. We learned elsewhere that Har Yom Kippurim, L'chol Masha Inyan, Masha Amar B'Diyah.
Is hard hearing stories.
Bahar Tana Rabos Har Yom Kippurim, L'chol
Texas is the big church. I'm from the East Coast. I went to church. It was a little bit far away from God. But also, you go to church in states. It's a priest basically talking about it's all your formal singing songs that follow the mass. And everybody sitting there dress cool as shit. We got a band. We got a rock and roll band going. I'm like, I mean, it was so casual. People with two tops. My wife, she comes from the East Coast, dresses up for church. She's been going to church her whole life. She was like, a little formality here. It's up to the church. 100%. I'm a man of God, man.
Remember again, and yesterday's daf, I go with the energy top of medicine,
it's a social good time. Hey, I go there, and it's a concert. It's not really worship. It's more like, let's go there, I'll hear a great sermon, and then
and then you're hanging out afterwards. They got coffee, they got snacks. Texas is a Christian country. Texas country. We're Christian country.
So now the food is of love is asking him, Papa, I don't understand the use of Russian for something else. Which the Gemara says. Tonight, in reality, there is a machlokas. It's machlokas when I watch this. It's actually fascinating machlokas. Hana debate Rav, Marbi Hali. Oh, Rav, I think we should have Rav. Learn the following ways. Hana debate Rav Shmo, Lo Marbi Hali. The Hana debate Shmo was like, does not learn it out in the same way. Look at Rashi for just a moment. Hana debate, Tanoiti, Hana debate Rav Marbi Hali. Kol Tan Rabbanon Kari Hana debate Rav. Ayi must listen kamen. So, Lo Marbi Le Elo Le Es.
Well, it's probably a nervous tick of some
But
kind.
not going to call, but you would not make it.
We
What's interesting is that there's general agreement as to the halachos question, namely that just as the various parts of the Kabbalic service of Yom Kippur are ma'akif nafara, right? So too again those same parts of the service are ma'akif ultimately again. Right? So, but at the end of the day, my focus is where we're going to learn the outcome. So the essentially says as follows: that's kind of the day ready. You haven't done it very bad, excuse me. Learn Mardi Hopping. Back then, not like this. Kind of the short one Mardi Hopping. So let's explain to us as follows. So kind of the day to be small. Low Mardi Hopping. Kind of the day to be small. Watch this. I'm sorry. So let's begin. Right. Kind of the day Rav, Mardi Hopping. Kind of the yeshiva Rav was that learns it outside. We're going to explain it to you. Kind of the day that you smoke, low Mardi Hopping. Kind of the yeshiva was like, just not learn it out this way. What should I see me for those? Kind of the day that you smoke. Let's say, watch. So kind of the day you shall learn it out. Let's say, beautiful news. A man met you. That rest is take Koyos, Har Koy Mashiach. Below Ne'emar that Har Hal Double Shotzi. What's the real difference? What we established already in the previous thing was what? Is that there is an obligation to go ahead and burn the kidneys and the diaphragm, both by Har Halam Double Shotzi board as well as by the Har Koy Mashiach. Right? We've already established this. What else did we establish? The obligation is written explicitly by the Par Koy Mashiach, but it's not written at all where? By the Par Halam Davar Shazir. Right? That was the whole Torah of our Kabbalah. We learned it out from the extra on the Par. Finally, we shall ask, why not? Why not? If indeed the obligation to burn the kidneys and the diaphragm applies equally to Par Halam Davar Shazir as it does to the Par Koy Mashiach, then why not write it explicitly? Why not write it? It's good shine. Why not write it explicitly? So the Gemara says again, why is it not explicit? The obligation to burn the kidneys and the diaphragm by the Par Mashiach below never Par Halam Davar Shotzi. Yet it's not written by Par Halam Davar Shotzi. Again, one more time. When we say that it's not written by Par Halam Davar Shotzi, what does that mean? It's not, although we know that what? There is an obligation. You know that we do burn the diaphragm and the kidneys. That's why I'm going to we learn how. Again, we don't have to be apart. But why isn't it really explicit? It's this beautiful idea. Mushal. Let's say. This is as good as we're going to get. Right? This mushal. This is. So enjoy this. Mushal. You're giving that. Mushal Limela Basamada. It's going to be compared to an earthly king. Shazam al Ohavo. He gets upset. And a person he loves. So the king is someone he loves. It's such a person he loves. Who we ate this year, maybe muscle. And ultimately, what does he do? He goes ahead and minimizes, literally again, the Muslims, the degradation. He minimizes the degradation that he heaps upon this person because he loves him. On the one side, if the king has someone who he loves, if that person who he loves wronged him in a significant way, the king added his love for the transgressor will minimize the amount of degradation he heaps upon him. What's the issue? We're going to look at Rashi in just a moment. Rashi understands the Mashal, although understanding this Mashal is a bit of a machlokas Rishonim. We're just going to focus on Rashi over here. Al Ohavav, so Rashi understands the Nimshal, obviously the king is HaKadosh Baruch Hu. The loved one who transgresses is Klal Yisrael, right? Also, that's a reference to the Har Halam Davar Shotzi. He hates this,
Pizza with love. The part when Mashiach is the power of the suffering of an individual. The Parhalam Davar Shal Tzibur, I will say, is where the majority of the Tzibur transgresses. The Nimshal is, the Shparach is the king, right? So when a king has someone who he loves, who transgresses against him, so there's going to be a punishment that the king limits the amount of degradation he heaps upon his loved one, because he loves them. So too, the Shparach loves us, Klal Yisrael, but Klal Yisrael sins as manifest by what? By the need to bring the Parhalam Davar Shal Tzibur. So the Shparach minimizes the degradation. What's the minimization of the degradation? Torah doesn't explicitly say that you have to offer up the kidneys or diaphragm on his behalf. You know you have to do it, you learn it out, but the Torah doesn't explicitly say it, kind of as a way of minimizing the degradation of Klal. So it's an incredible and beautiful message. Even when the Shparach gets upset at us, and at the end of it, we've done something wrong. Anyone has an obligation ultimately against men for that which has been done wrong, the Rachmanas B'Yivasham is always there. Even in a very small and nuanced way, wants to minimize ultimately a great degradation, keep on Klal Yisrael. An incredibly beautiful idea. Also, Marcel is a fun. I go in the head and not activity see some of the parts of the sacrificial service, so you must see that as a minimum of the degradation of Klal Yisrael. The comedy that you show, again, we should have shown here. The Pasuk says as follows: Kabbalah Kohen is Adam, with the Kohen with his finger in the blood. The Gemara says, Pasuk says, Adam Shava Pamim Lifnei Hashem and Rei Harokas Hakodesh. God says the Pasuk over here says the Kohen will dip his finger in the blood and he will sprinkle it 7 times on the curtain of the Kodesh, right? That divides between the Kodesh and the Kodesh Kadosh. So watch this. Mipnei man ne'emar Harokas Hakodesh B'Par Kohen Mashiach. Below ne'emar the Parhalam Davar Shal Tzibur. So watch this. Now the halacha is both karbanos, the Par Kohen Mashiach, as well as the Parhalam Davar Shal Tzibur. Will say both of them have an obligation of hazah on the earth. So yet, interestingly enough, the obligation is explicitly stated. Right? Say, it uses the word Harokas HaKodesh by Par Kohen Mashiach, but yet doesn't use that same verbiage by Parhalam Davar Shal Tzibur. Why not? To which the Gemara says, tell you why. Moshe Pasal Adam Shesarcha Alav Yavina was it is to be compared to a human king, but let's say his constituents rebelled. As listen, his Medina rebelled. So what happens? In Medina Sarcha, if some of them rebelled, it's okay because Hamal Yeshalom is Chayyim. Ultimately, again, his kingdom is judged, then what? Ain Hamal Yeshalom. What then the majority rebelled, and his kingdom is no longer in so the early Rashi says, Mepema Parochas HaKodesh, Garas B'Par Kohen Mashiach Ksiv, es Pnei Parochas HaKodesh, U'Para Ida Ksiv es Pnei HaKodesh. So it's ultimately against Rashi B'Par Kohen Mashiach is Parochas HaKodesh, but yet, by the Parhalam Davar Shal Tzibur, it just says Pnei HaParochas. So what's the pshat? Hamal Yishlo Rashi says, Kinisas Kabulas at Sasa. Only Hamaskimim Ladaika, Shadiv Sasralom. Then Ruba Sark was that the king had the kingdom and the majority of his constituents rebel. In Pamal Yeshano Kayames, his monarchy is not preserved. Hari Sulat Nikibasa, Umafnisam the Mixas. Then Nibo Gaspa into Barishona. So it's like, furthermore, the subjects rebel and his kingdom is no longer intact. King no longer has the one that's given the power to the genetics. Hatanani gave him the Tzibur Sarkar, the Yafa in contribution. When it's the Parkour Mashiach, so that's only one person, so to speak, is rebelled. The relationship with the Baruch Hu only comes still intact. Therefore, uses the promotion of Baruch HaKodesh. When it's the Parhalam Davar Shal Tzibur. where what? Where in this case, again, the majority of the people have done something wrong. So there is a certain degree of relationship erosion between HaKadosh Baruch Hu and Klal Yisrael. How is that relationship erosion manifest itself? It doesn't say Baruch HaKodesh, it just says Baruch. Almost like as that lack of a word shows a certain emotional withholding of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. The relationship is not the same in the Klal as a whole. The majority of the Klal sins, even though, again, remember, this is accidental. This is not intentional. But at the end of the day, again, when it is national sin, there is a bit of relationship erosion that manifests itself in a little bit of a short version of the puzzle. Because it's a Baruch HaKodesh, it says Baruch. Rasha Inking, when it says the Kohen who has sinned, but the nation, the relationship with the nation is still intact, it uses the full verbiage of Baruch. Beautiful word. What's this go back to? The people in Rasan Kulos particular. Therefore, the pasuk says this. However, now the Gemara is quoting from the Mishnah. Now the Mishnah said, and here we're going to get into a very interesting. Listen, I just want to point out, as I mentioned before, I gave you that mashal initial according to Rashi, right? Mashal, others have like dramatically different interpretation, but I'll save it for the next one. So remember again, the Mishnah said as follows. The Mishnah said that they said when a person did all of the blood applications, in the right way, now this is what the concept of their four blood applications. Let's say a person ultimately did all of them correctly, but one of them incorrectly. What's the the carbon is hot. So ultimately, but the mice again,